The young prodigy of Blue Star, normally the epitome of confidence, found himself oddly anxious about his awakening ceremony. 3 years earlier, Wei Xiaosu had been flung into this unfamiliar world. The fusion of souls had left him with memories and reflexes far beyond the ordinary, and he had held the top spot at Qingyang First High ever since. Yet standing on the sports field where the ceremony was about to begin, a faint unease crept into his heart. 3 centuries ago, thousands of spatial vortexes had torn open across Blue Star. Secret realms descended, exotic beasts ran rampant, and the laws of the world changed overnight. Humanity was forced onto a data-driven path of evolution. A professional awakening became the single greatest turning point in anyone's life. Only by manifesting a vocation, venturing into the secret realms, and slaying monsters could one gain experience, level up, advance, and grow strong enough to protect humanity's future. A vocation's strength was directly tied to a student's 3 years of high school performance. Top scholars had a far better chance of awakening powerful classes than underachievers. Exceptions existed: geniuses who failed, dropouts who soared, but those miracles were one in a million. As the undisputed genius of Qingyang First High, Wei Xiaosu should have been unshakably confident, yet a vague disquiet gnawed at him. When Principal Wang Wei concluded his rousing speech from the podium, the ceremony officially began. Class 31, Su Xiaoqing, come forward for awakening. The principal's call silenced the field for a heartbeat before it erupted like a pot of boiling oil. Su Xiaoqing was one of the school's 3 acknowledged beauties. Though her grades consistently held second place, she had never managed to surpass Wei Xiaosu. With a serene face and light steps, she entered the awakening array, drawing every eye. A moment later, brilliant gold light burst from the center of the formation. A radiant greatsword materialized in midair, dazzling the crowd and prompting stunned gasps. Is that a rare class? It looks like a holy swordsman, but something's different. On the viewing platform, Principal Wang and the homeroom teachers exchanged startled glances. Their seasoned eyes recognized what was happening, but before they could confirm it, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The golden light flared again. Feathers of pure white drifted down, and the ethereal image of a 6-winged angel emerged, grasping the glowing sword as an overwhelming aura swept outward. Su Xiaoqing has awakened the Class 6-winged angel. Lifebound equipment, Sword of Angelic Light. A hidden class, and one ranked in the top 20 no less. The field erupted. Cheers and exclamations thundered like waves. Wei Xiaosu looked up at the noble, radiant figure inside the array, his gaze tightening. Even he had to admit that the 6-winged angel was extraordinary, a class anyone would envy. Su Xiaoqing stepped out of the array, composed yet clearly proud. Her eyes skimmed over Wei Xiaosu, lips curling in a faint smile. Let's see how you beat me this time, she murmured. Wei Xiaosu did not respond. His attention stayed fixed on the podium, his expression calm and intent. Su Xiaoqing's smile stiffened. She bit her lip, annoyed by his lack of reaction. In truth, Wei Xiaosu felt a flicker of worry. Seeing Su Xiaoqing awaken a top-tier hidden class made him suspect that today's ceremony might not go as smoothly as he had planned. He drew a long breath, pushed the stray thoughts aside, and focused on the awakening array, waiting for his turn. Unbeknownst to him, the moment about to unfold would quietly twist the course of his life. Wei Xiaosu shook his head with a wry smile. After receiving a few words of encouragement from Principal Wang, Su Xiaoqing left the stage. As she passed by, she gave a soft snort and repeated, "Let's see how you beat me." Wei Xiaosu offered no reply, not even a glance. Her teeth clenched in frustration while his eyes remained fixed on the podium, waiting for destiny to call his name. Next, Zhang San, please step forward. Zhang San climbed onto the dais as the loudspeakers rang out. Awakened profession chef, lifebound equipment iron ladle. The runic array beneath his feet quivered, yet no heavenly omen followed. The pale glow sputtered out, and Zhang San's face went bloodless. Though chef was considered a life skill profession, it sat firmly at the bottom of the rankings, far behind promising callings like blacksmith or alchemist. Don't lose heart, Zhang San, Principal Wang Wei said with a kindly smile, presiding over the ceremony. Remember the 9th-cycle god of cuisine I mentioned? To Zhang San, the reassurance felt empty. Chefs appeared by the thousands each year, yet in 3 centuries only one had completed the 9th cycle and earned the title god of cuisine. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Another trash profession. Yeah, sure, there was a 9th-cycle god of cuisine a century ago, but the odds are worse than winning the lottery. God my foot 9 cycles is nothing. Unless there's something beyond that, the title's a joke. Shoo, keep it down. Word is that the god of cuisine is still alive. Standing among the students, Wei Xiaosu shook his head at their chatter. He knew how terrifying that god of cuisine truly was, reaching the 9th cycle a century ago in the toughest profession to advance. Who could say he hadn't gone even further since? The awakening continued on stage. Zhang Tao, profession warrior, lifebound equipment scythe. Wang Qi, profession archer, lifebound equipment poison-tipped arrows. Lu Qian, profession healer, lifebound equipment bandages. One senior after another stepped onto the array, lights flaring and fading in turn. Nowadays, the awakening success rate was 100%, everyone left with a profession. Even so, the hierarchy was stark. In all of Senior Class 1, only Su Xiaoqing had awakened a hidden profession six-winged angel while the rest received ordinary callings. Not a single rare profession appeared. Soon it was Class 2's turn. By tradition, their class monitor, Wei Xiaosu, would awaken first. After 3 grueling years of study, even his steady nerves felt the strain. His palms were damp, yet his back remained straight. Senior Class 2, get ready. Homeroom teachers, maintain order. Wei Xiaosu, to the stage. The announcement echoed as Principal Wang Wei gazed down with gentle eyes. For 3 years of tests, this student had held the top spot, edging out the prodigy Su Xiaoqing, hailed as the most gifted youth in a century every single time. Wang Wei mused that no one was more eager to witness Wei Xiaosu's awakening than the perennial runner-up herself. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaosu walked steadily toward the array. The moment he stepped onto it, a surprising calm settled over him. The earlier tension dissolved like mist in the evening breeze. You've got this, Xiaosu. His homeroom teacher Li Jing whispered encouragingly. He turned and flashed her a grateful smile. She had looked after him tirelessly these past years. He nodded lightly. Thank you, teacher. I'll do my best. The next second, Wei Xiaosu stepped into the magic circle. More than 100 pairs of eyes locked onto him at once, the air drawn tight like a bowstring. Su Xiaoqing, who had just awakened a hidden class, clenched her fists so hard her long nails pierced her palms, drawing a thin line of blood she didn't even feel. The array hummed to life, rivers of light surging as energy vanished at a breakneck pace. If a normal student burned 1 unit, Wei Xiaosu burned 10. After only a few seconds, the blinding glow collapsed into a bottomless darkness. The clear sky dimmed, and ink-black clouds pressed down as though doomsday had arrived early. Shit, why did it suddenly get dark? Damn, the whole field's under those clouds. This is creepy. Do you guys feel that chill in the air? Students broke into panicked shouts, anxious whispers rippling through the crowd. Proud as a swan and forever second in the year, Su Xiaoqing bit her lip and forced out 2 words through her teeth. Class anomaly. Half an hour earlier, her own awakening as a 6-winged angel had triggered an event of the same magnitude. Now, an almost identical spectacle belonged to the last person she wanted to see shine. On the dais, Principal Wang Wei and Academic Director Li Jing were just as thrilled. To Wang Wei, 2 hidden classes in 1 cohort meant glory and funding. Next year's government grant might well jump another tier. Hey, is something moving up there? Someone pointed overhead. The crowd looked up and heard a sharp, bone-grinding crackle from deep within the clouds. Moments later, the clouds twisted into countless skeletons, some vaguely human, most too warped to guess what creature they had once been. The awakening neared its end. The next phase was the forging of a signature weapon. When Su Xiaoqing awakened, the sky had overflowed with dazzling colors, and the angelic sword of light had shone so brightly no one could keep their eyes open. Wei Xiaosu had chosen the opposite extreme. The suffocating darkness above made several timid students' knees knock together. Yet when his personal weapon finally materialized, every jaw on the field dropped. What the hell is that thing? All that spectacle, and his gear looks like that? Is the top student about to crash and burn? Their shock was justified. A plain black shovel was taking shape above Wei Xiaosu's head, no different from the cheap kind sold at any hardware store. A straight A prodigy hood awakened a hidden class, and his signature weapon was a shovel. It felt like a bad joke. Principal Wang on the platform was just as stunned. When the ceremony finally ended, he stood frozen for half a minute before his mouth twitched, and he announced, Wei Xiaosu, awakened class necromancer. Signature equipment: a shovel. A shovel. When the clouds finally dispersed, a few inky crows swooped overhead, their distant, raspy calls making the silent field even more unsettling. Seconds later, a low, explosive uproar swept through the crowd. A once-in-a-century chance to see the campus prodigy crash and burn. Who wouldn't want a front row seat? Ha ha ha, I'm dying here. The necromancer's signature weapon isn't a staff, isn't an orbit's a shovel. Necromancy is already bottom tier among hidden classes, and now his bound gear's a joke. He'll be lucky to match the stronger rare classes. 666. Epic fail in progress. Gotta post this first. Jeers rippled across the field as phone cameras flashed nonstop. Yet Wei Xiaosu, standing on the platform, barely noticed. He was frozen, staring at the personal stats hovering before him. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Class: Necromancer. Level: 10.000. Strength: 11. Agility: 12. Constitution: 13. Spirit: 300. Bound gear: Dirge of the Departed. Summoning capacity: 0-3000. Skills: 1. Innate skill Undying Legacy grade, SSS. 2. Summon Skeleton Mage grade, G. Innate skill Undying Legacy SSS. Your exceptionally powerful soul grants you the Necromancer's ultimate technique. You can learn any necromancy spell without limit and stack their summoning effects indefinitely. There is also a very small chance to raise any spell by 1 grade. Summon Skeleton Mage G summons 1 Tier 0 Skeleton Mage whose level scales with the caster. Each summon consumes 0.1 spirit, which regenerates over time. As the brightest of the academic elite, Wei Xiaosu understood the numbers all too well, and that made the shock even greater: 300 points of spirit. Even hidden classes never start with a single basic stat above 100, yet he had triple that. Was this the perk of a transmigrator? Then there was his innate skill. Innate skills are as vital as bound gear, but they don't appear automatically when you awaken. Unless the owner reveals them, outsiders have no way of knowing. Most hidden class awakeners can expect and rank innate. S rank has shown up only about 100 times in 3 centuries. An SSS, you can count them on 2 hands. Anyone blessed with an SS rank innate, provided they survive, almost inevitably reaches the summit of mortal power, 9th turn mastery. But what truly left the twice-lived Wei Xiaosu speechless wasn't just the innate skill. The other reason was his bound gear. Morning of the Fallen, sealed. Grade 1, Tier 0. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Effect 1. Dig a pit, bury a corpse you personally killed, and in 60 seconds a sapling bearing a variety of exotic fruit will sprout. Description: he is dead, yet not entirely. He lives, yet not completely. Death is no destination, undeath is. Further effects unlock after class advancement. When the plain-looking little black spade first landed in Wei Xiaosu's hand, his heart tightened. A Tier 0 white grade tool, people sold these for a couple of hundred yuan outside. But the instant the information panel flashed Effect 1, delight washed away his worries like a flood. Most hunters left monster corpses to rot where they fell. Now, with a few minutes of digging and a body he had slain himself, a sapling laden with strange fruit would break through the soil in 60 seconds. Corpses became resources, trash turned to treasure. The corners of Wei Xiaosu's mouth rose uncontrollably. Even better, the spade would unseal as his power grew. If there was already an Effect 1, there would surely be an Effect 2 and Effect 3. He was only half joking when he thought that not even a divine artifact could make him trade it away. The training field buzzed with noise. Wang Wei, the headmaster and a 6th-tier powerhouse, released his aura. The air turned icy, and every conversation stopped at once. Glancing at the dazed Wei Xiaosu beside him, he sighed inwardly but forced a comforting smile. Xiaosu, don't lose heart. Your innate gear may be ordinary, but you awakened a hidden class necromancer. Your summoned creature shouldn't be weak. Raise it well, and you'll make your own mark. Homeroom teacher Li Jing clicked across the field in high heels, her stunning face showing concern rather than disappointment. Xiaosu, what's your first summon? A headless horseman? A skeletal tyrant? Maybe an undead dragon? Their voices echoed in his ears before Wei Xiaosu snapped back to reality and dismissed the private information panel only he could see. He raised a hand toward the open space ahead. My summon. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a puff of black mist exploded. Amid the creak of grinding bones, he barked, come forth, skeleton mage. The fog cleared, revealing a skeleton barely 1 meter 50 tall, pieced together from bleached bones, not a headless horseman, not a skeletal tyrant, and certainly not an undead dragon. The air froze. On the field, a vein twitched at Wang Wei's temple. Li Jing pressed her red lips together. Teachers and students traded baffled looks. Skeletons were low-tier creatures to begin with, and skeleton mages had notoriously poor growth potential. Even ordinary summoners seldom drew one. Wang Wei's mind raced. A hidden class like Necromancer, could this skeleton mage conceal some secret? He speculated for a few seconds, then strode up to the skeleton mage and tapped its smooth skull with his forefinger. Bang! The bones shattered and clattered to the ground like broken porcelain. The skeleton mage, on stage for barely 10 seconds, was reduced to dust, dead beyond dead. Haha, are you kidding me? A hidden class? Oh man, my stomach hurts. On the sports field, waves of laughter rolled through the students like a chilly breeze. Every year some top student wipes out during their awakening, but none have crashed as hard as the legendary study god Wei Xiaosu. Someone in the crowd chimed in. Yeah, I've been sick of that stuck-up jerk for ages. Acts all aloof, look at him now, huh? On the rostrum, Wei Xiaosu stood perfectly still. The ridicule washed over him like surf on a beach, yet failed to stir a ripple inside. If anything, it made him want to laugh. He shot a sidelong glance at Wang Wei. The usually dour headmaster wore his typical stone face, in a wicked smile tugged at Wei's lips. Summon skeleton mage. With 5 short words, a tide of black mist erupted, swallowing the platform. The grinding of bone on bone echoed across the field as ghastly white skeletons leapt from the fog. 10, 100, 1,000. Soon they passed 3,000. The rostrum overflowed, and the remaining mages flooded the entire field until all anyone could see was a blinding ocean of bone. What? Li Jing gasped, pupils contracting. A freshman awakening who can call out thousands of skeletons at once? Each one might be weak on its own, but that sheer number made her scalp tingle. Historically, a necromancer's first summons were usually a headless knight or a skeletal tyrant. And the wildest record was 2 centuries ago, when someone brought out an undead dragon, yet even he could sustain only one. Wei Xiaosu was showing everyone that while his summons looked trash, their numbers were limitless, a literal tide of war. Want him to flop? Not in this lifetime. Such an explosive outburst naturally drained all his mental energy. Dizziness buzzed in his head, but his foundation was solid. As long as he stopped casting, he would recover on his own. Facing the entire senior class, Wang Wei gave his verdict in a steady voice. Not bad. Xiaosu's natal equipment had some glitches, but his skill talent is solid. If we train him well, he has a bright future. He knew that compared with Su Xiaqing's six-winged angel, the potential was a bit lower, yet still worth heavy investment. The principal's gaze swept the crowd. All right, recall the skeleton mages and step down. The awakening ceremony continues. Yes, principal. Wei Xiaosu dipped his head. With a flick of his hand, 3,000 skeleton mages dissolved into black mist and vanished into the summoning space. He strode off the platform with steady steps, as if the jeers a moment ago had never existed. He had revealed his infinite summoning trump card for 2 reasons. First, college after the 12 years of compulsory education in the Huaxia Empire was expensive. By proving his worth, he could win more scholarships and ease the burden. Second, and far more important, was to hide the secret of that shovel. The shovel's terrifying power far surpassed his SS grade talent. If word got out, even if the school and the nation meant him no harm, other countries or hidden anti-human factions might stop at nothing to eliminate him. As the crowd dispersed, a familiar, smug female voice whispered beside his ear. Humph, Wei Xiaosu, this time you lost. Su Xiaqing's eyes sparkled with triumph, as though she had finally vented years of frustration. Wei Xiaosu had been mapping out his future, but he turned at her words, calm yet a little playful. The rookie trial dungeon hasn't even started. On what basis do you say I've lost? Wei Xiaosu tossed out a casual comeback, then turned on his heel and went back to his spot. Su Xiaoqing froze in place, glaring at his retreating figure, her pale hands flushed red from how hard she was clenching them. The awakening ceremony didn't end until 6 in the evening. During that time, another student unlocked a hidden class, the Gale swordsman Shien, the senior year monitor of Class 8. His grades were stellar and teachers adored him, but he was petty and calculating. Plain-looking yet convinced he was a devoted romantic, he had long been Su Xiaqing's hopeless lapdog. After getting rejected again and again, he turned all his resentment on Wei Xiaosu, who became collateral damage. Students, this year's awakening ceremony is now complete. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you'll head to the Academy's rookie dungeon for training. Those who excel will earn generous scholarships and extra points on next month's National College Entrance exam. Sajave at your best. Principal Wang Wei declared, voice ringing across the field. This year's cohort was noticeably stronger than previous ones. 3 hidden classes and 16 rare classes had appeared. Wang Wei's grin had been glued to his face all afternoon. As the crowd thinned, Wei Xiaosu hurried off, eager to find a quiet place to study his new Necromancer class. He had barely stepped off the field when someone blocked his way, his nemesis, Shien. Wei Xiaosu, what the hell did you just say to Xiaoqing? Her face looked awful. She wouldn't even talk to me. Cornered, Wei Xiaosu's mood soured as well. Why do you think she's ignoring you? Ever heard of self-awareness? Shien might be the top student at Qingyang number 1 high, but whenever Su Xiaoqing was involved, his IQ flatlined. All he caught was the implication that he was ugly, and rage flared in his eyes. You looking for a beating? Before the words were out, a 3-foot sword glowing pale green materialized in his hand, slicing the air with razor-sharp pressure. The aura of the Gale sword's mana, hidden class, rolled off him like a storm. Sword energy pricked Wei Xiaosu's skin, and his heart skipped a beat. Gale swordsman might not match the 6-winged angel, but it still ranked in the top 50 hidden classes and far outclassed his bottom-tier Necromancer. Shien closed in, the glowing blade angled toward the ground. He sneered, "In warning you, stay away from Xiaoqing. Don't think those skeletons you can summon make you special. Trash is still trash. Back off, or he'll cripple you." The students passing by didn't even try to intervene. Instead, they formed a loose circle, eager to watch the drama unfold. Are you kidding me? I was being polite to you. The moment the words left his mouth, energy surged through Wei Xiaosu, rumbling like distant thunder. In the blink of an eye, a black iron shovel about 1.12 meters long solidified in his hand, its rough blade gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. It looked painfully ordinary worlds apart from the glowing azure sword in Qian's grip, but Wei Xiaosu knew this shovel's power dwarfed not only Qian's 3-foot blade, but also Su Xiaqing's holy angel sword. He was about to summon a skeletal minion for backup, when a cool female voice rose from the back of the crowd. Stop! Both men turned. Parting the onlookers, an ethereal figure stepped forward. It was Su Xiaoqing, who had left only moments ago. Xiaoqing, you're back? Qian's anger evaporated, replaced by a fawning grin that nearly split his otherwise ordinary face. Wei Xiaosu wasn't surprised. Before they awakened, a scuffle meant nothing worse than a bloody nose. Now that everyone wielded real skills, one reckless move could be fatal. Su Xiaoqing stayed aloof. She spared Qian Zihao a glance, then fixed her gaze on Wei Xiaosu. Tomorrow, in the dungeon trial, I'm going to beat you. Looking forward to it. Wei Xiaosu shrugged. She dipped her head, paused for a heartbeat, then turned to leave. Her icy voice drifted back. Qian Zihao, if you've got the guts, beat him fair and square in tomorrow's beginner trial. Fighting now is pointless. Only after she disappeared did Qian Zihao tear his eyes away. He slipped the azure sword into a spatial scroll and sneered. He'll do as Xiaoqing says. In tomorrow's trial, you'd better pray we don't cross paths, or you'll be bedridden for a month. With that, he strode off, striking a pose only a self-proclaimed master would think was cool. Please, what a clown. Wei Xiaosu spat. The guy was always looking for trouble, but never this arrogant. Awakening the hidden class Gale swordsman must have sent his ego into orbit. Fine, let's hope we meet tomorrow, he muttered. Then I'll show you why the roses are red. After leaving school, Wei Xiaosu didn't head home. Instead, he ducked into a nearby shop called Color Flag Chain Store, a small supermarket that sold gear for professionals. The place was barely 100 square meters, just big enough, and with his meager savings, it was exactly his speed. Pushing open the door, he spotted the bald owner behind the counter, eyes glued to short videos. Hey boss, Wei Xiaosu called. Do you have any skill books for necromancy? The bald shopkeeper glanced up, noticed Wei Xiaosu's school uniform, and guessed he was a newly transferred student who probably didn't have much money. Pointing casually toward a corner, he said, the grade summoning manuals are over there. I'm not sure if any necromancy ones are left, go take a look. All right, sir. Wei replied and headed in the direction indicated. On the innermost shelf, he found a haphazard stack of dusty manuals, the covers gray with age. He loosened the twine, flipping quickly through the titles: Summon Blue-Eyed Gray Wolf, Summon Tauren Variant, Summon Shadow Serpent. Each was considered top tier among tier 0 summons, yet he ignored them. He wanted the most inconspicuous skeleton creature. After a full minute of searching, he finally spotted Summon Skeleton Mage at the very bottom. His heart pounded with delight. Restacking the scattered books, he carried his prize to the counter. How much for this one? Grade manuals normally run 5,000, the owner said, scratching his shiny scalp. Necromancy, huh? Skeleton Mage 2,000, not a coin less. 2,000. Weiss brow tightened. For a poor student from a rural town, that was no small sum. He pulled out his phone, saw just over 3,000 in WeChat, and, after a moment's hesitation, scanned the code. If he took first in tomorrow's trial, the scholarship would cover it. Today's 2,000 was merely an advance investment. Stuffing the book inside his jacket, he jogged back to his 30 square meter bedsit. The room was cramped and dated, but at 300 a month, it was a bargain. Time to witness a miracle. He took a deep breath, opened the manual, and whispered, learn. Black mist spilled from his palm, wrapped around the pages, then flashed into his body. A translucent panel appeared. Congratulations. You have learned the grade skill Summon Skeleton Mage. Innate Talent Eternal Glory SSS activated. Skill Effect 1. Summon Skeleton Mage grade. Summons 2 tier 0 skeleton mages that level up with the summoner. Each summoning consumes 0.1 spirit, which regenerates over time. Yes. Wei burst out laughing. Ordinarily, 0.1 spirit would call 1 skeleton mage. Now it called 2. 2,000 yuan had doubled his powerhead, make that trade a billion times. By his rough calculation, he could now summon 6,000 skeleton mages at once. Cannon fodder or not, that many bodies could bury a normal tier 1 monster. With that image in mind, he began to envision tomorrow's fight against a tier 1 beast. As for the clash brewing with Qian Zihao, who cared? The next morning, at about 8 o'clock, Wei Xiaosu had just finished getting ready for school when a rapid knock sounded at the door. Xiaosu, are you awake? The voice outside was soft yet sultry, enough to make his scalp prickle. If he wasn't mistaken, it belonged to his landlady Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, whose full name was Wu Xinyue, was 35 and had been widowed for 3 years. Her husband had died in an accident while exploring a secret realm, and she had never remarried. Warm-hearted by nature, she doted on Wei Xiaosu. Without her help, renting a 30 square meter studio with a kitchen and bath so close to the school for only 300 yuan a month would have been impossible. Sometimes, though, her care left him gasping for air, and whenever their paths crossed he tried to dodge her like a mouse fleeing a cat. Aunt Wu, please spare me. I'm still just a kid, he joked to himself. Yet he still answered, and went to open the door. The moment it swung open, she filled the doorway. She wore a sleek black cheapao that hugged every curve, her porcelain skin made even fairer by the dark fabric. With that flawless face, she was nothing short of stunning. She lifted an insulated bag and beamed. I made soup dumplings and youtiao, plus a bowl of vegetable porridge. Steam mingled with the smell of fresh dough, and Wei Xiaosu swallowed hard. He knew from experience that this loving breakfast could not be refused, so he took the bag. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Seeing him accept it so readily, Aunt Wu paused, then covered her mouth and laughed, her voice clear and bright. Eat up, then head to school. Isn't the trial today? Do your best. If you come in first, they'll have a present for you. With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her graceful figure sway down the hallway, Wei Xiaosu felt there was something different about her today, though he couldn't say exactly what. By 9 o'clock, the entrance of Qingyang No. 1 High School was already packed with energetic students. No uniforms were required today, and in the heat of midsummer many girls had dressed lightly. The parade of long, pale legs left the boys blinking. Wedged in the crowd, Wei Xiaosu chatted idly with a few friends. Suddenly, excited shouts burst out nearby. It's Su Xiaoqing. Wow, she's gorgeous. That guy yesterday was right, the uniform was hiding her beauty. Goddess, I love you. The commotion grew louder. Wei Xiaosu broke off mid-sentence and looked toward the noise. Su Xiaoqing was approaching, but she seemed like a different person today. A white embroidered sundress swayed around her knees. Simple canvas shoes peeked out beneath the hem, and her long hair cascaded to her waist like a waterfall. She looked as if she had walked straight out of a manga panel. Wei Xiaosu. Su Xiaoqing stopped in front of Wei Xiaosu, raised her chin, and looked up at the boy who had kept her in second place for 3 years. Her tone was calm. For today's trial, are you going solo or teaming up? Solo. Obviously, Wei Xiaosu answered without hesitation, his confidence as crisp as a knife cut. Su Xiaoqing nodded twice, her voice steady. Very well. They'll go solo too. I hope your score doesn't fall too far behind mine, or you'll be disappointed. Wei Xiaosu blinked, speechless. She pivoted and left without a backward glance, leaving him standing alone in the morning breeze, staring after her. Disappointed. My foot, he muttered under his breath, jaw clenched. The complaint never made it past his lips. What had he done wrong? Nothing except finishing first in every exam, being every teacher's model student, and, in Class 2's collective opinion, the handsomest boy in school. Did that mean she had to shadow him every step of the way? He had barely finished sulking when the roar of engines came from the distance. Buses marked trial use only rolled to a stop outside the school gate. Teachers barked out names and herded the students on board, bound for the novice dungeon training zone. Dungeons were rated from 1 to 10 stars. Only the 1-star dungeons were open to individual high school seniors. There were exactly 3 1-star dungeons in all of Qingyang City. 1. Verdant Prairie. 2. Goblin Caves. 3. Orc Den. Although all 3 carried a 1-star rating, the danger rose in that order. The Prairie was the mildest, the Goblin Caves more challenging, while the Orc Den was widely considered the scariest. Safety came first in a maiden field exercise, so today's target could only be Verdant Prairie. After about an hour on the road, the convoy braked inside a heavily guarded military zone. Troops stood watch around the clock, both to stop monsters from escaping and to keep civilians out. Even a low-end 1-star dungeon would collapse in 3 days if it were left open to the public. Dungeons do regenerate, but slaughter everything too fast, and the structure can still fall apart. For the sake of sustainability, the authorities have long forbidden powerful hunters from rampaging through low-level dungeons. 1-star dungeons are reserved for high school seniors to practice. Wei Xiaosu stepped off the bus with the others and saw the square already packed with seniors from several schools. In addition to Qingyang No. 1 High, there were students from several other schools, more than 1,000 in all, spread across an entire dungeon. Though, that number was still thin. With bad luck, you could wander for half a day without running into anyone. 3 years of hard work comes down to today, shouted Wang Wei, the lead teacher from Qingyang No. 1 High, standing at the head of the formation. This is your first live combat exercise. Main mission, reach level 3 within 8 hours. Anyone who manages it will receive an extra 5 points on the college entrance exam. His gaze swept over faces that were excited, nervous, or both, and he felt a surge of emotion himself. You may team up or go solo. The school imposes no restrictions. He paused for 2 seconds, then raised his voice. As in previous years, those who consider themselves strong may take part in the hunting challenge. Kill an elite monster for an extra 5 points, a boss monster for 10, and if you can take down the dungeon boss, you'll earn 20 extra points. Monster level doesn't matter. Whoa, a hunting quest is worth that many points. Elites, leaders, and the dungeon boss add up to 35. Heh, keep dreaming. You might have a shot at elites and leaders, but a dungeon boss is a whole different level. The last time anyone downed one was 4 years ago. 4 years? You mean Senior Zhang Yu? Exactly. He solo killed the grassland boss back then. Every top university tried to recruit him, and he finally chose Magic City University. Senior Zhang is legendary. Do you think anyone in our year can solo a dungeon boss too? Doubt it. If I run into a boss, I'm getting out of there as fast as I can. The students chattered away, excitement tinged with a hint of dread. At the back of the crowd, Principal Wang Wei watched their eager faces with mixed feelings. As principal, all he could do was explain the pros and cons. The choice was theirs alone. They're such bright kids. Please, let them all come back safe, he prayed silently. Every year the trial claimed lives, and the more talented the student, the faster they tended to fall. Average students formed parties, leveled slowly, and stayed safer. Geniuses, hungry for hunting quests, often got themselves killed. A bloody lesson repeated annually. To reduce the risk, The school issued each student a special alloy dagger. It offered no attribute bonuses, but it was Blue Star's finest mass-produced weapon, its sharpness rivaling some Tier 3 gear. Wei Xiaosu took the dagger, admiring its icy gleam. He remembered the textbook description sharp enough to match Tier 3 equipment. He tucked it at his waist and was about to step into the teleport array when a familiar cool voice reached his ear. Want a race? First one to kill the dungeon boss wins. Not interested, Wei Xiaosu replied without turning. Su Xiaoqing stamped her foot in frustration, but with classmates watching, she quickly resumed her composed look, raised her hand to activate the teleporter, and vanished in a flash of white light. Seriously? Wei Xiaosu muttered at the empty spot Shed left behind. Is that girl out of her mind? Head refused because he didn't want Su Xiaoqing risking her life over a single trial. Dungeon bosses weren't easy, only a handful had ever soloed one. From the look of things, she was dead set on trying. He could only hope she reached level 5 first. Even a 6-winged angel class would fold otherwise. They weren't close, though, so he didn't dwell on it. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaosu stepped into the teleport conduit and entered this year's trial instance, the Grasslands. As the name suggests, the place is an endless stretch of grassland. Official surveys once put the Green Plains at 500 square kilometers, almost as large as Qingyang City. With more than 1,000 students dropped in, anyone who didn't squad up beforehand would need a miracle to bump into someone else. As a 1-star beginner dungeon, the monsters here are tiny and scarce. You often have to jog several kilometers to meet one, which makes the instance feel rather safe. For students with hidden classes like Wei Xiaosu, Su Xiaoqing, and Xian Zihao, safe isn't the issue. The real headache is how to find monsters fast. On that front, Wei Xiaosu has a trump card nothing short of absurd. He swept his gaze over the rolling sea of green, smiled, and slashed the air. In the next instant, 3,000 skeleton mages exploded into being. The clatter of bones sounded like a downpour on the prairie. The skeletons fanned out, sprinting in all directions to hunt lone monsters. To avoid being ambushed, he kept 100 as bodyguards, drew a dagger from his belt, and stood ready. Skeleton Mage Tier 0, 1 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit. Skill Firecracker Grade G. Effect: throw a firecracker at the target, dealing minor damage. The stats are garbage incarnate. No wonder Qian Zihao scoffed yesterday. After all, a pile of trash is still trash, and a mage that fights by tossing firecrackers is plain comical. Wei Xiaosu had tested the damage himself. The thing was no bigger than a thumb-sized New Year snapper. Killing an ordinary person would take dozens, if not hundreds. Still, what he has in abundance is cannon fodder. 100 firecrackers can't kill something? Then let 1,000 skeletons throw them. Something's bound to die. About a minute later, a string of sharp pops echoed in the distance. The skeletons had locked onto their first target. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 0, Level 1 groundhog. EXP 10. Getting XP without lifting a finger felt incredible. Wei Xiaosu opened his character sheet. The bar jumped from 0 to 0.1. In other words, he needed 1,000 Tier 0, Level 1 kills to reach Level 2. The grind would be long. He did the math. He had 3,000 skeleton mages stockpiled from last night, and with his current mana, he could summon another 6,000. Dumping them all would boost efficiency, but an empty mana pool would leave him dizzy and unfocused. After weighing the options, he sent out another 3,000 to sweep the grassland, keeping the rest as a mobile reserve. Thus, 6,000 firecracker-flinging skeleton mages rampaged across the Green Plains. Every minute a new monster was spotted and mobbed to death by a swarm of brittle bones, brutal, yet unbelievably satisfying. Off to one side, a handful of gray-haired principals were busy praising one another. Besides Wang Wei, headmaster of Qingyang No. 1 High School, the group included the leaders of Qingyang No. 2, Xiushui High, Linan High, and Nanshan High. Haha, old Wang. I hear you've turned out 3 more students with hidden classes this year? The principal of Qingyang No. 2 High asked, eyes gleaming. Wang Wei waved dismissively, putting on a modest air. Hidden classes aren't that remarkable. Didn't Linan High produce one as well? The elderly woman from Xiushui High snorted. Give me a break. You've got hidden class students and you're still not satisfied? The rest of us got squat. Their banter dripped with envy. Watching their faces contort with jealousy, Wang Wei felt a surge of satisfaction and laughed openly, never worried about courtesy with this crowd. Think anyone will finish the hunting quest this time? The Nanshan High principal finally steered them back to business. Our Lu Chong holds a top-tier rare class and aces his academics. He should have a shot at an elite-grade monster. TSK, an elite monster. The head of Qingyang No. 2 sighed. That'll be rough for us. With a 6-man party, our odds would be decent. One by one, the 5 elders started estimating their students' limits. 1. Hidden class. A good chance of soloing an elite monster of the same level. 2. Rare class. Needs a team to down an elite monster without heavy casualties. 3. Leader grade monster. Even senior students with hidden classes face a high wipe risk. 4. Instance boss. Absurdly difficult, almost unthinkable. Old Wang, of your 3 hidden class students, The Xiaoshui High Principal narrowed her eyes. Which one is most likely to take out a leader-grade monster? Instantly, every gaze fixed on Wang Wei, all hoping for insider news. He thought a moment before answering. Su Xiaoqing, the six-winged angel, and Qian Zihao, the Gale swordsman, both have wealthy families behind them and might attempt a leader grade. But Wei Xiaosu, he shook his head with a sigh. His hidden class isn't strong, and his bound equipment is faulty. At best, he'll manage an elite monster barely. The principal of Qingyang number 2 jumped in. If you don't want Wei Xiaosu, give him to me. He'll process the transfer today. Dream on, you old buzzard. Wang Wei rolled his eyes, drawing a burst of laughter. Meanwhile, inside the instance, Wei Xiaosu was already on a rampage. He had unleashed 6,000 skeleton mages in one go, a black tide sweeping across the outer zone. Whenever a blip appeared on his radar, dozens, sometimes hundreds of skeletons swarmed the target, leaving no chance to escape. The thrill didn't last long. Wei Xiaosu soon discovered a fatal flaw. Once his bone minions drifted more than 3 kilometers away, they went berserk, instantly becoming new monsters that attacked any living creature. To prevent friendly fire, he kept the skeletal horde tightly leashed within his control radius. Roughly 10 minutes later, every monster within 3 kilometers lay slaughtered, and Wei Xiaosu's experience bar had climbed to 22.6% blisteringly fast. Even after wiping out all the nearby monsters, Wei Xiaosu didn't rush off. Instead, he pulled out his trusty shovel morning of the Falento test, its unique ability. Shredded limbs and bones littered the ground. With a quick glance, he spotted a mangled groundhog under a shrub. The Tier 0, Level 1 creature had been blown to pieces by the explosions, yet even so, it was at least 5 times larger than its pre-cataclysm kin. An ordinary Tier 0, Level 1 fighter would have struggled to bring it down. Perfect test subject, he muttered. He raised the shovel and got to work. Dirt flew in all directions. Within seconds, he had dug a pit big enough to hold the entire carcass. A quick kick sent the remains tumbling in, and he shoveled the soil back. The motions were clumsy now, but he could already tell that burying things would soon become second nature. When the final scoop of earth was patted flat, the mound bulged slightly, then a thin green shoot popped up in the center. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a single breath, it had become a meter-tall sapling. Even more eye-catching were the 3 translucent, faintly glowing fruits dangling between its branches. Curious, Wei Xiaosu plucked one. The moment it came free, the glow flared and the fruit morphed into a bracelet, no, more accurately, a piece of gear with stats. Crude bracelet. Level 1. Tier 0. Strength 1. Agility 1. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Description: a roughly crafted bracelet. Clearly a defective product. Equipment. Wei Xiaosu could hardly believe it. Back in the 1-star dungeon, had his skeleton minions clear out monsters for a full kilometer and had found nothing. Now, burying a single corpse had produced an item. The stats were only 1 across the board, but it was better than nothing, especially that single point of spirit, which translated into 20 more skeleton mages. Too good to pass up. Unable to resist, he picked the remaining 2 fruits. They didn't transform into gear. Instead, each became a distinctly macabre item. Cheap grave incense. Item. Description: lucky you've obtained someone else's grave incense. While it burns, you gain a small, continuous stream of experience. Usable only by necromancers or undead creatures. Low-grade corpse oil. Item. Description: genuine corpse oil. Spread it on yourself to receive a random boost to all 4 primary attributes. Usable only by necromancers or undead creatures. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched at the names. Whoever came up with these has real talent. He grumbled, though the effects were too tempting to ignore. He lit the grave incense first. Black smoke coiled around him, and system messages flooded his vision. Experience 100. Experience 100. Experience 100. 100 XP per second for a full minute. By the time the smoke dissipated, head pocketed 6,000 experience, sending his bar rocketing to 82.6%. Damn, that's way faster than killing groundhogs. He exclaimed in shock. Even though the label said inferior, the results were impressive enough to leave Wei Xiaosu completely satisfied, and he couldn't help growing curious about the next item. He lifted the dark green vial to eye level and gave it a shake, watching thin, viscous corpse oil smear the glass with greasy streaks. Twisting off the cap, he poured the pitch-black liquid into his palm. The oil seeped between his fingers, releasing a stench of rotting flesh and moldy blood that stabbed into his sinuses, making his eyes water and his stomach heave. Holding his breath, Wei Xiaosu spread the oil over his forearms and neck, rubbing it into every crease of his fingers. He gagged for a long moment before he finally grew numb to the suffocating odor. Just as he wondered why nothing was happening, the translucent interface before him chimed and displayed a prompt. Your body has been nourished by corpse oil. Strength 5. Agility 3. Constitution 6. Spirit 4. Damn, underworld gear really is insane. He shouted. So good, unbelievably good. Wei Xiaosu nearly rolled across the grass, his excitement overflowing. His SS grade talent already felt overpowered, Yet the passive effect on his bonded gear was even more terrifying, granting him a huge boost in mere seconds. Before the thrill faded, he hurried to the next marmot corpse. He parted the grass, dug up the damp soil, and within minutes a second mound stood against the wind. A sapling broke through the dirt, but it bore only 2 fruits, both for other classes, which left him a bit disappointed. He moved on to the third, the fourth, the fifth, until the 10th marmot was buried. Only then did he notice that his stats had stopped climbing, and a new line of text appeared. Notice, effects can be triggered a maximum of 10 times per creature type. Wei Xiaosu let out a long sigh. He had hoped to reach the peak of his career by starting a grave-digging business, yet there were limits after all. Still, the restriction was generous. If marmots were capped, he would simply switch to another monster. This single prairie instance alone held more than 20 species, more than enough for his plans. By now his inventory was packed with loot: 3 sticks of inferior grave incense, 3 vials of inferior corpse oil, and 15 pieces of tier 0 level 1 equipment. Not bad at all. He knelt beside the first mound and lit a stick of incense. Cold smoke curled upward and slid into his lungs, while his other hand grabbed the second vial of corpse oil and kept rubbing it into his skin. Messages popped up one after another. Your body has been nourished by corpse oil. Strength 3. Agility 3. Constitution 4. Spirit 8. Your body has been nourished by corpse oil. Strength 4. Agility 5. Constitution 2. Spirit 2. Your body has been nourished by corpse oil. Strength 1. Agility 5. Constitution 5. Spirit 3. Experience 100. Congratulations. You have reached level 2 and gained 5 to all attributes. 3 bottles of inferior corpse oil pushed his physical stats to a new high, and the experience from the incense raised his level from 1 to 2. From the 15 gear pieces, he chose the best and equipped them all, hanging trinkets even between his fingers, so his overall power had more than doubled since entering the instance. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Class: Necromancer. Level: 217.350. Strength: 30. Agility: 33. Constitution: 37. Spirit: 337. Bound gear: Dirge of the Departed. Summon capacity: 03370. Skills: Innate Eternal Requiem, SSS grade. Summon Skeleton Mage, grade G. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard the distinctive chirp of a marmot behind him. He closed the interface at once and fixed his gaze on the source of the sound. The skeleton mages had already swept the entire 1-kilometer radius, so he hadn't expected any stragglers to remain. Still, with Wei Xiaosu's current physique, a groundhog posed no threat at all. Go check it out, he ordered, pointing at the patch of grass ahead. A skeleton mage shuffled forward, bones creaking with each step. As a notoriously fragile summoner, Wei Xiaosu never fought unprepared. It wasn't fear, just prudence. Sure enough, the next second the grass exploded, and a groundhog the size of a common dog lunged out, sinking its fangs into the skeleton's neck. Even with boosted stats from his level, the summon was still brittle. It shattered to pieces before it could even raise a hand. Interesting. Instead of anger, Wei Xiaosu felt a surge of excitement. He hefted his iron shovel, sprinted a few steps, and swung it in a full arc at the creature's skull. Clang. Metal rang out, followed by a piercing shriek. The once ferocious groundhog's head cracked open, and it dropped dead on the spot. Pretty weak. He glanced at the corpse. No wonder this 1-star dungeon is meant for rookies. Everything hay race bottom of the barrel. He gave no further orders to attack. Instead, he had the remaining skeleton mages fan out while he headed deeper into the instance. You have slain a tier 0 level 1 groundhog. EXP 10. You have slain a tier 0 level 1 groundhog. EXP 10. You have slain a tier 0 level 2 gale rabbit. EXP 20. Roughly half an hour later, level 2 monsters finally started appearing in the system log. By now, the skeleton mages had become tireless meat grinders, roaming the endless grasslands and slaughtering any living thing in sight. Gale rabbits were agility-type monsters, blisteringly fast. Though only level 2, they moved like level 7 or 8 elites. Luck played a big role in their defeat, along with the rabbits' own mistake of underestimating the skeletal summons. Surrounded and beaten down, they died quickly. Wei Xiaosu didn't care about the details. He only knew it was time to dig another pit. Disposing of a gale rabbit was several times harder than burying a groundhog. After interring 10 of the rabbits, he left their territory and pushed deeper into the plain. The haul was decent. 8 sticks of low-grade grave incense and a vial of cheap corpse oil, though Head hoped for more. He also picked up a set of level 2 gear, swapping out his old equipment for another small stat boost. His experience bar sat at 99.65%. He was a hair's breadth from level 3. At his current farming pace, hitting level 5 before the trial ended seemed well within reach. Meanwhile, system alerts kept flashing. Skeleton Mage down, 17. Skeleton Mage down, 21. Skeleton Mage down, 16. Skeleton Mage down, 31. The sudden turn of events made Wei Xiaosu's expression change abruptly. When he fought groundhogs or gale rabbits earlier, He might lose a skeleton mage or two at most. Now entire ranks were being wiped out in piles, a loss he had never seen before. With absolute mental control over his summons, Wei Xiaosu quickly followed the psychic link and pinpointed the source of the problem. Interesting, a level 3 monster shouldn't have such brutal killing power. He narrowed his eyes, staring into the distance as he muttered. A heartbeat later, he rallied more skeleton mages and sprinted toward the battlefield. About a minute later, the scene came into focus. An elite one-horned boar, 0 rank, level 3. Damn, a level 3 Elatino wonder it's so fierce. Wei Xiaosu ducked into a waist-high patch of grass and watched patiently. The beast was enormous. Its torso alone stretched 2.5 meters, dark brown bristles standing on end, its bulk rivaling that of an adult rhinoceros before the Great Cataclysm on Blue Star. Information from his books flashed through his mind. One-horned boar skill, savage charge. Traits, exceptionally high defense and strength. Weaknesses, poor eyesight, can be lured into smashing solid rock or evaded through terrain. Its strengths and weaknesses were clear. With the right strategy, taking it down shouldn't be hard. Wei Xiaosu looked around. The grassland stretched endlessly, but no boulder big enough to smash an elite boar was in sight, so he dropped the luring plan. It's just a level 3 elite, why bother with weaknesses? Charge straight in. With a thought, he summoned another 1,000 skeleton mages and ordered a suicide assault. Each point of mental energy brought forth 20 of them, so losing a few meant nothing. The gunpowder-like magic stored in their bone staves detonated in the air. A single blast couldn't scratch the boar's hide, but when hundreds then thousands saw firecrackers exploded together, the combined shockwaves finally tore a pained howl from the beast. The fight lasted less than 2 minutes. After roughly 500 skeleton mages were reduced to bone shards, the one-horned boar ran out of strength and crashed to the ground amid the wreckage. Congratulations. You have slain a 0 rank, level 3 elite one-horned boar. Experience 1000. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 3. All attributes 5. A burst of golden light shot from Wei Xiaosu's body as his stats climbed once more. It had been less than 2 hours since he entered the instance, and he was already level 3, a pace unmatched even by the most gifted students over the years. Drops in the Green Prairie instance were notoriously stingy, and elites were no exception. This time only a single piece of armor appeared: boarhide armor. Boarhide armor elite tier, grade 3, 0 rank. Strength 15. Constitution 18. Description: crafted from the hide of an elite one-horned boar, it boasts outstanding defensive performance. Though the armor offered no boost to mental power, its strength and constitution bonuses were astonishing, several times higher than ordinary level 3 gear. Wei Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction, donned the cuirass, and chose to hide its appearance. A professional's gear, other than weapons, can stay hidden until the instant it's hit, then it vanishes again, an incredibly handy feature. Take the wild boar hide armor Wei Xiaosu is wearing now. It only shows up when he's struck, then fades from view. After finishing off the one-horned boar, he went through his practiced routine of digging a pit and raising a grave mound. The creature was the size of a small truck, so it took him half a day before a massive mound stood 3 meters away. A tender green shoot soon pierced the center of the mound and, in the blink of an eye, grew into a tree as thick as his arm. Its bark was ash brown, its branches twisted, and it looked sturdier than any previous grave tree. Strangely, only 2 fist-sized fruits hung from the crown. Wei Xiaosu frowned. Don't tell me there are just 2. Complaints aside, he moved as usual, leaping up to pluck them. The husks cracked in his grip, revealing 2 skill books woven with dark runes. G-grade skill summon skeletal boar. G-grade skill ghost fire. A sharp intake of breath. He hadn't expected grave trees to drop skill books, let alone 2 at once. Both suited him perfectly, so he learned them on the spot. Summon skeletal boar, G-grade. Summons 1 tier 0 skeletal boar. Its level rises with the summoners. Each cast costs 10 points of spirit, which recovers naturally. Ghost fire, G-grade. Spends 110 spirit to condense ghostly fire that burns the target. The more spirit used, the greater the power. Summon skeletal boar. Black mist poured from his palm, and a moment later a massive skeleton boar about 2.5 meters long crashed to the ground, gleaming white. Skeletal boar, tier 0 elite. Strength 30. Agility 50. Constitution 55. Spirit 75. Skill, brutal charge. G-grade Bree fly boosts speed for a straight line charge. Cannot turn while charging. The 4 stats of a tier 3 elite were indeed fearsome. The numbers alone made it worth more than a skeletal mage. Wei Xiaosu glanced at his own panel. 174 spirit left, and a miserable recovery rate. He decided to summon only 10 skeletal boars, keeping some spirit in reserve. Next came a ghostfire test. The spell could be cast with as little as 1 spirit and up to 10. He chose the maximum, pouring 10 points into a ball of emerald flame and hurling it at a regular one-horned boar. The fire engulfed the target, leaving it half-dead, mediocre power, but enough for self-defense. With everything settled, Wei Xiaosu plunged back into a frenzied monster grinding rhythm. The newly summoned skeletal boars were quick and ruthless, whether it was armored boars or agile gale rabbits. All fell under white fangs and iron hooves. None left alive. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Wei Xiaosu had spent a full 5 hours inside the instance. 5 hours of non-stop grinding had pushed him to level 5, with his experience bar sitting at a staggering 99.95%. Even compared with Zhang Yu, the prodigy from 4 years ago, this pace was nothing short of impressive. Roughly a kilometer straight ahead, a burst of brilliant teal light suddenly flared, followed by a razor-sharp sword shadow slicing through the air. A shrill clang shattered the silence. What a strike! Wei Xiaosu's pupils contracted. That aura was already brushing the threshold of a first-tier professional. But this was just the lowland prairie beginner instance. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than a freshly promoted senior. Interesting. Let's see who's showing off. Keeping low, he moved through the swaying grass, masking his presence as much as possible. A few minutes later he reached the scene and crouched behind waist-high grass, peering through the blades. One glance froze him in place. Qian Zihao. In a map this large, running into that rich kid from his school had to be pure luck. The teal sword light had indeed come from him, and it packed a punch. By Wei Xiaosu's estimate, Qian Zihao was no higher than level 3 or 4, but his stats were definitely boosted, and his gear looked top tier from head to toe. Money really can buy power, huh? Wei Xiaosu clicked his tongue, sourness welling up. He remembered Su Xiaoqing bragging before they entered the instance that she would take down the boss. No doubt her family had kicked her out, too. On the field, a dozen classmates lay sprawled on the grass while Qian Zihao stood tall, teal longsword in hand and confidence radiating from him. Qian Zihao, we found that elite monster first. You have no right to steal it. A classmate shouted in frustration. No right. Qian Zihao's voice was icy. I'm stronger. That's my right. Big talk. Try picking on Su Xiaoqing or Wei Xiaosu if you're so tough. Annoying. Qian Zihao flicked his wrist, sending out a blade of energy that launched the speaker a dozen meters and knocked him unconscious. You all know I won't touch Xiaoqing, he said coolly. But if I run into Wei Xiaosu, I'll cripple him. With that, he ignored the groans around him and charged toward a turtle-like creature nearby. A level 4 elite stone turtle. Wei Xiaosu recognized it. He and his skeleton minions had farmed plenty of stone turtles before, but never an elite one. So this is where it was hiding. Still, a level 4 elite didn't interest him, and it wasn't worth clashing with Qian Zihao right now. Stone turtles are notoriously tough, and the elite ones even more so. Wei Xiaosu's biggest worry has always been these thick-skinned monster swarming tactics lose their punch the moment they hit a high defense target. Now, however, Qian Zihao closes in without backing off an inch, hurling wave after wave of razor-sharp sword energy that carves deep cracks into the supposedly indestructible shell, moving as if he himself were the wind. Hey, race my final strike Azure Serpent Sword Chi. A surge of power erupts. Qian Zihao lifts his sword, emerald light gathering along the blade. When he brings it down, the aura takes the shape of a green serpent that punches straight through the elite stone turtle's shell. The blast shatters bone armor and sprays blood and gore. Without its shell, the turtle lets out a shrill cry, its life force plummeting. In 3 seconds at most, the car-sized beast will be dead. Right then, a white gale rabbit bursts from the underbrush and lunges nearby. A split second later, a tiny firecracker arcs through the air and drops perfectly into the gap in the shattered shell. Boom. Flames and smoke billow out, and the elite stone turtle dies on the spot. Qian Zihao? Everyone else. Wei Xiaosu. He's just as stunned off the nearly 3,000 skeleton mages he summoned. One had chased the rabbit all the way over, lobbed a firecracker by accident, and stolen the kill. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 0, Level 4 Elite Stone Turtle. EXP, 2,500. Congratulations. You have reached Level 6. All attributes 5. Damn. As the golden light of leveling up shoots skyward, Wei Xiaosu's hiding place becomes the center of attention. He gets to his feet, steps out of the bushes, and spreads his hands at Qian Zihao's murderous glare. If I said that was an accident, would you buy it? Buy it, my foot. You did that on purpose. Qian Zihao already disliked Wei Xiaosu. Now that his prey has been snatched, his fury ignites, and he charges with his sword raised. Summon. With his opponent closing fast, Wei Xiaosu can't afford to hesitate. His main forces are too far away, so he resummons on the spot. Qian Zihao is quick, but Wei Xiaosu's summoning is quicker within a heartbeat. The ground between them is crammed with hundreds of skeleton mages. I told you trash is still trash, no matter how much you pile up. Qian Zihao's sword flares into a streak of green light, carving through the skeletons like soft wood, darting in and out 7 times. Wei Xiaosu keeps moving behind his skeletal shield, never letting the blade lock onto him. The skeleton mages are fragile, yet at level 6 they hold the edge in rank. One slash can drop a bunch, but the firecrackers they fling now pack twice the punch. The Gale Swordsman class is all about extreme speed and offense, so its defense is thin. Under the barrage of hundreds soon thousands soft firecrackers, even Qian Zihao starts to look a little worse for wear. Damn it. I thought necromancers were supposed to be weak. Why does he look even stronger than a wind swordsman? There are too many fears, no way to kill them all. The spectators' cries battered Qian Zihao's ears. Proud of his skills as a wind swordsman, he felt utterly humiliated, especially since his opponent was Wei Xiaosu, the person he hated most. Emerald Viper slashed eye. A ribbon of green sword light twisted from his palm like a venomous snake. It was his strongest technique, one that even elite rock turtles, famed for their defense, couldn't withstand. He intended to cut Wei Xiaosu down where he stood. The blade light swept across the ground, kicking up rubble and dust. Skeleton mages dropped in rows, harvested like wheat, yet the strike didn't slow. Wei Xiaosu fixed his gaze on that green glow. Though they were still dozens of meters apart, the killing intent made his scalp tingle. Summon, skeletal boar. Unlike the fragile skeleton mages, these level 3 elite monsters boasted brutal defenses. He didn't plan to attack with them needed shields. 1, 2, 3. When the fourth skeletal boar was sliced in half, the Emerald Viper slash finally lost its force, scattering into sparks. Crisis averted. No, impossible. How did you stop my Emerald Viper slash? Qian Zihao's eyes were wide with disbelief. But reality offered no mercy. He clenched his teeth and roared, I'm going to kill you. With just you? Wei Xiaosu snapped. If Head reacted a second slower, he would have been dead already. Get him. At his command, a dozen skeletal boars charged forward, followed by more than 1,000 skeleton mages. Qian Zihao's class might be powerful, but he was still a newly awakened rookie. In under 10 minutes, his stamina evaporated, his breathing grew ragged. He couldn't remember how many skeletons had cut down. Their white bones seemed endless, unkillable. Boom, boom, boom. The skeleton mage's explosive orbs crackled like firecrackers, ringing screams from him. Only decent gear kept him alive. Wei Xiaosu forced himself to calm down and ordered his summons to halt. If Qian Zihao died in this trial dungeon, he'd be in trouble too. He stepped closer to the unconscious swordsman. Disgust flickered across his face, but he swallowed it. Many witnesses watched. Anyone heading out of the instance? Wei Xiaosu asked. Give me a hand and take him with you, will you? Getting the others to escort Qian Zihao out of the instance was no small favor. Every bruise on their bodies had come from him, and they were still smoldering with anger. Yet when the study god asked personally, none of them could turn him down. They exchanged glances and gave a grudging nod. All right, for his sake, we'll drag this mud out of here. Once the group disappeared into the grass, Wei Xiaosu exhaled a long breath and murmured, this might spark some trouble. Then he shrugged it off. Qian Zihao had struck first. If teachers or the principal questioned him outside, he had nothing to fear. With that, he pushed the worry aside. Heh, everyone's gone, time to dig a grave. Beside the elite stone tortoise's corpse lay a long saber gleaming with cold light, the latest drop. Wei Xiaosu barely glanced at it before tossing it to the skeleton mage beside him, for safekeeping still lacked a storage item. Every piece of loot so far had been dumped into these walking warehouses, which he ordered to stay in the backlines so a stray monster wouldn't smash them and his gear in one blow. The stone tortoise was massive, and after some hard labor had built a hill-sized burial mound. A few seconds later the fresh soil bulged, and a green sapling shot up, its trunk shaking as it produced 4 fist-sized fruits. He picked them one by one, and discovered the haul was nothing more than 3 sticks of shoddy grave incense, and a bottle of cheap corpse oil. Staring at the miserable spoils, he wondered if his luck had been stolen by a stray dog today. He glanced at the sky. Only 2.5 hours remained in the trial. If he didn't find a boss soon, time would run out. He wondered whether Su Shaoqing had already beaten one to the punch. The Green Prairie instance featured 10 bosses. The weakest were 2 level 5 bosses, the Silver-backed Wolf King and the Splitting Slime. Both were about equal in strength. Yet most players preferred the Wolf King for one simple reason: slimes were a nuisance. When they couldn't win, they split, and every split packed a punch, turning the fight into an endless slog. Wei Xiaosu, however, saw the upside. Both sides were experts at many versus few, and he could use the encounter to swell his own ranks. The Wolf King held no interest for him. Notes said the Splitting Slime usually lurked in the marshes of the prairie. Still, this was a real instance, not a scripted MMO, so the creature could have wandered anywhere. No guarantees. Instead of rushing off, he sat cross-legged, palms up, and began to meditate. The battle with Qian Zihao had drained him, and if he planned to tackle a boss, he needed his mana full. After half an hour he opened his eyes, stood, and felt his energy bar at its peak. A level 5 boss wouldn't be a problem. He oriented himself and sprinted toward the marsh. Monsters kept cropping up, including a few hefty level 7s and 8s. Level 6 marked the first big power spike. 7 and 8 were several times tougher than 5. Clearing the path cost him more than 1,000 skeleton mages before he finally brought those roadblocks down. Half an hour later the marsh entrance appeared at last. To his surprise, the moment he stepped onto the soggy ground, he ran headlong into a massive green blob of flesh. You've got to be kidding me. Luck this insane. Wei Xiaosu stared up at the 3-story tall green mound, shock written across his face. Split slime, Tier 0 boss, level 5. Blorp, 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 blorp. Wei Xiaosu tipped his head back as the swamp's damp stench washed over him, yet it couldn't drown the shock in his eyes. A semi-transparent behemoth loomed as tall as a house, its outer membrane churning while bubbles popped with soft plops. The infamous boss was, inexplicably, blowing bubbles with an almost earnest focus. Slimes were universally labeled the nastiest of creatures, and every bestiary agreed. Yet, for some reason, this particular one struck Wei Xiaosu as vaguely adorable. He muttered, "Great. When did my standards sink so low that I think a slime looks cute?" Blorp blorp, Hatue. The split slime's raspy call echoed. After studying him for only seconds, its surface swelled, and it struck without warning. A huge wad of dark green mucus hurtled toward him, like a collapsing mud wall. Holy! Wei Xiaosu went pale and launched ghost fire on reflex. Emerald flames roared out, but he didn't stop to watch. He spun and bolted. In under 2 seconds, the slime swallowed the spell whole. He escaped the attack radius, but the dozen skeleton mages guarding him weren't as lucky. The falling mucus landed square on them. White steam hissed, and the bones dissolved before they could even clatter to the ground. If that sludge hits me, toast me face first. Heart pounding, he stared at the bubbling pit and retreated another few steps. Dying was one thing. Being disfigured was unacceptable. You slimy bastard, don't blame me for fighting dirty. Putting more distance between them, he chanted at the top of his lungs, "Summon skeleton mage." The swamp water heaved as 1,000 skeleton mages appeared out of thin air, nearly surrounding the split slime. The thrill lasted a heartbeat. The moment they touched its surface, they began to melt, their bones turning to milky sludge that slid down the creature's body. Seriously? Its skin secretes acid too? Wei Xiaosu's headache worsened. The boss had no weak spots. Brute force was his only choice. Minions, charge. He ordered the swarm forward. Thousands of skeletons surged like a tide. He refused to believe a level 5 boss could survive being buried in bodies. Reality stayed cruel. At most, 100 skeletons ever got close enough to land a hit, and the energy orbs thrown by the level 6 skeleton mages barely scratched the monster's thick acidic shell. The chain explosions only enraged the slime further. Mucus sprayed wildly, harvesting skeletons by the dozen. Skeleton mages were still too weak. They handled ordinary monsters fine, but against a boss they couldn't even crack its defenses. This fight was unwinnable. Wei Xiaosu observed the fight from a distance. Moments later, he ordered the skeleton mages to pull back. There was no point in needless sacrifice when their spells still couldn't break the boss defense. Summon skeleton boars. A pale gray magic circle flared, and dozens of level 6 elite skeleton boars sprang forth. Each one now stood several inches taller than before, its frame thicker and its tusks razor-sharp, throwing off a cold gleam in the dim light. Even so, they looked tiny beside the 3-story, mountain-sized split slime. Savage charge. At Wei's command, the boars lifted their heads and snorted, black mist billowing from their nostrils. In the next heartbeat, they surged forward like a breaking dam. Nearby skeleton mages scrambled out of the way. Those who were a step too slow were sent flying in a shower of bone shards. Though the elite monsters were 2 levels lower than the boss, skeleton boars excelled at burst damage. The lead boar slammed into the slime with a thunderous crash, driving the massive creature back several yards and gouging trenches in the earth. Green corrosive fluid splashed everywhere, and the boar's skeletal body dissolved into ash on the spot. Blublu! The slime shrieked, its beady eyes filled with fear and fury, fear at the sheer number of foes, fury that these insignificant skeletons dared provoke it. Slow and lumbering, the slime couldn't keep up with the charging boars. After several collisions, its surface was riddled with dents and cracks, and its bulk visibly sagged. Hold out a few more minutes, and it's ours. Wei squinted across the field, heart hammering. Killing a boss during the first trial was almost unheard of among the millions of seniors taking the exam each year. Fewer than 10 ever managed it alone. Those few were the prodigies fought over by top universities. Then, blub blub blub. The slime issued a strange cry as inky veins raced across its bloated body. Wei's chest tightened. He knew what was coming. In the blink of an eye, the creature exploded. Its 3-story mass shattered into more than 1,000 miniature slimes, each barely a foot tall, slapping to the ground like puddles. Don't be fooled by the size. Once a split slime divides, it becomes far more dangerous. Tutuichui. The swarm unleashed a barrage of acid, instantly scouring the remaining skeleton boars to nothing. With corrosive jets that dense, the boars had no room to dodge, let alone endure. Wei, however, only curled his lip in a faint smile, not the least bit upset. In fact, he felt a hidden relief. According to everything he'd read, once a split slime divides, both its offense and defense drop a tier. The damage was still lethal, but with its defenses weakened, his army of skeleton mages could drown the swarm with sheer numbers. Summon. Skeleton mages. Wei Xiaosu unleashed the last trace of his mental power. Dizziness crashed over him and sparks danced before his eyes, but he stayed upright, and ordered several hundred skeleton mages to form a perimeter while the rest carried out the blood swap tactic. Those slimes must never merge again. Artillery thundered. Bone mortars from the skeleton mages finally tore through the lesser slime's outer membranes, triggering the armor break effect players loved. In a numbers game, once armor is gone, even a dragon kneels, let alone a slime. Bone shells rained down for 10 whole minutes until the final slime burst into scorched sludge and collapsed in the mud. A pop-up flashed in front of Wei Xiaosu. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 0 Level 5 monster split slime boss, EXP 35,000. You have reached level 7. All attributes 5. Golden light flared around him, bright enough to ignite the surrounding shrubbery in a warm glow. 35,000 experience from a single level 5 boss. What a payday. The EXP curve before level 9 was gentle. 12 needed 10k, 23 needed 15k, 34 required 20k, with each level after that adding another 5k. So 78 would be 40k, 89 would be 45k. As for 910, it jumps to 100k plus a stack of first-class prerequisites. Future headache. Closing the status panel, Wei Xiaosu glanced around and scowled. Where's the big slime? The split slime had left no corpse. The moment it died, its body liquefied into scalding goo that seeped into the earth without a trace. So much for burying the carcass and harvesting parts. That was a boss. Who knew what kind of creepy loot might have come from it? The system did toss him a bone. When the slime dispersed, it dropped a weapon. Slime sword. Boss level, 5 grade, tier 0. Strength, 45, Constitution, 35, Agility, 25. Flavor text. A slime has always dreamed of growing a pair of nimble hands. For a tier 0 weapon, those stats were top tier, an entire 105 points of raw bonuses. Wei Xiaosu nearly drooled. Unfortunately, it offered no spirit, and as a summoner he couldn't exactly sprint to the front swinging a greatsword, at least not yet. He'll sell it. Should fetch a solid price, he muttered. A quick glance at his inventory reminded him of 20-odd other items waiting to be offloaded. Selling the whole haul would make him rich. Decision made. Wei Xiaosu stored the loot, sat cross-legged on the spot, palms turned upward, and began steady breathing to restore his mental energy. Leveling up wasn't a magic reset. His stats wouldn't refill on their own. Wei Xiaosu knew there was little time left in the trial, so he couldn't be bothered to hunt more monsters. Today's haul was impressive enough. No sooner had the system announced the end of the quest than the teleport device began to hum. Wei Xiaosu opened his eyes from a cross-legged meditation and looked up to see a pillar of silvery light cascading from the sky, covering the entire field. He understood at one seat was time to leave. Green Prairie was a low-level instance under full official control, and on-the-spot teleportation was nothing unusual. First, he had to gather his spoils. Dragging every item head one to his feet, he tore up the waist-high grass, wove it in a few quick knots, and bundled everything into a green ball as tall as a grown man, heavy, but neatly packed. The light flashed, his vision shifted, and a heartbeat later he stood on the broad stone plaza outside the instance. Compared with the noisy entrance earlier, the square was now much quieter, only scattered voices echoing in the air. Wei Xiaosu scanned his surroundings. Classmates from his own school and students from farther off all looked battered. Most uniforms were shredded into strips, dried blood crusted on sleeves and pant legs, and some students collapsed the moment they materialized, fainting and being dragged away by teammates. Even the lowest, one-star trial had exacted a painful toll on these fledgling rookies. To his left, a few students were muttering complaints. Damn, our squad just ran into a pack of gray wolves. If the timer hadn't ended, would all be dead. No kidding, level 5 gray wolves are the nastiest monsters in Green Prairie. They always show up in packs. You're lucky you got out. Lucky? 3 hours ago I watched Su Xiaoqing solo those same wolves and make them scatter. You guys are the real noobs. Come on, how can we compete with the goddess Xiaoqing? The chatter reached Wei Xiaosu's ears, and he felt a faint stir. Level 5 gray wolves were indeed among the prairie's toughest foes. Average strength individually, but always in groups of at least 20 under a lead wolf. Most squads were wiped out. Anyone who could break a wolf pack alone, Su Xiaoqing, in this case, was truly formidable. If he ever met those wolves, he wouldn't mind showing the pups what real outnumbering looked like. Xiaosu, there you are? I've been looking all over for you. A hearty voice sounded behind him. Wei Xiaosu turned and brightened, the corner of his mouth lifting. Fatty, it's you. The newcomer was Zhang Dahai. The two had shared the same class from elementary through middle school. Zhang Dahai had once bullied the skinny Wei Xiaosu, but they'd somehow become best friends. Though Wei Soul was no longer the original owner, inherited memories and emotions still gave him genuine affection for Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dahai's academic scores were terrible, so had only made it into Qingyang number 2 high, but during last night's awakening ceremony, he had unexpectedly gained a rare Classis Shield Knight. He jogged over, looked Wei Xiaosu up and down, and grinned mysteriously. Xiaosu, take a guess, what level am I now? Wei Xiaosu raised a brow. The guy must have done well if he wanted people to guess. Judging from the crisscrossing wounds on Zhang Dahai's body, the trial had been rough. After a moment's thought, he ventured, level 5? Level 6? Zhang Dehai fell silent when he heard Wei Xiaosu's guess about his level. His chubby cheeks twitched before he snapped, cut it out. If I really reached level 5 or even 6, the principal would have built a shrine for me by now. Wei Xiaosu was baffled. A shrine? Where did that come from? Zhang Dehai puffed out his chest, planted his hands on his hips, and tilted his round chin skyward at a 45-degree angle. I'm level 4, he announced smugly. Pretty impressive, huh? By normal standards, hitting level 4 in this trial was brutal. The main quest only asked you to reach level 3. Not bad, fatty. That's an easy 5 bonus points on the college entrance exam, Wei Xiaosu praised. Zhang beamed until his whole face scrunched up, thumping his chest with a loud bang. Xiaosu, don't be jealous of your elder, fatty. Relax, I'll keep looking out for you. Look out for me, my foot, Wei Xiaosu thought. But before he could retort, he spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. His good mood evaporated, and his brows knit together. Wei Xiaosu, this time you're going to lose. The newcomer was Su Xiaoqing from Qingyang No. 1 High, the newly awakened holder of the strongest class, the Six-Winged Angel. Right now, Su Xiaoqing looked battered. Messy hair, a school uniform ripped in several places, pale skin showing through the gaps. Her jade-like arms were laced with ragged cuts. The bleeding had stopped, but the wounds were still raw. Hey, gorgeous, my buddy's been frail since he was a kid. Fatty rushed forward, spreading his arms to block Wei Xiaosu. Don't think you can push him around just because you're pretty. If you want trouble, get through me first. Wei Xiaosu gaped. Su Xiaoqing's eyes widened. Frail? Who's frail? Wei Xiaosu was about to explain, but Su Xiaoqing moved first, seizing Fatty by the shoulders and flinging him aside with lightning speed. Ah! Zhang sailed through the air, slammed into the ground, and rolled several times before stopping. Wei Xiaosu's eye twitched. He could tell she had pulled her punch, otherwise Fatty would be bedridden for days. Even so, fury flared inside him. He reached into the air and summoned a black iron shovel that solidified in his palm. Without a word, he swung it straight at Su Xiaoqing's head. Clang! A flash of gold. Somehow, a gilded longsword had appeared in Su Xiaoqing's hand. Shovel met sword with a thunderous crash, sending black and gold sparks spraying in every direction. Wei Xiaosu knew his bonded weapon shouldn't be weaker than her holy light angel sword. Yet the moment the blades crossed, a tremendous force surged up the shovel shaft, threatening to split his palm open. What terrifying power! In that brief clash, his right hand was already trembling. But as shocked as Wei Xiaosu was, the real storm was raging inside Su Xiaoqing. She had let fly a casual strike at only 60% power, thinking it would knock Wei Xiaosu off his feet and leave him with a few cuts and bruises. She never imagined he would absorb it. Heat in. Seriously? A summoner standing up to 60% of her strength? That was beyond outrageous. How did you do that? Su Xiaoqing asked through clenched teeth, disbelief etched across her face. Wei Xiaosu flexed his still-numb wrist, his expression calm. Take a guess. Su Xiaoqing drew a deep breath, and her pupils flashed gold as a shimmering panel appeared before her eyes. Name, Wei Xiaosu. Class, Necromancer. Level, 7. The figures froze, and so did she. Level 7. Even she had barely reached the lower end of level 6, and every previous trial record had stalled there. Wei Xiaosu hadn't just broken the record, he had launched it straight to 7. Wei Xiaosu narrowed his eyes, realizing she had used Insight. As a high-tier support skill, Insight revealed class and level, and, when the gap was wide enough, even more. A single cast cost at least 100,000 credits, far beyond his means. Owning it from day one spoke volumes about what a major clan invested in its core disciples. Su Xiaoqing understood all too well. Reaching level 7 within 8 hours was impossible without killing a boss. She had believed felling the elite silver-backed Wolf King made her performance dazzling, yet she still came up short. After a moment of silence, she turned and walked away, her retreat heavy with frustration. Wei Xiaosu watched her go, surprised their clash had ended after a single blow. Then he shrugged. Multiple vials of corpse oil had pushed his physical stats to the level of an average warrior, closing most of the gap between them. No small feat for someone born a frail summoner. Nearby, a pudgy classmate lay on the ground moaning. Wei Xiaosu stepped over and gave him an impatient kick. Quit howling. She's gone. The chubby kid jolted upright, clutching his chest while struggling for breath. She's terrifying. Should have guessed she was Su Xiaoqing. Look, man, don't blame me, mister. Ban's calling. I'm out. Before he finished, he was already running, leaving Wei Xiaosu shaking his head with a wry smile. Soon the homeroom teachers regrouped their classes, and everyone boarded buses back to Qingyang First High. Dungeon results would be posted tomorrow, the same day the scholarship funds were distributed. Wei Xiaosu was sure he'd finish in the top 2. Why not first? He hadn't killed the boss. If Su Xiaoqing had taken down an elite, a commander, and a boss, the leaderboard could get interesting. Once off the bus, he retrieved the enormous bundle of vines from the luggage hold, hefted it onto his shoulder, and left the school grounds under a sea of puzzled stares. A high-end luxury sedan was creeping along the inside lane of Qingyang's main avenue. Afternoon sunlight swept across the windshield, the paintwork giving off a soft sheen like a moving piece of metal sculpture. Behind the wheel sat Su Dong, a man in his early 40s whose every gesture spoke of competence and experience. In the passenger seat was his daughter, Su Xiaoing, dust-covered, blood-stained, yet still strikingly poised. The girl kept her head bowed, silent, as if her spirit had slipped away. Su Dong frowned, the crease between his brows deepening. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Something on your mind? He asked, glancing over with concern. Ever since he had picked her up from school, had sensed something was off. At first he feared she might be badly hurt, but the school would have notified him if anything serious had happened, and when she climbed into the car had checked for himself only a few superficial cuts. Hardly enough to leave her this shattered. Gone was Xiaoqing's usual proud, distant air. What remained was fragility and confusion. Dad, she whispered, head still lowered, her voice as light as a breeze. Am I useless? The dull emptiness in her eyes made his heart clutch. What happened? Did you fail the boss hunt? He pressed. He knew how driven she was, how much she'd invested in this trial just to take down the level 5 boss, the silver-backed Wolf King. No. Xiaoqing shook her head, her voice ragged. I did it. The Wolf King is dead. I only took a few minor wounds. That answer left Su Dong even more puzzled. He cast her a sidelong look. Xiaoqing, your performance today was every bit as good as Zhang Yes back when he was the academy prodigy 4 years ago. You should be proud. Proud. She lifted her eyes. A mist of tears blurred their usual brightness. Droplets rolled down her cheeks and splashed onto her pale legs. Dad, I still lost. Do you know he's level 7 already? What? Level 7. Su Dong couldn't stop his voice from rising. But seeing his daughter's trembling shoulders, his anger quickly turned to ache. You're talking about Wei Xiaosu kid, who's been outshining you these 3 years? He's an undead summoner. That class is always at the bottom of the charts. How could he possibly beat you? I don't know. Xiaoqing leaned back in her seat, as if she could still feel the pressure had exerted. He wasn't just level 7. When he walked out of the instance, he didn't have a single scratch on him, clothes spotless. And for a summoner, his raw strength was almost on par with mine. That sent a jolt through Su Dong. Fast leveling and coming out unscathed could still be chalked up to luck, but an undead summoner wielding strength close to a 6-winged angel's? Unthinkable. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel, eyes darkening. Do you want me to step in? Teach that kid, eh? No, don't. Xiaoqing jerked upright, wiping her tears away, her tone resolute. I'm going to beat him myself, surpass him on my own. Dad, you can't interfere. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to him urgently, pleading in her gaze. But, Dad, Wei Xiaosu injured Shien Zihao in the instance. They're bound to retaliate. You have to help him. Su Dong's lips twitched, and he fell silent. Something suddenly felt off. At 8 in the evening, the streets of Qingyang City, one of the nation's top 10 metropolitan hubs, blazed with lights. Traffic and pedestrians merged into one noisy torrent. Carrying a waist-high bundle of neon green grass, Wei Xiaosu walked out of the subway station. Under the street lamps, he looked like a moving billboard, drawing curious stares from every direction. Anyone else would have cringed in embarrassment, but he marched along beaming, the very picture of him about to strike it rich. He really was headed out to grab some cash, more precisely, to turn loot into money. His destination was Qingyang's item exchange, a market that dealt exclusively in gear, materials, and eccentric artifacts. The dungeon run had wrapped up earlier today, and had scored more than 20 pieces of equipment. Most of it was garbage tier, but garbage still sold, and that slime sword was basically a divine weapon for fresh awakeners. Getting a good price shouldn't be a problem. It was 9 o'clock by the time he reached the exchange. Stores crowded both sides of the street, signs blazing while neon runes and magic glyphs pulsed in dizzying patterns. Setting foot in a place like this for the first time, Wei Xiaosu felt like a country kid in the big city, gawking at everything. Had taken only a few steps when he noticed the greeter outside one shop wasn't human at all, but a cat-eared girl in a maid outfit. Seriously? He stared, eyes glued to her fluffy tail. His palms itched to give it a stroke, but common sense kicked in. At his current level, he'd end up the one getting smacked around. Never mind the mysterious owner behind her. The thought made him look at his own skeleton minions with sudden contempt. If only had awakened as a beast-type summoner, he might already command a squad of cat-eared girls. Hey buddy, looking for gear? Come take a look. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit and slicked-back hair hurried over, beaming as he shoved a colorful flyer into Wei Xiaosu's hand. In any other mall, the guy could have passed for a real estate agent. Wei Xiaosu finally dragged his eyes away from the cat-eared maid. Accepting the flyer, he answered coolly, I'm not buying. I've got more than 20 pieces to sell, actually. Whoa, don't go yet. The man blocked his path, produced a premium Huazi cigarette with a flourish, and grinned from ear to ear. Here, consider it a welcome gift. Wei Xiaosu didn't smoke, but a Huazi was still a Huazi. He pocketed it without fuss. The man jumped right back in. You know the market's tanking, prices drop every day. Sell early, and you'll lose less. Let me handle the transaction. He'll get you a fair deal. The words "let me handle" made Wei Xiaosu roll his eyes. A middleman skimming the profit? Did he look like an idiot? Feigning innocence, he said, Big brother, I was bluffing. Look at Mahave, I got the face of someone who looted anything? Not a single piece. The suited man froze for half a beat, then clapped his hands and laughed. Even better. With prices this low, it's the perfect time to bottom fish. Come on, buy some stock. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. He piled on another lie. Truth is, I'm broke. I've got 3 yuan 50 in my account. Ah. The man slapped his forehead, though his eyes lit up. You're just in time. A new gear store opens tomorrow. The owner needs extras to stand in line. 200 yuan for the morning, plus a free pork knuckle lunch. Wei Xiaosu blinked. A pork knuckle lunch? You really plan on wringing every last drop out of me, don't you? In the end, Wei Xiaosu gained a whole new appreciation for how shameless this man could be. With sales skills like his, it was practically impossible not to strike it rich. Fine, fine, for Wazi's sake I can sell you my gear, but the price. Before Wei Xiaosu could finish, the middle-aged man in the suit slapped his thigh and flashed an even brighter grin. Relax, brother. Ask around if you like me. Reputation on this street is rock solid. I, Zhang Taidan, always give a fair price. Cut off mid-sentence, Wei Xiaosu rolled his eyes. That name sounded absurdly fake. Who would actually be called Zhang Taidan? He was about to decline when the man whipped out a gold-stamped business card. 3 bold characters set dead center. Zhang Tai Dan. So he really is called Zhang Taidan. Wei Xiaosu almost burst out laughing. Big bro, how casual were your parents when they named you? The man's smile didn't budge. Clearly he was used to this kind of teasing. He held out the card and gestured politely. The customer is king. Let's see the goods. Wei Xiaosu squatted by the curb and untied the bundle of fresh leaves on his back. As the layers peeled away, more than 20 pieces of gleaming equipment spilled out, metal and magic runes shimmering together. Everything's level 5 or below, he warned. Zhang Taidan's eyes swept over the pile. A flicker of disappointment appeared, but the next second his gaze locked onto a dark green longsword. He yanked it halfway free. The blade glowed with a faint blue-green sheen. Insight. Golden patterns flashed in his pupils as a data panel opened. His breathing quickened. Level 5 boss gear? He sheathed the sword and nodded eagerly. Brother, impressive you're willing to part with a gem like this? He was already doing the math. Senior students were about to awaken their classes, and any family with money wanted their kid fully armed. A level 5 boss grade longsword with a 105-point all-stat bonus could rival an ordinary level 20 blade. Even as a stopgap, it was a mini treasure. He moved on, scanning the rest: shoulder guards, gloves, leather boots, all level 5 or lower white commons. Zhang Taidan frowned slightly, estimating costs and turnover. A few seconds later he named his price. Brother, low-level white gear is dirt cheap. 200 each, 25 pieces, plus the slime longsword. 10,000 for the sword, 5,000 for everything else. 15 grand total. Deal? Wei Xiaosu had done his homework. On a normal day the price wasn't bad, but with the entrance exams looming, low-level gear would sell fast. He shook his head. Too low. 20 grand. If that doesn't work, we'll do business another time. He began rewrapping the bundle, ready to leave. Hey. Zhang Taidan grabbed him, smiling even more obsequiously. Don't be like that, brother. Fine. He'll take a lost 20 grand. He'll pay right now. The man's quick concession made Wei Xiaosu's heart sink. He must still be selling too cheap, but backing out now felt awkward. Wei Xiaosu reluctantly pulled out his phone and opened his WeChat payment code, only to realize the man in front of him had no intention of sending money. Broad daylight in a city under the rule of law. Was the guy really thinking of just snatching it? Wei narrowed his eyes and raised his guard. Zhang Taidan merely chuckled, produced a palm-sized pink pouch from his coat, and twirled it between his fingers. Bro, interested in a storage bag? A storage bag? Wei's spirits lifted at once. Had wanted storage gear for ages, but the prices were outrageous. Zhang Taidan held the pink pouch aloft, sounding pleased with himself. 10 cubic meters of space. On the market, this goes for at least 50 grand. But we're destined to meet 20,000, and it's yours. Call it making a friend. 20,000. Wei was skeptical. 10 cubic meters for 50 grand was already the bargain model. Why was this one so cheap? Was it defective? Reading his doubts, Zhang Taidan arched a brow and grinned. Let me guess, you're one of Qingyang No. 1 High's 3 hidden class students this year. Wei Xiaosu, right? Hidden classes make people jealous. First time in a dungeon today, and you dropped more than 20 items, even a level 5 boss piece. Your future's bright, brother, so I want to get on your good side early. He tapped the pouch. Relax, the bag's perfect. I'm letting it go cheap today, but when you bring in more good loot, think of me first, and I'll pay fairly. Deal? Now Wei understood. The guy wanted a steady supply of quality gear, and Wei needed storage. He'd have to sell his loot anyway. Snagging a bargain bag on top was pure gain. Deal, he said, shaking hands. The trade was done in seconds, both men convinced they'd come out ahead. Who actually profited more? Only heaven knows. Wei left the exchange market with the pink pouch, sneaking one last 10-second glance at the cat-eared girl's stall before tearing himself away. In a quiet alley, he inspected the bag and confirmed it held 10.35 cubic meters, plenty for now. The only drawback was its painfully girlish shade of pink. He walked home as usual, had expected to cash out a pile of gold today, but ended up trading everything for a storage bag, leaving his pockets as empty as ever. His phone suddenly buzzed. "Hey mom, what's up?" He answered. A silvery laugh rang out. Wei Xiaosu, my dear big brother. Wei's expression darkened. Wei Xiaoyu, you looking for trouble? Wei Xiaoyu was his little sister, 3 years younger. They'd trolled each other since childhood, but were inseparable. She was the wild one, he the steady one. Another giggle, then she got to the point. This Saturday, mom and dad want you home. Go home. Wei blinked. Had planned to hit another dungeon this weekend, but if his parents asked, the dungeon could wait. Okay, they'll be there Saturday, he agreed. After hanging up, Wei Xiaosu felt upbeat, humming a tune as he strolled toward his rental apartment. The night was deep, and the street lamps stretched his shadow across the pavement. He failed to notice the man lurking at a nearby corner where one bulb had blown out a figure in a baseball cap and mask, standing motionless in the gloom, his icy eyes tracking Wei Xiaosu's every move. At the same moment, warm yellow light spilled from Unit 303 in Building 3 of Guoka Community. Inside, an elderly man with snow-white whiskers beamed at a poised, alluring woman and spoke with enthusiasm. "Miss, I only need the place for a month. If that's too short, they'll pay double rent. How about it?" The woman, Wu Xinyu, better known to Wei Xiaosu, as Aunt Wu, raised an eyebrow at the offer and nodded briskly. "Fine. If anything is damaged, you cover the cost. If you have no objections, let's sign." "Absolutely, absolutely," the old man replied, pressing his fingerprint on the contract and thanking her repeatedly. "You're a kind soul. They'll keep the place spotless and won't harm a thing." Satisfied, Aunt Wu tucked the papers away and left 303 without further delay. The moment her footsteps faded and the door clicked shut, the old man's ingratiating smile vanished, replaced by a chill indifference. He locked the door behind him and muttered, "What is the master thinking? Asking me to keep an eye on some newly awakened kid? These old bones haven't seen action in years." At the complex gate, Wei Xiaosu had just stepped inside when he spotted Aunt Wu coming down the stairs. He tried to slip into the shrubbery, but her familiar gaze caught him at once. "Xiaosu, why are you back so late?" she asked, hurrying over with a gentle smile. With no choice, he greeted her. "Aunt Wu, were you looking for me?" "Partly," she said, pointing upstairs. "I just rented the room next to yours." An elderly gentleman took it. Having seen that room change tenants several times over the years, Wei Xiaosu merely nodded. Changing the subject, Aunt Wu asked with interest, "So, how did the trial go? Think you'll place in the top 3? "I should," he answered without modesty. "Impressive." She gave him a thumbs up, her smile bright. Then, in the next heartbeat, the smile faded and her expression grew unusually solemn. Wei Xiaosu had known her for 3 years and had never seen her look like this. His own grin disappeared. After a brief silence, Aunt Wu produced a pitch-black storage pouch, opened it, and drew out a small, intricately carved wooden box. Under the dim light, the green lacquer on its surface glimmered, ancient patterns faintly visible. She handed the box to him with grave care. "Xiaosu, I didn't expect you to awaken as a necromancer," she said quietly. "I'm surprised and proud." Aunt Wu ran her fingers over the small wooden box in her palm, her eyes full of sorrow, her voice roughened by grief. "Xiaosu, this was my husband's," she murmured, lightly tracing the rim of the lid. "He was a necromancer. They say it's a treasure for our kind. His death may have been because of it." Her gaze flickered. She was clearly fighting herself, but forced the final words out. "If you take this and word gets out, your life could be in danger too." The moment life and danger left her lips, the smile vanished from Wei Xiaosu's face. The air seemed to freeze. After a long, heavy silence, he finally asked, "Aunt Wu, may I see it first?" He had spent 3 years under her roof and owed her much, but as a rookie professional, he couldn't take unknown risks lightly. "Go ahead." Aunt Wu passed him the box, her fingers lingering a moment before she let go. Wei Xiaosu received it with both hands, drew a steady breath, and eased the lid open. The instant it lifted, his attention locked onto the Contensa single finger bone, the little finger of a right hand, bleached white. Since becoming a professional, every item from secret realms or dungeons automatically projected an information panel. This finger bone was no exception. Mysterious finger bone. Item: a right-hand little finger of unknown origin, pulsing with strange power. Usable by summoners, fully unleashed only by necromancers. Effect 1. Select one undead summon and raise its tier by 1. The same creature can be upgraded up to 3 times. Cooldown, 1 hour. Each use consumes 10 of current experience. Note: only one creature of that type may exist simultaneously. Effect 2. Insert the bone into your heart to assume a skeletal form. Physical stats double, while 1 of current experience drains every minute. Necromancers only. Holy Wei Xiaosu stared, dumbfounded. Effect 1. Let an undead leap 3 whole tiers. Outrageous. Any ordinary summoner would drop everything and switch to necromancy on the spot. Take his skeleton mage, currently common, 3 upgrades would push it to elite, then leader, and finally boss. Everyone knew how terrifying a boss was. Levels could rise through combat, but tiers changed only by talent or miracle, and the bone allowed only one boss-level skeleton mage of that type to exist. Effect 2, useless to other summoners, gave necromancers a life-saving trump card, doubled physique at the mere cost of experience. In a pinch, it could turn a fight on its head, eyes burning with desire, yet reluctant to accept so great a burden. Wei Xiaosu looked up at the elegant woman and gave a solemn nod. Aunt Wu, they'll take it. Only then did she release a long breath. The weight she had carried for 3 years seemed to lift halfway, and a faint smile surfaced. Xiaosu, can you promise me one thing? Wei Xiaosu paused, already guessing her wish. He answered softly, without hesitation. Aunt Wu, you want me to avenge him, don't you? Yes. Wu Yi was refreshingly candid, but there was no trace of pressure in her tone as she added, only if your safety is guaranteed. All right? Deal. Wei Xiaosu gladly accepted the first commission of his life. They chatted for a while longer, and only after Wu Yi reminded him repeatedly to stay safe did he take his leave amid her words of concern. No sooner had he returned to his room than curiosity about the bone finger consumed him. After just 2 seconds of hesitation, he raised a hand and summoned a skeleton boar already at elite grade, perfect for testing. My current experience is level 7, 11%, he muttered, tightening his grip on the bone finger and pressing it against the creature's massive skull. A deep black glow bloomed from his fingertip, spreading over the skeleton boar like ink. 60 seconds later the darkness faded, and the boar's body, once 2.5 meters long, swelled past 4 meters. Its shoulders nearly brushed the ceiling, filling the living room with a crushing sense of pressure. Wei Xiaosu looked up at the transformed creature in awe. A pale blue status panel floated into view. Skeleton boar, Tier 0 Chieftain. Strength 7, Agility 210, Constitution 186, Spirit 288. Skill, Brutal Charge Rank briefly boosts speed and launches a ramming attack. Cannot change direction while active. The cold numbers made his whole body tingle. Incredible, absolutely incredible. A chieftain-grade skeleton boar was a full 1.5 times stronger than its elite counterpart. Had he possessed it during the daytime slime hunt, the battle would have been far less arduous. One more upgrade would push it to boss grade, and beyond that lay Beast General. With 3 potential evolutions, the skeleton boar's ceiling was actually higher than that of a skeleton mage. If I can raise a Beast General before college, they'll be among the handful of top-tier summoners in the world, he thought, excitement surging through him. Then he glanced at his empty experience bar. Too bad I'm tapped out. Otherwise I'd push for Beast General tonight, he grumbled. Knock, 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 knock. The sudden pounding on the door shattered his daydreams. Assuming Wu Yi had more to say, he dismissed the skeleton boar and hurried to answer. When the door swung open, he found himself facing a stooped, white-haired old man. And you are? Wei Xiaosu asked, baffled. The graybeard old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he sized Wei Xiaosu up from head to toe, smacked his lips, and muttered, decent-looking kid, but those clothes are cheap, maybe 200 yuan altogether. Excuse me? Wei Xiaosu frowned. He had never seen this man before. My name's Su-san. I just moved in today, apartment next door. The old man introduced himself with a genial smile. So he was a new neighbor, and a friendly-looking one at that. Most of Wei Xiaosu's guard went down. He relaxed his brow, offered his hand, and said, nice to meet you, Uncle Su. I'm Wei Xiaosu, also renting here. Can I help you with something? Nothing, just dropping by. We're neighbors now, Su-san laughed, though his shrewd eyes kept drifting past Wei Xiaosu into the room. The place was spotless. The desk, bookshelf, and daily necessities were arranged with military precision. Su-san nodded to himself. This young man liked things tidy. Well, they'll let you get back to it. Good to meet you, Xiaosu. With that, he turned and went next door. Before closing the door, Wei Xiaosu watched the old man's retreating figure and muttered, Su-san, huh? He was sure studying my room. Did he notice something? He tapped his forehead, annoyed at his own carelessness. The empty unit next door had been fine, but with a new tenant around, he'd have to be more cautious with the bone-white finger. He slipped the deathly pale finger into a pink storage pouch, washed up, turned off the lights, and fell into a dreamless sleep. At first light he got up, sat cross-legged, and ran through the basic mental cultivation routine. Half an hour later his mind felt as clear as spring water. He reheated yesterday's bread and milk, polished off breakfast, slung on his backpack, and headed downstairs. In the courtyard, Su-san was practicing Tai Chi, each slow movement packed with hidden strength. Morning, Xiaosu. Off to school? The old man asked as he finished the set. Yeah, your Tai Chi looks impressive, Uncle Su, Wei Xiaosu replied politely. Haha, someone who can tell the difference, Su-san said, clearly pleased. Outside Guoka Complex, Wei Xiaosu scanned a yellow shared bike and 10 minutes later coasted onto First High's campus. The moment he stepped through the gate, he felt a scorching stare. By the flower bed stood a tall, striking girl watching him intently. She was Su Xiaoking's senior year class monitor and the school's acknowledged goddess. Today, though, dark circles ringed her eyes. Wei Xiaosu, how did you hit level 7? And have you ever taken down a boss? She demanded, voice low but urgent. Didn't sleep last night, did you? Wei Xiaosu deflected with a smile. Couldn't, she growled. Wei Xiaosu burst out laughing and raised a hand theatrically. Our school goddess showed up with panda eyes. Su Xiaoqing lost her icy composure. Only Wei Xiaosu could make her look like this. When Head laughed enough, Wei Xiaosu shrugged and headed for the teaching building. Over his shoulder he called, yesterday I took down a level 5 boss, a split slime plus a level 3 elite one-horn boar and a level 4 elite stone turtle. If you can bag a leader class monster, I'll concede this round. Did I win? Su Xiaoqing watched the figure in the distance and managed a bitter smile. Win? How was she supposed to win? She had poured every spare minute into the wilderness instance, determined to take down the level 5 boss, the silver-backed wolf king. In the end, she couldn't even drop a single elite, let alone the boss itself. She thought one clean kill would guarantee victory, yet reality kept her rooted in second place. 3 years she had been chased by the title perennial runner-up for 3 long years. To hell with being number 2. Wei Xiaosu, just you wait. Her knuckles cracked as she wrenched her eyes from his back and stormed toward the gate, caring nothing about the coming awards ceremony or scholarship announcement. With less than a month before the college entrance exams, she made a nearly insane vow. Finish her first-tier advancement and raise her 6-winged angel to boss class in that time. Wei Xiaosu, I refuse to believe a necromancer can outpace me. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu wandered toward the backfield, humming like someone who had just cashed a summer paycheck. He knew Su Xiaoqing wanted to beat him, but he had no plan to throw the match. First place paid 10,000 yuan, second place only 5. He had no interest in giving up 5 grand. Besides, boss and elite kills earned bonus points on the college exam sentiment counted for nothing when university admission was on the line. At 9 on the dot the assembly began. Principal Wang Wei bounded onto the stage and, as usual, said, "He'll just say a few words." The whole school-side administrator's few words were less reliable than a man's "I love you" or a woman's "I don't care how much money you have." 3 hours later, Wang Wei was still fired up, but the noon bell finally forced him to wrap it up. That's all for today. Now, the top scorer in this trial is Wei Xiaosu from class 32. He shouted out the stats. Level 7, 11% experience. 1 level 5 boss kill. 1 level 3 elite. 1 level 4 elite. Scholarship, 10,000 yuan. Let's have a hand. Applause and gasps flooded the hall. Being first in academics was one thing. But this was combat. How had a necromancer beaten Gale swordsmen and 6-winged angels? What the hell? Am I hearing things? The study god just won the trial? Isn't necromancer the weakest hidden class? How'd he take first? Heh, you didn't hear? Qian Zihao got wrecked by him, yesterday still laid up in the hospital. No way. Qian Zihao's Gale swordsman class is already strong, and with his family's resources, he must have the perfect gear, yet he still got beaten? It was probably just a fluke. Everyone's level is low, so class balance doesn't show yet. Once we hit the first job advancement, the study god will fall behind Qian Zihao and Su Xiaoqing. Maybe, but the study god is forever a legend. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Wei Xiaosu soon walked onto the stage under a flood of envious, jealous, and faintly resentful gazes. He accepted the scholarship envelope from Wang Wei and grinned with unabashed confidence. Wang Wei cleared his throat, his voice echoing through the mic. Second place in this trial goes to Su Xiaoqing from class 1, grade 12. She is level 6 with 68% experience and has slain a level 5 boss, the silver-backed wolf king. She receives a scholarship of 5,000 yuan. Su Xiaoqing, please come forward. Applause burst out, but when students looked around, Su Xiaoqing was nowhere to be found. Wang Wei scanned the crowd, already guessing why, and sighed to himself. This trial had been full of surprises. He never expected Wei Xiaosu to solo a level 5 boss. Since Su Xiaoqing can't be here, we'll move on to third place, he said, turning to the next name. Lu Chang from class 8, grade 12 level 5 with 31% experience, who defeated a level 3 elite monster. He receives a scholarship of 1,000 yuan. Lu Chang, please come on stage. A second wave of commotion swept across the field. Everyone had figured the third slot would go to the Gale swordsman, Qian Zihao, but Lu Chang had snatched it instead. Rumors spread like wildfire. I heard Qian Zihao got thrashed by Wei Xiaosu as soon as they entered the dungeon. No, I heard Wei Xiaosu teamed up with others to ambush him. Get this, someone claims he tried to tame a she-wolf, and the wolf king almost killed him. Wang Wei ignored the whispers and raised his voice. Students, the college entrance exam is in 29 days. During this last month you may leave campus to prepare on your own. Combat and support majors can train in other 1-star instances. Life skills majors should hone their crafts. Good luck on the exams. Dismissed. The bell rang, and the students dispersed like a receding tide. With 1 month left, the school had nothing more to teach. 3 years of academics were enough. From now on it was all hands-on. Combat students would grind dungeons, support students would practice teamwork, and life skills students had to train until their abilities could earn them a living. Otherwise, a regular vocational college was the fallback. Wei Xiaosu hefted the scholarship envelope and calculated quickly. Lunch first, dungeon this afternoon. No matter what, I need enough experience for Bone Finger today. Each cast of Bone Finger burned 10% of his total XP. He had fired it once last night at the skeleton boar, leaving him 5 uses 50%. The weight of that cost made his shoulders sag. A long road ahead, he muttered. Experience from ordinary monsters was miserly. Going from level 7 to 8 required 40,000 XP, and 10% of that was 4,000. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Damn, when I'm higher level, how long will it take to save up 10%? The prospect of needing tens or even hundreds of thousands of XP down the line made his head throb. Forget it, the road will show itself when I get there, and stewing over it now is just pointless anxiety. Wei Xiaosu shook the stray thoughts from his head, turned around, and headed for the cafeteria. After a quick lunch, he didn't linger on campus. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, he hurried to the school gate and boarded the express bus to the one-star instance base. Early summer sunlight sliced the city into alternating shards of light and shadow outside the window, but Wei Xiaosu was in no mood to admire the view. For every senior in Xinjiang City, the 3 one-star instances that open for only 1 month each year are a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The moment the college entrance exam ends, the military closes its doors until the next class arrives. Time is tight, and he has to squeeze value out of every single day. The moment he stepped onto the plaza of the instance base, the scene stopped him cold. Yesterday the place had been almost deserted. Today it buzzed with people. A towering metal scaffold held up a giant LED screen that dominated the square like a movie theater curtain. Hundreds of contracts scrolled past in stark black and white, pages flipping so fast the flash alone made his eyes ache. Most postings came from merchants and life skill professionals, completely unaffiliated with the schools or the military, and nearly all of them sought to buy materials from newcomers. Need 100 tricolor flowers. Origin, green prairie, 500 huaxia credits each. Unlimited purchase. Goblin Assassin Hearts. Origin, Goblin Cavern, 100 huaxia credits apiece. Buying Goblin Chieftain Heart. Integrity 90. Origin, Goblin Cavern, 100,000 huaxia credits each. Unlimited purchase. Minotaur Horns. Origin, Orc Lair. Normal 200 credit spare. Elite 2,000 credit spare. Captain 20,000 credit spare. Boss 200,000 credit spare. Urgent. Buying 1L of split slime remains. Origin, Green Prairie. Note, slimes dissolve into liquid at death. Collect immediately. Price 100,000 huaxia credits. The listings flashed by so fast Wei Xiaosu's eyes could barely keep up. When the 1L split slime remains, 100,000 credits line appeared. His chest seized it, forgotten to collect the corpse after killing yesterday's boss. 100,000. He clutched his chest, face turning paler than the LED's white background. Great, now my heart actually hurts. Based on past spawn patterns, a level 5 boss wouldn't reappear for another 3 days. To accept that contract, he'd have to wait unless another split slime boss happened to be roaming the Green Prairie. Still, commissions aren't his main goal. He's here to grind monsters and level up. If he can finish a job or 2 along the way, all the better. Maybe those bounties mean little to kids from rich families, but to Wei Xiaosu each payout is life-changing. The Green Prairie's too crowded. He'll pick something tougher. He stared up at the screen, rapidly sorting through his options. Soon his gaze locked onto Orc Lair, the hardest of the 3 one-star instances. Its difficulty is nearly double that of the Green Prairie, but with far fewer competitors and higher risk means higher rewards, especially the experience he needs most right now. Having made up his mind, Wei Xiaosu headed to the commission office and picked up the Orc Lair assignment he had just seen. Collect Minotaur Horns. If it weren't for the hard rule of 1 commission per person, he would have grabbed a few more. Paperwork done, he doubled back to the Orc Lair entrance. As expected, the line was almost non-existent. Today was only the 2nd day since the server opened, and most students didn't dare touch the hardest dungeon yet. Hi, I'd like to enter the Orc Lair. 2 soldiers with live ammunition stood guard. The one on the right raised a handheld scanner and swept it over Wei Xiaosu. Wei Xiaosu, Senior Year 3, Class 2, Xinjiang No. 1 High School access granted. After confirming his identity, the soldier stowed the device and stepped aside. Wei Xiaosu bowed again in thanks. Since the Great Cataclysm, soldiers had been the first to face the monsters. In just a month, the nation had lost more than 1 million lives, yet these troops still bore the burden for ordinary citizens. The thought deepened his respect. He stepped into the teleport array. Familiar vertigo hit and vanished in an instant. When his vision cleared, he was at a random spawn point outside the Orc Lair. The scene was the opposite of yesterday's verdant prairie. Instead of blue sky and endless grass, a dull yellow sky churned with clouds. The ground was cracked and dry, and the air felt leaden. Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath and swept his arm. A dozen skeletal mages and an elite skeletal boar appeared. The Orc Lair covered only a fifth the area of the prairie, but its monster density was daunting. Summoning too many minions at once could alert a mob, maybe even the boss. He vaulted onto the broad back of the skeletal boar. The bony plates bruised him, But the mount was fast. If danger struck, it was his escape route. This was only a one-star instance. As long as luck didn't abandon him, he'd be fine. Once he upgraded the boar, he could dominate this place. Mounted on the boar and followed by a dozen skeletal mages, Wei Xiaosu crept deeper into the wasteland. The closer he got to the lair's core, the thicker the clouds grew, and a faint metallic tang drifted on the wind. Bestial howls echoed nearby. He signaled his undead followers to slow down and keep the clatter of bones quiet. 10 minutes later, the stench of blood was overpowering, and raspy roars sounded as if they were right beside him. Fortunately, the dim light and lack of cover helped him stay hidden. Knolls. Roughly 100 meters away on either side, he recognized the low-tier beastkin at once. An adult gnoll stood barely 1.6 meters tall, shorter than an average human, but its fangs, claws, and bloodlust meant an awakened fighter held little advantage at the same level. Worse, there were 5 of them, and they had just killed some wild animal and were now tearing it apart. Jackalfolk, average combat strength somewhere between levels 1 and 9, keen sense of smell, born trackers. Wei Xiaosu muttered to himself, rifling through everything he had ever learned in class. In a beastman lair, they were the weakest species. Even the strongest jackalfolk on record had only reached level 9 with no special rarity. Once he confirmed that, his worry vanished. An instant later, a ball of eerie green ghost fire flickered to life in his palm, the flames dancing as if alive. Wei Xiaosu flicked his wrist. Go. With a low command, the basketball-sized fireball streaked toward 5 jackalfolk farther down the trail. At the same time, the dozen or so skeleton mages hiding behind him raised their hands in perfect unison and flung handfuls of makeshift firecrackers. A heartbeat later, deafening booms echoed along the mountain path, a curtain of flame and dust erupting in their wake. When the smoke cleared, 5 charred jackalfolk lay sprawled across the ground, never even learning who had ambushed them. System messages popped up in quick succession. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 0, Level 1 jackalfolk. EXP 25. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 0, Level 2 jackalfolk. EXP 35. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 0, Level 3 jackalfolk. EXP 45. Among the 5, the toughest had been Level 3, another Level 2, and the remaining 3 Level 1, netting him a measly total of 155 experience points. Wei Xiaosu shrugged, not about to gripe over EX5's current efficiency already outpaced every other student. He pulled out the spade he always carried and started on his Digagrave plan. Loose soil flew with each stroke, and in less than 10 minutes 5 fresh mounds stood neatly among the trees. Eyeing his masterpiece, he laughed at himself. Who else would bury monsters and give them graves? Of course, the kindness was just a bonus. The real goal was to trigger the spade's built-in plunder effect. No sooner had he patted the last mound flat than the spoils appeared. 3 vials of crude corpse oil, 4 sticks of cheap grave incense, and a skill book. Wiping the dirt off on his trouser leg, he checked the cover. Insight, Grade G, costs 1 point of spirit to view information on any target in sight, including level and 4 primary attributes. Score. Insight. He laughed outright. He had planned to save up for this skill, and now he had picked it up for free, a total windfall. Grade G was the lowest tier, but it still revealed level and stats. Anything higher came with level or attribute requirements he couldn't meet yet. That could wait. After using the skill book, a faint halo sank into his body. He then rubbed all 3 vials of crude corpse oil into his skin, feeling his strength, agility, and the rest tick up ever so slightly. Last came the 4 sticks of cheap grave incense, which he lit and planted ceremonially in front of the mounds. Each stick yielded 6,000 experience points, 24,000 in total. System update. 1 use of Whitebone Finger now costs 4,000 EXP. A quick calculation told him he had enough for 6 more shots. Driven by the thought, Wei Xiaosu hurriedly lit the incense on the grave mound and began siphoning the vast pool of experience it contained. Soon after, he fished a mysterious bone-white finger from his pink storage pouch and touched its tip to the skeletal boar's single horn. The spectacle from the previous night replayed itself. Bones stretched in a blur, joints cracked like snapping branches, and the boar's frame swelled before his eyes. Wei Xiaosu didn't stop there. He triggered the finger's 3rd and final enhancement, force-feeding it another 20% of his own experience. A final series of sharp pops echoed, and the skeleton boar completed its ultimate evolution. An 8-meter-long, nearly 5-meter mass of bleached bone now loomed over the desolate hill. A cold, ghostly light flickered between its plates, and Wei Xiaosu's fingertips trembled with excitement. Information panel updated. Skeleton boar. Tier 0 beast, general rank. Strength, 7. Agility, 580. Constitution, 496. Spirit, 530. Skill points, 288. Skill, Savage Charge. Grade E greatly increases movement speed for a short time and launches a Hedon ram, but cannot turn while charging. This is insane. He laughed. Strength was still a mere 7. Yet the 4 attributes now totaled a staggering 1,894, and the skill had leapt from grade G to grade E. Apart from levels, which range from 1st to 9th tier, every creature is graded: normal, elite, captain, boss, beast general, lord, king, royal, and imperial. Tiers can be rushed with experience earned through hunting, but grade depends on talent and bloodline. Null blood, for instance, is so weak that even an elite is a rarity, let alone a captain or boss. Humans share the same scale, except beast general is called grand general, while the rest remain unchanged. Wei Xiaosu patted the giant's skull. From now on, your name is Peppa. Peppa answered with 2 enthusiastic squeals, rubbing its horn against his palm, clearly delighted with the new name. Still riding the high, he selected a skeleton mage and dumped 30% of his experience into it, forcibly boosting its grade by 3 whole tiers. Panel updated. Skeleton mage. Tier 0 boss rank. Strength, 7. Agility, 235. Constitution, 220. Spirit, 230. Skill points, 420. Skill, Firecracker. Grade F hurls an explosive firecracker at the target, dealing minor damage. Its total attributes now reached 1,105, and the skill had risen to grade F. Wei Xiaosu made a mental note. Starting at boss rank, every grade up seems to bump the creature's skill by 1 level automatically. He circled the mage and found it noticeably bulkier, now pushing 2 meters tall. Firecracker? How big is it? He asked with a raised brow. Your new name is Xiaoming, he added, unable to resist the joke. Xiaoming, show me your prized possession. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the skeleton mage obediently reached into the emptiness of its pelvic cavity and drew out a crimson firecracker a meter long and as thick as a man's thigh. Whoa! Wei Xiaosu shuddered, stumbling back a few steps and waving frantically. All right, I get it, you're huge. Put it away. Xiaoming let out a series of guttural bone clicks that sounded suspiciously like, Abba Bababa? You can talk? Wei Xiaosu froze, then perked up. Talking summons weren't exactly rarehead, met a cat-tiered girl just last night, but for a low-tier undead, speech was almost unheard of. Abba, Abba, Abba. Xiaoming shook his bleached skull, joints clicking with a dry crackle. Wei Xiaosu frowned. That line seemed to be all the skeleton knew for now. Still, levels and ranks could rise one day, it might learn real words. Teaching Peiqiao Pigdo speak would be far harder. Even intelligent beast types seldom overcame their biology. Those who could talk were nearly always top tier. With Peiqi and Xiaoming beside him, Wei Xiaosu's courage swelled. A level 7 beast general plus a level 7 boss clearing a 1-star dungeon was a sure thing, and wiping would take real effort. He swept his hand, and gray-white light erupted across the wasteland. Thousands of skeletal mages clawed free, black robes whipping as bone staves rose. Dozens of skeletal boars charged after them, tusks flashing coldly. Go slaughter everything you find. At the order, the skeletal mages fanned out like a white tide. Ordinary mobs were theirs. Elites drew the boar's coordinated charge. Anything even the boars couldn't handle, he would finish himself. Within 5 minutes, system messages poured down like rain. You have slain a tier 0, level 2 Null. EXP 35. You have slain a tier 0, level 5 Orc. EXP 85. You have slain a tier 0, level 8 Minotaur. EXP 135. Across the wasteland, dark fireballs and bone spears crisscrossed while monsters howled in chorus. Skeletons fell, but Wei Xiaosu felt nothing. 1 point of spirit could summon 20 more mages, so the losses meant little. Half an hour later he glanced at the floating screen, one brow rising. Skeletal mages lost, 131. Skeletal mages lost, 155. Skeletal mages lost, 147. Skeletal boars lost, 13. A crimson line followed. You have slain a tier 0, level 9 Minotaur Elite. EXP 3235. Drops. Minotaur leather boots, Minotaur battle axe, Minotaur horn. So it had been an elite Minotaur. The skeleton mob had beaten it to death in under a minute, efficiency worthy of a first-class pro. Once the field was cleared, he sent the skeleton legion onward, then dug graves one by one, shoveling every piece of loot they'd gathered into his storage pouch. After another 3 hours of fighting, golden light burst from his body, lighting the wasteland. Had finally reached level 10, the threshold for his first-class advancement. The moment he hit level 10, a sheet of light flared before his eyes, and a class change quest dropped into his lap. First tier quest Necromancer Summoner. Random objective: possess at least 1 boss grade or higher summon. A second later the system chimed in rapid succession. Ding dong. Quest complete. You are now level 11. All attributes 10. Ding. Talent skill Eternal Undying unlocked effect 2. Ding. Bonded gear Morning of the Departed upgraded to elite quality, rank 111, and unlocked effect 2. Completing the quest was almost comical. Owning a boss grade summon before your first class change was practically impossible unless you were Wei Xiaosu. While digging graves, Head found a skill book that summoned an elite wild boar, then stumbled across a mysterious white fingerbone that bumped the beast 3 full tiers. The random quest turned out to be a gift from the system. As soon as the class change finished, power surged through him like a rising tide. It was only one level, yet every primary stat doubled. Corpse oil buffs made the jump even crazier. Another player might go from 100 to 200, but had already hit 200 with the oil. Doubling that meant 400, an absurd gap no peer could match. Character panel. Name, Wei Xiaosu. Class, Necromancer Summoner 1st tier. Level, 11.000. Strength, 770. Agility, 800. Constitution, 780. Spirit, 1,530. Bonded gear, Mourning of the Departed. Summon capacity, 3,100, 15,300. Skills. 1. Talent Eternal Undying SSS. 2. Summon Skeleton Mage G. 3. Ghostfire G. This is insane, completely insane, Wei Xiaosu whispered, eyeing the numbers. With raw stats like these, he could tank most combat-type hidden classes without summoning a thing. His creatures were even more absurd. Pikey's 4 stats all broke 1,000, then doubled again. Xiaoing actually yanked that firecracker from his pelvic bone and made it longer and thicker. Wei Xiaosu half expected it to explode in his face. Talent Eternal Undying SSS. Effect 1. Your soul power is overwhelming. You can learn the same necromancy summon skill an unlimited number of times, stacking effects indefinitely, with a low chance to upgrade the skill by 1 rank each time. Effect 2. Your soul power grants true immortality. Any damage you take is randomly redirected to a summoned creature, whether it's in the field or resting in your summoned space. Holy! Wei Xiaosu almost leapt into the air. Paired together, those effects made him nearly unkillable. Let anyone call summoners glass cannons now. Head break their legs on the spot. Stock 10,000, 100,000, even millions of little brothers in his summon space, and watch a 9th-tier powerhouse try to put him down. Rubbing his hands, he grinned. Head feared his low-level summons would become dead weight, but they were actually the perfect vessels for eternal undying. Fantastic. What once looked like cannon fodder had just become the key to true immortality. After poring over the second effect of the immortality talent, Wei Xiaosu realized that skeleton mages soaked up damage far better than skeleton boars. He pulled out his pocket notebook and crunched the numbers again. 10 points of mana raised 1 skeleton boar, but the same 10 points could summon 200 skeleton mages. Because damage transfer ignored defense, everything hinged on raw hit points. A boar could take more punishment than a single mage, yet even the toughest boar matched only a few dozen mages combined. On paper, the choice was crystal clear. With his priorities settled, he turned back to his signature weapon. Since its upgrade, the black iron shovel sported a thin black gold vein along the handle that caught the sunlight and lent it a touch of elegance. Dirge of the Departed Elite rank. Grade, 11. Tier 1. Strength 100, Agility 100, Constitution 100, Spirit 100. Effect 1. Dig a pit and bury a corpse. 60 seconds later, a sapling laden with strange fruit will sprout. Note: only creatures you personally killed can trigger Effect 1. Effect 2. Dig a grave, crack a coffin. The farther you walk the path of wickedness, the stronger you become. Any corpse that acknowledges your disturbance will rise again as your most loyal minion. Note: corpses whose former power exceeded yours by more than 100-fold cannot be revived. Lore: he is dead, yet not entirely. He lives, yet not completely. Death is no destination, the undead are. What the? Wei Xiaosu closed the stats window, sweat beading on his forehead. Robbing ancestral graves was even worse than killing someone's parents, a sin so vile it would curse your own children. How could he possibly do it? Then clarity struck. Who says it has to be human graves? He clapped his hands, eyes gleaming. Digging up monster graves carries 0 guilt. The thought had barely formed when the roar of wind brushed past his ear. Whoosh! An arrow tore through the air and slammed straight into his chest. Splat! Blood burst into a crimson mist, searing pain lanced through his heart, and his face twisted in agony. Wei Xiaosu braced for death only to discover his health hadn't dropped at all. He glanced down to see his heart regenerating before his eyes, the wound sealing shut in an instant, while the surrounding 155 skeleton mages collapsed into piles of bone as though their souls had been snatched away. Whoever shot an arrow that could one-shot his 780-point constitution and simultaneously wipe out 155 skeleton mages was no ordinary foe. Holy crap, that was close. Wei Xiaosu clutched his fully healed chest, heart pounding like a war drum. If he hadn't just mastered the damage transfer skill, he'd already be a corpse. However, once the fear subsided, Wei Xiaosu's heart ignited with boundless fury. He immediately ordered the thousands of skeletal mages to charge toward the source of the arrow. Whoever was over there had to die today. Thousands of white-boned mages sprinted through grass and rubble, their bone staves scraping with a low grind, and in seconds they flushed out the intruder. It was a young minotaur, broad-shouldered and sharp-horned, yet the alert curiosity in his eyes was nothing like that of a beast. The Minotaur stared at Wei Xiaosu for only a heartbeat before raising his hand and unleashing a skill. A brown earth wave exploded outward, reducing the nearby skeletal mages to shards amid the dust. In the next instant, he spun and shot off like a blur, running so fast that even Peichi at full tilt might not catch him. Appraisal. Name: Minotaur Yazan Boss. Class: Earth Sharpshooter 1st rank. Level: 16. Strength: 1370. Agility: 1850. Constitution: 1480. Spirit: 1050. What? Ascension Orc? Wei Xiaosu drew a sharp breath. The Orc Lair dungeon had existed in Xinjiang City for decades, yet a thinking orc had never appeared. Now Yazan stood before him, not a monster that could only roar, but a being capable of thought and strategy. A minotaur, huh? Wei Xiaosu sneered, wiping the blood from his face. Perfect. I just accepted a commission to collect minotaur horns. That arrow debt will be repaid. With his current power and countless skeletal followers, bulldozing a one-star dungeon was trivial. Instead of skirting the perimeter, he headed straight for the deepest chamber, certain the real secret was hidden there. Everyone knew a dungeon was merely a projection of a secret realm, barely even a projection. No matter how strong its monsters were, they were fundamentally mindless constructs of the rules. But Yazan's appearance shattered that belief. After roughly 5 or 6 kilometers, Wei Xiaosu stopped abruptly. In a clearing ahead lay 5 human corpses in a neat row, seniors from this year's class. Each had a bull's-eyed cavity where the heart should be, their deaths identical. Yazan did this. He crouched to inspect them, fury boiling inside. He ordered 10 skeletal mages to lift the bodies and carry them back toward the entrance so later students or instructors could recover them. Pressing on, he found more signs of battle: broken weapons, craters where arrows and boulders had collided, and additional student corpses. Their numbers climbed from 10 to 20 to 30. The nearer he drew to the heart of the lair, the denser the deaths became. Most of the fallen were the school's elite, bold enough to enter the Orc Lair only 3 days after Awakening Day. They clearly possessed remarkable talent. Yet before Yazan, they hadn't even had time to scream. Wei Xiaosu's knuckles cracked as hatred tangled with confusion. Why had a BOS-level Earth Sharpshooter Minotaur appeared in this dungeon? Should he broadcast the news immediately? A sentient Minotaur, boss grade, Earth Sharpshooter class, was hunting students no matter how he looked at it. The situation was deeply unsettling. Wei Xiaosu let out a long, weary sigh. They were all in the bloom of youth. For these dozens of young men and women, life had only just begun, yet everything had already gone so horribly wrong. Take them home. He lifted a hand. A dozen skeletal mages bent down, gently hoisted the students' bodies, and retraced their steps over broken stones and dry leaves. Fallen leaves should return to their roots. If the corpses were left here, the dungeon's beasts would soon tear them apart, and not even a whole body would remain. Pressing deeper, the air grew hot, wet, and metallic with blood. The closer he came to the heart of the nest, the more orcs he met and the stronger they grew. Partway through, he even ran into a level 9 orc boss. With the black iron spade in hand, he and his skeletal legion smashed through the enemy line like a flood. Surrounded on all sides, the boss was already covered in wounds before its roar had died away. Wei Xiaosu stepped forward, the spade's edge glinting coldly as he looked down at it. Time to die? He swung with both arms. The sharp corner sliced through the air and took the orc boss head clean off. The relentless advance seemed endless. Only when night fell did he reach the true core of the orc nest. According to the intel, the one-star dungeon orc nest housed 20 bosses ranging from level 5 to level 20, plus even more elites and captains. Roughly half, however, were usually out on patrol, so the core held only about 10 at any given time. He had barely crossed the cave's threshold when a deafening roar shook the air. Human, you have enraged me. Minions, kill him. A 3-turtle minotaur, battle axe in hand, charged forward at the head of several hundred grunts. Wei Xiaosu glanced at it and muttered, what a stiff line. Definitely a bunch of emotionless puppets. Minotaur Chieftain. Tier 1 boss. Level, 20. Strength, 2000. Agility, 1496. Constitution, 1830. Spirit, 788. Impressive numbers, a fitting final boss for the dungeon. Still, Wei Xiaosu felt no fear as Mount Peichi outclassed it. Peichi, level 12, Tier 1 Beast General. Aside from Spirit, all 3 stats topped 2000, making her a bona fide powerhouse. Peichi, let's go. Wei Xiaosu swung himself onto the enormous pink boar, black iron spade in hand, looking every bit the porcine knight. Orcs excelled in single combat, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. The skeleton horde alone exceeded 10,000 mages, a white tide that ringed the entire nest 3 layers deep. When they met an orc elite, hundreds of skeletal mages swarmed it. When they met a captain, or even a boss, the bone tide crashed forward like it cost nothing, clawing and blasting apart anything in their way. Amid this sea of white, there were monsters among monsters. Take Xiaoing, now barreling along in the front line every 3 seconds. It reached between its legs and pulled out a firecracker nearly 1.5 meters long. The fuse on the firecracker sizzled as Xiaoming giggled and tossed it into the crowd. The fuse burned out in seconds, then boom, the ground quaked. Dozens of orcs were killed instantly, and even their elites and chiefs were blown senseless. But Xiaoming's battlefield-wide AoE didn't discriminate. The blast flattened the orcs and took down even more skeletal mages, bone fragments scattering everywhere. Savage didn't begin to describe him. In the distance, Wei Xiaosu, riding on Pikey's back, glanced at the towering fireball and felt his scalp tingle. When it came to clearing mobs, even Peiqi couldn't match Xiaoming, let alone Wei himself. Xiaoming could whip out a big firecracker every 3 seconds. Within moments, the orc din's hundreds of troops were gone, leaving only a few bosses clinging to life. With help from the skeletal mages, he finished those off, too. Ababababa. After the victory, Xiaoming hugged an unlit firecracker, raised it high, and hopped around in celebration. The system panel showed skeletal mage casualties, 4,817. Wei couldn't help complaining. Is this the legendary kill 100 enemies, lose 1,000 of your own? Watching Xiaoming still chanting Ababababa, his mouth twitched. Call Xiaoming weak. He could wipe a battlefield in under a minute. Call him strong. He also managed to blow up almost 5,000 allied skeletal mages. Thankfully, skeletal mages were cheap. Without Xiaoming, the push might have cost even more. After a few seconds of his firecracker dance, Xiaoming spotted Peiqi and Wei locked in combat with a Minotaur chieftain and was about to charge over. Wei felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "Xiaoming, stay right where you are." Xiaoming grumbled a couple of abiyabas, but Wei forced him into spectator mode. The chieftain's giant axe could pierce Pikey's Tuthasan plus defense points, yet Peiqi still had the upper hand. With Wei's support, the fight ended in 3 minutes. His shovel cleaved half the chieftain's skull. System messages flooded the screen. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 1, level 20 Minotaur chieftain boss. EXP 100,000. Congratulations. You have reached level 13. All attributes 10. Golden light burst around Wei as he hit level 13. Leveling was getting brutal. He now needed a full million EXP for level 14, and each chieftain only gave 100,000. 10 chieftains for 1 level up? Utterly depressing. Dungeon bosses wouldn't respawn for 3 days. He had solo cleared the entire instance today, so the orc din would be worthless until then. Wei shook his head with a wry smile. Next, Wei Xiaosu returned to his favorite pastime, digging holes and raising graves. These days it never took him more than 2 minutes to bury a corpse, an efficiency that made people's skin crawl. Whenever someone asked his secret, he would thump his chest and loudly declare, "Practice, that's all." Today's job was on a different scale. A full hour passed before he tamped down the final shovelful of dirt. Sweat dripped from his jaw, yet his mood surged like a rising tide when he looked at the fresh mound rewards were pouring across his system panel. 1. Low-grade corpse oil 17. 2. Low-grade grave incense 11. 3. Low-grade grave meal 10. 4. Various pieces of gear 22, including a level 20, Tier 1 boss weapon, the gigantic battleaxe once wielded by the Minotaur chieftain. Low-grade grave meal. Nearly spoiled food left at a tomb. Restores 1 point of mana per second for 60 seconds. Usable only by undead classes or creatures. It offers no stats or experience, but for a necromancer like Wei Xiaosu, mana means firepower. 1 bowl lets him command his undead without pause. Incense, meal, corpse oil, 3 underworld consumables already. How many more are still out there? He wondered. At first had scoffed at items with names that sounded so disgusting, yet every one of them proved invaluable. His eyes settled on the Axe Berserker Battleaxe, boss level 20, Tier 1. Stats: Strength, 395. Effect, minor armor penetration, especially effective against alloy armor. Description: a massive battleaxe forged from hardened alloy, capable of staggering destruction. Almost 400 strength on a single weapon, plus armor penetration. This is insane. Wei Xiaosu turned the axe over, its rough handle cold and heavy in his grip. The raw stats were decent, but that rare penetration effect made it outperform higher stat weapons of the same tier. Jackpot. He calculated quickly. An ordinary level 20, Tier 1 boss weapon sold for 50 to 100,000 credits. This Berserker Battleaxe would fetch at least double. Thrilled, he stuffed it into his storage pouch, then swept a satisfied glance over the scattered loot. Today's windfall was thanks entirely to that black iron shovel. Whoosh whoosh. 2 sharp whistles cut through the silence. Arrow flashes streaking out of the shadows toward his head and chest. So you finally showed up. Unlike the first ambush, Wei Xiaosu had been ready. A mocking smile tugged at his lips as he stepped back behind the undead warboar Peiqi. The beast's massive body formed a living wall. Both arrows slammed into the gaps between its ribs and went no farther. Dogs, did you really think the same trick would work twice? Wishful thinking. Cursing under his breath, Wei Xiaosu stepped out from behind Peiqi, squinting toward the direction the arrow had come from. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. You little calf, I knew you'd show up. The moment you saw my skeleton mages go down, you figured you could make your move, didn't you? From the very first clash, Wei Xiaosu had been luring his opponent into a carefully prepared trap. Even Xiao Ming's berserk, self-destructive fighting style was nothing more than bait. To outsiders, he looked finished thousands of skeleton mages all, but wiped out, but Wei Xiaosu knew better. If he truly needed to retreat, the 100-odd skeletons still standing were more than enough to stall any pursuers. The Minotaur, Yazan, had taken the bait, convinced his prey had no escape. Everything was unfolding exactly as Wei Xiaosu had planned. Summon, skeleton mage. With that single command, black mist boiled up and bone-white figures marched forth. First 1,000, then 3, 5, 8,000. An endless tide of skeleton mages surged forward, surrounding the ambushers so tightly that not even a strand of hair could slip through. Damn it, this can't be. Yazan rasped. You're only a first-tier summoner. How can you control this many summons at once? Sweat beaded along the ridges of his horns. One arrow could pierce dozens of skeletons, but this was no longer dozens or hundreds. Nearly 10,000 pressed in on him. And that was before counting Xiao Ming, who matched his own strength, and Peiqi, who was even stronger. With the exit sealed, death was the only thing waiting for him. I want die here, and I sure as hell want die to some lowly human, Yazan snarled, drawing his bow until it curved like a full moon. Arrow of the Earth go. A brown-gold shaft of light shot skyward, then abruptly plummeted, slamming into the ground. In less than a second, hundreds of earthen arrows exploded outward in a 20-meter radius around Yazan. The blast thundered as brittle skeletons were skewered and shattered. Skeleton mage casualties, 755. Not bad, Wei Xiaosu muttered from a distance, one eyebrow arched. He had to admit, the Minotaur was formidably easily top tier among their rank. Unfortunately for Yazan, Wei Xiaosu considered himself unrivaled at the same level. The cleared space filled in almost instantly with fresh bone. Wei Xiaosu wasn't about to give the Minotaur another breath. He raised a hand. All right, boys, fire back. Whoosh. A hail of firecrackers arced through the air, exploding in rapid succession. None packed much punch alone, but there were too many to count. Streaks of flame crisscrossed the sky, forcing Yazan to dive and roll. ABA, ABA, ABA. Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled as the barrage lit up the night. He broke into a sprint, babbling nonsense. When only 100 meters separated him from Yazan, the fuse of the giant firecracker tucked under his arm sparked to life. ABA AAA. Whoosh. Still chanting his gibberish, Xiao Ming hurled the massive firecracker straight at the Minotaur. Boom. Crash. Xiao Ming's firecracker exploded right beside Yazan, a tower of flame roaring skyward and engulfing a wide swath of ground. Fire and shockwaves swept through the area, shattering 666 skeletal mages in an instant. Bone shards rained down like a white storm. Wei Xiaosu stood at the edge of the inferno, the blistering heat washing over him. Yet all he could think was, I'm so tired. If Yazan hadn't cleared the mages around him before the blast, at least 1,000 would be gone now. ABA ABA. Xiao Ming spun in circles, clapping like a schoolboy just out of class, leaving Wei Xiaosu torn between laughter and exasperation. Yazan, who had taken the blast heat in, was now charred and twitching, clearly incapable of fighting back. To Wei Xiaosu's surprise, the brute was still alive. His vitality was remarkable. All aliens should die, Wei Xiaosu muttered, though he didn't let his skeletal minions finish the job. A live captive was far more valuable. Dozens of students had died in this dungeon today. When the news spread, it would shake not only Qingyang City, but all of Tianfu province. If he could bring in the culprit, the rewards would be considerable. More importantly, he had to learn how Yazan had infiltrated a one-star trial that was supposed to be tightly guarded. He signaled 2 skeletons to lift the barely conscious Yazan, then turned toward the exit. They had been inside for half a day, and most of the monsters were already cleared. Staying any longer was pointless. Soon he reached the nearest portal. Dozens of skeletal mages stood watch over an equal number of student corpses, the trophies and evidence he had collected earlier. Still no one else coming out? Wei Xiaosu shook his head. The Orc Lair was the toughest one-star trial. Anyone leveling here today had to be among their school's elite. Elite students. He gave a bitter smile. He personally knew 3 rare class holders, and there were probably more he didn't recognize. Take everything out, Wei Xiaosu ordered, casting a cold glance at the unconscious Minotaur, Yazan. The skeletons obeyed at once, carrying the students' bodies and Yazan toward the portal. A flash of light, and Wei Xiaosu emerged at the dungeon entrance with his grim procession. The soldiers on guard looked up immediately. Finally, someone made it out. Any longer and ID have called for backup, one joked. You went in last and came out first. How far did you get? Another asked. Wei Xiaosu's face fell at their banter. He had no idea how to answer. There was no time for him to answer, because in the very next second the teleport array at the dungeon entrance began to flash again. The 2 soldiers had hoped Wei Xiaosu would explain, but as soon as the light flared they instinctively turned back to the array, hopeful smiles spreading across their faces. Any student brave enough to charge into the Orc Lair on the 3rd day after awakening had to be a prodigy of the human faction. People like them, Low-rank professionals only qualified to guard a one-star dungeon would be cannon fodder at best inside such a place. The glow faded quickly. Instead of confident cadets, dozens of skeletal mages appeared, some carrying, some dragging one youthful corpse after another. The soldiers' smiles froze on their faces. Impossible, one of them whispered, then roared and raised his rifle. Rat-a-tat, succinct burst shredded every skeleton mage. At first tier, they were no match for modern firearms. In less than 30 seconds, they were reduced to bone dust. Wei Xiaosu stood off to the side, neither intervening nor offering advice. He had long since grown numb to gore. A few dozen skeletons were scarcely a drizzle to him. Xiaoming could wipe out several hundred with a casual explosive talisman, and Wei had seen it too many times to care. Strange, why would undead show up in an orc lair? He muttered, frowning. An instant later, he caught a familiar ripple of mana in the air. A summoned creature's aura. The gunfire ceased, and only then did the two soldiers snap back to reality. They spun around to stare at Wei Xiaosu. After a few seconds of silence, one of them lowered his voice. Kid, mind telling us what's going on? Wei Xiaosu sighed, resigned, and recounted the whole story, from the unusual movements of the minotaurs inside the dungeon, to how Head feigned retreat, laid a trap, and finally forced the real culprit, the minotaur Yazan, into the open and badly wounded him. He's seriously hurt now. You know what to do. With that brief explanation, Wei waved a hand and turned to leave. He had no interest in figuring out why Yazan had appeared in the dungeon. The people upstairs would provide an explanation sooner or later. Was just an ordinary student. He left the teleport zone and headed straight for the commission office. When he upended the heavy storage pouch onto the table, minotaur horns clattered into a small mountain. The clerk in charge of procurement stared wide-eyed. 255 pairs from regular minotaurs, 12 elite pairs, 2 captain pairs, and 1 pair from the boss. Grand total 315,000 Huaxia credits. A text notification pinged on his phone. Wei glanced at the new balance and grinned from ear to ear. Thanks. Pleasure doing business. The clerk looked at the horn mountain, then at the boy's receding back, his jaw hanging open for a long moment. Damn, I could probably take the next 3 days off. Head bet good money the orc lair was an empty shell by now. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu had boarded the coach back to the city. He reclined the seat to its most comfortable angle, fitted his earbuds, and closed his eyes for a light nap. At the very back, a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask watched him quietly, the chill in his deep eyes unmistakable. The bus hurtled back to the city center in no time. Wei Xiaosu didn't wait until the stop in front of Qingyang No. 1 High School. He jumped off one station early, the one closest to the gear trading market. He had to head home for a couple of days tomorrow, and he knew low-level items could be one price today, another price tomorrow, so he needed to sell fast. Stepping into the market, he found himself in a whirl of neon signs and shouting vendors. The first thing he saw was a cat-eared girl working the doorway. Today she wore a frilly black and white maid outfit, white fishnet stockings clinging to long pale legs, her ears twitching and her tail swishing, adorable, almost doll-like. It was only his second day of envying beast summoners. Someday, he swore, he would have a cat-eared girl of his own. He pictured her bringing him tea, rubbing his shoulders, kneading his calves, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Buddy, looking for a cat-eared girl? The familiar voice snapped him out of his trance. He turned and frowned at it. Was Zhang Taidan, the middleman who had taken a pile of his gear last night and still hadn't paid a cent. No, Wei said, clasping his hands behind his back, speaking with righteous conviction. I'm a man of letters. Man of letters, my foot, Zhang snorted. If you hadn't stared at her legs for 10 straight minutes, I might have believed you. Jokes aside, the professional sales ace switched gears instantly. Got any fresh goods today, brother Xiaosu? Actually, I do. Yesterday's deal had been smooth, the price fair, and Zhang had even let him buy a storage pouch for only 20,000, so Wei felt no need to hide anything. He pulled out a pink pouch and spread today's haul across the stall. Compared with yesterday, the pile was 10 times larger, and the berserker axe in particular drew attention. Cold light danced along its edge and vicious runes crawled across the blade, enough to make even the usually unflappable Zhang Taidan's expression shift. Level 5 to level 10 gear sold best, often fetching a 50 to 100% markup because so many newly awakened players needed it. Level 20 gear, though expensive, held its value. People always leveled up. When the post-exam bubble burst, low-level gear would crash, but level 20 items would stay strong, and the berserker axe came with built-in armor penetration, a top 10 effect among thousands of weapon perks. So, how much will you give me for the lot? Wei asked. Zhang ran a palm along the axe's edge, swept his gaze over the rest, and did the math at lightning speed. He finally gritted his teeth and named a price. 100,000 for the axe, 80 for everything else, 180,000 in total. Wei weighed the offer for a few seconds and made no counter. The price was already more than fair. Wei Xiaosu pulled out his phone and opened his WeChat payment code, only to find the other guy still wasn't planning to pay. What the heck? Broad daylight, and you're trying to pitch me something again? His heart skipped a beat as he shot Zhang Taidan a wary look. Sure enough, The next moment Zhang reached into his storage pouch and produced 2 items. Brother Xiaosu, take a look actually, don't even look, just pay first. This stuff is premium, Zhang said, waving the items and grinning slyly. Not gonna look? Hurry up and pay. Zhang Taidan seriously? Wei Xiaosu stared, stunned by the stunt. Zhang thrust the items forward. A necromancy skill book and an evolution potion that upgrades undead summons. If you don't want them, they'll sell them to someone else. Not interested, wait, hold on. Wei snapped back to reality, eyes locked on the 2 items. Once he read their names and effects, his gaze lit up. How much? 50,000 for the skill book, 150 for the potion, Zhang chuckled, every inch the crooked merchant. That's steep? Wei sucked in a breath, especially at the potion's 150,000 yuan price tag. Give me a break on the price. Brother Xiaosu, you're a friend. Both for 200 grand. Anyone else would pay at least 250, maybe 300, Zhang said, shaking his head, no room to haggle. Seeing he wouldn't budge, Wei quickly checked prices online and messaged his homeroom teacher Li Jing for confirmation. The verdict, 200,000 really wasn't bad. Deal. I made 180,000 selling gear yesterday, add another 20 and take them. Wei gritted his teeth and nodded. That's the spirit. Zhang beamed and flashed his own QR code. You've received 20,000 yuan on WeChat. As the electronic voice sounded, Zhang shoved the items into Wei's hands, turned, and waved. Big spender. Next time I get something good, I'm coming straight to you. Watching him leave, Wei felt something was off. Last night, he sold a pile of equipment and didn't charge a cent. Today he moved gear 10 times better and still didn't earn a cent, and now had shelled out 20 grand. Damn, what a character, he muttered, torn between annoyance and admiration. Who had come out ahead him, Zhang Taidan, or both? Low-grade undead evolution potion item. Apply to an undead creature to raise its rank by 1 tier, up to captain level. Each creature may be treated once. Summon Skeleton Guard Grade G Skill Book. Summons an elite skeleton guard whose level scales with the summoner. Each summon costs 10 points of mental energy. An evolution potion and a skill book both were rare treasures that could instantly boost Wei Xiaosu's combat power. The skeleton guard, in particular, promised solid defense. Whether as a frontline tank or a bodyguard, it would be far sturdier than the fragile skeleton mage. After stowing the skill book and potion in his storage pouch, Wei Xiaosu fixed his gaze on the cat-eared girl a short distance away, and half an hour slipped by before he realized it. Clad in an outfit that screamed adorable, she wore a practiced smile, and the pair of fuzzy ears atop her head twitched beneath the counter lights like a metronome designed to steal souls. Wei Xiaosu let out a long sigh. She's gorgeous. After that brief moment of awe, he renewed a vow he had made to himself. One day, he would have a cat-eared girl of his own. His teacher once said that life needs goals and pursuits to be meaningful. From this moment on, the cute felon-eared girl had officially been promoted to Wei Xiaosu's life goal and ultimate pursuit. As he left the trade market, he actually flagged down a taxi for once. The amber headlights swept across the sidewalk and soon deposited him in front of the Guoker apartments. The key turned with a click and Wei Xiaosu plunged into his less than 40 square meter flat. Once the lights were on, he tipped the skill book and evolution potion from his storage pouch onto the coffee table like a miser admiring his treasure. Learn summon Skeleton Guard. At his words, the skill book dissolved into starlight and seeped into his mind, engraving every step of the summoning process in an instant. Low-tier skill books required no ceremony and no prerequisites. Mastering them was as easy as drinking a glass of water. Summon Skeleton Guard. He thrust out his left palm. Cold black mist burst forth, coalescing at the center of the living room, and as the fog dispersed, a brand new skeletal creature stood on the floor. It was over 2 meters tall, and in both hands it gripped a bone shield almost as large as itself. The shield looked a full 10 centimeters thick, its ridges and joints so pronounced that it radiated an almost unbreakable solidity. Skeleton Guard. Tier 1 Elite. Strength, 13. Agility, 580. Constitution, 300. Spirit, 1050. Skill points, 188. Active skill: take the below grade G. The Skeleton Guard can leap to a designated target in the blink of an eye, plant its shield, and adopt a defensive stance upon landing. Maximum leap distance 10 level meters. Definitely a tank-type skeleton. Perfect. Wei Xiaosu nodded, unable to hide his satisfaction. Then he pulled a faintly glowing fragment of white bone from his pouch and tapped it against the guard's forehead. Dark light erupted, and the skeleton's aura surged elite, leader, boss until it broke into beast general rank. Its height shot past 3 meters, and its bones ballooned into pillars of white reinforced, as if by rebar. Most striking of all was the shield, where a dozen black gold runes appeared, binding it like chains and giving off an air of unshakable sturdiness. The Skeleton Guard crouched in the middle of the living room, its head nearly brushing the ceiling, and its massive bulk filled Wei Xiaosu with an incomparable sense of security. This is way more reliable than a skeleton mage. With him on watch, it'll be much safer. A broad grin split his face. Although he possessed damage transfer, Had rather not use it if he could avoid its pain, was very real. Wei Xiaosu's personal defense was next to nothing. In MMO terms, his defense stat was 1. If an enemy dealt 1,000 points of damage, he would still have to swallow 999 of them. Those points wouldn't kill him outright, but they would be redirected to whatever skeleton he had summoned. Suppose the skeleton guard boasted 2,000 defense ordinarily, that would make it nearly impervious, but the moment it inherited those 999 points, it could crumple on the spot. Skeleton guard, tier 1 beast general. Stats, strength 13, agility 1,880, constitution 3,888, spirit 888. Skill, stand firm, grade E. Stand firm E. The skeleton guard instantly vaults toward a target and raises its shield in a defensive stance. Maximum leap distance equals 100 times its level. Whoa, 3,888 constitution. That's one massive meat shield. Wei Xiaosu's eyes practically glowed after reading the panel. At the same tier, a skeleton boar had only 2,100 constitution, yet this skeleton guard was pushing 4,000. The gap was absurd, and that was before factoring in the guard's thick shield. Wei Xiaosu could already tell the damage reduction must be even more ridiculous. He broke into a silly grin and patted the guard's weather-worn shoulder blade. From now on, your name is Xiaoqiang's cockroach that just won't die. With a wave, he sent Xiaochang back into his summoning space and called out the skeleton mage, Xiaoming. Wei Xiaosu already knew who would get the evolution potion. Peiqi and Xiaochang were both beast generals, but Xiaoming was still stuck at boss rank, so the mage obviously came first. Besides, nothing beat the thrill of Xiaoming's fireworks clearing entire packs of enemies. He carefully spread the entire vial over the mage's bone joints. The clear liquid seeped in at once. After about 3 minutes, a faint glow rose from the skeleton, and the system prompt chimed evolution successful. Skeleton mage, tier 1 beast general. Stats, strength 13, agility 855, constitution 1,350, spirit 3,100. Skill, mega firecracker, grade E. Mega firecracker E hurls an oversized firecracker that explodes on impact, dealing heavy damage. Nice, 3,100 spirit. Next raid, he's a guaranteed MVP. Wei Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction. Against trash mobs, Xiaoming's cleanup speed beat the rest of the team combined, though the mage did have a habit of killing 100 enemies and damaging 1,000 allies, which could be awkward. After storing Xiaoming, Wei Xiaosu washed up, collapsed onto his bed, and drifted off in no time. Elsewhere, deep inside the darkened Guoka residential complex, moonlight bathed a quiet courtyard in pale silver. In a small pavilion, Su San from Building 3, Apartment 303 sat straight on a bamboo chair, his gray beard fluttering in the night breeze. Cradling a cup of hot tea, he fixed his gaze on a mysterious man 10 meters away. The man wore a black baseball cap and a mask, revealing only a pair of cold, wary eyes. Every muscle was tensed like a drawn bowstring. Su San took a sip, the steam mingling with the tea's fragrance, and exhaled slowly. The Shien family actually sent you? Isn't that overkill? Young master was seriously injured. He may miss this year's college entrance exam. The stranger's words were clipped and precise. A trace of mockery curled Su San's lips. So he loses and calls in backup? Your young master's worthless. Not like my young lady. He caught himself mid-sentence, cursing Wei Xiaosu inwardly. The family head said you even made the young lady cry? Humph. Compared with her poise and resolve, that Shien brat isn't fit to carry her shoes. Dropping all pretense, Su San's eyes turned icy and his voice hardened. You have 3 seconds. Leave, or the Shien family can start planning your funeral. After a quiet night, Wei Xiaosu finally dragged himself out of bed at 5:30 when the alarm blared, then shuffled off to wash up. He had to return home to Dato Baosher Village, Qinghe Town, Anzhou County, Qingyang City. It was a full 100 kilometers as the crow flies, required 3 transfers, and would cost him at least 5 hours on the road. After splashing water on his face, he grabbed a piece of bread and a carton of milk, shoved them into his pocket, and stepped outside. The sky was still dark, a waning moon hung high overhead, and the air held the lingering chill of night. The street to the station was almost deserted. The first bus to the county seat left at 6:30, and it was just after 6, so Wei strolled down the dim road without hurrying. He took out his phone, opened his reading app, and looked for something to pass the time. A cover popped up screaming in oversized letters, Global Class Change. Infinite summons at spawn. I alone am a natural disaster. The title was absurdly boastful. He muttered that authors these days had wild imaginations, yet because he was a summoner himself, he tapped it anyway. The story turned out to be right up his alley, and he was soon so absorbed that even nearby footsteps faded from his awareness. 50 or 60 meters behind him, however, a man clung to the shadows, unnoticed. When Wei entered a narrow alley about 100 meters long, the stalker finally moved. A baseball cap hid his face, a mask covered his mouth, and only a pair of icy eyes remained visible. He drew a dagger from his belt, the blade flashing coldly in the moonlight. In an instant he burst forward, feet so light they made no sound. The distance vanished, and he glided up behind Wei, stopping half a meter away like a ghost. Steel flashed and sliced across Wei's throat. The dull tear of flesh echoed in the alley, and a warm spray of blood filled the air. Remember this next life. Don't cross people you can't afford to offend. The Qian family is way out of your league. With blood dripping from his dagger, the stranger turned his back to Wei and stared up at the crescent moon, his voice cold and arrogant. 1 second, 2, 3, yet no body hit the ground. Unease clenched at him. That cut had severed the windpipe. Not even a rank 9 powerhouse could survive it, let alone a rank 1 summoner. Anyone still standing after such a wound had to be either a top-tier healer or some uncanny otherworldly creature. You'd better remember this too. Until you're sure the enemy is dead, don't turn your back to strike a pose, and definitely don't act like a big shot. The quiet voice rose behind him, one casual sentence that made every hair on his body stand on end as raw danger swept over him. A wet thud echoed as the mysterious man tried to flee, only for agony to explode in his chest. He dropped his gaze, eyes wide with disbelief, and saw a razor-edged dagger buried in his heart. I never thought the first blood on this school-issued dagger supposedly as good as a tier 3 weapon would belong to a human, Wei Xiaosu said calmly, twisting the blade. Bone and flesh ground together with a dull crunch. The assassin's knees buckled, and he collapsed, his heart reduced to pulp and his life snuffed out. System prompt. Congratulations on killing a tier 3, level 39 human assassin elite. Experience 500,000. Wei Xiaosu's own heartbeat raced. The terror of a tier 3 elite assassin was all too real without his damage transfer talent. He would have died before he could blink. Even his army of skeletal summons had been almost useless against an opponent 2 tiers higher. That was close. If he hadn't paused to show off, I'd never have had a chance, he muttered, checking his summoning space. More than 2,000 skeletal mages had been erased in a single strike. A tier 3 powerhouse, indeed. Shien family. Shien family, he repeated the name softly. He had crippled Shien Zaheo in their last dungeon run. Now an assassin had come for him in return. Their ruthlessness was clear. Still, the ambush had brought a windfall. His experience bar shot up to 68 of level 13, putting level 14 within reach. Once he steadied himself, Wei Xiaosu began to loot. First was the dagger that hadn't vanished, with its owner clearly not a bound weapon. Assassin's Dagger Boss. Level 31. Grade Tier 3. Strength 299. Agility 1899. Effect grants an additional 100 agility. A Tier 3 boss grade weapon would fetch at least 300,000. Grinning, he tucked it into his pink storage pouch. Next he found the man's storage bag, but a glowing Tier 3 mental seal barred immediate access. A Tier 3 seal, no chance I break that anytime soon. He shrugged and stashed the bag in his backpack, planning to deal with it after he grew stronger. Cleanup came next. Leaving the corpse in a dark alley felt wrong, and a would-be murderer deserved no courtesy. Wei Xiaosu dragged the body to a small grove, dug a shallow pit, dropped it in, covered it, and patted down a mound, as smoothly as clicking berry corpse in a game. Within seconds a green shoot broke through the fresh soil, thickening to the width of an arm as leaves unfurled in the night breeze. Wei Xiaosu stared, witnessing how a Tier 3 warrior's lingering life force could still draw on the world's energy after death. A chill ran down his spine. A Tier 3 powerhouse truly is terrifying. The tree that had sprouted from the burial mound quickly unfurled a dense canopy, beads of black light gathering along its limbs until orb-like fruits began to form. 1, 10, 20. Wei Xiaosu stared up, heart pounding. The Minotaur chieftain's tree had produced only 6 fruits, yet this one bore 28. He drew a deep breath, vaulted onto the trunk, and plucked every orb that gleamed with an eerie obsidian sheen. Loot from a Tier 3 grave mound tree was never subpar. He lined up the spoils in his palm. 10 sticks of low-grade grave incense, 10 vials of low-grade corpse oil, 5 portions of low-grade grave rice, 4 tufts of low-grade grave grass, and a single 10-unit hell note. The incense and oil were no-brainers. Wei lit the incense and smeared the oil on the spot. His experience leapt by 60,000, and all 4 base stats rose by more than 100, results as immediate as they were gratifying. Grave rice was perfect for replenishing mental energy in a pinch, so he shoved every portion into his storage pouch. The more he stockpiled, the safer he felt. As for the grave grass, he had never seen any before. Netherworld items rarely counted as trash, so he eagerly pulled up the description. Low-grade grave grass, item. Malnourished grave grass. Consuming it rapidly heals the user's wounds. Usable only by undead classes or undead creatures. Whoa, it's a healing item. Wei brightened. Direct healing gear was always pricey. These 4 sprigs were lifesavers. Then he possessed himself was seldom injured, let alone killed. As long as his summons held, any serious wound vanished instantly. For him, the grass was redundant. His 3 carefully nurtured skeleton sidekicks Peiqi, Xiaoming, and Xiaoing were another story. Ordinary skeletons stayed dead once they dropped, and losing any of these would sting. He tucked the grave grass away for emergencies. Next came the 10-unit Hell Note. The system's blurb was brief. 10 Hell Notes, item. Underworld currency worth 10 units. Can purchase any netherworld item. In short, it was money. The Huaxia Empire had its coins, every nation had its own cash, and the underworld apparently used this dark red paper. A hazy figure seated on a throne loomed in the center of the bill, adding an unsettling touch. The real question is, where do I spend it? Wei muttered, frowning at the note. Ding. Hell currency detected. Would you like to open the underworld market? A pale blue interface flashed open, and Weiss' breath caught it actually worked. Open, he shouted. The screen refreshed at once, flooding with items. Text descriptions filled the panels, and some even played video previews. The mall had 9,999 pages, and each page showed 10 items, which meant this so-called netherworld mall stocked nearly 100,000 products. Wei Xiaosu flipped through the pages at a leisurely pace until something caught his eye. 4 alto familiar items were right there on the screen. Inferior grave incense, consumable, price, 1 nether coin buyback, 0.5. Inferior grave grass, consumable, price, 1 nether coin buyback, 0.5. Inferior grave rice, consumable, price, 1 nether coin buyback, 0.5. Corpse oil, consumable, price, 1 nether coin buyback, 0.5. These were the very same underworld trinkets he had just picked up over the past few days, and the mall not only carried them, but even offered to buy them back though at half the purchasing price. If there's a bottom tier, what kind of madness is waiting on the last page? The thought popped into his head, and he jumped straight to page 9,999. The moment the page loaded, he was speechless. Plague of the Undead, skill, price, 9 trillion nether coins. Impure Soil Reincarnation, skill, price, 8 trillion nether coins. Sovereign Scepter, equipment, price, 5 trillion nether coins. Bone Spirit Set, equipment, price, 3 trillion nether coins. The endless string of zeros stretched the page beyond view. Suffering from mild OCD, Wei Xiaosu had to count every single zero, and when he finished he could only curse under his breath. 9 trillion for one skill. Clearly they had no intention of selling it. A simple calculation told him that burying a third-tier expert earned just 10 nether coins. Saving up 9 trillion? Not in this lifetime. A wave of frustration washed over him. He closed the last page, took a deep breath, and accepted reality while staring at his pitiful balance of 10 nether coins. The Netherworld Mall also had categories items, equipment, skills, pets, and so on. As a necromancer, he naturally wanted a cat-eared girl as a pet. It felt perfectly fitting. He switched to the Pets tab. The screen flickered, and a new list appeared. Frostbone Dragon, pet, price, 1 million nether coins. Lavabone Dragon, pet, price, 1 million nether coins. Apocalypse Knight, pet, price, 800,000 nether coins. Headless Horseman, pet, price, 500,000 nether coins. Not completely outrageous? At 1 million a pop, I could own a dragon in a few decades at my current earning rate. Halfway through the sentence he cracked, the corner of his mouth twitching. Who am I kidding? He kept scrolling. Fewer than 100 pets were listed, pathetic compared to the mall's 100,000 items, and their prices stayed sky high, with the cheapest still at 50,000 nether coins. Finally, at the very bottom, he saw Zhang Xiaoyu, pet, price, 50,000 nether coins. There was no cat-eared girl, which was a letdown, but the little hopping corpse fish looked decent enough. The video demo claimed it boosted all 4 basic stats and came with a random special ability. 50,000 wasn't impossible. With some effort, he might scrape it together in a year or two. Wei Xiaosu flipped through every page in the end, yet never found a way to spend his 10 nether coins. Who would have thought that, at his tender age, had already be worrying about how to earn nether coins? Talk about a ripoff. After closing the Underworld Mall, Wei Xiaosu planned to act immediately. He meant to dig up the fresh grave and erase every trace of the mysterious man. The first shovel of dirt changed everything inside the pit, lay nothing but a pile of mud-stained clothes. Fine, less work, he thought. He shrugged, turned, and sprinted toward the Guoco apartment complex. A few minutes later, he burst into his rented room, tore off his blood-splattered clothes, stuffed them into the laundry tub, and locked the door behind him. When he reached the bus stop, it was 6:20 am, only 10 minutes until the first bus left. The doors shut, and the bus rattled along the winding mountain road. Transfers, waits. Another transfer 5 hours later, Wei Xiaosu finally set foot in Baosher Village, Qinghe Township. The name sounded glamorous, but reality was harsh. Mountains on 3 sides, electricity and running water only recently available, and prosperity still a distant hope. Passing through the county seat, Head picked up health supplements for his parents and a few trinkets for his sister. The little girl would love them. With barely 20 households, Baosher Village was a place Wei Xiaosu knew by heart. On the walk home, neighbors stopped him again and again. After all, he was the first student in more than a decade to earn a spot at Qingyang number 1 high, and his popularity here ran high. By the time he finished chatting and reached his house, it was already past noon. Dad, Mom, I'm home, he called, arms full of bags, stepping into the small bungalow whose door was never locked. A girlish squeal rang out from the main room, and a ponytailed teenager darted toward him. It was his 14-year-old sister, Wei Xiaoyu. Small but sharp-witted, Xiaoyu had inherited the family brains. She was still short, with baby-round cheeks. Planting her hands on her hips, she fixed him with her bright black eyes. Wei Xiaosu, you remember how to come home, huh? Hearing her use his full name sent a familiar twinge through him. He skipped the scolding, dropped the bags, pinched her soft cheeks, and pulled them gently apart. You've lost weight, Xiaoyu. Your cheeks aren't as squishy as before. Hey. She wriggled free of his mischief, puffed out her cheeks, and glared. These spats had gone on for over a decade, and Wei Xiaosu was used to them. Still, as he watched her once round face starting to slim, he felt a pang of regret. In another year or two, that adorable bun face would probably sharpen into an oval, and that would be a real pity. Welcome back, Xiaosu. Just then, a woman in her early 40s emerged from the kitchenette. Was their mother, Kong Muqin. Mom, Wei Xiaosu pinched my cheeks again. Wei Xiaoyu pouted, rubbing the spot that was still a little red. Enough, Kong Muqin said, setting the spatula on the stove and giving her daughter a pointed look. Have you finished your homework? The moment homework was mentioned, Wei Xiaoyu wilted. Oh well. Before she could finish, her eyes landed on the pile of gift boxes in the middle of the living room. They gleamed with promise. They'll see what Big Brother brought me to eat. She scampered over and dived into the boxes, rummaging noisily. A few seconds later she brushed off her hands and puffed out her cheeks. How come it's all health supplements? Wei Xiaosu, didn't you buy me any snacks? Wei Xiaosu chuckled but first straightened the boxes, then turned to his mother. Mom, I bought some supplements for you and Dad, good for your health. You child, Kong Muqin said, half scolding, half pleased. Always throwing money around. We didn't give you much, and you still have to pay for tutoring. Save it for yourself. It's fine. I just got a scholarship yesterday, plenty of spending money. Wei Xiaosu waved it off, then faced his sister, his tone suddenly soft. Xiaoyu, I'm your brother. Of course I brought you something good. Wei Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She hurried over, clinging to his arm and shaking it. Bro dear bro, I knew you loved me best. Grinning, Wei Xiaosu pinched her cheek again, then crouched down and pulled a thick stack of books from the very bottom of the pile. 3 years of mock exams, 5 years of college entrance papers. Handpicked by your big brother, guaranteed to cure not doing homework. Study hard and don't let me down. What? Realization hit, and Wei Xiaoyu stamped her foot. Wei Xiaosu, that's too much. I'm coming for you. She lunged at him, and the living room erupted in laughter. Amid the commotion, time slipped by. About half an hour later, Kong Muqin took off her apron, glanced at the wall clock, and frowned. Why isn't your father home yet? He's not answering his phone, either. Mom, has Dad been busy? Wei Xiaosu asked. Kong Muqin nodded, worry creasing her brow. He's doing day labor for a company called Longting Decor, hauling truckloads of furniture between our town and the county seat. He often misses meals. Wei Xiaosu was quiet for a moment, then smiled. Mom, they'll go find him. When we get back, I have good news for both of you. With that, he stepped outside, swung his leg over the family's 15-year-old motorbike, and roared off. The Longting Decor branch was in Qinghe town, no more than a half-hour ride. Wei Xiaosu planned to persuade his father to quit that exhausting, risky job would cover his parents' living expenses from now on. With his current strength and the Black Shovel's special ability, he could acquire gear at dozens of times the normal rate. Selling even a few pieces would easily pay for everything the family needed. Outside the Longting Renovation Company warehouse in Qinghe town, Manager Zhang barked under the scorching sun. Move it. Damn it, it's almost 1 o'clock. Do you want to knock off for lunch or not? His curses thundered like machine gun fire, drilling into everyone's ears. Sweat streamed down his shiny forehead, yet it did nothing to cool his temper. Lu Chang mustered his courage. Boss, we're not slacking. The client ordered a mountain of fragile items. We can't rush it. The noon sun felt hot enough to roast them alive. Lu Chang, Wei Guohua, and Zhou Lei were already red-faced, their t-shirts soaked through, their breathing like bellows. Manager Zhang grew even angrier. He jabbed a fat finger at Lu Chang. So you still want this job? If not, get lost. I've got plenty of replacements. Cool it. Lu, Wei Guohua whispered. Yeah, man, 200 yuan a day isn't bad in a small town, Zhou Lei added. Swallowing their frustration, the 3 men kept hauling cabinets and sofas onto the truck. The wooden pieces were manageable, but when a marble dining table weighing well over half a ton appeared, their faces fell. 1, 2, 3 lift. 1, 2, 3 lift. After 2 tries, the table didn't budge. The heat made their vision blur, and they had to drop it and gasp for air. Manager Zhang exploded. Useless, all 3 of you. Get out of my way. He squeezed his bulky frame in, and with the 4 of them together, the table finally rose. They inched it up a makeshift wooden ramp toward the truck. Just as they reached the edge, Manager Zhang's foot slipped. He lost his balance, and the massive slab tilted toward him. In a split second, Wei Guohua lashed out with his leg, kicking Manager Zhang 3 or 4 meters clear. Zhang tumbled across the sidewalk, barely avoiding the falling weight. Thud. The marble table hit the ground, the dull impact followed by sharp cracking sounds. Wei Guohua, Lu Chang, and Zhou Lei went pale and rushed to inspect the damage. Clutching his bruised stomach, Manager Zhang scrambled back. The sight of spiderweb cracks sent his fury over the edge. It's ruined, he roared. Groaning in pain, he still swung a vicious kick at Wei Guohua. Bastard. If saving the table had been possible, he might have swallowed his anger. But now that it lay in pieces, how could he let it go? Useless. Every last one of them. Manager Zhang's face contorted with rage, the veins on his temples bulging. Pointing first at the broken dining table, and then at Wei Guohua was curled up on the floor after a sudden kick roared. Do you know how much that table cost? 8,000 yuan. That's more than your monthly salary. The words were barely out before he swung a boot at Wei Guohua. Lu Chang and Zhou Lei gasped and rushed in to stop him. Eyes wide, Lu Chang still spoke with a tremor. Manager Zhang, if Wei hadn't pulled you away, that table would have crushed you. Zhou Lei jumped in, words tumbling out. You slipped on your own, sir. How is this our fault? Manager Zhang wouldn't hear it. His face turned scarlet as he jabbed a finger at them, cursing. Lu Chang, Zhou Lei, are you trying to revolt? I'm holding a month and a half of your pay. Want to lose it? The two exchanged a glance and fell silent. Seeing their reaction, Manager Zhang spat on the ground. His gaze landed on the shattered tabletop, stoking his fury. Useless, all of you. Without warning, he lashed out. One kick sent Lu Chang sprawling, another toppled Zhou Lei. Wei Guohua fought through the pain, forced himself upright, and stepped in front of his co-workers. Manager Zhang, you're going too far. Too far. Manager Zhang sneered, his pudgy fingers trembling as he pointed at them. I'm holding a month and a half of your wages. They'll do whatever I want. What are you going to do about it? He slammed a boot into Wei Guohua's chest and stomped again. Hunched over, Wei Guohua covered his head, teeth grinding, but he never struck back. He knew he could flatten Zhang in a few blows, yet he couldn't risk the salary his two children needed, one about to start college, the other preparing for high school entrance exams. Suddenly a raw, furious shout echoed from the doorway. Stop right there. A blur shot into the warehouse like a bullet, too fast to follow. Son of a bitch. Wei Xiaosu, who never cursed, snapped for the first time. He had walked in to find his father covered in boot prints, crouched on the ground, and his eyes instantly reddened. Manager Zhang instinctively stepped back. The teenager before him looked only 17 or 18, yet the murderous aura made Zhang's heart quake. Who are you? Apologize, Wei Xiaosu said, every word icy and deliberate. Apologize to my dad. Now, seeing the newcomer was just a student, Zhang regained his bluster and sneered, your dad? That useless old. Bang. The word useless had barely left his mouth when pain exploded in Zhang's chest. A heartbeat later, he flew more than 10 meters through the air, crashing to the ground like a severed kite. Manager Zhang spewed a mouthful of blood, his face blanching in seconds. He might not have trained in years, but he was still a genuine Tier 1 professional, yet now he could barely stay on his feet. Footsteps closed in, accompanied by a chilly voice. I told you to apologize. Are you deaf? Wei Xiaosu lifted his hand and spread his fingers. A ball of eerie green fire formed in his palm, hot enough to sear the air. Death pressed in like a wall. Manager Zhang's flabby body shuddered, sweat pouring down his forehead. Terrified, he scrambled forward on all fours, shouting, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Wei Guohuano, brother Wei. It's my fault. He'll pay for the table. I swear he'll pay. The swaggering bully from moments ago was gone. Xiaosu, enough? Wei Guohua finally snapped out of his fright. He clambered up from the floor in panic. I'm fine. Put that away before someone gets hurt. Manager Zhang had already coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Wei Guohua feared that if the man died, the fallout would be catastrophic. He and his co-workers had only taken a few kicks, but a corpse was another matter entirely. Dad, are you okay? Did he hurt you? Hearing his father's voice, Wei Xiaosu let the green flames dissipate and checked him over with concern. I'm fine. Wei Guohua waved him off, then shot a glance at the motionless manager. Go easy next time. If you really cripple him, he could sue. That was nothing, Zhou Lei muttered, clutching his chest. Yeah, he had it coming, Lu Chang agreed, rubbing his stomach. They had finally worked it out. If Manager Zhang dared beat them today, tomorrow he would do worse. Quiet, you two. Wei Guohua snapped. Xiaosu is my son, not yours. He'll deal with it if he kills someone. He turned back to his son, half confused and half awed. Xiaosu, when did you get this strong? Dad, I awakened a hidden class. I took first place in the dungeon trial. I'm already Tier 1, level 13, Wei Xiaosu said, his voice low but clear enough for everyone around to hear. Hidden class? Tier 1, level 13? Zhou Lei and Lu Chang traded stunned looks. A hidden class in this little backwater? Their ancestors must be smiling on them today. Manager Zhang, meanwhile, was scared senseless. Awakening Day had been only 4 days ago, yet this teenager was already Tier 1 level 13, like someone playing with cheat codes. Any thought of revenge evaporated instantly. Barring catastrophe, the boy was sure to get into Jing University or Mo University, and graduates from those schools never came out below Tier 5. A Tier 5 professional could defend an entire county far beyond anything Manager Xiaoing dared provoke. Manager Xiaoing stopped pretending to be dead on the floor. He jumped up, didn't even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, hurried over, pulled a pack of huazi from his pocket, offered Wei Guohuo one, and said, "Brother Wei, please don't hold today's mess against me. I was out of line. How about a transfer to the purchasing department?" The purchasing department? The haze in Wei Guohuo's eyes cleared a little. Everyone knew that was the cushiest job in the company, several pay grades above warehouse work and no heavy lifting in the sun or rain. At the thought, he tightened his grip on the cigarette. Behind him, Zhou Lei and Lu Chong exchanged a glance, envy practically spilling out of their eyes. Same fathers, different sons. Wei's kid could drag his dad straight from the warehouse into purchasing, while theirs only stayed home gaming, making even their seven wolves belts twitch with frustration. "Xiaosu, Manager Zhang has apologized, so let it go," Wei Guohua said. The huazi clamped between his lips, his tone already soft. He was easy to satisfy. Even after the kicks and punches, he held little resentment. In his mind, making a living was hard enough, and a steady job mattered most. If purchasing paid less than the warehouse, he'd gladly go back to hauling boxes. "Dad, you can quit, and Mom too. They'll take care of both of you," Wei Xiaosu said with complete confidence. "Oh, come off it. How much can you earn tutoring on weekends?" "Stop bragging," Wei Guohua scoffed. Ready for this, Wei Xiaosu pulled out his phone, opened last night's text showing the payment for the Taran horns, and held the screen up to his father. Wei Guohua only glanced at it. Then his eyes locked onto the string of digits. "Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 315,000? He whispered in disbelief. "Dad, I'm a hidden class player. The money's only going to keep growing. Let's go home." Wei Xiaosu laughed, glowing with pride. Zhou Lei and Lu Chong's eyes instantly reddened. Thinking of their own sons who did nothing but game, anger shot up inside them. The seven wolves' belts were getting unbuckled tonight. Under Manager Zhang's lavish flattery, Wei Guohua signed the resignation papers on the spot. Zhang patted his chest and swore every cent of his wages would arrive on the 15th of next month. Around 2 in the afternoon, father and son carried their simple luggage home. They said nothing about the factory incident, only talked about plans for the future. At the dinner table, Wei Xiaoyu was tearing into a piece of meat. When she heard how much her brother could earn, her eyes spun. She put down her chopsticks, puffed out her cheeks, and held out her hand. "Wei Xiaosu, pay up." "Huh?" Wei Xiaosu froze. "Last year, the year before, and the year before that," she huffed. "At New Year, Mom and Dad gave us each 200 yuan in lucky money. I left mine on the table, and the next day there was only 10 left." "What did you say?" "You said the 200s went on a date overnight, and only 110 came home, and you promised the rest would come back 10 a night." "Wei Xiaoyu, you can't be serious," Wei Guohua stammered, scattering ash as his daughter pressed the debt. Wei Xiaosu stared blankly, rummaging through his memories. That happened. He couldn't recall it at all. By his calculation, he'd transmigrated during those days and hadn't noticed the missing 200, much less where it had gone. Paying it back? Not a chance. The money was swindled by his predecessor, so why should he foot the bill? Wei Xiaosu spread his hands and shook his head with righteous certainty. "Nope. You were just a kid back, then you must have spent it yourself." Across the table, Wei Xiaoyu froze in disbelief. Her brother was as shameless as ever. She slapped the tabletop. "Wei Xiaosu, pay it back. Show some manners and call me brother." Wei Xiaosu helped himself to another spoonful of rice, unhurried and calm. "Brother, my eye." She glared at him. "All you ever do is bully your obedient, thoughtful, adorable, gentle, brilliant little sister." The pair's argument filled the room. Wei Guohua and his wife exchanged a helpless smile, but didn't intervene. To them, this spirited racket was the very heartbeat of home and the reason they kept striving. In the end, Wei Xiaosu flatly denied everything, and the New Year's money disappearance case of 3 years ago remained unsolved. Sullen, Wei Xiaoyu shoveled rice into her mouth and grabbed a few extra pieces of meat, preferably her brother's share as well. Noticing his daughter's pout, Wei Guohua tried to broker peace. "Enough, enough. Your entrance exams are around the corner. If you get into Qingyang number 1 high, they'll buy you a computer." "A computer?" Chopsticks paused midair. Wei Xiaoyu stared at her unfamiliar brother in disbelief. "Absolutely," Wei Xiaosu said, setting down his bowl. "When have I ever broken a promise?" With a sniff, the girl left the room and returned moments later clutching an ornate diary. She slapped it on the table and cleared her throat. March 1st. Wei Xiaosu promised to take me to the county park, never happened. March 16th. He borrowed 5 yuan, still unpaid. April 12th. I cleaned his room for 10 yuan, never saw it. May. Stop, stop, stop. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened. "Fine. This time I swear, and Mom and Dad are witnesses." Hee. Wei Xiaoyu snapped the diary shut, her eyes crescenting with triumph. The next day at noon, Wei Xiaosu packed a small bag, said goodbye to his parents and sister, and boarded the long-distance bus back to Qingyang City. With the college entrance exam looming, he needed to level up fast. He arrived at 6 in the evening. "Skipping the dungeons today, He flagged down a taxi and headed straight to the trading market. Familiar streets slid past, the air rich with grilled meat smoke and motor oil. The cat-eared girl at the gate was still there, though her maid outfit had been swapped for a black puffed skirt. Her tail swayed lazily, furry ears twitching. So cute. He held internally day 5 of envying beast tamer summoners. After a good half hour of admiring her, he reluctantly tore his gaze away and plunged deeper into the market. He wasn't here just to gawk. After 2 smooth deals, he knew exactly where to find Zhang Taidan, a 50 square meter shop in the center of the market. 20 minutes later, a sign reading Taidan Specialty Store came into view. The place was busy. 2 clerks were hawking goods, chatter rising and falling. Zhang Taidan himself was clutching his phone, cursing up a storm. Wei Xiaosu's curiosity got the better of him. Without saying a word, he slipped into the shop and stole a glance at Zhang Taidan's phone. Behind the counter, Zhang Taidan sat cross-legged on a chair, his forehead practically glued to the screen while his fingers flew over the virtual buttons. So he was playing Honor of Kings hardly worth that level of frenzy, was it? Before Wei could finish the thought, Zhang Taidan slapped the desk, shot to his feet, and bellowed like a megaphone. Luban, quit messing around and go deliver takeout. You're more punctual than Mate 1. Li Bai, gank someone already. 10 minutes in and you're still picking herbs in the jungle? Top lane. Top lane. Hell, a dog tied to the turret could guard it better than you. Support, disrupt them. Cast it now. The only thing separating you from a minion is your typing skills. The rapid-fire tirade rattled the whole shop. Wei Xiaosu froze, thinking, so this is the real Taidan, huh? Still, anyone might lose it when their teammates underperform. Then he caught the match stats in the upper right corner. Angela 018. Seriously, Taidan? You go 018 in mid with Angela and still flame your teammates? Wei muttered inwardly. A crucial team fight erupted on screen. Taidan's Angela spun around and fired her ultimate the wrong way, locking down his own team. The enemy stormed mid, took the inhibitor, and marched straight to the base. All trash, every last one of them. The match ended and Zhang Taidan kept ranting until he noticed Wei standing beside him. His face flushed and his voice dropped. "Oh, brother Xiaosu, how long have you been here?" "A few minutes," Wei replied. "I still fixed on that grim 018. Taidan forced a laugh and spread his hands. "Tell me, wasn't Li Bai off picking herbs? You ulted in the wrong direction. And little Lubin delivers faster than Mate 1. You ulted in the wrong direction. Come on, can we not keep harping on that ultimate? Your final score was 019. Taidan's mouth twitched. He hurried to change the subject. "So what brings you here today?" "I need the Necromancer's summoning manuals." "Got any?" Wei asked bluntly. "Those are worth less. No one buys them. Zero profit." "This is a high-end shop," Taidan grumbled. 2,000 per copy. "They'll take everything you have." Wei cut him off. The price made Taidan's eyebrows bounce. A wide grin spread across his face. "Deal. Whatever brother Xiaosu needs. Give me a sec to make some calls." He stepped into a corner, rattled off half a dozen calls in rapid-fire bursts, then came back flashing an OK sign. "Half an hour, 12 copies." "Only 12? Wei frowned. "Bro," Taidan draped an arm over his shoulder, sounding earnest. 0 tier summons, and undead at that. 12 copies is all I can dig up right now. If you need more, I'll keep looking." "Fine. Keep me posted. I'll buy every copy you find. 2,000 each," Wei said generously. "Taidan, do you have any decent cultivation manuals, ones that can raise my rank?" Wei Xiaosu asked. Hearing this, Zhang Taidan patted the apron on his chest and grinned. "Of course. This is a high-class shop. Just wait." He hurried to a shelf by the wall and rummaged through a messy stack of books for a full minute, pages rustling. Soon he returned with 3 dog-eared manuals, slapped them onto the counter, and said, "Practice any of these well, and you can break through. Take a look." As Wei Xiaosu's fingertips touched the spines, his appraisal skill activated automatically. 1. Intermediate breathing technique, grade G, gradually enhances physical attributes and may allow a breakthrough. 2. Intermediate respiration method, grade G, gradually enhances physical attributes and may allow a breakthrough. 3. Advanced meditation art, grade F, gradually enhances physical attributes and may allow a breakthrough. 2 grade G manuals and 1 grade F were already rare. The free meditation technique from school wasn't even grade G and could never help him break through. "How much for each?" he asked. 10 grand for a grade, 20 for the F grade. Zhang Taidan held up 3 fingers and beamed. 10 and 20. Wei Xiaosu drew a sharp breath. 2 days ago had paid only 50,000 for the elite skeleton guard summoning scroll, and these manuals cost several times that. Seeing his hesitation, Zhang Taidan's eyes turned as he did the math. "Brother, I'm not shortchanging you. Buy the advanced meditation art, and I'll throw in those 12 skill books I mentioned for free." Those 12 books were worth only 24,000 and had been gathering dust. Even giving them away wouldn't hurt him, Zhang Taidan calculated. Wei Xiaosu weighed the offer and nodded. "Deal. He'll take it." With power came money. He knew. He might skip the extra sausage in his instant noodles, but he would still spend tens of thousands on anything that made him stronger. Half an hour later, he left the shop with the 12 skill books and the advanced meditation art wrapped in craft paper, transferring 200,000 yuan through Alipay. He didn't spare a glance at the cat-eared girl enticing customers at the door and headed straight back to Guoke Apartments. The gatehouse light cast a dim glow over the complex. Just after he swiped his card to enter, he ran into Su San, who was heading out with a plastic bag. "Uncle Su, heading out this late?" Wei Xiaosu greeted him. "Oh, Xiaosu." Su San looked surprised, then smiled. "Haven't seen you in a couple of days. Where have you been?" "Went back to my hometown. Just got back today," Wei Xiaosu answered. "All right, he'll be off. See you. See you." Watching Su San disappear beneath the streetlight, Wei Xiaosu felt the old man seemed a bit off tonight, as if he hadn't expected to meet him here. Still, his mind was on the manuals and skill books he'd just bought. Back home, he double-locked the door and shut every window, then spread the 12 skill books and the advanced meditation art across his desk. After a moment's thought, he decided to start with the summoning skill. "Congratulations. You have successfully learned the great skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. The SS rank talent Immortal Legacy has activated, boosting all skill effects by 1 tier." A cheerful system chime echoed in his ears. Even after absorbing the knowledge from 12 skill books, not a single rank up appeared, leaving Wei Xiaosu slightly disappointed. Advancing a summoned creature's grade was clearly far harder than he had expected. Still, while his rank refused to rise, the numbers behind it skyrocketed. Where 0.1 points of mana once summoned 2 skeleton mages, the same cost now brought out 13. At that ferocious conversion rate, emptying his entire pool of more than 1,600 points would conjure 200,000 skeleton mages on the spot, double that if he preloaded them into his summon space. 400,000 skeleton mages. The very thought of that endless, pitch-black tide made his scalp tingle. Wei Xiaosu grinned. With 400,000 bone casters, breaching any defense means everything on the other side dies. Collecting himself, he opened the newly acquired Advanced Meditation Manual. Classified as Frank, it sat 1 tier above the Academy's free Grank technique and was far more complicated. Hardly a read at once, and you're done sort of skill. Even so, with his talent and physique, and Frank method would take him no more than an hour to master. Sure enough, 40 minutes later he had fully absorbed it. His mana recovery and physical boosts were now 3 times greater than the basic meditation offered. The minor bodily enhancement didn't impress him. 1 vial of corpse oil could match days of training. What he really wanted was the breakthrough it promised, not a few extra stat points. "I can feel Itha." After only 2 cycles, he sensed a barrier inside him loosening, as though he were a heartbeat away from transformation. Seeing progress like that, he ditched sleep and chose to train through the night. Meditation kept his mind sharp, so the loss of rest meant nothing. Time crept by. The technique flowed more smoothly with every breath, and his stats climbed at a pace that was plainly visible. Strength 0.2, Constitution 0.3, Spirit 0.8, Agility 0.2. Every half hour, the numbers jumped again. 1.5 points in 30 minutes, 3 points per hour. Small gains piled up quickly. Around 4 in the morning, everything changed. Black mist rose from his body, spreading like spilled ink until it swallowed him whole. An instant later the mist surged back, funneling into the center of his brow. When the last wisp vanished, his aura erupted. "Congratulations. You have advanced to the elite tier. Upgrade bonus, attribute points 2. Strength 100, Constitution 100, Spirit 200, Agility 100. Ha ha ha, I did it. I actually broke through to the elite tier in a single night." Wei Xiaosu shouted, elated. Qingyang City, Su family villa. In a study on the 2nd floor, Su Dong sat facing an elderly man in his 70s whose hair was streaked with gray. The old man was Su San, the household steward. Though technically a servant, he had grown up in the Su family and served 3 successive heads, making him an acknowledged elder in the clan. Even as the current patriarch, Su Dong still addressed him respectfully as third uncle. "Third uncle, are you saying Wei Xiaosu has come back?" Su Dong set down the file in his hand, his brows shooting up. Yesterday, Su San had reported that Wei Xiaosu was missing, and even the Shien family's death guard who had been tailing him had vanished. They had concluded that Wei Xiaosu was probably dead, yet here he was, alive, and well, the reversal was baffling. Su San cleared his throat, looking even more perplexed than Su Dong. Wei Xiaosu is indeed back, but the Qian family's death guard has disappeared without a trace. Su Dong's frown deepened. He had no desire to get dragged into this mess. Wei Xiaosu wasn't related to the Su family, and his feud with the Qian clan was personal. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand. "All right, third uncle. Stick to the original plan and keep protecting Wei Xiaosu, at least until he finishes the college entrance exam. With his grades, he can easily get into Beijing University or Shanghai University. Once he's a student at a top school, even the Qian clan won't dare lay a hand on him." "No problem." Su San nodded. Guarding Wei Xiaosu was already his assignment. The deadline was simply being extended. He suddenly seemed to recall something and hesitated. "Patriarch, what about the young miss?" Su Dong's mouth twitched, and he cut him off. "Don't overthink it, third uncle. You know Xiaoqing's temperament. After being crushed by Wei Xiaosu 3 years in a row, she just wants to win one match and save face. So that's it. Su Sen nodded in understanding, then shook his head with a trace of regret. What a pity. Xiaosus a good kid, smart, capable, talented. Sudong. Early the next morning, pale light slipped through the curtains and spread across the wooden floor. Wei Xiaosu opened his eyes, coming out of a seated meditation. A few hours earlier, he had used an advanced meditative technique to break through to the elite tier, then spent more than 2 hours stabilizing his new level. The benefits were immediate. Each of his 4 core attributes had jumped by 500 points, leaving him feeling reborn, and from now on the points earned with every level up would double, giving him dozens of extra points right away. His stomach growled. He decided to eat first, then head into a dungeon to grind levels. After a quick shower, he pulled on clean workout clothes, slung a light backpack over his shoulder, and went downstairs. In the small courtyard outside the living room, Su San was practicing Tai Chi in a training outfit. Morning mist curled around him. Every push, turn, and pivot was gentle yet powerful. Seeing Wei Xiaosu, the old man finished his form, clasped his fists, and greeted him with a warm smile. Up and about so early, Xiaosu? Sure am. Wei Xiaosu replied, letting his gaze linger on Su San's fluid movements. Uncle Su, your Tai Chi looks better than the masters on TV. Every move is full of power. That's impressive. Su San laughed heartily, eyes crinkling as he took half a step closer and teased. Huh, you're quite the charmer. Got a girlfriend yet? Su San abruptly switched gears and tossed out a tricky question. Huh, well, not at the moment. Wei Xiaosu stared blankly. A second ago they were discussing Tai Chi, and now he was being asked if he had a girlfriend. He waved his hands in protest. No, I don't. The wrinkles on Su San's face folded into a chrysanthemum-like grin. He shooed him away. Off you go. Young people should stay busy. Okay, Uncle Su, goodbye. Wei Xiaosu bobbed his head like a pecking chicken, then all but bolted out of Guoka community. Outside the gate, he let out a long breath. If had stayed any longer, the old master would probably have tried to play matchmaker on the spot. He threw himself into the final sprint before the college entrance exam. Qingyang City had only 3 one-star dungeons, so he set a schedule for himself. Clear all 3 in 3 consecutive days, spend 1 day in silent meditation, and drop by to visit the cat-eared girl. Resting wasn't slacking off. The bosses respawned every 3 days. Clearing a dungeon a day always left 1 day open. If he went in just to farm trash mobs, he'd gain less than if he meditated at home. The cycle repeated, and time flew. Less than 24 hours remained before the exam. That night, Wei Xiaosu sat cross-legged on his bed, running advanced meditation at full throttle. His mental energy surged like a tide. More than 20 days of accumulation erupted at once, pushing him across the threshold boss tier. Haha, a breakthrough right before the exam. Fantastic. He punched the air and hurriedly opened his panel. Name, Wei Xiaosu. Boss class profession, Necromancer first ascension. Level, 16 experience, 12.60. Strength, 1,277. Agility, 1,312. Constitution, 1,386. Spirit, 2,135. Bound gear, Dirge of the Departed. Summon capacity, 213,500. 213,500. Skills. 1. Innate skill, Immortality, SSS rank. 2. Summon skeleton mage, rank G30. 3. Ghostfire, rank G. 4. Summon skeleton guard, rank G. More than 20 days of grinding and meditation had not only pushed him to level 16, but also elevated him to boss tier. During that time, Zhang Taidan had secured another 17 copies of Summon Skeleton Mage, a massive haul. Now, 1 point of spirit could call forth 300 skeleton mages. If he burned his entire 2,000 points, he could instantly raise an army of 600,000. His control range had ballooned from a few kilometers to a full 100. As long as his minions stayed within that circle, his will could descend on them precisely. At 4 yesterday morning, while no one was watching, he slipped into the orc nest again. This time, he didn't even step through the entrance. Relying solely on his mind, he directed hundreds of thousands of skeletons and wiped the place clean. Good thing had cloaked his presence beforehand. Otherwise, today's trending searches would be splashed with his name. Today I rest. The exam starts tomorrow, and I'm taking the top spot. Wei Xiaosu clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. He wasn't aiming for just the city champion, but the provincial champion. That would mean a hefty state bonus and a spacious new apartment. Then he could move his parents in Xiaoyu into the city center. If Xiaoyu got into Qingyang First High, her commute home would be a breeze. June 7th marked the official start of the national entrance exams. At 6 in the morning, dawn had barely broken, yet Qingyang was already alive with car horns and the steady flow of students and parents. Across the city's 4 urban high schools and another 30 spread through its districts, counties, and towns, 141 students were rushing to their test sites. The statistics were clear. Roughly 1/3 would sit only the academic portion, while about 20,000 were here for the full professional assessment. If a single mid-sized city could gather such numbers, the total across Tianfu province had to be in the hundreds of thousands. creating fierce competition for every professional university. Unlike ordinary colleges, professional universities weigh more than just a candidate's level and realm. Though those two categories carry the most points, academic scores, specialty knowledge, and hands-on performance are just as vital. The exam is scored out of 1,000. Level 200, realm 300, academics 200, practical 300. Master the pen to secure the nation, and the sword to defend it a day. True talent must excel in both, which is why level and realm add up to only half the total. For Wei Xiaosu, the first day's academic exam was practically a free gift. Out of 200 points, he expected to earn 160 or so and felt confident. Day 2, however, was the real challenge, the practical test. Before that test, all candidates underwent a unified assessment of level and realm. The Qingyang Education Bureau herded examinees into a massive sports arena in groups of 5,000. Steel trusses crossed the ceiling, and the empty grandstands were reserved for proctors alone. A senior mage raised a hand, spread a formation, and pale gold runes rippled outward. Within half an hour, the data for all 5,000 students appeared on a giant light screen. Level is worth 200 points, 10 points per level, with a max at level 20. Wei Xiaosu, currently stage 1 level 16, pocketed 160 points on the spot. Realm carries 300 points, 100 for normal, 200 for elite, and a full 300 for headman. Anyone who broke through to boss level would trigger an arena-wide roar. Wei's name glowed brightest in that column, securing the full 300. Together with his level score, he opened the day with an impressive 460. Yet what truly set pulses racing was the practical. For combat track candidates, the rules were simple. Defeat the assigned monster within the time limit, and your score would scale with both time used and the creature's strength. Qingyang No. 1 High School, the city's flagship campus, entered first. From the outside, the testing arena looked like a professional football stadium. Concentric stands surrounding an enormous combat zone walled in reniched metal. Sand and steel plating alternated underfoot, and the air carried the blended scent of gunpowder and magic. Wow. So this is the live combat field, someone whispered as the students stepped into the tunnel. Wonder what kind of monsters they've lined up for us this year. Who cares? 1 comes, we drop it. 2 come, we drop them both. Savage. Total legend. With 300 practical points on the line, a strong showing could catapult anyone into the nation's elite universities. Some students flexed their fingers, others drew slow breaths to steady their hearts. The group was led as always by Principal Wang Wei, dressed in formal attire and nodding encouragement as he surveyed his charges. This time, 2 city officials had come along to observe the proceedings. Qingyang No. 1 High has been the talk of the town this year. With 3 hidden classes revealed, Wang Wei has been strutting around like a peacock, bragging about his teaching skills all month. The off-campus combat arena was packed and buzzing. A steel fence kept the fighting pit and bleachers sharply apart, and thick searchlights pierced the misty winter sun, illuminating every crack in the flagstones. Wang Wei strode to the edge of the makeshift platform, his coat snapping in the wind, as if he were a general about to review his troops. Once more than 100 students had assembled, he raised a hand for silence, his clear voice rolling across the field. Classmates, this is your final test of the year, the Live Combat Assessment. The rules are simple. Choose the number of monsters you wish to face according to your strength. The invigilators will grade your overall performance. This year's monsters are goblins, minotaurs, and slimes, ranging from level 10 to level 20, ordinary to boss rank. Class 1, be ready. First up, Lu Ming. On most days Wang Wei could ramble for minutes, but today he wrapped up in under 60 seconds. He signaled the start of the exam and fixed his eyes on a tall, lean boy in the crowd. Lu Ming stepped into the arena, boot soles scraping the stone, the studs on his armor flashing cold light. Lu Ming, warrior class, level 10 peak 0 tier. That wouldn't top the charts at Qingyang No. 1, but it would make him a standout elsewhere. One more level and he would hit 11, a wall many rookies never clear. On the other side lay a sharp rise in power. He'll take 10 level 10 minotaurs and 1 level 10 elite minotaur, he said calmly. Arcane light flared. Summoning circles spread through the air. Massive minotaurs thundered onto the flagstones, iron hooves sparking. The elite emerged last larger, muscle-bound, blood-red eyes promising a savage charge. Warriors live for straight-up clashes, and Lu Ming preferred muscle versus muscle. The ordinary beasts were no threat. The elite was the real test. Confident as he was, he dared not relax. Life-bound gear scarlet eye armor, manifest. Crimson light raced over him, solidifying into heavy plate, the ruby on the chest pulsing like a heart. Only then did he draw the sword at his waist, a level 5 boss-grade longsword, its edge glowing pale blue. His parents had emptied their savings, 50,000 Huaxia credits, to buy it. Today he had to deliver a result worthy of their sacrifice. Up in the stands, Wei Xiaosu, watching quietly, froze when the blade flashed. Length, pattern, guard, everything matched the slime sword head sold not long ago. Damn, I know that sword. The slime sword, 50 grand, Boost stats by 105 points. Lu Ming's loaded. A nearby student gasped, envy dripping from every word. My weapon only adds 46. No wonder he dares tackle an elite minotaur at his level. Wei Xiaosu blinked. 50 grand. Had sold that blade to Zhang Taidan for 10. Zhang Taidan, you scumbag, he muttered, suddenly understanding why the guy had flipped him a bargain basement storage pouch classic middleman hustle. Inside the arena, Lu Ming finished his warm-up. A dozen meters away, the minotaurs roared in unison and lunged with heavy axes raised high. The floor shuddered. Chips of stone flew. Lu Ming pushed off, glyphs on the scarlet eye, armor flaring. He arced through the air like a fish breaking water, slipping cleanly past the crossed blades. His left shoulder dipped, right arm snapped up, and his slash ripped open the nearest minotaur's chest, splattering dark blood across the stones. Holy crap, look at a movie dodged a pack of minotaurs. 6666. With skills like that, he's practically first tier already. Inside the testing arena, an orange-eared blur darted among the minotaurs, a longsword flashing in his hand. Every swing either crippled or outright killed its target. The swordsman was Lu Ming. Though still at tier 0, level 10, and only a step from tier 1, his keen feel for technique and nimble footwork already let him fight like a tier 1 expert. In theory, an ordinary class has almost no chance against an elite monster of equal level. Yet Lu Ming's blade was busy shredding that theory. Within minutes the air was thick with blood and powdered stone. Lu Ming wove through 10 ordinary minotaurs. Each blur of motion trailed a flash of steel, and 10 huge bodies hit the ground. He then charged the elite minotaur, a beast a head taller and packed with muscle. He didn't retreat an inch. The sword screamed through the air, and half the monster's skull was sliced away. The hulking body staggered twice before crashing down. The timer stopped. 3 minutes, 29 seconds. Lu Ming 10 level 10 minotaurs and 1 level 10 elite minotaur eliminated in 329, score, 161 points. For a moment the hall was silent, then gasps erupted. Damn, 161 points? That's insane. Most people would be nuts just to challenge an elite monster, and he finished in barely over 3 minutes. So a perfect score means killing the boss. What kind of monster would that be? As the chatter rose, eyes swung to Class 2. The test rolled on, and apart from Lu Ming, the best any ordinary class student could manage was 103 points, making his result even more dazzling. Soon it was Su Xiaoqing's turn. She wore a fitted white tracksuit. Light makeup highlighted her exquisite features, and she stood at the entrance like a beam of light. She descended the steps with steady, buoyant strides, then glanced back, locking onto the figure who haunted her dreams, Wei Xiaosu of Class 2. Wei Xiaosu, this time you're going to lose. A faint smile touched Su Xiaoqing's lips, her eyes full of certainty. A month of brutal training had been pure misery, but the payoff was dramatic. She was now peak tier 1, level 20 firmly in boss territory. With the Sword of the Seraph and a full set of level 20 boss gear, she would even dare face a newly risen tier 3 expert Hedon. Wealth is also power, and Su Xiaoqing never hid that fact. She curled her fingers, and a 2-meter golden greatsword materialized in her palm, holy patterns running from hilt to tip. At the same time, silver-white armor raced up from her toes to her shoulders, tiny gear locks clicking at each joint. The entire set cost 2 million Huaxia credits, an astronomical sum for an ordinary student, yet pocket change to the Su family. 5 level 20 goblin bosses. Her voice echoed across the arena. The stands exploded. What? Did I hear that right? 5 level 20 goblin bosses. The goddess is going off the rails. Hidden classes are strong, sure, but at best they can solo a sub-boss. She's not just going after a boss, she wants 5 of them at once. Up in the stands, Wei Xiaosu stared, stunned. A level 20 boss was the testing arena's ceiling, yet she was taking on 5 at once. What was she trying to prove? Insight. A faint halo flared in his eyes as he tried to read Su Xiaoqing's stats. The interface flashed only one message: data unavailable. The system withheld numbers for just 2 reasons. 1. The target is 10 or more levels above you. 2. The target is using a cloaking item. If she could face 5 level 20 bosses at once, she had to be at least level 20 herself. Wei Xiaosu's breath caught. He was already level 16, but the experience from 16 to 20 dwarfed everything from 1 to 16 combined. Head farmed Qingyang City's 3 1-star dungeons until the NPCs knew him by name, yet his level was still stuck at 16. 20 felt like an impassable gulf. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Su Xiaoqing in nearly a month, not even in the dungeons. Did she go grind somewhere else? Wei Xiaosu frowned. While he was lost in thought, Su Xiaoqing was already in motion at the arena's center. Seraph, a hidden class ranked in the top 20. Her platinum wings beat the air, stirring a violent gust. Her base stats dwarfed anyone at the same level, and her skill control was razor sharp. The golden great sword in her hand was broader than her shoulders, its edge glinting coldly. The 5 goblin bosses had only just raised their crude weapons when her sword crashed down. Within a few exchanges, their arms were lopped off cleanly, the cuts smooth as if made by a laser. Holy Lightblade. Su Xiaoqing sprang 4 or 5 meters into the air. Her 6 wings flared, steadying her mid-flight as the sword built up a blinding radiance. Perish! A 10-meter arc of golden energy screamed downward, gouging deep trenches in the floor. The disarmed goblin bosses didn't even have time to scream before the slash cleaved them and 5 twisted heads rolled neatly away. Silence. The hall was dead quiet. Su Xiaoqing eliminated 5 level 20 goblin bosses in 1 minute 41 seconds. Score, 300 points. Only after the electronic voice finished did the bass erupt. Shouts and gasps echoed everywhere. In the control room, Principal Wang Wei grinned from ear to ear as he poured tea for 2 Education Bureau officials. Number 1 high is really on a lucky streak this year, one official marveled. With numbers like that, she'd break the top 100 even in Beijing or Shanghai. Old Wang. The other laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. If Su Xiaoqing brings home the provincial title, your seat's moving up a notch. Wang Wei's ears flushed red, his heart thudding. If she won the city championship, he'd be in line for promotion. If she took the provincial crown, next year he might be more than just number 1 high's principal, could be on the bureau's leadership team. Honestly, he hadn't expected Su Xiaoqing to rise this fast in just a month. It wasn't only her class advantage, it was day in, day out sweat. The thought widened his grin even more. Modesty forgotten, he just kept smiling. The 2 officials were equally delighted. If Qingyang City produced such a prodigy, the bureau was all but guaranteed commendations from higher up. Old Wang. I hear number 1 high has 2 more hidden class students, one said meaningfully. We'll be watching. Sure, Wang Wei nodded. They're not on Su Xiaoqing's level, but 200 to 250 points should be no problem. The moment the perfect score lit up, Su Xiaoqing stood proud. Her silver armor dissolved in an instant, leaving her slim figure once more wrapped in a plain school uniform. The big screen still flashed 100 as she lifted her gaze to the Class 2 section of the stands and locked onto a familiar silhouette. You lost. She brushed a hand across her shoulder in a jaunty flourish, her smiling lips unable to hide her delight. Single-handedly cutting down 5 level 20 bosses had struck the crowd like a hammer blow, draining the excitement from everything that followed. Even the rare class assessments seemed dull by comparison. Class 1 soon finished, and Class 2 took the field. Wei Xiaosu was first on the list. VIP box in the stands. Old Wang. Is that Wei Xiaosu, the one who awakened as a necromancer? Yep. Wang Wei nodded calmly, though his eyes held a trace of amusement. I have high hopes for him. One-shotting 5 bosses is unlikely, but the gap between him and Su Xiaoqing isn't as wide as you think. Oh, you mean he could be stronger than a Gale swordsman? Exactly. A class is only as strong as the person who wields it. Qian Zihao was badly injured by Wei Xiaosu in the trial dungeon and only got back on his feet 2 days ago. The 2 Education Bureau officials exchanged a shocked glance. Among hidden classes, Necromancer ranked near the bottom dozens of places below Gale Swordsman. Impressive, Old Wang. This year's students are a revelation. How many bosses do you think he can handle? Wang Wei thought for a moment. Based on the last time I saw him fight and the month of steady leveling since then, I'd say 2 bosses conservatively, 3 if things go perfectly. Not bad at all. In the center of the arena, Wei Xiaosu landed lightly on the stone platform. He was about to select his opponents when a thought flashed across his mind. He turned toward Class 1. Amid the tangle of spectators, Su Xiaoqing's bright eyes were locked on him, and beside her, the recently recovered Qian Zihao glared just as intently. The assassination attempt by a third-tier Qian family expert little more than 20 days ago was still vivid in his mind. Lacking the status and strength to retaliate, he had buried his hatred for the time being. No matter how powerful he became, growth required time. He feared the Qian family might strike again and drag his loved ones into danger. With hundreds of thousands of skeletal summons at his command, he felt confident even 4th or 5th-tier fighters would struggle to kill him, yet he couldn't guarantee his family's safety. In all of Qingyang City, only the Su family could counter the Qians and still called him a friend. If he could persuade them to protect his relatives, he could leave Qingyang in peace and pursue the university of his dreams. With that thought, his eyes hardened. He turned back to the selection steel, tapped it lightly, and initiated his trial. Wei Xiaosu and Su Xiaoqing shared a rather awkward relationship. They weren't enemies, but they were certainly not friends. If he wanted her help, he would have to offer something in return. The training arena blazed under bright lights. Grinning, Wei Xiaosu cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Su Xiaoqing, can you do me a favor? If you help me, I guarantee I'll beat you in this test and beat you badly. Su Xiaoqing froze, and the students nearby halted in their tracks. Is that how you ask for help? Could he be any more arrogant? The study god really has no shame. Are we sure it's the study god begging the goddess and not the other way around? While the crowd buzzed, Wei Xiaosu smirked to himself. If he simply asked her to go easy on him, Su Xiaoqing would walk away and refuse outright. Sure enough, the next moment, her eyes turned razor sharp. She clenched her fists and retorted through gritted teeth, fine. If you can also get a perfect score and the test is harder than mine, I'll grant your request. No, goddess, what if he asks for something outrageous? Are you stupid? You really think Wei Xiaosu will score full marks? But he's the top student at number 1 high. Has he ever lost? Can't argue with that. We're doomed if the goddess loses. The chatter grew louder. Wei Xiaosu rubbed his forehead in exasperation, but with everyone watching, Su Xiaoqing would never back out. He turned to the control room and stated, I want 100,000 regular slimes. All at level 20. His words set the entire base abuzz. In the control room, the proctor hesitated. 100,000. That's worse than 10 bosses. If you don't have AoE skills, you'd rather fight bosses. Even if they just stand still, cutting through 100,000 would exhaust you. Getting no response, Wei Xiaosu called out again. Sir, I'm not joking. If anything goes wrong, they'll take full responsibility. In the VIP seats, Principal Wang exchanged glances with 2 officials from the Education Bureau. Old Wang, do you think he can handle it? Well, Principal Wang was stunned to a first-tier rookie against 100,000 slimes. Even a second-tier fighter would be crushed. For the third time, Wei Xiaosu's voice echoed through the arena. Sir, 100,000 really isn't much. If the arena were bigger, I'd ask for 200,000. Principal Wang, the officials, Su Xiaoqing, the onlookers. Who would have thought the study god was also a master at twisting arms? A few minutes later, the leaders in the control room finished their discussion and finally approved Wei Xiaosu's request. In an instant, slime after slime, each one wobbling like green jelly, popped into existence at the center of the arena. They merged into a boundless emerald tide that surged straight toward Wei Xiaosu. Up in the stands, hundreds of students clenched their fists. In the control room, every official was wound tight, rescue plans queued to the final step. Wei Xiaosu, however, rotated his wrists in a leisurely warm-up. 10,000 slimes. If he went all out, he could clear them in 10 minutes. But this was only an assessment, wanted a perfect score, and, while he was at it, to outshine Su Xiaoqing. 1/10 of his power should do the trick. As the green wave advanced, he struck what he considered a stylish pose. Then he extended one hand, fingers spread, and recited a line so cringeworthy it could peel paint off the walls. Life and death, an endless cycle. We live, they die. Arise, my loyal undead servants. Shatter everything before you, and teach them the terror of the grave. Everyone. Su Xiaoqing. Wang Wei, _ No one expected him to drop a move like that in such a serious setting. The cringe was enough to make toes curl through the floor. But the awkwardness evaporated a heartbeat later, replaced by sheer astonishment. With the final syllable, white bones erupted from the ground, the air, even behind Wei Xiaosu himself. In the blink of an eye, the green sea faced an ivory one. Countless skeletons brandished long blades, skeletal archers drew their bows, and skeletal mages raised staffs that gathered blazing fireballs. The grating of bones echoed through the training compound, and the faint-hearted students went ghost pale. How many skeletons is that? At least 10,000, could be more. A senior in high school summoned 10,000 rank 1 skeletons at once. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Forget how he did it, someone whispered. I just want to know how he plans to beat 100,000 rank 1, level 20 slimes. Exactly. The skeletons are only rank 1, level 16. They're outnumbered and outleveled. How does our top student win this? In the control room, 2 officials from the Education Bureau frowned in deep thought. Shock aside, they, too, could see no clear path from Oni against into victory. Boom, boom, boom. On the field, the skeletal mages struck first. Basketball-sized firebombs blasted into the slimes, sheets of orange-earth flame erupting across the tide. After extensive strengthening, each firecracker was 10 times more powerful than normal. 3 at most were enough to blow a slime apart. The most critical point was that the firecracker dealt area effect damage. Even though the blast was only the size of a basketball, in such a densely packed horde its reach was anything but small. SSS, thwip, splad slimes counterattacked at once. Their spit was so corrosive that solid bone would dissolve into sludge in about 10 seconds. The fight was absurdly lopsided. 10,000 skeleton mages against 100,000 slimes. The mages' firepower soon fell behind the slimes' relentless advance, and as soon as the creatures closed in, skeleton losses skyrocketed. Wei Xiaosu stood in the middle, letting the slimes swarm around him. But the corners of his mouth lifted again, had been waiting for them to bunch up. Now they were packed so tightly they stacked like a living tower, at least 100 crammed into every square meter. With a thought, a flash of black light sparked beside him, and an enlarged skeleton mage almost 1.5 meters tall crashed into reality. Holy crap, what did the top student summon this time? Somebody cast Identify. What level is that skeleton mage? He'll do it. Whoa, I'm blind. Is it an elite or a boss? Neither, you idiot. That's a beast generalcless skeleton mage. How on earth did he manage that? Xiaoming's appearance triggered another uproar. In the control room, 2 Education Bureau officials and Wang Wei shot to their feet, staring at the monitor. That's a beast generalcless skeleton mage. Old Wang, is this the student you called slightly weaker than Su Xiaoqing? Wang Wei opened his mouth, but couldn't form a single word. Wei Xiaosu now had 3 beast generalcless summons. The skeletal boar Peiqi, the skeletal mage Xiao Ming, and the skeletal guard Xiao Chong. On this battlefield, Xiaoming was clearly the showstopper. The giant mage quivered with excitement, its bones rattling. Wei Xiaosu knelt down smoothly and clamped his hands over his ears. Huh, why is the top student crouching and covering his ears? Is there some trick to it? Before the sentence finished, everyone stared in disbelief. The oversized skeleton mage reached between the bones of its pelvis and yanked out something impossibly huge and perfectly straight. Abba, Abba, Abba! Xiaoming hugged the monstrous firecracker, bone shards trembling with excitement. The thing was a meter thick and 4 meters long, taller than the mage itself. Whoa, that long, thick thing is a firecracker. Wait, aren't you curious how he pulled something bigger than himself out of his pelvis? Forget it. Cover your ears. I've got a bad feeling. Abba Xiaoming kicked off the ground, shot 5 or 6 meters into the air, and hurled the massive firecracker several hundred meters away. Boom. The deafening explosion tore the air apart. Students who failed to plug their ears in time were stunned into temporary deafness. A towering mushroom cloud erupted in the center of the battlefield. Slimes and skeletons caught at ground zero vanished without a trace, and even those on the fringe were charred to cinders by the searing heat. System message. Congratulations, you have killed 5,017 Tier 1, Level 20 slime replicas. No reward. Warning, 724 skeleton mages have fallen. Almost the moment the blast wave hit, Wei Xiaosu received the notification. One firecracker was all it took to turn more than 5,000 slimes into sticky pulp, just as he had planned. He ignored larger targets like goblins and minotaurs for a simple reason. Slimes are small, soft, and highly compressible. In the same space, their numbers can be dozens or even hundreds of times greater than other monsters, allowing the explosive force to be used with maximum efficiency. This is the art of explosions. Wei Xiaosu gulped the scorching air, eyes shining with excitement. The mushroom cloud still hung in the sky, and the mix of scorched earth and gunpowder made his blood race. With that kind of power, even Tier 3 slimes wouldn't have survived. Ababoom. ABA ababoom boom. In the center of the flames, Xiaoming screamed with glee. He kept yanking thick firecrackers from between his legs and hurling them, ignoring any danger to his own side. The louder the blast, the happier he was. Fire, rubble, slime, and bone dust merged into a single grisly scene. With Xiaoming's saturation bombing, the slime horde shrank before their eyes. Green flames died down, new mushroom clouds rose, and in less than 10 minutes only a few hundred stragglers remained. The 10,000 skeleton mages Wei Xiaosu had summoned ahead of time barely lasted that long. Dissolved by acid or blown apart by fireworks, they left not a splinter of bone behind. Xiaoming. Only a few hundred left. Stop throwing. I'm about to puke from the shockwaves. Wei Xiaosu clutched his heaving chest, his voice hoarse. ABA. Xiaoming eyed the unlit firecracker in his hand, glanced up at his master, and reluctantly stuffed the toy back between his legs. He might be a frail mage, but that was only compared to others of his rank. A few hundred slimes? He could pop them barehanded. Bang! The last slime exploded into green mist under Xiaoming's heel, clearing the arena. Corpses and debris faded into motes of light, leaving nothing but scorched earth and cratered ground. Wei Xiaosu, you have slain 100,000 level 20 slimes in 25 minutes 11 seconds. Score, 300 points. According to the rubric, any run longer than 5 minutes should incur a huge penalty, yet today the rules seemed to bend for Wei Xiaosu. The moment his perfect score lit up the big screen, the spectators erupted in thunderous cheers. 1 against 100,000 actually won. No way. In the crowd, Su Xiaoqing clenched her fists, her expression complicated. She had braved a real secret domain, surviving near death to reach her current strength, yet she still lost so decisively. Her head dropped, fingers trembling. On the other side, Qian Zihao all but lost control, roaring, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bloodshot eyes glared. Ever since Wei Xiaosu had injured him, he believed it was only because he'd been careless. If they fought seriously again, he was sure he could win. But what had just happened shattered his confidence completely. Even he, let alone Su Xiaoqing, couldn't compare at all. Damn it! Damn it! Qian Zihao's knuckles turned white, his eyes brimming with hatred as he glared unblinkingly at Wei Xiaosu. Return. Wei Xiaosu raised his right hand. A pale blue summoning rune flared in his palm, and the chattering Xiaoming dissolved into a streak of light and slipped back into the summoning space. When he was done, he lifted his head and looked at the stands. Under the lights, the students' astonished, admiring, and envious gazes merged into a blazing tide that made the corners of his mouth twitch upward. At 17 or 18, who doesn't want to steal the spotlight? Wei Xiaosu was no exception. Amid the clamor, he walked back to his class seats, and the test continued. The students who followed were leagues beneath him, their fights dull to watch. The buzz in the stands faded, and Wei Xiaosu almost dozed off. Only when the host called out Qian Zihao did he perk up again. Insight. A halo flickered in his eyes as he tried to read Qian Zihao's stats, but a blocking artifact shut him out. Remembering how had badly injured Qian Zihao, who'd been bedridden for more than half a month and had only just managed to walk. He felt reassured. The guy couldn't be that high level. Confirmation came quickly. Xian Zihao looked up, his voice hoarse, yet still arrogant. I choose 10 ordinary goblins, 5 elite goblins, and 1 goblin chief, all at level 20. With a hidden class and a full set of top-tier gear, Xian Zihao still avoided the absolute bottom. Blades flashed and danger loomed as he fought, and in the end, bleeding from several cuts, he slew every monster. Score 220 points. In previous years, the lowest score ever recorded for a hidden class had been over 250. This upset ensured Xian Zihao would go down in history. Whispered comments rippled around the arena, while his expression grew darker and darker. By 7 that evening the combat assessment was over. The academic scores would take 2 more days, but everything else was settled. 760. Wei Xiaosu stared at his personal terminal, his heart pounding. Had never struggled with academics. Combined with these results, he was sure to get into a top university. Imagining his parents' delight, he almost opened a video call on the spot. Wei Xiaosu, over here. A familiar voice spoke behind him. He didn't need to turn to know, it was Su Xiaoqing. This time he didn't refuse. He nodded and got up. They walked around the teaching building to a deserted corner. In the evening breeze, Su Xiaoqing's gaze was complicated. She stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking. You won. So what do you need? They hadn't spent much time together, but they understood each other well enough. If Wei Xiaosu took the initiative to ask for help, it had to be something thorny, something she just happened to be able to handle. He took a deep breath, scanned the area to make sure they were alone, then lowered his voice. Xian Zihao wants to kill me. Had expected her to be shocked. Instead, Su Xiaoqing merely nodded. I know. The assassin the Shien family hired is Wang Tao, 3rd tier, level 13, a top-notch rogue. Wei Xiaosu, huh? What the? Hearing the words that came out of Su Xiaoqing's mouth, Wei Xiaosu froze in shock. It was a secret he had never disclosed to anyone, yet she knew every detail, even the assassin's name. Catching the surprise in his eyes, Su Xiaoqing lifted her chin and explained at a leisurely pace. When you injured Xian Zihao during the trial, I knew this would happen. The Shien family never forgets a grudge. Wei Xiaosu thought quickly and pulled the key point from her words. So you've been paying attention to this all along? She didn't answer directly. Like a proud swan, she averted her gaze, clearly unwilling to reveal that she had asked her father to intervene. She changed the subject instead. You're looking for me because you want me to mediate with Xian Zihao? That won't be necessary, Wei Xiaosu said, shaking his head. He didn't press her about the assassin. The man was already in the ground. After the college entrance exam, I'm leaving Qingyang City, maybe even Tianfu Provinciado, attend the Imperial University. But my family will stay back home, and I'm afraid the Qian family might take it out on them. Su Xiaoqing fell silent. She had always cared about Wei Xiaosu himself, rarely about the relatives behind him. If I remember correctly, your home is in a pretty remote village, right? If trouble starts there, it could get dangerous. After a few seconds thought, she gave a solution. Have your parents move to Qingyang. I can station experts nearby to guard them until you're strong enough to handle it yourself. Perfect. A weight lifted off Wei Xiaosu's chest. They'll get them here in the next couple of days. Where will they live? Su Xiaoqing asked. I'd suggest renting? No need, Wei Xiaosu said with a grin. I already own a place in Qingyang. The provincial top scorer gets a free 3-bedroom every year, remember? The air grew awkward again. Su Xiaoqing's mouth twitched. She turned to leave, tossing over her shoulder, whatever, call me later. Thanks again. Wei Xiaosu called after her, smiling in relief. After they parted, he treated himself to a 3-day break and stayed out of the game instances. His routine was as simple as could be. Eat, sleep, play video games. In his spare time, he spent a few hours at the Katir Cafe. Lately the cat-eared girl seemed down, burdened by something he didn't ask about. Zhang Taidan told him her real name was Lilith, and her owner wasn't the overweight otaku everyone imagined, but a stylish woman in her 40s, someone Wei Xiaosu had seen once or twice. Day 33 of Envying Beast Summoners. On the 4th morning after the exam, Wei Xiaosu sat in front of his computer, waiting for the scores to be released. At 6 o'clock sharp, he typed in his name and admission number, then hit search. Name, Wei Xiaosu. School, Qingyang No. 1 High School. Total score, 975. Qingyang City ranking, 1. Tianfu Province ranking, 1. Haha, 975 points and first in the entire province. I've got to tell mom and dad right away. The line of glowing numbers on the computer screen seemed to pulse. Staring at the 975, Wei Xiaosu shot up from his chair, which screeched across the floorboards. 30 of those points were bonus points from the trial, but he had earned them fair and square, so the title of provincial champion was undisputed. Song Mang de Tianya Shur Wade Ai, Mian Mian de Qing Shan, Jiao Xia Huazhong. His victory shout was cut short by the jarring ringtone. The aging smartphone on the desk buzzed and flashed home phone. He snatched it up. Hello? Before he finished, his sister Wei Xiaoyu shrieked in his ear, her voice both sharp and ecstatic. Aya, Wei Xiaosu, you're the provincial champion. Nini 75. You're incredible. Of course, he answered, turning the volume up for effect. Provincial Champiano big deal. Yeah right. Shameless. She scoffed, then switched to a bubbly tone. I've decided to apply to Qingyang number 1 high school to and check out the computer mall while I'm there. Got it, got it. That's your way of reminding me not to forget your new computer. Relax. Your brother keeps his promises. Hee hee. After half an hour of cheerful chatter with his parents making sure everyone at home heard the good news, the call finally ended. But the phone barely had a chance to cool down. Admissions officers, advisors, even the principal himself rang one after another, and the torrent of calls lasted well into the night. More than half the universities promised to send representatives in person, including several prestigious ones. Tianfu Vocational University, Tianfu Institute of Technology, Tianfu Aerospace University, and so on. Tianfu Vocational University ranked among the nation's top 10 and was the only institution in China that admitted only practitioners, with no academic courses at all. Still, Wei Xiaosu crossed it off his list after 2 seconds of thought. With a provincial title in hand, his sights were set on either Jingda University or Modu University. Early the next morning, visitors began streaming through the door. Principal Wang Wei and Class 2 homeroom teacher Li Jing arrived first and sat with him in the living room. Wang Wei looked a decade younger these days, brimming with energy and barely suppressing a permanent grin, as if he were holding an AK he couldn't quite keep pointed down. On the joint advice of Wang Wei and Li Jing, and after weighing his own preferences, Wei Xiaosu signed the enrollment agreement with Modu University of Practitioners. Jingda was excellent, but Moda, located in the bustling metropolis far from the capital's circle of privileged heirs, suited his temperament better. The university decision settled, government rewards followed. He received a 4-bedroom apartment of 185 square meters in Shugao Upper Court, one of Qingyang City's upscale communities. From decor and school district to location, everything was first-rate. The market price was about 2.8 million yuan. When the property deed and keys lay cool and solid in his palm, a warm surge filled Wei Xiaosu's chest. Through his own effort, he had lifted his family out of a poor mountain village, and now his parents, who had toiled all their lives, could finally enjoy comfort and peace. A month had slipped by since the college entrance exam, and half a month ago the Wei family had moved from Baosher village to Shugasheng courtyard. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps between tall buildings and spread across the garden, warm yet gentle. Hugging her freshly issued high school textbooks, Wei Xiaoyu had been ordered by her big brother to study at the small stone table beside the flower bed. Only a few weeks remained before Qingyang First High School opened for the fall term. Her scores on the senior middle school exam were outstanding, but right now she would much rather be tapping on a computer keyboard. Bro, I want to use the computer. No, you're impossible. You have no shame. You never keep your word. How am I not keeping my word? Didn't I buy the computer for you? Wei Xiaosu spread his hands. Sure, you bought it, but I haven't spent a full 2 hours on it in the last half month. The girl puffed out her cheeks, her round face adorable from any angle. Unfortunately, her brother was immune to her cuteness. He pointed at the textbooks. Hit the books. At your age I'd already taught myself most of the sophomore curriculum. You've got a long way to go. Humph. With a loud snort, Wei Xiaoyu bent over her exercises. Just then an elderly man with snow-white hair appeared on the shaded path, a frosted thermos in his hand. From a distance he called out, "Well now, Xiaoyu, still doing homework?" It was the Su family patriarch, Su San. Half a month earlier, Wei Xiaosu had learned from Su Xiaoqing that this old gentleman would be looking after their family, so he rose quickly and greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon, Grandpa Su. Out for a stroll?" Because Su Xiaoqing had moved her relatives into Guoka community to protect him, Wei Xiaosu already felt deep respect for the Su family and spoke with extra courtesy. Wei Xiaoyu, however, didn't even look up. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened. "Xiaoyu, when a guest comes from afar, what do you do?" She glanced up and muttered, "Wipe them out. No survivors." Su San blinked. "Excuse me?" Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. The girl might be sharp-tongued, but she was normally polite to elders. Su San wasn't offended. He smiled kindly. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Is your brother bullying you?" "Exactly." She nodded vigorously. "I want to play on the computer, but Wei Xiaosu won't let me. He's a liar." Pinching the bridge of his nose, Wei Xiaosu finally gave up. "Fine, go play." "Really, bro? You mean it?" "Absolutely. Go." Before the words were out of his mouth, Wei Xiaoyu clutched her books and sprinted toward the apartment building. After a few steps she glanced back and shouted, "Grandpa Su, no more homework, I'm going to play on the computer." Wei Xiaosu. Su San. What a pragmatic little sprite, calling one old bro and the other Grandpa Su, leaving both men speechless. When her figure vanished inside the stairwell, Wei Xiaosu turned and asked, "Grandpa Su, did you need something?" "Nothing in particular. Just enjoying my walk." Su San unscrewed his insulated flask, flipped the concave lid upright, and tilted the container. A stream of dark liquid, studded with ice, trickled out and pooled in the lid, fizzing softly. He raised the makeshift cup, the clink of ice against plastic sharp in the quiet, and his weathered face melted into contentment. Beside him, Wei Xiaosu couldn't tear his eyes from the bubbling cola. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Uncle Su, you really should cut back on that stuff. It's not good for you. Cut back on what? Su Sin burped, unimpressed, and took another gulp. I'm a sixth-tier fighter. A little soda isn't going to kill me. Wei Xiaosu opened his mouth, then thought better of it. After sealing the lid to keep the drink cold, Su San's tone abruptly turned solemn. Since you're here, they'll tell Yumi young miss has already left for Modu. What? This early? Wei Xiaosu was stunned. The university term was still a month away. Su San sighed, then glared at him. It's your fault, brat. Couldn't you have gone easy during the assessment? Wei Xiaosu gave a sheepish grin and said nothing. Just looking at you ticks me off. I'm leaving. Su San's mood flipped like a page. Clutching his thermos, he strode away. Take care. Uncle Su, Wei Xiaosu called after him, the corners of his mouth twitching helplessly. August slipped away in the siblings' daily squabbles, and by month's end Wei Xiaosu, too, was headed for Modu. Train station. Amid the clamor, Wei Xiaoyu cried hardest. Her round face was streaked with tears. She might call her brother by his full name at home, but that was affection. Now she understood just how far Modu really was. They'd never been apart for more than 2 weeks. Now it might be 6 months. The moment of parting hit her like a wave. Don't cry. He'll be back, and he'll bring you a present, Wei Xiaosu said, patting her head. It won't be another copy of 3-year Gaokao, 5-year simulation, right? She sniffled, testing him. Wei Xiaosu nearly burst out laughing. Big bro, you have to call me all the time once you're in Modu. She wiped her nose, then started scolding. Even though you always scam my pocket money, steal my snacks, make me wash dishes, and never let me watch TV or play on the computer, you still have your good points. Question marks practically floated above Wei Xiaosu's head. Hua Xiaoyu's words dissolved into fresh sobs. Boarding was announced. By the time she walked her brother to the carriage door, her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and she clung to his sleeve, unwilling to let go. Big bro, remember to call. Remember to come home for the holidays. And Wei Xiaosu's own eyes missed it. He bent down and pinched her chubby cheeks, half moved, half teasing. If you really slim down to a shaped face before I get back, it won't be this much fun to pinch. I'm off. Be good at home and study hard. If anything comes up, go find Grandpa Su next door, okay? With that, he hauled his suitcase into the carriage, found a window seat, and waved furiously. Mom, Dad, Xiaoyu see you. A shrill whistle sounded, and the train began to roll. On the platform, the little girl suddenly cupped her hands and shouted, Wei Xiaosu, take care of yourself. If you get in trouble, find Su Zaikingshi's loaded. Her parting words nearly made him burst out laughing, easing the ache in his chest. Modu. Both before and after his transmigration, it remained the undisputed second city of the Huaxia Empire. Sitting on the western rim of the Pacific, the metropolis occupies the geometric midpoint of China's long coastline. The Yangtze River to the north, the East China Sea to the east, Hangzhou Bay to the south, and the Huangpu River cutting straight through its heart. Deep natural channels and a web of ports have fattened it into a monster that swallows cargo from every corner of the globe. The train had barely stopped when Wei Xiaosu stepped onto the platform and was engulfed by the city's splendor-stealing glass spires clawing at the sky, neon flowing across mirrored facades like ribbons of light in the night. Compared with his hometown of Qingyang, it felt like another planet. Yet what truly made his pulse race wasn't the height of the buildings, but the professionals walking the streets. Back in Qingyang, a 3rd or 4th-tier awakener could dominate the news for days. Here they lined the sidewalks like plane trees. Xiaosu fought the urge to activate insight. Probing a stranger's level was an open challenge, yet his powerful mental sense still brushed across aura after aura. Some were heavy as boulders, others sharp as blades. The sheer density of high-level talent in Modu was far beyond anything he had imagined. A cab carried him from the station to Modu University. Though the campus lay outside the city center, the surrounding district had grown into a second downtown. Skyscrapers ringed the school, and chains of malls, office towers, and apartment blocks stretched outward, their lights at night spilling like a river of stars. After climbing out, he spent a long time tracking down the only hotel near the campus with a vacant room. He stayed just a few minutes, then rushed back into the evening. Sea breeze, sizzling street food, and the hum of the crowd blended into a vivid tapestry. Drifting with the flow, he lifted his phone and started a video call. Wanted his family, especially his little sister, to taste the city through his screen. Xiaoyu, your brother missed you like crazy. Whenever there's good food, you're always first on the list. Wei Xiaoyu barely had time to say hello before he turned the camera on the stall and rattled off a litany of dishes. Shengjianbao, soup dumplings, Sister Hong squid, Fuyang rolls, old Muse's chicken, and this. What? Ah, Wei Xiaosu, I challenge you to a duel. Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks, hammered the screen with her fists, and stamped her feet in mock fury. Xiaosu's shoulders shook with laughter. Get into Modu University, and he'll treat you to every flavor in the city. Empty promises. They bantered back and forth, finally hanging up with obvious reluctance. Lowering the phone, Xiaosu gazed at the unfamiliar night sky, a sudden emptiness blooming in his chest. Day 1. and he already missed Lilith. Around 11, he returned to the hotel. After a quick shower, he dived into the soft bed, sank like a stone, and slept without dreams. Dawn on September 1st opening day at Modu University. Wei Xiaosu had packed before first light, yet when he reached the gate, 3 layers of people were already blocking the entrance. The university had admitted just over 2,000 freshmen, but more than 3,000 parents had tagged along. Since Mo University draws students from every corner of the country, most freshmen arrive with their parents in tow. Outside the gate, complaints bubble up like water coming to a boil. Why aren't parents allowed inside? Yeah, I've taken Goa to every school he's ever attended, why not this one? Let us in. I need to see if my kids' roommates can be trusted. If not for a younger brother and sister waiting at home, Wei Xiaosu's own parents would probably be here fretting too. Tugging the strap of his backpack higher, he slipped through the crowd. About 10 meters past the gate, a line of long tables blocked the main road. Behind them sat several obvious upperclassmen, yawning as they tried to keep order. Freshman? Someone called as soon as Wei Xiaosu stepped inside. Yes, senior. Hey, race my acceptance letter. He offered it with both hands. The senior scanned it for a few seconds and nodded. The parents' protests still echoed outside. Unable to resist, Wei Xiaosu asked quietly, Senior, does Mo University really forbid parents from entering? Not exactly, the senior replied offhandedly. Any day except today. Why not today? Wei Xiaosu looked even more confused. Eyeing the red-faced parents, the senior smirked. This is Mo University Vocational School, not a kindergarten. Lesson 1 for any aspiring professional is learning to stand on your own. Enough, Lu Yang, another senior murmured. If I remember right, your dad got stopped at the gate last year too. Lu Yang's smile froze. A muscle twitched in his face. Come on, Wang Qi. Can't you let me look cool in front of the junior? Wang Qi shrugged. Sure. Why don't you take Wei Xiaosu to registration? Didn't sleep well. Don't feel like moving. Lu Yang slouched in his chair and pulled his cap lower. Why don't you? Also don't feel like moving. Wang Qi yawned and glanced around. Anyone? The other upperclassmen exchanged sleepy stares, but stayed put. Just as the silence thickened, Lu Yang sprang up like a loaded spring, eyes gleaming. You, freshman girl, come here. They'll take you to registration. Wei Xiaosu blinked. Was the difference really that big? Following Lu Yang's gaze, he saw a girl approaching in a light sundress, black hair cascading to her waist. Pink-cheeked and softly smiling, she looked as fresh as a peach blossom. Reaching the tables, she dipped a graceful bow. Hello, seniors. Imnan Jinan as in a beauty from the south. Ji as in gardenia in bloom. Please look after me. Before her clear voice had faded, Lu Yang had already taken her acceptance letter, skimmed it, and flashed what he thought was his most dazzling smile. Lu Yang, let me escort you to registration. Nanji's smile lit up the entire tree-lined path, and every upperclassman glared at Lu Yang as if they could pin him in place. How had that kid gotten to her first? It felt downright unfair. Wang Qi was especially bitter. He and Lu Yang had been talking about the new student Wei Xiaosu when Head spotted Nanji coming over. For one fatal second, Head stared, frozen, and the chance slipped away. Now he could have kicked himself. Gnashing his teeth, he dumped all his frustration on Lu Yang, his tone dripping with envy. Since you're heading over there anyway, Lu Yang, why don't you take freshman Wei Xiaosu with you? The word anyway hit Wei Xiaosu like a pinprick. He grumbled to himself, and pretty good looking too, you know. They promised upper-class girls in black stockings at registration, so far it's been nothing but dudes. Figures. Hey, wait up, senior. Take me along too. A breathless shout rose from behind. Everyone turned to see a 200-pound guy jogging toward them, belly wobbling. One question flashed through every mind. How did somebody that size even get into Magic U? Here's my admission letter, senior, the big guy puffed, planting himself in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang eyed him skeptically, glanced at the letter, and read aloud. Pei Qian? That's me, senior, the newcomer said with a sheepish grin. Lu Yang sucked in a breath. What kind of parents name their kid Pei Up? He reflexively stepped back as if guarding his wallet. Pei Qian, fine, you two tag along as well. He shot Pei Qian a wary look, half afraid the name might cost him money. So, while fussing over Nanji, Lu Yang ended up leading Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian too. They lined up in a loose column. Pei Qian and Wei Xiaosu trailing 2 steps behind Lu Yang and Nanji. The hefty student beamed and struck up a conversation. Hi there, I'm Pei Qian from Jiangsu City. What's your name? Wei Xiaosu, Qingyang City. Wei Xiaosu found him kind of funny and answered readily. Pei Qian dragged out his words, acting like they were old friends. Oh, brother Xiaosu, pleasure to meet you at last. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. Quit pretending we've never met. Brother Xiaosu, what class are you? What level? Pei Qian asked, excited. Take a guess. Pei Qian chuckled, pulled a palm-sized storage pouch from his belt, and shook out 2 chocolates, offering one. How about we both use insight on each other? Fair's fair. Casting insight without permission was rude. They'd be classmates for years. Wei Xiaosu was about to refuse when Pei Qian cut in. It's no big deal, wow. Xiaosu, you must have been the campus heartthrob, so handsome. Unlike me, let's give it a shot. Sure, why not? Wei Xiaosu agreed. The moment he spoke, Both their eyes flashed with a faint glow. A pale blue screen appeared before him, visible only to himself. Name: Pei Xian. Class: Blood Sacrifice Priest. Hidden class level: Tier 1, level 11. The cold words flickered on the light screen, making Wei Xiaosu's heart skip a beat. That chunky kid has a hidden class too? And I've never even heard of a blood sacrifice priest. While shutting down his own status window, Wei Xiaosu stole another look at Pei Qian from head to toe. This guy gets winded after 2 steps. Yet he's been hiding a rare card all along. Over the past 3 centuries, there have been at least 1,000 hidden classes. Wei Xiaosu wouldn't claim to have mastered them all, but he could usually recognize the names. Blood Sacrifice Priest, though? Total blank. Which meant it might be brand new. His eyes drifted back to the pudgy boy as he muttered, Blood Sacrifice Priest. Pei Qian, is this humanity's first time seeing that class? Haha. Pei Qian scratched the back of his head, wearing a goofy grin. Yeah, it's the first appearance of the class, but it's not as strong as you're imagining, at least not yet. Then he switched to praise mode. Xiaosu, your class is cool too. Necromancer? Summoning the dead is awesome. Wei Xiaosu opened his mouth. Summoning a bunch of skeletons was awesome? Still, the two of them chatted back and forth like old friends. With Lu Yong tagging along, the group finished enrollment in no time. He then led the 3 freshmen toward the dormitories. The genders were still separated, but all the buildings sat in one area, so he wouldn't have to shuttle back and forth. At the base of the dorm tower, Lu Yong pointed to an old man handling check-ins. That's the caretaker. Ask him to find out where you've been assigned. Straightening up, he folded his arms, tilted his chin, and grinned with obvious pride. Our dorm assignments are different from what you're used to. Here, it's all about strength. The stronger you are, the better you live. He raised a hand and outlined the ranking board. Zone 1 villas, 10 spots. Zone 2 1-bedroom apartments, 100 spots. Zone 3 single dorm rooms, 300 spots. Zone 4 double rooms, 600 spots. Zone 5 4-person rooms, 1,200 spots. Finished with the explanation, Lu Yong straightened his back even more. Lu Yong, got placed in a Zone 4 double room my very first year. Impressive, right? Wow, you're amazing, senior. Nanji's round eyes sparkled like little stars, the perfect bit of flattery. Pei Qian nodded eagerly. As expected of a senior. Landing a double room if I could make Zone 4, I'd be thrilled. Wei Xiaosu gave a timely thumbs up. A double room means you ranked in the top 600 of last year's freshmen. That's seriously strong. The 2 junior boys took turns laying it on thick. Basking in the praise, Lu Yong chuckled and swept his arm forward. Come on, your senior will show you where to check in. Mr. Qin, I've brought the new students. Could you arrange their rooms, please? In the reception hall, Lu Yong strode forward and stopped in front of the elderly man, his tone respectful. The administrator, known as Old Qin, lifted his eyes, one brow arched, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. Well, look who it is. I hear you're challenging the campus rankings tomorrow. Trying to snag a new room ahead of time? That was exactly the cue Lu Yong had been waiting for. His grin broadened. He glanced sideways at Nanji, who stood half a step behind him, then spoke with confidence. You know me, Mr. Qin. I've already reached the peak of 3rd rotation and just advanced to general tier. I need a quiet single room so I can train. Peak 3rd rotation at general tier. Impressive. You do have the right to aim higher. Old Qin nodded approvingly, though he knew the boy was flaunting his progress just to get that private room. He played along. His gaze shifted to Nanji. The moment he saw her face, he paused, secretly impressed. ID and admission letter, young lady. Nanji stepped forward and handed over the documents with both hands. Qin typed swiftly. A moment later, the allocation page opened. So you're the top prodigy from the capital, Nanji? His eyes lit up. Good choice. Magic University is every bit as good as Capital University. He fished a key ring from the drawer and handed it to her. Freshman District 1, Villa 004. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Nanji accepted the keys, her smile radiant, and bowed politely. The brief exchange fell like a stone into still water. The 3 students behind them stared wide-eyed. Lu Yong felt a jolt, knew exactly what Villa 004 meant. That villa was reserved for super geniuses expected to reach 9th rotation someday. Coupled with her title as the capital's #1 prodigy, the news left his emotions in turmoil. Mr. Qin, are you sure there's no mistake? He pressed, unwilling to give up. Qin's expression hardened. You think I don't know what I'm doing, brat? He waved him off. Lu Yong choked on his words, his face falling. That villa was out of reach now. Still, he wasn't weak, 19 years old, peak 3rd rotation, general tier. Even if he couldn't match Nanji, he was certainly ahead of the 2 freshmen behind him. A senior had to save face. He cleared his throat. Well, Mr. Qin, could you assign rooms for these 2 as well? Qin nodded, took the admission letters and IDs from the chubby Pei Qian and Wei Xiaosu, and entered their details. After glancing at the screen, he looked back at Lu Yong, sympathy flickering in his eyes. Pei Qian, Freshman District 2, Room 085. Wei Xiaosu, Freshman District 2, Room 066. Lu Yong. Lu Yong. Lu Yong. Look at you showing off, ran straight into a brick wall, didn't you? Qin Lao chuckled to himself. With his boast backfiring, Lu Yong hurried to clear his throat and salvage some dignity. Well, you're new, so you might not know. The dorm zones don't really decide your future achievements. You're just starting a little higher. That's also don't look down on anyone in zones 3, 4, or even 5, understand? He forced a steady tone, lecturing them like a seasoned veteran. Senior, well said. Couldn't agree more. Brilliant point. Praise floated from the crowd, each line dripping with barely hidden mockery. Lu Yong, let's go, let's go. Find your own dorms. The final remark left the whole place awkwardly silent. Lu Yang's face darkened, and he spun around and stalked off. Nanji, Pei Qian, and Wei Xiaosu traded glances and suppressed a laugh. They bore Lu Yong no malice. The scene was simply amusing. After picking up their keys, they headed to different dorm zones than Ji had drawn the villa district, so she couldn't walk with Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian. Along a tree-lined path, Pei Qian sighed. Xiaosu, what profession and level is Nanji anyway? She got Villa 004 crazy stuff. Wei Xiaosu was just as puzzled. He was the Tianfu province top scorer, yet had only been placed in Zone 2, Room 066, meaning at least 65 freshmen ranked ahead of him. Such was Mo University. Of course, Head held back during the entrance trials, but even at full power he doubted Head cracked the top 10. And if Nanji, hailed as Jing University's greatest prodigy, sat at 4th, what monsters filled the top 3 spots? No clue, Wei Xiaosu said, shaking his head. Under normal circumstances, Shed carry an artifact that blocked piercing sight, so even with insight Head learned nothing. Soon the pair reached the Zone 2 freshman dorms. The word dorm had barely formed in Wei Xiaosu's mind when he pushed open the door and froze. Inside looked more like a luxury hotel suite bedroom, living room, study, and bathroom neatly divided, about 150 square meters in all, and fully furnished. Wow, Mo University doesn't hold back, he muttered, taking it all in. The handbook said there were 100 rooms like this and 10 villas besides. He couldn't even imagine the villa's extravagance. He unpacked daily necessities, bedding, and a few ornaments from his storage pouch, arranging everything to his liking. About 90 minutes later, the place finally felt like home. Xiaosu, you done yet? The school says all freshmen have to gather on the backfield in half an hour. Pei Qian's slightly nasal shout came through the door. All set. I'm coming, Wei Xiaosu answered. He cast one last satisfied glance around his new home. Before term started, his parents had worried he might not get along with roommates. Now that worry was moot. He didn't have any. Stepping outside to Pei Qian's naturally comedic round face, he asked casually, normally the freshman meet and greets tomorrow, why are they holding it today? The two of them set off together for the backfield of Mo University. An early autumn breeze swept down the tree-lined path, carrying the scent of fresh grass, while clusters of freshmen along the road could barely hide their excitement and anticipation. When asked by Wei Xiaosu a moment ago, Pei Qian mulled it over and finally nodded. Mo University is a specialist academy, he explained. It only teaches vocational courses, nothing more. That's why we're being called to assemble today. Great answer, Wei Xiaosu sighed, rubbing his forehead. But next time, maybe keep it to yourself. Inwardly, he wondered how that explanation differed from no explanation at all. A short walk later they reached the rear field. The instructors sorted the incoming students, checked their information, and then shuffled them into random lines. Pei Qian and Wei Xiaosu ended up in the same one. Xiaosu, check it out. Pei Qian, fidgeting as if a spring had been wound inside him, pointed excitedly to their right. That's Nanji over there. Wei Xiaosu followed his gaze. Nanji was indeed surrounded by several boys, all eager to strike up a conversation. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but the scene spoke for itself. Man, Nanji is gorgeous and easygoing. Pei Qian clicked his tongue in admiration. I'd love to introduce myself, but she's the top prodigy from the capital and ranked 4th among this year's freshmen. I don't stand a chance. He laughed at his own misfortune, and Wei Xiaosu nodded in agreement. So far he had met only 2.5 girls whose looks could rival Nanji Su Xiaoqing, the cat-eared Lilith, and his little sister Xiaoyu, who hadn't quite grown up yet. Whoa, Xiaosu, look over there. Pei Qian's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at a figure a few dozen meters away. That girl is stunning, total Ice Queen vibe. I'd volunteer to be her simp any day. For a couch potato like him to say that. Her looks had to be on par with Nanji's. Curious, Wei Xiaosu looked in the direction Pei Qian was pointing, then his face froze and his eyelids started to twitch. Please don't come this way, he prayed. The aloof beauty who had just stolen Pei Qian's heart was none other than Su Xiaoqing, a fellow native of Qingyang City. She and Nanji each had their own appeal. Su Xiaoqing was an icy goddess, Nanji sweet and gentle. Normally Pei Qian would have favored Nanji. What had gotten into him today? She's coming this way. Pei Qian tugged on Wei Xiaosu's sleeve, whispering in excitement. I'm telling you, she's the prettiest girl in our entire year, and she's walking right toward us. Yes, she's back again, Wei Xiaosu muttered, helpless. Pei Qian, lost in his euphoria, completely missed the meaning behind the word again and continued to study Su Xiaoqing from head to toe. Seeing the lecherous look on his friend's face, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help smacking him on the shoulder. Could you maybe not look so creepy? Pei Qian grinned and replied with righteous confidence. A true gentleman admires beauty without being vulgar. I'm simply appreciating art, not drooling over it. Wei Xiaosu, you thick-head oaf. Want me to translate that for you? You're basically saying, yeah, I'm a bit of a flirt, but I still have standards. Pei Qian curled his lip, yet couldn't tear his gaze from the far end of the crowd. The moment Su Xiaoqing appeared, she caught not only his attention but that of every guy around them. A low buzz rippled across the field. Almost immediately, debates erupted. Was Nanji cuter, or did Su Xiaoqing have the stronger goddess vibe? Holy crap, Xiaosu, Luxia's actually walking toward us. Pei Qian grabbed Wei Xiaosu's sleeve, his voice cracking with excitement. Just a moment ago she had been a distant figure. Now only a few meters separated them, and Su Xiaoqing's cool, stunning face seemed almost within reach. Pei Qian stood there, slack-jawed. Su Xiaoqing halted in front of them. Without giving Pei Qian the slightest opening, she lifted her eyes and asked, Wei Xiaosu, where do you live? Pei Qian froze. His beady eyes went wide, his lips worked soundlessly. That direct? First question, is his address and tell me? The envy in his eyes was practically tangible. Wei Xiaosu understood her purpose and simply gave his room number. Zone 2, room 066. I'm in Zone 2, room 081. Su Xiaoqing nodded, her tone calm. Mo University is crawling with prodigies. I'm going to surpass you first, then everyone else. Then let's both do our best. For once, Wei Xiaosu skipped the jokes and offered a simple word of encouragement. He knew the favor he owed Su Xiaoqing was far from repaid. What had really changed his attitude was the brief time they'd spent together over the summer break. She had only just turned 18, aloof and blunt to the point of seeming unapproachable, yet she wasn't a bad person at all. After confirming his dorm number, Su Xiaoqing had nothing more to say. She had truly come only to gauge the gap between them. The result surprised her. Wei Xiaosu hadn't even cracked Mo University's top 10. She could still picture him single-handedly slicing through 100,000 slimes during that assessment. Yet his terrifying score had placed him only 66th. In less than a minute she turned and walked away. Pei Qian stared after her, practically drooling with envy. You two know each other? He asked, swallowing hard. Yeah, we went to high school together, Wei Xiaosu replied casually. Damn, Pei Qian felt his breathing grow heavier. While they chatted, the freshmen had all assembled on the field. Untouched by any drill, the lines were crooked and chaotic. Up on the platform, a burly man with a buzz cut suddenly roared, his voice like an artillery shell. Silence. The shout snapped every head toward the stage. His fierce eyes were those of a predator. No one dared make a sound. Sweeping his gaze across the field and spotting more than a dozen students still sprinting, the Hulk bellowed. Assembly time is over. Record the latecomers' names, 10 credits deducted. Come on, Professor, we were only a few seconds late. Does that really cost us points? Yeah, cut us some slack. I just had to take a dump. How does that count as tardy? Docking credits? Seriously? On the west side of the field, 3 panting freshmen jogged in while pleading. The burly man in charge of roll call didn't even lift an eyelid. His gaze remained on the center of the track, where 2,000 new students stood in formation, so silent the only sound was the wind snapping the flags. Good morning, everyone. I'm Wang Guowei, Dean of the Close Combat Division. He'll be leading today's welcome ceremony. He used no microphone, yet his voice reached every ear, making chests tremble. During enrollment, Senior Liu Yang had mentioned the 5 deans of Mod, all of them high-tier professionals. Professions are ranked 1 through 9. Tiers 1 to 3 are junior, 4 to 6 intermediate, 7 to 9 elite. Rumors said the close combat dean was the strongest, and seeing him now, no one doubted it. Wang Guowei surveyed the crowd. Since the cataclysm, Modu University has stood for 187 years. In that time we've produced 355 high-tier professionals. 15 advanced through 9 evolutions to reach Tier 9, becoming humanity's most powerful defenders. The field was utterly silent. Your older classmates bled and died for humanity and for you, fighting monsters again and again to win the fragile peace we have today. Yet of those 355, fewer than 100 are still alive, and only 7 Tier 9s remain. He paused, eyes blazing. By choosing Moda, you chose not a vacation spot, but the most efficient forge for strength, another weapon for the nation and for humankind. Enrollment may feel like the pinnacle of your life. To me, it's the start of a tragedy. Grow stronger, survive, and then grow stronger still. Nobody dared complain about the late arrival penalty now. Of course, the university won't let you sacrifice for nothing. The more you give, the more you gain. Each of you will receive 100 contribution points, exchangeable for any treasure provided you have enough points. He raised a hand. I dislike wasting words. Mentor assignment begins now. Instructors of the 5 divisions, please step forward. Clapping erupted like thunder. From behind the rostrum, several dozen men and women walked out in a line. Some were barely past 20, radiating vigor. Others were in their 30s, steady and composed. All shared a single trait. None bothered to suppress the overwhelming aura that crashed over the field like an invisible hammer, thickening the very air. The roll calls echoed. Close Combat Division, Freshman Minter Lu Hai. Support Division, Freshman Minter Lu Qian. Assassination Division, Freshman Minter Zhou Tong. Range Division, Freshman Minter Zhang Ming. Summoning Division, Freshman Minter Wang Xiaoman. Dozens of voices intertwined above the field, their echoes lingering long after the last name was called. In the audience, Wei Xiaosu was stunned by the overwhelming aura pouring off the instructors. Every one of them matched or even surpassed the power Su San had displayed. The pressure rolled over him in waves, so heavy it was hard to breathe. With dozens of instructors on stage, not a single one was below 6th rank. Stranger still, most of them looked barely older than he was. Su San had spent a lifetime clawing his way to 6th rank. How long had these people trained? The selection began. One by one the instructors called out names, gathering new students at their feet. Soon, a clear-eyed young woman from the summoning department Wang Ziman called for Wei Xiaosu. The hefty paid Shien was picked up by Wang Bing of the support department, and the groups headed off to their respective teaching areas. This year Wang Xiaoman accepted only 26 summoning freshmen. That sounded small, but there were barely 100 summoners among the 2,000 newcomers. Fewer students meant more of the instructor's time. Classrooms at Mo University looked nothing like an ordinary school's. There were no desks, only neat circles of floor cushions. Wang Xiaoman disliked wasting time. So on the very first day, she launched straight into Summon Beast Fundamentals. For the next 2 weeks, she held class almost daily, switching between theory and practice so quickly the students had no chance to complain. Half a month flew by. Though Wei Xiaosu still hadn't hunted a monster himself, his overall strength had risen by at least 10%. Using the 100 points the school had given him, he redeemed Nether Meridian technique on Wang Xiaoman's advice. The manual boosted his physical fitness while enhancing undead summons, a tougher deal. After a dozen days of steady cultivation, his combined stats jumped by more than 500 points, and his skeleton minions gained another 100. The return was staggering. Normally the freshman survival drill took place a month after enrollment, but an unexpected event scrambled every plan. A brand new ruin appeared without warning on the wasteland 200 kilometers from the city. Night covered the land, yet Mo University blazed with light as the administration convened an emergency meeting. They finally ruled that every student would travel to the site with their instructors to observe from the perimeter. Neither freshmen nor upperclassmen were allowed inside. No one could gauge the ruin's rank, and a reckless entry could be fatal. Unlike dungeons or secret realms, ruins held the richest troves of treasure. Whenever one opened, it drew powerhouses from across the nation, even foreign elites who risked smuggling themselves in just to claim a share. At 3 in the morning, a chill wind howled across the plain. Guided by their instructors, thousands of students reached the edge of the ruin, which now looked like a 3 or 4 meter sphere of black mist devouring every trace of light. It hadn't fully opened yet, but its icy aura was unmistakable. Standing in the crowd, Wei Xiaosu stared at the distant shadow and lowered his voice. Teacher Wang, do we have any chance of going inside? Wang Xiaoman's expression hardened as she shook her head. With the strength of your freshman class, even the lowest grade ruin would be a death trap. You're here to watch, nothing more. Don't even think about entering. I see. Wei Xiaosu nodded, though curiosity still gnawed at him. Then what exactly is a ruin, and how is it different from a dungeon or a secret realm? After Wei Xiaosu asked his question, Wang Xiaoman paused for 2 seconds, waved her students closer, and began. To put it simply, a ruin is a one-shot instance. An instance? One shot. The students traded baffled looks. The concept of ruins had never appeared in their textbooks, and they struggled to grasp it. Unhurried, Wang Xiaoman softened her tone and continued. As you know, a mystic realm is essentially a fully fledged world. Remember, even our own blue star is called a mystic realm by other intelligent races. An instance, however, is only a fragmentary projection of that realm. Its creatures are mindless, driven by the most basic instincts. For reasons we still don't understand, once they're killed they respawn. That's how an instance works. She paused and swept her gaze across them. If an instance is merely a projection, where is the real fragment? Exactly, it drifts through the endless void. We call it a ruin. The corridor lights played across the students' stunned faces. Wei Xiaosu's eyes were round with shock. Anyone admitted to Magic University was more than a brawler, and they quickly seized on the most frightening implication: mystic realm fragments. If Blue Star was only one of many realms, what kind of power could smash a planet like Blue Star into pieces? Professor, are you saying someone could destroy an entire planet by force? Wei Xiaosu blurted. He had seen footage of 9th-tier powerhouses leveling a city, but planet busting was another level entirely. I don't know, Wang Xiaoman said with a wry shrug. Maybe not. Who can say for sure? To these students, she was already a lofty peak. Yet beside the real apex, she was still a speck that could be crushed with a single slap. As for those hidden truths almost everyone knew only fragments. She gestured as she went on. We know a little about ruins only because they sometimes descend on Blue Star, and most have entry limits. A primary ruin admits professionals of tiers 1 through 3, a middle ruin tiers 1 through 6, and only an advanced ruin opens from tier 1 all the way to tier 9, meaning any professional on the planet can enter. A student raised a hand. Professor, shouldn't plenty of ruins have appeared on Blue Star? Why has no one ever reported finding one? Wang Xiaoman shot him a glare. Li Muzi, were you even listening? Ruins are one-shot instances. Once they're cleared, they disappear. How could they still be around? Called out. Li Muzi rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. Because the questioner was a girl, Wang Xiaoman let it drop and continued. Ruins work like instances, but on a far larger scale. The smallest ruin ever recorded restricted to tiers 1 through 3 still covered an area comparable to an entire province. Whoa, someone breathed. If even the smallest ruin was that vast, how many monsters must be inside? So are there a lot of monsters in those ruins? What about the treasure? The students peppered Wang Xiaoman with questions, and she answered patiently. She began by explaining that although the ruins teemed with monsters, their numbers were sparse compared with the site's vast expanse. As for the treasure everyone cared about most, she added that any resource found in a normal dungeon would be amplified 100-fold, even several hundredfold, inside a relic. With enough strength or luck, one expedition could tempt even a 9th-tier powerhouse. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu raised his hand in doubt. Teacher, then how did the relic eventually disappear from Blue Star? Wang Xiaoman nodded appreciatively. This was the key question. The relic contains spirit herbs, equipment, items, skills, and extremely rare special objects, she said. But the most valuable thing is the core array node. Only its power lets fragments of a secret realm drift through the void. Even the lowest grade node is priceless. Once it's removed, the relic collapses instantly, and everyone inside is thrown back to Blue Star. Whether a relic vanishes, therefore, depends entirely on whether someone secures its node, and every node is fought over desperately by 9th-tier experts. A collective hiss rippled through the crowd. If the weakest node was that astounding, what horrors would a mid or high-level one hold? Another student asked, Teacher, how many entrances does a relic have? What does it look like when it opens? Wang Xiaoman continued patiently. 1. A relic drifts through the void, so it never has just one entrance. About a century ago, a high-level relic appeared with 38 entrances scattered worldwide. Mid and low-level relics have fewer gateways, but the exact number is never fixed. 2. For more than 2 centuries, every relic regardless of rank has manifested a dense mist at the moment of activation. Anyone enveloped by that fog is transported inside automatically. The mist lasts only a short while, at most 10 minutes, so anyone hoping to enter must arrive beforehand. The students nodded, marveling at the explanation. Curiosity aside, none of them actually wanted to go in. They were only first tier, and even the lowest grade relic was out of their league. Suddenly Wei Xiaosu raised his hand, voice trembling. Sorry to interrupt. Teacher, that black fog over there, could it be the prelude you just mentioned? Wang Xiaoman. Everyone followed his finger, and the entire class froze. A pitch-black fog was rushing toward them at breakneck speed. At this rate, it would swallow them completely in 10 seconds. Wang Xiaoman's face went ashen. She cursed under her breath. Damn it. How could the entrance appear here? Are the people up top asleep? They even got the coordinates wrong. Then she shouted, Run. Whatever you do, stay out of the fog. Move. They didn't need Wang Xiaoman to shout. Everyone was already sprinting in the opposite direction of the thick fog. The black wall of mist appeared without warning, as if someone had splashed a barrel of ink across the open square. Students packed the area shoulder to shoulder, nearly 5,000 from Mo University alone, and when you added the rest of the city's colleges, the number topped 20,000. Another 10,000 soldiers ringed the site to keep order. 30,000 people wheeled around at once, and the plaza erupted in shoves and shouts. At least they were all professionals. Even the weakest among them had triple the pre-cataclysm physique of an ordinary human, so no one was trampled. Still, with more than 10,000 bodies squeezed into a single escape corridor, their progress felt agonizingly slow. In less than a minute, the black mist surged forward like a tide, swallowing the last row of students before thinning just as quickly. Where a packed crowd had stood moments ago, barely 1/3 remained. Damn it, someone roared. Why did the relic's entrance open right under us? A quick head count showed that apart from a handful of third-year seniors and some second years, everyone else had been transported inside the relic. Intelligence officers reported at once. Relic rating primary. Entry requirements Tier 1 to Tier 3 professionals. The news was neither terrible nor good. For first-year students, a primary relic was a death trap. Without Tier 3 strength, the mortality rate hovered around 60%. 60% the moment the number was spoken, the din died away. Faces went ashen. The scouting team responsible for the initial survey became the target of every glare. Many students tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to tear the culprits apart. Wang Guowei, the burly dean of the close combat division, stepped to the front. His face was dark, and source power churned over his skin like a gathering storm. Even Wang Xiaoman, a peak mid-tier professional, felt as if a weight had slammed into her chest. Something's wrong, Wang Guowei muttered. In 2 centuries, the tech for detecting relic entrances had never failed, and today's survey team was an elite unit of dozens. They couldn't all have made the same mistake. The thought flashed by, his pupils contracted, and in the next instant he leapt skyward. Tier 7, the hallmark of a high-level professional, flight. He rocketed toward the coordinates where the relic had first been detected, the air shrieking behind him. Within seconds he landed. The metallic scent of blood hit him hard. Survey members lay sprawled across the ground, their wounds still wet. A setup. No way this was an accident. Who was behind it? A domestic faction? The Eagle Federation? The alien races? Wang Guowai's fists clenched, his knuckles popping. He swore silently that he would drag the mastermind into the light and twist off their head. Watching the black fog closing in, Wei Xiaosu's heart lodged in his throat. He silently cursed the survey team responsible for this disaster. What a damnable trap. Tens of thousands of students were trapped inside, including some of Mo University's brightest prodigies, and if an entire class of geniuses died in these ruins, it would become a scandal that rocked the Huaxiao Empire and stunned the world. Wei Xiaosu sprinted at full tilt, desperate to break through the edge of the inky mist, but in less than a minute the fog swallowed him whole. The moment it wrapped around him, everything went dark, and when his vision returned, the classmates, teachers, and even the fully armed soldiers who had been running beside him were gone without a trace. He now stood on a blistering sea of sand. The ground was soft, scorching yellow, and patches of stubborn green dotted the distance, the unmistakable sight of a blue-star desert. Damn it, I really got teleported in here, Wei muttered, his face turning ashen. He was only at the headman stage, level 119. Venturing into any ruin with a foundation that weak was practically a death sentence. Looking around, he couldn't see a single classmate, instructor, or patrolling soldier. Mentor Wang Xiaoman had warned them. Even the smallest ruin could span an area equal to Wuxia's largest province, so with tens of thousands of people thrown inside, it was normal not to bump into anyone for weeks. Heaven help me, please don't let this be a mid-tier ruin, let alone a high-tier one, or I'll be dead before I even start, he prayed silently. Before the thought finished, a sudden gust tore in from behind. Wei instinctively ducked. Several strands of hair were sliced away as a razor-sharp limb skimmed his scalp. A half-second slower, and his skull would have been skewered. He spun around and saw the attacker. A gigantic insect, over 2.5 meters tall and more than 4 meters long, its entire body sheathed in glossy black chitin. One glance, and he recognized the design straight out of the movie Starship Troopers, the expendable bug infantry. That film didn't exist on Blue Star, so he, a transmigrant from Earth, was probably the only person in this world who could name its origin. A childhood nightmare now stood before him. Massive frame, scythe-like forelimbs, armor that took 3 to 5 seconds of machine gun fire to crack, and a casual swipe capable of punching through a fully armored soldier's chest. Identify. Siege Bug Tier 2 Elite. Strength, 30. Agility, 1,500. Constitution, 2096. Spirit, 2030. 488. Holy, are you kidding me? A peak Tier 2 elite monster among this year's freshmen, maybe the top 10 could tank it Hedon. Without his summons, Wei would be toast. Summon, he shouted. Dozens of skeletal guards burst from the sand, bones clattering as they rose, and right behind them, scores of skeletal mages planted their staves in 2 neat rows, cold blue soul flames dancing in their hollow sockets. Take it down now. At a single command, dozens of skeleton guards moved up with their shields raised. Even when facing an enemy more than 10 levels higher, they showed no fear. Each skeleton guard had 1,200 points of constitution, and their heavy metal shields, though the system offered no exact stats, had to be at least twice as tough. The siege beetle had already lifted its scythe-like forelegs, ready to cut down the human in front of it, but the sudden tide of skeletons made it hesitate. In that brief pause, the skeleton guards slammed together and formed a wall in front of Wei Xiaosu, completely blocking the monster's path. At the same time, more than a dozen skeleton mages flicked their wrists and hurled their firecrackers, ash-gray miniature explosion scrolls. The beetle's huge body meant there was no chance of friendly fire this time. Almost every scroll stuck to its carapace and detonated. A single blast, however, still lacked the power to pierce that iron hardshell unless several went off on the same spot. Agitated by flame and shock waves, the beetle let out a shrill screech and hacked downward. 2 strikes were enough to cleave a shield in half. The unprotected skeleton guard was then skewered through the chest and burst apart, bone fragments scattering across the ground. So strong, Wei Xiaosu muttered, frowning. The gap was a full 11 levels. He suspected that even if the skeleton guards reached Tier 2, level 30, they would only last a few seconds longer against this creature. Bang, bang, bang. Scrolls rained down like hail, dozens hundred soft explosions chaining together in the same area. At last, spiderweb cracks spread across the beetle's shell. Seeing that, Wei Xiaosu exhaled in relief. The skeleton mages could break its defense, and the skeleton guards could at least buy time. With sheer numbers on his side, he was born to win this fight. If every monster in these ruins is only at this level, I can mow them down, he thought. Treasure filled these ruins, and somewhere lay the formation core that could drive even Tier 9 powerhouses mad. If he could claim it, he would finally turn the tables. The chain of explosions kept tearing at the shell until a gaping hole opened in the beetle's back. More scrolls slipped through the rent and burrowed into the soft flesh beneath. A couple of muffled booms later, the beast didn't even have time to screech again. Its massive body was blown apart, leaving only scattered chunks on the ground. Congratulations. You have slain the Tier 2, Level 30 Elite Monster Siege Beetle. Experience gained, 1,500. When the fight was over, Wei Xiaosu took stock. 18 skeleton guards and 2 skeleton mages had been reduced to bone dust, a casualty rate he found perfectly acceptable. I'm short on everything except skeleton lackeys. Trading 20 of them for 1 siege beetle is a bargain. Oh, it even dropped equipment. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu spotted a broadsword over a meter long among the siege bug's remains. He bent down, picked it up, and, just as Head hoped, its stats were impressive. The information panel flashed before his eyes. Siege Warblade Elite Grade. Quality, 30. Tier 2. Strength, 300. Special effect. Grants an additional 100 strength when attacking high armor gear, fortifications, or city walls. Description, shatter castles, pierce armor, destroy what cannot be destroyed. The bonus was almost on par with the Berserker Greytax he had found in the last instance. On the market, the sword would fetch a few thousand yuan without breaking a sweat. Delighted, Wei Xiaosu stuffed the blade into his pink storage pouch. The words "life is good" were practically written across his face. He stowed the sword and summoned the battered black shovel that had been with him for ages. Time to get back to his old trade-digging graves. The siege bugs were huge, so each grave took him twice as long as usual, and he couldn't help grumbling about how much of a pain it was. 3 minutes later, a mound of fresh sand rose in the wasteland. Wei Xiaosu stared at it, eyes gleaming with anticipation. The next second, a tender sapling broke through the soil, shooting upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. It sprouted branches, thickened, and finally stopped growing at roughly 2 meters tall. The strange grave tree's trunk about 10 centimeters across. The tree itself was nothing special. His attention was fixed on the 3 fruits hanging from its branches, the real harvest he cared about. He plucked them in a flash, and a system prompt followed. Influenced by the shattered Gaia consciousness, Mourning of the Fallen Effect 1 has been unlocked. The burial limit for monsters of the same type has been removed. Received Hell Coin 1 Denomination 1. Received Hell Coin 2 Denomination 1. Received Hell Coin 1 Denomination 1. Wei Xiaosu. He stared at the 3 ghostly coins shimmering in his palm. He had buried hundreds, maybe nearly 1,000, monsters before and never gotten a single Hell Coin. Even the stage bosses of the 3 one-star instances in Xinjiang City hadn't yielded any. The only time Head ever seen Hell Coins was after burying a human being. At first Head been thrilled, but the realization that He'd have to kill more of his own kind to keep earning them had doused that excitement in an instant. Wei Xiaosu didn't pretend to be a saint, yet he would never slaughter humans just to grow stronger. Power gained that way was power he could live without. Now, the coins were his without laying a finger on a fellow human. His heart pounded. He couldn't hide his excitement. The treasures in the Hell Coin shop were back within reach. Rubbing the coins, he burst out laughing. Monsters? They'll kill as many as come my way and bury every last one. The 10 burial cap for each monster type had been torn to shreds by the lingering traces of Gaia consciousness in these ruins. Picking a direction, he headed deeper into the site. On the way he encountered another 14 siege bugs, killed and buried them all, and in one go racked up 101 Hell Coins. About an hour later, the distant chatter of voices reached his ears, mixed with a clamor of movement. Wei Xiaosu brightened immediately. People, finally. At this moment, Wei Xiaosu was desperate to run into anyone. Only by finding enough survivors could he judge the class of this ruin. If it turned out to be intermediate or even advanced, staying alive would take priority over hunting monsters for nether coins. But if it was merely a basic ruin, he was almost certain he could walk through it unchallenged. After all, the strongest creatures inside would be only Tier 3, and he commanded an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletal soldiers, hardly a setup for failure. With that in mind, he vaulted over several rolling dunes. Hot sand rasped beneath his boots, whispering with each step. Before long, an eroded ravine came into view, and at its bottom 5 bodies in school uniforms lay strewn about. The cut of their jackets marked them as students from another academy in Magic City. The scene was brutal. One corpse had a bull's-eyed hole in its chest, another had been cleaved in 2, and a third had its head lying several steps away. Crimson blood soaked the yellow sand, the color so vivid it seemed ready to drip. So it's already claiming lives, Wei Xiaosu muttered. The thrill of earning nether coins drained away, leaving a heavy ache in his chest. Barely 10 minutes ago these students might have been chatting about the future. Now they would remain forever in a forgotten corner of the desert. He knelt and cast insight on each body in turn. The results confirmed his hunch. All of them were Tier 1 professionals, with no tier 3s among them. That was the only good news. Sorrow gnawed at him, yet he knew that in a ruin every scrap of gear spelled life or death. He unclipped the storage pouches from their belts and, with a touch of spiritual power, wiped away each owner's imprint. In less than a minute the 5 pouches were his. Though their contents were meager, the bags themselves were worth more. Run, damn it. What are these things? They're elite monsters at tier 2 peak. We don't stand a chance. Panicked shouts carried from ahead. Wei Xiaosu looked up to see 4 more students in different uniforms scrambling over a dune toward him. They, too, were only tier 1. Their eyes met his for an instant before one of them screamed, "Get out of here. The monsters are right behind us." A few dozen meters meant 3 or 4 seconds at tier 1 speed. As the 4 drew close and realized Wei Xiaosu still stood his ground, one gestured frantically, while another's eyes flashed with thinly veiled relief. In the wild, the survivor isn't always the fastest runner, just faster than someone else. The same logic applied here. Someone considered dragging Wei Xiaosu along, but the thought vanished in a heartbeat. Leaving a lone target behind would boost their own odds. One after another, they sprinted past him. Just as I thought, another siege beetle. Wei Xiaosu fixed his gaze on the massive insect bearing down on him. He remained composed and, with a lazy wave of his hand, sent the nearby skeleton guards and skeleton mages rushing forward. Drawing on their previous encounter, his orders were cool and precise. At the cost of only 5 guards, the peak tier, second-rank beetle was cut down on the spot. He really killed a peak second-tier siege beetle? That's insane for a summoner. It's not the class that's strong. It's him. Remember, I'm a summoner too. Everyone exchanged awkward looks, mentally replaying the moments their own summons had been one-shotted. They were just about to approach Wei Xiaosu and see if they could team up when a dozen hulking shapes came thundering toward them. Pupils contracted, faces went pale, and they bolted without a word. Great, more of them. Wei Xiaosu spotted the 13 incoming beetles, but didn't so much as flinch. He silently hefted a black shovel and started digging a pit on the spot. At his next gesture, 1,000+ skeletons materialized, 50 guards forming the front line, while the rest, mostly disposable skeleton mages, poured in behind. The first collision was brutal. A dozen guards and over 100 mages were smashed to dust in an instant. Wei Xiaosu merely glanced over, couldn't be bothered to give further commands, and let his bone minions fight as they pleased while he kept expanding the grave. Before long the beetles began to fall, their bodies dragged to the pit's edge by the skeleton mages. Yeah, dump them here. The front line was in utter chaos. Yet behind it Wei Xiaosu methodically dug, buried, and moved on like a one-man assembly line. Obtain nether coin 2 unit 1. Obtain nether coin 2 unit 1. Obtain nether coin 1 unit 1. The pattern was clear. Siege beetles only dropped nether coins, and in generous amounts, anywhere from 4 to 7 apiece. At this rate, 50,000 coins didn't seem far off. Burying 10,000 beetles would do it. The thought of finally affording the pet zombie Xiaoyu made him quietly excited, though he knew burying 10,000 was no small amount of grunt work. A little over 10 minutes later, the last beetle was tossed into the pit. Looking at the dozen freshly raised mounds around him, he felt an unexpected sense of accomplishment. Building a dozen graves back-to-back is exhausting. He uncorked a bottle of water from his storage pouch, took a sip, and was about to sit down when something in his peripheral vision caught his eye: a dense, rippling tide of white. What the? Siege beetles? How can there be that many? A silver-white wave of insects was coalescing into a single, roaring mass, surging straight toward him. Staring at the boundless tide of insects, Wei Xiaosu felt his scalp prickle. 10,000, 20,000, maybe 100,000? Geneva, this is going to kill me. The swarm writhed like a living tide, the dull sheen on their shells catching what little light there was. Even the rustling alone was enough to make his hair stand on end. Cursing under his breath, Wei Xiaosu summoned Peiqi without hesitation. The moment the boar's skeleton-forged body hit the ground, cracked spiderweb beneath its hooves, Wei Xiaosu vaulted onto its back and slapped its flank. Run now? Peiqi grunted, its stubby tusks grinding together in open defiance. Steam jetted from its nostrils. It clearly wanted nothing more than to charge into the insect sea and wreak havoc. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu smacked it hard. Idiot, quit daydreaming, can't win this fight. Most of the time the awakened beast was obedient, but every so often it tried his patience. With a resentful shake of its massive head, Peiqi finally yielded. Its rear hooves kicked off, gravel exploded, and its bulk blurred into motion. A beast general's speed deserved its reputation: 100 meters in 5 seconds, and it still held something in reserve. Wei Xiaosu was certain that if Peiqi went all out, it could push another notch faster. After a few minutes of flat-out sprinting, the insect sea dwindled to little more than a dark smudge on the horizon, yet the whistling wind behind his ears warned him that countless dots were still in hot pursuit. Seriously, you just can't let it go? Wei Xiaosu shouted over his shoulder. If the swarm was chasing him simply because he had sliced up a dozen assault bugs, that meant some kind of command system was in play. Did that mean the insects were intelligent? Brain bugs. An image of an oversized maggot flashed through his mind. a creature born with high intellect, capable of siphoning the brains of humans or any sentient species and decoding their memories, a walking glitch in reality. His face went slate gray at the thought. He could dance around ordinary second or third-tier monsters, but if there was a hive mind calling the shots, the danger multiplied. Humans had always ruled Earth with their brains. Once monsters gained that same level of intellect, the outcome would be unthinkable. They sprinted on. Roughly 2 minutes later, 4 figures appeared ahead, ambling across the wasteland in casual conversation. The dust cloud raised by Peichi made them flinch. They spun around, weapons flashing, and a wolf-like summon bared its fangs with a growl. Hey, isn't that the prodigy from MDU? Whoa, is that his summon? That's insane. Look at that speed. If you told me it was tier 3, I'd believe it. Damn it, my Gale Wolf looks like scrap next to that skeletal boar. Shock and envy filled their eyes. No wonder he was enrolled at Magic Dominion University. They were the same age, yet that one guy could wipe the floor with all of them put together. Wei Xiaosu galloped past on Peichi, not slowing for a moment. Run, he yelled. An insect swarms right behind us. What? A swarm? The others stared after him, confused until the ground began to vibrate. A rapid, muffled pounding that made it hard to stay upright. An earthquake? Now look over there. Damn it, move. A black wave of siege bugs crested the horizon, packed so tightly it looked endless. Even one of these peak tier 2 elites would overwhelm a bunch of tier 1 rookies, let alone an entire swarm. Lu Yu, let your Gale Wolf take me too. Yeah, Lu Yu, yours is the only mount fast enough. We're classmates, help us. While they called out, the 3 men edged toward Lu Yu, hoping to climb aboard. Before they could reach him, Lu Yu vaulted onto the Grabler wolf and shot off without a backward glance. They froze, then exploded into curses. Damn you, Lu Yu, this isn't over. You heartless bastard, those bugs will kill us. The words reached Lu Yu, and a cold smile tugged at his mouth. As a brand new tier 1, he could summon only one Gale Wolf. Add 3 riders, and none of them would escape. These were just casual classmates, no reason to die with them. Within seconds, he was dozens of meters ahead. The 3 couldn't keep up. Suddenly, one of them drew a longbow, eyes dark with fury. If we're dying, so is he. He pulled the string to full draw and loosed. Thwip. Thud. The arrow punched into Lu Yu's left shoulder, knocking him off the wolf. Clutching the bleeding wound, he staggered up, reaching for the saddle too late. The 3 had caught him. Die, Lu Yu. Blades flashed. 2 quick strokes severed his limbs, leaving him shrieking on the ground. Ga Gale Wolf, kill them, he screeched, determined to drag them down with him. The Gale Wolf, built for speed rather than power, couldn't handle 3 opponents. In under 10 seconds, it was hacked apart. And in those same 10 seconds, the swarm closed to visible range. Flat on his back, Lu Yu burst into manic laughter. Ha ha ha, you're all dead. The next instant, the tide of insects swallowed him, leaving no trace. The remaining 3 fled in panic, but seconds later the endless bugs overtook them, tearing their bodies into tiny scraps. On the outskirts of Mo City, at the entrance to the ruins, searchlights shredded the night, and beyond the caution tape a bold sign warned, authorized personnel only. Dozens of armed guards paced the perimeter. Half an hour ago, tens of thousands of students and soldiers had been swept into the ruins, turning the site into the eye of a storm. Spectators pressed against the outer cordon, while in the innermost command zone the university's executives, city officials, and even higher authorities had gathered. Their presence was so imposing it seemed to compress the air itself. Wang Guowei stood in the front row. As dean of the Close Combat Division at Mo University and commander of this field exercise, he knew at least 60 or 70% of the blame would fall on him. Face ashen, he bowed and spoke in a subdued voice. President, honored leaders, we've discovered the cause of the accident. Beside Wang Guowei stood a man who looked well past 60. The elder was lean, a sharp contrast to Wang's broad frame, yet the faint crimson aura swirling around him felt like a primed explosive that made everyone nearby tense. Speak, he said. The tone was steady, but a current of anger rippled beneath it. This was none other than the world-renowned flame dragon mage, Yi Yunzhou, the current president of Mo University. Despite being a high-level professional himself, Wang Guowei felt sweat bead along his hairline under Yi Yunzhou's invisible pressure. In a real fight, he doubted he could last a minute. Standing with Yi Yunzhou were party secretaries Wang and Xie and director Zhang from the military, their expressions equally grim. Reading their mood, Wang Guowei cautiously continued. Do you recall the 510 incident that struck Qingyang, Nanhai, Songming, and more than a dozen other cities just over a month ago? The 510 incident? The 3 officials frowned in unison. The term referred to the tragedy of May 10th, when Wei Xiaosu encountered the Minotaur Yazan inside a dungeon. During that same window, unidentified alien races had emerged in instances across 18 cities, slaughtering the students undergoing trials. Hundreds were killed on the spot, including some of the brightest talents from Jing University and Mo University. Wang Guowei drew a deep breath. I now have solid evidence that the 510 incident and today's ruin malfunction were orchestrated by the same group. Who was it? Have you identified them? Speak. Secretaries Wang and Xie and Director Zhang demanded in chorus. If mishandled, this crisis could imperil both their positions and reputations. For those at the apex of power, authority was precious, but a tarnished name was even harder to bear. No one wanted an indelible stain in the pages of history. It's the Sun and Moon cult. Wang Guowei drew a deep breath and spoke the name that everyone in the room knew all too well. Humph, those sewer rats again. Yi Yunzhou snorted, his face twisted with disgust. The answer didn't surprise him. He had already suspected who the culprit was. Founded a century ago, the Sun and Moon cult claimed to worship alien deities, and its betrayal of humanity had long been obvious. Listen up and remember. The speaker, a man in his early 40s, wore a perfectly pressed Zhongshan suit, wisps of silver threading his temples. He wasn't the oldest in the conference room, yet the moment he spoke, even the hot-tempered Yi Yunzhou fell silent. His name was Xian Mu, party secretary of Mo City, and the real person in charge. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable edge as he issued one order after another. First, uproot every recorded hideout of the Sun and Moon cult and broadcast the execution of its members nationwide at noon tomorrow. Second, contact Japan and Korea at once. This ruin has 3 entrances, and the other 2 lie within their borders, still unopened. We must secure slots to enter and send peak 3rd-tier specialists to escort our students and keep them alive. Yes, Secretary Xie. They'll see to it right away. The moment the orders landed, everyone sprang to their feet. Inside the ruin, beneath the setting sun, Wei Xiaosu tore across an endless desert astride Peppa, his pink mechanical boar. Now and then a blood-curdling scream drifted from behind, and he could only mourn in silence another life lost, with many more sure to follow. 30,000 people had been dragged into this ruin. How many would make it out intact? Wei Xiaosu had no answer, unsure even of his own chances. Compared with the boundless swarm of insectoid monsters, the skeletal legion he prided himself on was as fragile as paper. He had long left the insect tide behind, yet he kept up a flat-out sprint for 2 full hours before slowing. Rolling dunes lined his path, and between the grains of sand he found more than 100 bodies, students, soldiers, and several familiar faces. His chest tightened, but true to his rule of wasting nothing, he stripped every valuable item he could, 37 storage pouches in all. He had neither the time nor the strength to bury the dead, so he muttered an apology and pressed on. Partway through, a dozen burrowing assault bugs burst from the shifting sands, their razor maws gleaming. Wei Xiaosu ordered his skeletons to encircle and slaughter them, then buried the carcasses beneath the dunes, swift and merciless. Scanning the horizon, he finally spotted a hint of green. He patted Peppa's metal ears and veered toward the oasis. The desert offered terrifyingly open sight lines. If the swarm caught up again, there would be nowhere to hide. Still, the old saying, the farther the mountain, the longer the trek, clung to him. The oasis lay in plain view, but the distance felt just as unreachable, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "You've got to be kidding me, how can it still be this far?" Fortunately, Peppa was unbelievably fast. After another hour's charge, the greenery finally unfolded into its true form. From afar it had seemed endless, but up close he realized it wasn't merely endless, it was a sprawling super oasis, vast enough to rival the desert itself. Staring at the dense green a few hundred meters ahead, Wei Xiaosu thought it looked less like an oasis and more like a primeval jungle. But he needed an oasis, not that unsettling forest. The dark green swath at the end of the dunes stood like a wall, cleaving the golden sea of sand in two. Riding Peichi at a brisk trot, he felt his chest rise and fall with nerves. When he reached the tree line, he froze at the sight before him. A massive trunk blocked his path, a meter thick and more than 30 meters tall, a pillar that seemed to hold up the sky. And this was only the edge. What titans awaited in the heart of the forest? He recalled a post he had read online. The world's largest tree, the Bai Ma, is 17.5 meters across and 55 meters high, hailed as the king of trees. Those were just numbers on a screen. The living giant before him hit far harder than any statistic. Standing in the shade, Wei Xiaosu weighed the risk of entering that dim world. If he went in, the endless assault beetles would have trouble tracking him, and branches, shrubs, and vines would offer perfect cover. But what if danger lurked here as well? In the desert he could spot a swarm kilometers away. In this place, seeing 100 meters would be sheer luck. While he hesitated, something wriggling on the bark caught his eye. "Huh, what is that?" he muttered, lowering his voice. Afraid his eyes were playing tricks, he swung down from Peichi, boots sinking into a cushion of leaves, and hurried closer. Sure enough, about 2 meters up the trunk, a soft, bulbous larva was inching along, a little over 30 centimeters long. 6 compound eyes glimmered dully, and its skin blended so well with the bark that only its motion gave it away. "Identify," Wei Xiaosu said, lifting a hand as a blue sheen spread across his vision. He hadn't expected a sluggish grub to qualify as a monster, yet the data panel appeared crisply in front of him. Venomous larva, tier 0. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Constitution, 3. Spirit, 4. 6. Seriously? What a piece of trash, he muttered. Then a grin crept across his face. For hours he had passed hundreds of human corpses, the strongest no higher than Tier 2. And now this venomous larva confirmed his hunch. This ruin was a low-level 1. A primary ruin barred anyone above Tier 3, and every creature inside was suppressed below that threshold. As long as he avoided being buried under a tide of insects, his odds of survival were a comfortable 70 or 80%. The thought steadied him. Bye-bye, trash larva, he said. He drew his heavy iron shovel, gripped it with both hands, and swung with all his might. A wet pop echoed, and the squishy, bloated larva burst apart under the blow. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 0, Level 2 toxic larva. Experience 1. Wei Xiaosu stared at the system panel, his face stretching into a grimace. Seriously? 1 point of XP? Are you kidding me? He needed well over 1 million to level up. This payoff wouldn't move the needle even if he died grinding in this forest. Scoffing, he spat at the mashed larvae stuck to the tree trunk, then turned to leave. A second later, his eyes dropped to the shovel in his hand, then back to the splattered corpse. After a brief hesitation, he decided to dig a hole and bury it. The larva was thumb-thick and palm-length, barely bigger than a snack. With a few rapid swings, he carved out an oval pit in under 5 seconds, the walls smooth and tidy. He pried the corpse off the bark, tossed it in, covered it, and even stuck up a makeshift gravestone in one fluid motion. Before he could dust off his hands, the fresh mound swelled, and a tiny sapling shot up, sporting a single, lonely fruit. Wei Xiaosu curled his lip. Cheap afterlife junk. Then the system chimed. You have obtained 1 nether coin 1 unit. What the? A nether coin? He stared at the thin node in his palm, stunned. It was only worth 1, but it had dropped far too easily. A harmless grub, 1 swing, instant cash? Jackpot. Heartbeat quickening. He focused, hunting for more targets. Sure enough, within 10 seconds he spotted another larva among the leaves. Splath's shovel fell, the grub burst. Brushing slime from the blade, Wei Xiaosu dug another neat pit beside the first, buried the body, and planted a marker with practiced ease. You have obtained 1 nether coin 1 unit. Ha, perfect. Everything in this ruin drops, nether coins. 1 coin per larva was nothing, but the bugs were plentiful and the routine was simple. Time to maximize efficiency. I had an army of minions for exactly this. With a sweep of his arm, over 1,000 skeletal mages clattered forward, flooding into the forest. Their single order: capture toxic larvae, dead or alive, but bring back the bodies. Wei Xiaosu stayed behind, shovel dancing as he pre-dug graves, turning the burial process into an assembly line. You have obtained 1 nether coin 1 unit. You have obtained 1 nether coin 1 unit. The larvae were even more numerous than had thought. Graves climbed from 10 to 100 to 1,000, and for the first time he found his digging speed couldn't keep up with his underlings' harvest. As coin after coin piled up, his total finally broke 1,000. At this rate, if he pulled an all-nighter, he could hit 50,000 by morning. Work hard. Grind harder. Only labor makes you king. Back to it. The setting sun bled across the horizon. Golden-red ripples rolled over the boundless sea of sand, where a young man with a long sword stood motionless. Warm blood still dripped from the blackened tip. A dozen bodies lay scattered before him, their blood soaking into the dunes and filling the air with the stench of iron. He drew a deep breath and exhaled, expelling the taste of blood and the desert heat from his lungs. From an inner pocket, he took a square of white cloth. He wiped the blade from guard to point until the steel once again caught the dying light. Sliding the sword into its scabbard, he spared the corpses not so much as a glance. Turning away, he walked on, his footprints tracing a straight line across the soft sand. So much for the geniuses of Mo University, he muttered. His name was Bai Yi, a first year at Mo University. Officially, he ranked somewhere in the low hundreds, but in truth his strength placed him comfortably within the top 10. Behind that public face lay a secret one. He was a leading contender for Holy Son of the Ryu Shinjiao. The cult served the Wanzhou Jiao. During the Great Cataclysm, when myriad races invaded, humanity held the line, yet never became a great power. Some cowards, unwilling to face the outsiders yet hungry for blood, turned their blades on their own kind and became the cult's hounds. To Bai Yi, not one of them deserved to live. The cult master's reach truly defies belief, he thought. To alter the relic's activation path and radius under the very eyes of Guardian Wang Guowei was a feat that chilled the soul. If he could wipe out 90% of Mo University's prodigies inside the relic, the title of Holy Son would be his beyond dispute. That rank granted a single entry into the divine kingdom, where he might even behold the twin sun and moon deities of legend. He could already see himself bathed in their light. First, the mission had to be completed. The Pope had named 2 targets, Nanji, ranked 4th, and Pei Qian, ranked 85th. Bai knew their files by heart. Nanji, the only non-combat specialist in the top 10, was to be killed on sight. Pei Qian was marked because of his unique class, Bloodright Cleric. In 3 centuries of human history, That class had never appeared, and no one knew its skills or limits. As for the other top 10 students, Bai admitted he lacked absolute certainty. Caution would be required. Thinking as he walked, he headed toward the vast forest ahead. The relic's monsters were troublesome even for him, and the terrain there might grant an edge. Others would likely think the same, so the woods might be no less crowded than the desert. Abruptly, he halted. The once level sand had bulged upward, as if a wave had frozen in place. He strode over, brushed aside the top layer of grains, and stopped cold. An oval object jutted from the sand, roughly 50 centimeters long and 30 wide. At one end of the small rise a stone slab jutted from the sand. It bore no inscription, yet as a child of Xiaoing indeed, of the entire blue star by, he knew at a glance what it was. This was unmistakably a grave. He stood motionless in the barren desert for a moment, questions tumbling through his mind. Who would travel all the way into the heart of a wasteland just to raise a tomb? Stranger still, the mound was barely half a meter long, far too short for a human body. Could it be some odd mechanism left behind by the ruins? Once the idea took root, curiosity pushed all caution aside. He drew his sword and gently brushed away the loose sand. Every faint scrape of grit against the tip reached his ears. He dreaded harming a possible treasure with a careless stroke. A minute later the dust settled, revealing the shriveled corpse of an insect. Bai froze, then his face fell. Who wastes their time building a grave for a bug? He muttered. A flick of his wrist sent a blade of light across the carcass, reducing it to powder that the wind whisked away. He continued onward, but a nameless irritation smoldered in his chest. As he neared the sparse forest ahead, unease tightened around him. The dunes were now dotted with countless little graves, easily 1,000 or more. One or two might be a prank, yet an entire field of burials was far beyond the work of a single pair of hands. His grip tightened on the sword. Intent flooded the blade, and invisible ripples lifted the hem of his cloak. His gaze swept the gloom, every nerve stretched taut. In the corner of his eye several pale shapes flickered between the mounds. The light was poor, their outlines unclear, but they felt ominous. Need a place to sleep before night falls, he told himself. The border between desert and forest was comparatively safe, but no one sleeps soundly with unknown dangers at their bedside. If he was to camp here, those pale shadows had to go. A few minutes later he reached the spot where the shapes had appeared. Only a mound of dozens of swollen, rotting insect corpses greeted him, stinking to high heaven. Bai scowled, swept his sword in a wide arc, and a roaring gust shattered the heap into dust. As the remains dispersed, more than a dozen thick, rod-shaped objects whistled through the air toward him, sparks crackling at their tips like oversized firecrackers. Sword chi barrier. True essence surged. A transparent shield sprang up a meter before him, crisscrossed with razor-thin lines of intent. Boom, boom, boom. Dull explosions flared against the shield, showering it in fire and smoke. The shockwaves broke and vanished. The barrier did not stir. Is that all? Feeling only the faintest tremor, Bai exhaled and let a cold smile curl his lips. No need to stay on the defensive, then. He dismissed the barrier, leveled his sword, and charged straight at the dozen or so white figures lurking nearby. An ordinary guy, Wei Xiaosu was in high spirits today. At the border where desert met forest, he carried a shovel over his shoulder, humming an old earth tune and feeling on top of the world. The ground rose and fell beneath his feet, crowded with thousands of fresh graves, each one the product of his hours-long handiwork. The sky was nearly black, and he could see less than 200 meters, yet that didn't stop him from admiring the results. The spirit coins growing on the grave trees alone made the trip feel wildly profitable. Even if he found nothing else in the ruins, the pile of coins in his pocket was enough to make anyone grin. Another one done. He grabbed the corpse of a venomous larva, tossed it into a freshly dug hole, shoveled the soil back, and stuck in a wooden plank for a headstone all in one smooth motion. Pushing aside the branches of the grave tree, he plucked the dangling fruit. A 1-credit spirit coin flickered in his palm, and satisfaction radiated from him. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid burst of explosions, like firecrackers blooming in the night, erupted not far away. Huh, what's going on? No sooner had he spoken than the heavenly Tao system prompted in his mind. 15 skeleton mages slain. What? Did an assault beetle show up? Taking down 15 skeleton mages that fast made sense if that was the case. Wei Xiaosu instantly went on alert and lowered his voice. Xiao Chong, Peppa, come with Malays, take a look. Night had fallen completely, and he had no idea how many assault beetles might be out there. A few he could handle, a swarm, and he'd have to run. Playing it safe, he stopped and summoned a ball of eerie green ghost fire. Its damage was outdated. The spell's main value now was illumination. Go. He pushed it from his palm. The ghost fire flew into the darkness, its tail streaming behind it, revealing everything within a 10-meter radius as it passed. When the flame had traveled about 50 meters, cold steel flashed. A figure swept past and sliced the ghost fire into a shower of sparks. Wait, so it's not an assault beetle? Wei Xiaosu paused, then exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't a bug, they could talk. He thought he'd even seen the cuff pattern of a MO University uniform on that fleeting silhouette. Hey, over there, this might be a misunderstanding. Those skeletons are my summons. I'm a student from MO University. He called into the darkness. He couldn't blame anyone for hacking down 15 skeleton mages. Anyone would probably swing first at bone monsters. A calm voice came back. Oh, necromancer or necromantic summoner. Are you Lu Xiaoing or Wei Xiaosu? Among this year's freshmen at MO University, two hidden classes could summon skeletons. Lu Jiadong's necromancer and Wei Xiaosu's necromantic summoner. Necromancers focus on enhancing themselves, so in essence they're no different from elemental mages aside from being able to summon a few skeletons in the early stages. Hearing a voice from the far side of the trees, Wei Xiaosu's heart gave a jolt. Was his name already that well known? He called back, in Wei Xiaosu. Who are you? Night pressed in, tree shadows shifting. Dozens of meters away, a young man in a black robe was suppressing his aura. When he heard the name Wei Xiaosu, he exhaled quietly, though a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. This was Bai Yi. Bai Yi had been afraid the newcomer might be Lu Jiadong, another necromancer from a prominent family whose staggering talent had put him fifth on the freshman leaderboard, a notorious opponent. Bai Yi figured he could barely squeeze into the top 10, so beating Lu Jiadong was next to impossible. But the one who had shown up was Wei Xiaosu, ranked 66th and dead last among the hidden classes prey delivered to his doorstep. Killing a hidden class prodigy counted for more than taking down 10, even 100, ordinary fighters. Ah, it's you. Bai Yi, nice to meet you. Bai Yi steadied himself and stepped out of the shadows with a friendly smile. Bai Yi, the name sounded familiar to Wei Xiaosu, though he couldn't place the exact ranking, probably within the top 100. Since they were both freshmen at Modu University, they ought to be friendly. They faced each other beneath the night sky. Wei Xiaosu opened his palm, and a ghostly green flame floated up, bathing their faces in an infernal glow. Then he noticed a shimmer in Bai Yi's eyes in sight. Using a probing spell without permission was terribly rude, and any goodwill had felt evaporated. Don't get me wrong, Bai Yi said with a gentle smile. In these ruins you never know when you'll meet a monster in disguise. I have to be cautious. A second later, Bai Yi's smile froze. The spell had failed. Wei Xiaosu rejoiced inwardly. A few days earlier, while looting a corpse, had found a jamming badge that blocked all insight below tier 7. As long as he kept it on, no one could see a thing. Courtesy demanded payback. Wei Xiaosu narrowed his eyes and cast insight himself, but it fizzled just the same. Enough of that. Bai Yi spread his hands, then drew a long sword from the scabbard on his back. Its edge flashed a cold blue in the ghost light. Fortunately, the Hierophant gave me a list. Wei Xiaosu, necromantic summoner. 3 days ago you were logged as a tier 1, level 19 elite. There's no way you've jumped to tier 3 boss in 72 hours, right? With that, he slid forward. The long sword whistled through the air, a razor-thin line aimed at Wei Xiaosu's throat. The skill called Void Split. A direct hit would paint the ground red. Luckily, Wei Xiaosu had been braced for trouble, and Xiao Chong, his loyal minion, guarded him at all times. The instant the sword energy struck, Xiao Chong raised his shield and interposed himself in front of his master. Boom. The powerful sword aura crashed against the heavy shield with a muffled thud, and the impact was so fierce that even Xiao Chong lost his balance and was hurled backward. Shards of rock flew in every direction. The air rippled with the shockwave, and a ribbon of silvery bone traced an arc through the sky, dragging Wei Xiaosu with it until both of them slammed into the ground and tumbled more than 10 meters before stopping. Bai Yi rotated his right wrist, letting the long sword hover above his fingertip. He had meant to sheath it casually, but a sidelong glance showed that his seemingly flawless strike had been blocked. The strange skeleton shield on its left arm bore only a few new cracks. Oh, still alive? He raised an eyebrow, a spark of interest lighting his eyes. Clutching his burning chest, Wei Xiaosu sprang up and shouted, "Hey, classmate, we don't have any beef, do we? Why are you trying to kill me?" They had merely passed each other at school a few times. The only possible offense was the jamming badge he wore, which neutralized Bai Yi's insight spell, but was that really worth a kill attempt? Right, we've got no grudge. Bai Yi twirled his sword with bored ease, clearly unimpressed. That was just a casual swing. If you can take it, credit to you. It'd be dull if a hidden class died in one blow. His predator's gaze burned brighter. Since it's rare to meet a hidden class, tell me, ever heard of the Myriad Races cult? The Myriad Races cult? Wei Xiaosu's eyes turned cold in an instant. Bai Yi's smile twisted into something manic. Exactly. In one of them, candidate Saint Son of the Sun and Moon sect. Once I kill you and get out of here, it'll be the official Saint Son. Wei Xiaosu knew little about the cult. The name alone suggested they worshipped countless alien civilizations. The Sun and Moon sect was new to him. One thing needed no explanation: every cultist deserved death. These dogs attacked civilians, undermined order, and preyed on scholars or untested geniuses. He drew a slow breath to steady his heartbeat and said icily, "You cult lackeys are laughable. Afraid of dying, yet you murder inside ruins crawling with danger. Claim you're fearless, Yet you'd never face real enemies on the front line. See, out wet yourselves the moment the steel gets real. Because we're the same race, we're easy prey? So you swing the blade at your own people without hesitation? Pathetic cowards. The words hit by Yi sore spot. His placid facade evaporated, leaving a frosty glare. Do you know what happens when you provoke me? They'll make you wish you were dead. Before he finished, he gripped his sword with both hands, true essence flaring, and slashed a second wave of sword light across the dozen-meter gap. The blade shrieked through the air, carving a charred furrow in the ground, its tip racing straight for Wei Xiaosu's brow. But Wei was ready. Xiaochang raised his shield and braced himself, meeting Bai Yi's attack heat-in once again. Sword energy hammered against the heavy shield with a thunderous crash, and Xiaochang was blasted away once more. In that instant, a boar the size of an elephant charged forward, bellowing as it came. Although Paiki's defense was weaker than Xiaochang's, it boasted the fastest burst of speed among all of Wei Xiaosu's summons. The skill Savage Ram triggered, and its hulking body shot out, a ridiculous combination of mass and velocity. Bai Yi had no time to react. The boar slammed into him squarely. At the last possible moment, he crossed his sword before his chest and barely redirected the razor-sharp horn, sparing his heart. The gap in raw power was still decisive. Paiki's tremendous force sent Bai Yi hurtling backward. Before he even landed, the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, spraying crimson into the air. Damn it! You think I'm Hello Kitty just because this tiger hasn't shown its claws yet? Wei Xiaosu shouted. He had seen it clearly during the entrance exam. Bai Yi had definitely hidden his strength. With an attack strong enough to wound Xiaochang, Bai Yi could have cracked the top 10 of the freshman rankings, maybe even the top 5. His absence from the list could only mean that he had sandbagged on purpose. Holding back, huh? When I take an exam, I don't just hold back, I flood the whole damn ocean. Wei Xiaosu snorted and lifted a hand. A humanoid skeleton, a little over 2 meters tall, materialized, its jaw clacking out an eerie ababa. It was Xiaoming. Xiaoming, blow it up. Bones rattling with excitement. Xiaoming reached between his pelvic bones and drew out a giant firecracker thicker and longer than his entire frame. He wound up and hurled it far across the battlefield. You will die? Bai Yi staggered upright, blood still on his lips, regret twisting in his gut. Had he known, he would never have held back. High above, the firecracker shrieked through the sky. Bai Yi growled, and a sword-key barrier flared to life around him. That same shield had easily deflected the spells of a dozen skeletal mages, yet now an inexplicable dread gripped him. The reason was obvious. Wei Xiaosu was already galloping away on the giant boar. If Wei Xiaosu held the advantage, why was he running? The thought barely formed before the firecracker smashed into the barrier. Boom. A mushroom cloud surged upward, the roar seeming to rip the sky apart. Pain slammed into Bai Yi's chest, and blood burst from his mouth again. Blinding white light pierced the barrier, searing his eyes as though branding them with hot irons. Then everything went dark. Crack, crack, spiderweb fractures spread across the shield's surface. Within seconds it collapsed, the remnants of sword chi dispersing harmlessly. No, how can you have a summon like that? I can't lose, I can't. Bai Yi screamed, forcing his battered body to weave a second barrier. But blood loss and shock had drained him. The new shield was thinner than paper and shattered instantly. With nothing left to protect him, a blast of heat engulfed him. His clothes vaporized to ash as blisters bloomed across his skin, which shriveled and split in the scorching air. The sight was ghastly beyond words. TSK, the explosions gotten even stronger. Xiaoming, did you eat dynamite or something? Wei Xiaosu sat astride Paiki's back and, through the sweltering waves of heat, gazed at the rolling fire cloud a kilometer away. He liked to tease Xiaoming for hurting himself 1,000 times just to kill one enemy. Yet that was exactly why Xiaoming's terrifying firepower felt so real. The shockwave from that firecracker could match a conventional missile. Bai Yi, only at the peak of Tier 2 and already badly injured by Paiki's charge, never had a chance to survive such force. Sure enough, once the fireball lighting up half the sky faded, system prompts began to flood his vision. Congratulations. You have slain the Tier 2 level 28 human sky-cleaving swordsman boss. EXP 850,000. Congratulations. Your level has risen to Tier 1 level 20. All attributes 10. Necromancer second class advancement quest generated. 1. Possess at least 1 boss grade or higher summoned beast. 2. Reach commander rank. Ding dong, congratulations. You have completed the second class advancement quest. Your level has risen to Tier 2 level 21. All attributes 20. Ding talent skill Undying Legacy has awakened effect 3. Ding weapon Morning of the Fallen has been upgraded to commander grade, now Tier 2 level 21, and has awakened effect 3. Light screen scrolled past so quickly that Wei Xiaosu's eyes almost blurred. He had entered the ruins at Tier 1 level 19, gained a steady stream of EXP from siege bugs, and now after felling the hidden class Bai Yi's experience bar had exploded. The jump to Tier 1 level 20 triggered the class change quest, and because he already met the conditions, he shot up another level instantly, netting double attribute points 20 for that single level. More than the numbers, He cared about the evolution of his talent and weapon. The talent now boasted a third effect, and Mourning of the Fallen looked completely renewed. After advancing, strength, agility, and constitution each rose by roughly 1.1 times, while spirit soared to 2.1 times, an undeniable epic boost. Wei Xiaosu flexed his fists, convinced he could knock out several versions of his old self with ease. With their master's breakthrough, the skeletal minions rose alongside him, all leaping to Tier 2. Pikey's body swelled until she stood as tall as two stacked African elephants, her single horn thicker, longer, and gleaming coldly. If today's Peichi repeated that brute force charge, Bai wouldn't merely be gravely injured, he'd be dead on the spot. Xiaoqiang and Xiaoming powered up as well, though their appearances changed little. What truly caught Wei Xiaosu's attention was the new sheen and intricate pattern on the shield in Xiaoqiang's hand, a sign that the greatest transformation belonged to that very shield. After advancing to Tier 2, Xiaoqiang's shield shifted from plain white to a deep gilt hue, its metallic sheen making it look as though it had been plated with heavy armor. It now felt calmer, heavier, and virtually indestructible. The two sword scars Bai had once carved into it had vanished completely, the metal grain knitting together so cleanly that not even the faintest seam remained. Still, what Wei Xiaosu anticipated most was not Xiaoqiang's transformation, but Xiaoming, the skeletal creature everyone dismissed as weak. At the same rank, skeletons were usually inferior to other monsters, yet Xiaoming's one blast every 3 seconds assault had completely rewritten Wei Xiaosu's understanding of combat, each thunderous detonation setting his heart racing. Open character panel. Name, Wei Xiaosu. Class, Necromancer Second Awakening. Level, 210.00. Strength, 2,488. Agility, 2,732. Constitution, 2,616. Spirit, 6,666. Signature equipment, Dirge of the Departed. Summon capacity, 313,617, 1,222,200. Skills. 1. Innate skill Everlasting Immortality SSS. 2. Summon Skeleton Mage Grade G30. 3. Ghostfire Grade G. 4. Summon Skeleton Boar Grade G. 5. Summon Skeleton Guard Grade G. In raw attributes alone, he now matched nearly any other class, thanks in large part to corpse oil. Each bottle's boost seemed modest, yet over 2 months his 4 primary stats had each climbed by roughly 100 points. Do not underestimate a mere 100 points. After every job change, attributes double. A first awakening might add 100 points, the second 200 or more. In other words, that 100-point increase would only keep snowballing. By Wei Xiaosu's reckoning, his present stats already put him on par with ordinary warrior classes. Unbelievable, he muttered. A necromancer's growth was supposed to be focused almost entirely on spirit, leaving them fragile, but now, even without relying on summons, he felt confident taking a warrior Hedon. Corpse oil was clearly worth far more than anyone imagined, and the earlier it was used, the greater the payoff. He resolved that once he saved enough to buy a pet, he would stockpile even more corpse oil to strengthen himself further. Clearing his thoughts, he turned his gaze back to his innate skill. He could hardly wait to see the third effect of Everlasting Immortality. Innate Skill Everlasting Immortality SSS. Effect 1. With an exceptionally powerful soul, you have mastered the Necromancer's ultimate art. You may learn identical necromancy skills without limit, stack their effects infinitely, and have a small chance to raise each skill's grade when you do. Effect 2. Your formidable soul grants you true immortality. Any damage you suffer is randomly redirected to one of your summons, whether in reality or within the summon space. Effect 3. You can freely manipulate the death energy within a corpse, causing it to explode. The blast's power depends on the corpse's strength and life, though you cannot detonate a corpse of a higher level than your own. This technique is also known as corpse explosion. The art of explosions? Wei Xiaosu drew a sharp breath. He had never imagined his innate ability would acquire an offensive function, let alone one that sounded this powerful. Perhaps thanks to Xiaoming, Wei Xiaosu had developed a taste for anything that explodes. Just hearing the name corpse explosion made it sound far superior to Xiaoming's homemade firecrackers, so he naturally assumed the damage would be doubled. Scanning the area, he singled out the body of a poisonous larva, focused, and wrapped it in a thread of barely visible spiritual power. A faint pop echoed out. The carcass vaporized, leaving nothing but dust. Wei Xiaosu stepped forward, squatted, and stared at the 10 centimeter wide crater for a long time. This is corpse explosion? He muttered, frowning. Its force was weaker than a random firecracker flung by any run-off-the-mill skeleton mage, and worse yet, there was nothing left of the corpse to bury afterward. He knew the cause. The larva had been fragile, so the blast was bound to disappoint. What really bothered him, though, was how corpse explosion clashed with his shovel's burial bonus. Once a body detonated, nothing remained to enter. After mulling it over, he shook his head and laughed at himself. Whatever. He'll decide when to use it. With that, He pulled out his dark iron shovel and inspected its attributes. Morning of the Departed. Boss level, 21 tier, 2. Strength, 300 agility, 300 constitution, 300 spirit, 300. Effect 1. Dig a hole, bury a corpse. 60 seconds later, a sapling bearing a variety of strange fruits will sprout. Works only on targets you personally killed. Effect 2. The deeper the grave robbing, the greater the power. Any tomb you unearth or corpse you claim can be revived as your most loyal servant. Cannot revive if the corpse's former strength exceeded yours by 100-fold. Effect 3. In a tiny garden you dig and dig, plant tiny seeds, grow tiny flowers. In a vast garden you dig and dig, plant vast seeds, grow vast flowers. After purchasing seeds in the Nethercoin shop, Morning of the Departed enables farming mode. Description: he is dead, yet not entirely. Alive, yet not fully living. Death is not the undone death is. The newly added third effect left Wei Xiaosu dumbfounded. I thought this was a high-octane action story. Since when did we start farming? Crazier still, he had never noticed seeds in the Nethercoin shop. Curious, he opened the shop interface and typed seed into the search bar. Sure enough, hundreds of entries appeared. Gravegrass seed 1 price, 1 Nethercoin buyback, 0.5 Nethercoin. Corpse oil tree seed 1 price, 1 Nethercoin buyback, 0.5 Nethercoin. Grave incense seed 1 price, 1 Nethercoin buyback, 0.5 Nethercoin. The list seemed endless. Wei Xiaosu stared at the screen, completely bewildered. Grave grass having seeds was odd enough, but what on earth was a corpse oil tree? And could grave incense really be grown in soil? This makes no sense at all. After closing the Mingcoin store, Wei Xiaosu filed away the absurd discovery, planning to test the seed survival rate once he left the ruins and found an empty field. Right now he had to keep exploring, but first he wanted to let his dear classmate Bai Yi cut in line. He headed back to the blast site. Xiaoming's firecracker had blown a crater more than 10 meters across, and the once yellow gravel was scorched pitch black by the heat. In the center lay a charred, human-shaped corpse. The air still reeked of burnt flesh and sulfur. I'm always too soft-hearted, taking every problem on myself. Humming in the dark, Wei Xiaosu felt like a certified bleeding heart. The man had tried to kill him, wanted him ground to dust, yet Wei was repaying evil with kindness, arms aching as he dug a grave and covered the body so it wouldn't lie exposed. People this nice were rare. In an apocalypse, he'd probably be cursed for being a saint. After the simple burial, he even set up a stone marker, completing the process by the book. Moments later, a tender green sapling sprouted from the mound. It grew like crazy, and in a blink its branches were covered with perfectly round fruit, 108 in all. Staring at the packed branches, Wei Xiaosu's eyes went wide. This hidden class was wild, still bursting with energy even after death. Jackpot! He plucked the first fruit. Obtained Ming coin denomination 10-1. Obtained Ming coin denomination 10-1. Obtained level skill, Summon Air-Ending Swordsman 1. After counting, 107 of the 108 fruits were Ming coins, a haul of 875 worth the same as 875 venomous larvae. The real prize was the last fruit, which produced a skill book. Summon Air-Ending Swordsman's level. Costs 1,000 spirit to summon 1 skeletal Air-Ending Swordsman. Only one may exist at a time. While it lives, you cannot summon another. Learning requirement: Spirit 100,000 in King rank or higher. No restrictions for Necromancers. Wei Xiaosu held the scroll, a little stunned. Thankfully he was already a Necromancer, so the limits didn't apply. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to qualify? An Air-Ending Swordsman ranked among the top 100 hidden classes, much stronger than his own. He recalled their earlier fight. With one casual swing, Bai Yi had injured Xiaoing, famed for his defense. If Bai Yi hadn't underestimated him, Wei would have needed a whole skeleton army to win. The book allowed only 1 Air-Ending Swordsman at a time, which was restrictive, but even half of Bai Yi's power would be a bargain enough to match Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiaoming, all beast generalclass. And hidden classes only got more broken as the game went on. Decision made, he chose to learn the skill. At his command, the book dissolved into motes of black smoke and sank into his sea of consciousness. Mastering its grade skill was a long ordeal. Wei Xiaosu felt torrents of information crashing through his mind as he tried to sort everything out. The higher the tier, the harsher the learning conditions. Summon Voidcutter Swordsman normally required at least 100,000 points of mental power and a king-class cultivation level. Thanks to his Necromancer class, he could ignore the prerequisites, but the difficulty was still sky-high. 10 minutes later, sweat dotted his forehead. With his eyes shut tight, spiritual power surged like a tide. A crisp system chime finally rang out. Congratulations, you have learned this grade skill: Summon Voidcutter Swordsman. Haha, I did it. Wei Xiaosu laughed up at the ceiling. Gaining its grade skill while only at rank 2 was almost unheard of worldwide. He lifted his hand and murmured, "Summon Skeletal Voidcutter Swordsman." Black mist bubbled from his palm and poured toward a cleared patch of ground. The fog condensed, then snapped away, revealing a 2-meter-tall skeleton. Its bones looked ordinary, but it wielded a 3-foot bone sword. Dark currents curled along the edge, and the faintly glowing character's void cutter ran down the blade, chilling to behold. Even more absurd, a pure white cape draped its back, emblazoned with a single oversized black character handsome. Handsome, my foot. Wei Xiaosu's eyelid twitched. The thing had more flair than he did. He marched over, ripped the cape off, threw it around his own shoulders, and checked his reflection. Not Bada, actually looked pretty sharp. A green light flickered inside the swordsman's sockets, and a raspy, ancient voice drifted out. Handsome. Wei Xiaosu blinked. Huh, am I handsome? Handsome. You really think I look good in this cape? Handsome. Nice. I like you, kid. Handsome. Could you use another word? Handsome. Wei Xiaosu rubbed his temples. Great, another chatterbox like Xiaoing. Brains were optional. Combat power was what mattered. He opened the interface and skimmed the stats. Void Cutter Swordsman Rank 2 Boss. Strength, 21. Agility, 2,871. Constitution, 3,255. Spirit, 2,275. Skill Proficiency, 2,130. Innate Skills. 1. Void Cutter Essence Grade. 2. Void Cutter Sword / Grade. 3. Sword Chi Shield Grade. A boss right off the bat with 3 built-in skills. Wei Xiaosu narrowed his eyes, secretly delighted. That's grade Void Cutter Essence looked like the same type of innate talent as his own SS grade skill, Eternal on Death. The Void Splitter Essence was clearly the innate skill by E Awakened. Within class talent, the Void Splitter Swordsman possessed a terrifying future potential that Wei Xiaosu could already foresee. Started with boss-level stats that completely eclipsed those of Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiaoming, whose bloodlines were weak by comparison. For those three, Beast General was probably their ceiling, and Wei Xiaosu had no better path to advance them. The Void Splitter Swordsman, however, could break through on its own even without outside help. Stack its class talent on top of Wei Xiaosu's mysterious white bone finger, and 3 enhancements would push it straight to King Tier, second rank King Tier, no less. A class of creature he had never even heard rumored. You'll be called Xiao Shui from now on, Wei Xiaosu said, pointing at the swordsman. He pulled the black cloak from his back and tossed it over. A moment ago the creature had looked utterly wronged, but now it beamed as it fastened the cloak around its neck. The hem fluttered in an absent breeze. Yeah, that does look pretty cool, it announced. Roar. A shrill bellow erupted from the dense woods behind them, the sound seeming to rake across the soul. Sure enough, a monster had been drawn by the earlier commotion. Wei Xiaosu's brows knitted. He snatched up his spade and vaulted onto Paiqi's back with practiced ease. Fight if they could, flee if they couldn't, and Paiqi's speed had never failed him. Though the clash with Bai Yi had been brief, Xiaoming's firecracker had sent up a towering mushroom cloud visible for kilometers, so Wei Xiaosu was ready to be hunted. A blurred shadow burst through the tree line, and even 100 meters away its oppressive aura made his scalp prickle. Wei Xiaosu felt his heart sink. He formed a ghostly green fireball in one hand. Nether flame. He launched it, not to kill but to see the thing clearly. Halfway out, the creature roared again louder than before. Its sonic wave shattered the fireball in midair and snuffed the green light at once. Ah, come on. Xiao Shui, save me. His face went paper white, voice trembling. He didn't need to say it twice. The moment the sound wave hit, Xiao Shui had already stepped in front of him and raised its bone blade. In the blink of an eye, a shield of whirling sword energy coalesced around them. Little Shui is only a boss-tier minion, so the sword key barrier can barely stretch far enough to cover Wei Xiaosu, Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiaoming. The moment the shield solidifies, an invisible shockwave slams into it, sending ripples racing across the translucent surface and making the whole barrier shudder. Little Shuai's gaunt skeletal face twists into a vicious grin, green soulfire flickering as he strains to keep the ward intact. Thud thud, thud thud, thud thud. Outside the barrier, more than 1,000 common skeletal mages explode into piles of bone dust under the sonic blast before they can even scream. Wei Xiaosu watches his temps wiped out in an instant, but the sight barely stirs him. He has never cared about those bargain bin casters. What really hurts is the pile of toxic larva carcasses they had dragged back at great effort, now shattered into useless shards. Damn it, that's a total loss. Wei Xiaosu's lip twitches as anger flares in his chest. Yet fury aside, his mind stays clear. 100 meters away, hidden in the dark, some colossal creature has just obliterated an entire skeleton squad and nearly cracked the shield with a single roar. That is no random trash mob. Crack crackle. After only 3 or 4 seconds, Wei Xiaosu is shocked to see fine fissures crawling across the shield. Shui Shui, little Shui growls, the green flames in his eye sockets flaring as threads of sword chi seep from his bones to mend the fractures. A few seconds later the sonic attack finally subsides, but the barrier is veined like a spider web and will shatter if it takes even a moment more of strain. Shui Shui, Shui, little Shui is down on one knee, sword planted in the ground, gasping as his power runs dry. Wei Xiaosu pats the smooth skull and hands him a bowl of graveyard rice, his voice unusually gentle. Eat up, Shui. Graveyard Rice restores mental energy in a flash, and it is mental energy that keeps the shield alive. The bowl arrives just in time. Summon Skeletal Mage. Wei Xiaosu is not the sort to take a beating without striking back. He is sure that an area-wide sonic skill cannot be used again so soon, so he launches his counterattack at once. Bones erupt from the ground one after another 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 until waves of skeletal mages form a ring around the massive shadow. Without further orders, thousands of firecrackers arc toward the center, their explosions weaving together in a roaring cascade of flame and thunder. In the glare of the blasts, Wei Xiaosu finally sees the enemy clearly. It is a spider as tall as a 3-story building, with 3 pairs of compound eyes and 4 pairs of long limbs. Its entire body is covered in jagged black bristles, and its scissor-like mandibles click open and shut, a sight chilling enough to freeze one's blood. Wei Xiaosu nearly jumped out of his skin. He had always kept his distance from creepy crawlies. Anything with too many legs, or none at all, made his scalp tingle, and the supersized venomous spider in front of him was the stuff of nightmares. Fear or not, he forced himself to focus and triggered insight in the blink of an eye. A pale blue screen unfurled before his eyes, glowing like crystal in the dark. The spider's stats appeared instantly. Venomous spider, tier 3 boss. Strength, 36. Agility, 3,680. Vitality, 4,396. Spirit, 4,120. 1,488. Damn, it really is a tier 3 boss. No wonder it hit so hard. The words flashed across his vision and made his teeth ache. Since entering this ruin, he had been fighting one challenge after another. The siege beetle, then Bai, and now an even nastier opponent. Just from its name, he could guess the thing was the final form of those poisonous larvae. How did a measly grub grow into something this ridiculous? Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of skeletal mages kept hurling firecrackers. Wei Xiaosu had just advanced to tier 2, and the minions had leveled with him. So the blasts were now more than twice as strong as during the siege beetle fight, roughly on par with standard grenades. Balls of flame blossomed in the night, heat waves rolling through the air. Even from 100 meters away, Wei Xiaosu could feel the scorching gusts on his face. And yet the gap in power was still a chasm. The siege beetle had only been a tier 2 elite, but this was a genuine tier 3 boss. They were simply not in the same league. Thousands of consecutive explosions painted the sky with fire and tinted the spider's jet-black carapace red, but the huge creature remained where it stood, looking far from even badly hurt. Roar! Driven berserk by the non-stop detonations, the venomous spider let out a shrill bellow, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. The 1,000 or so skeletal mages in the front line shattered on the spot, their bones crumbling to dust. Next, a thick, inky green mist of toxin seeped from its body and drifted on the wind. The moment any skeletal mage touched it, the once sturdy white bones melted at a pace visible to the naked eye, dripping away as green sludge. Wei Xiaosu almost cursed it out loud. Why did this damned spider only have AoE skills? It felt tailor-made to counter him. Wave after wave of skeletal mages collapsed in the poisonous haze. Veins bulged at the corners of Wei Xiaosu's eyes. Catching sight of Xiao Shui still scarfing down graveyard rations at his side, he lashed out with a kick. Stuff yourself quickly and get ready, you're up next. He turned to Xiaoing, who was practically vibrating with anticipation. This guy got hyped before every fight, no matter who the opponent was. Xiaoing, hit it with something nasty. He swung back to Xiao Shui and Xiao Chong. The moment Xiaoming's fireworks are done, you two charge in and finish it off. There was nothing sophisticated about this plan. Truth be told, it was barely a plan at all. The spider's defenses were absurd. Ordinary skeletal mages couldn't scratch it, so everything hinged on Xiaoming's ultimate. Abababa. Xiaoming spun around on the spot, buzzing with excitement, then plunged both hands between his legs and started digging. Pull, pull, and pull again. He usually did this one-handed. Using both hands this time made Wei Xiaosu raise an eyebrow. Xiaoming, what on earth are you digging for down there? Wei Xiaosu forced himself to wait a full 3 seconds. But when nothing appeared from between Xiaoming's legs, he snapped. Before he could finish the complaint, Xiaoming spread his feet and yanked a bizarre red object from his trousers. Hold on, are you telling me that's a firecracker? Wei Xiaosu's hair practically stood on end. At first glance, the thing looked like an oversized festive firework, bright red casing, a long fuse dangling from the top. But the truly outrageous part was the base 2 rocket thrusters sat side by side. He could hardly call that a firecracker. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. Only then did he remember he hadn't checked Xiaoming's upgraded skills. He hurriedly pulled up the status panel. Xiaoming, Beast General, Tier 2. Strength, 21. Agility, 1855. Constitution, 2050. Spirit, 2120. Skills, 4,150. Rocket Firecracker, Grade D. Rocket Firecracker, Grade E, launches a massive explosive toward a target, dealing tremendous damage. So it really was called Rocket Firecracker. Abba. Xiaoming carefully set the rockets down, produced a match from Wakno Shear, and theatrically struck it to light the fuse. Wei Xiaosu knew a normal firecracker lit itself the moment you threw it. This idiot was literally playing with fire. The venomous spider was closing in fast, so Wei Xiaosu smacked the back of Xiaoming's smooth head. Quit stalling. That thing's almost here. Abba, Xiaoming yelped, but dutifully hoisted the rocket and took aim. Rumble. Flames roared from the base. A blast of heat scorched the air, and the massive firecracker shot skyward. In 3 seconds it was on target, its orange glare lighting half the night sky. Hiss. The venomous spider had just finished off the surrounding skeleton mages and was about to strike Wei Xiaosu when daylight suddenly erupted overhead. By all rights, a creature of its rank should sense danger, yet it felt none at all. Boom. The rocket detonated 10 meters above the spider's head. A mushroom cloud 60 meters tall ballooned upward, shockwaves hurling sand, stone, and branches as if the world were ending. Wei Xiaosu blanched. He grabbed Peichi by its enormous pig head and roared, "Run." 100 meters had felt safe before, but now he knew it was nothing. Stay here, and they'd join the spider in the sky. Terrified, Peichi squealed and bolted, with Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui sprinting close behind. Only Xiao Ming remained where he stood, toes barely touching the ground, eyes shining with delight. Abba Abba. He bounced in place, clapping his hands as if the incoming shockwave were the greatest show on earth. But Wei Xiaosu had no time to think. Only one thought hammered in his head: run as far as possible. He was a fragile necromancer, no match for the toxin-laden spider's thick armor. If the firecrackers failed to kill the beast and blew back on him instead, the joke would be on him. A roar erupted behind him, flames surging like molten rock. 10 meters, 50, 100 blink once, and everything within that radius was gone. Xiaoming's skeleton was swallowed by the inferno, and Wei Xiaosu's heart plunged. His best fighter was probably scrap. Then, to his shock, another firecracker shot out of the blaze and arced across the night sky. Damn, how is that thing immune? The second explosive streaked toward the toxic spider. A roar filled Wei Xiaosu's ears as he bolted, too terrified to think. Boom. An invisible wave slammed his back, flinging him and several cronies into the air. Pain hammered his chest, and blood sprayed from his mouth. At least the flames didn't reach him. If a blast and burn had hit together, he'd be paced. Most of his power lay in his summons, and if corpse oil hadn't boosted his own stats, he'd already be dead. Move. Keep moving. Ignoring the blood on his lips, Wei Xiaosu barked for his men to drag him away. The words were barely out when the second firecracker detonated, another shockwave racing toward them. Boom. Compressed air hit like an invisible wall, tossing them skyward again. Wei Xiaosu tumbled, organs churning, another gout of blood splattering the sand when he landed. Before he could breathe, Xiao Shui flashed in front of him. Bone sword spinning like a windmill, he raised a blade energy shield. Shockwaves laced with embers pummeled it, cracks spiderwebbing across the surface in seconds. Thankfully, they were about 150 meters from ground zero. The force had weakened enough to keep the shield intact. Xiaoming, get back here. Wei Xiaosu clutched his torn chest, cursing who'd have thought his own teammate would nearly kill him. Another half-second delay, and, monster or not, he'd be the one dead. Abba, Abba. Reluctantly, Xiaoming stuffed the third firecracker back into his pelvis and clattered toward his master. His bones were still pristine, not so much as a hairline crack. Wei Xiaosu and the other three looked as if they'd crawled out of a chimney. A heads-up would be nice next time. Those things hit like siege shells, and you didn't warn us? Fury flaring, Wei Xiaosu whipped out his shovel and gave Xiaoming a thorough beating, bone chips flying. Peichi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiao Shui clapped in perfect unison. Bruised and aggrieved, Xiaoming huddled in a corner, picked up a broken finger, and drew circles in the sand. Wei Xiaosu finally looked back at the battlefield. The two blasts were spectacular, yet the system hadn't announced the toxic spider's death. Clearly, the firecrackers hadn't finished it off. In hindsight, that made sense. Xiaoming's rank was Beast General, higher than the spider's, but his level lagged far behind, and large area blasts lacked the punch to one-shot something above his grade. He drew a deep breath and steadied his steps. All right, eat 2 gravegrass each and patch yourselves up. We're going back in. With that, he pulled a thick bundle of bright green gravegrass from his storage pouch and handed it to his subordinates. At another border between the desert and the forest, 3 teenagers were locked in battle with more than a dozen massive insects. Had Wei Xiaosu been here, he would have recognized the swarm at a glance. Elite monsters at the peak of Tier 2, siege beetles with armored shells and razor-sharp mandibles, notorious for overwhelming their prey. Zhou Xiang wielded an axe wider than his shoulders, its edge flashing with cold light. Li Qing darted between the creature's legs, long sword flickering like silver lightning. 50 meters back, Zhang Hai had taken cover behind a jutting rock, staff raised high. Basketball-sized fireballs condensed at the tip, trailing tongues of flame before crashing into the melee. All 3 were second-year students from Magic University who had only just stepped into Tier 3. They possessed neither hidden classes nor rare professions, and their shallow foundations left them quickly pressed to the brink of death by the numerically superior siege beetles. Zhang Hai, use Dragon Fire. Zhou Xiang hacked through a beetle's leg, his sweat-soaked face lit by the blaze. Dragonfire my ass. Zhang Hai roared. I've roasted dozens of these things, me manus almost dry. I can't cast it. Charred carcasses lay scattered farther out, flames still dancing in the cracks of their shells, proof of how fiercely he had attacked. Relentless casting had drained nearly all of his focus. Even the simplest fireball now felt exhausting. Damn it, Zhou Xiang growled, blocking another set of mandibles with his axe. He and Li Qing were heaving for breath, arms numb with fatigue. If the fight dragged on, they were dead men. Boom. An explosion erupted behind them. The ground shuddered, and dust billowed skyward. Every beetle froze for a heartbeat. Seizing the moment, Zhou Xiang and Li Qing slashed and chopped, forcing the swarm back. They spun around just in time to see a towering mushroom cloud rising dozens of meters high, dazzling white flames lighting half the sky. There's fighting over there, too. Zhou Xiang shouted, eyes shining. That blast is 10 times stronger than my dragonfire. Zhang Hai muttered, stunned. The rift only allowed entrance of tier 3 or lower, which meant someone at their level had just unleashed such terrifying power. For the first time, Zhang Hai felt an immense gulf between himself and another mage. While Zhou Xiang and Zhang Hai stared, Li Qing flicked the charging beetle's head aside with his sword and barked, quit gawking. Fall back, toward the explosion. Whoever did that has to be a powerhouse. Staying near them might keep us alive. Move. They fell into formation at once. Zhou Xiang covered the rear. Li Qing carved a path ahead, and Zhang Hai raced between them toward the distant mushroom cloud. Sand sprayed beneath their boots, heartbeats and breathing blending into a frantic rhythm. Behind them, the surviving siege beetles rallied and launched a fresh pursuit. On the other side, Wei Xiaosu scooped up a handful of grave grass and swallowed it, and his wounds began to knit almost instantly. Although not fully healed, he was close. A few hours of rest would see him right. In the distance the flames dwindled, smoke and dust rolling into the night sky. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, please don't let that stupid all smoke, no damage trope be real. Back when he binged anime, had spotted a crazy pattern. If a battlefield was swallowed by a giant dust cloud, the enemy would stroll out and scathe a second later, tossing out a sarcastic "Is that all?" roar. A bellow burst from the depths of the haze, ripping through the darkness. Wei Xiaosu's face hardened. He lifted a hand and summoned a legion of skeletal mages. Their spells couldn't crack the creature's shell, but they made fine cannon fodder. With a sweep of his bone staff, thousands of skeleton mages surged into the dust like a tide. He couldn't see what was happening inside. All he could do was watch as his bone minions were ground to pieces, wiped out in under a minute. Roar louder, closer. Under the night sky, a colossal silhouette crushed the loose bones beneath its feet and strode from the cloud. Wei Xiaosu locked onto the outline, his heart giving a violent thump. Wait, why is that venomous spider bigger? He whispered. In his memory, the spider had been no taller than a 3-story building. Now it was a full third larger. A temporary power-up? Something else? He wondered, then shouted, Xiao Chong, Xiao Shui, go test its strength. It had just eaten 2 rockets from Xiao Minjit, couldn't be unharmed. If it was weakened, they'd finish it. If not, they'd bail. The speed type Xiao Shui launched first, blurring into the night. He raised his sword and sent a radiant arc slashing across 100 meters, striking the shadow, yet the blow vanished like a droplet in the sea. The fleeting light outlined the target, and Wei Xiaosu seized the instant to cast Insight. Insight. Target, Venomous Spider Queen. Tier, 3, Beast General Peak. Level, 40. Strength, 6,680. Agility, 7,396. Constitution, 7,620. Spirit, 2,488. The stat window scrolled across his retina. He swallowed hard, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. It had evolved? The old Tier 3 boss had morphed into a venomous spider queen and vaulted straight to the peak of Tier 3. Retreat. Xiao Chong, Xiao Shui, get back here now. Wei Xiaosu barked. A peak Tier 3 beast general? Fighting that was suicide. Thank goodness Head realized in time. Otherwise his 2 pets would have charged in like dumplings tossed to a dog never to return. Hearing the order, Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui spun on their heels and sprinted away. Wei Xiaosu also refused to linger. He rallied a torrent of spiritual power, formed seals with both hands, and shouted, summon. This time, Wei Xiaosu summoned nearly 10,000 skeleton mages in one breath. A dense wall of bone sorcerers surrounded the venomous spider queen layer after layer. On the barren sand, countless white figures raised bone staves, blue ghost lights flickering in their sockets, as though a sinister galaxy had ignited in the night. Wei Xiaosu knew, however, that this spectacular encirclement was meant only to buy a few precious seconds for him and his closest fighters to escape. Numbers might overwhelm most monsters, but the opponent was the Spider Queen, an AoE Reaper built to massacre swarms. Whatever he sent in would simply die. He still remembered how she had slaughtered thousands of his skeletons days ago, perhaps even using them to fuel her evolution. The thought made him curse inwardly. There was no one he could appeal to for justice. Roar. The The Spider Queen opened her barbed maw. The scream cut like a blade, shockwaves rippling outward in perfect rings. Compared with a few minutes earlier, the blast now truly covered every direction. Crackbone staves snapped, and armor shards flew. A swath of skeleton mages toppled, yet fresh-boned soldiers immediately surged over the rubble to seal each gap. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Xiaoing kept hurling rocket shells into the horde. Explosions blossomed in rapid succession, but they only etched shallow scorch marks on the queen's thick carapace. If rocket fire could barely scratch her, ordinary skeleton mages had no chance of causing real damage. Another ear-splitting shriek followed. The Spider Queen drove her two front limbs deep into the ground. A heartbeat later, the earth within 30 meters heaved, and countless black spikes shot up like a sudden hailstorm. Hundreds of skeleton mages were skewered on the spot. Damn it! The thing I hate most in life is you AoE spamming bastards. Wei Xiaosu bellowed, vaulting onto Pikey's broad pig back and ordering Xiao Chong, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Shui to withdraw. He didn't dare linger, much less charge into the unknown forest ahead. The old saying was right, never enter a forest. It was true before the cataclysm, and even truer now. Dangers among the trees surpassed those in the deepest desert. Moments ago he had naively thought the forest might be safer. What a joke. Roar! Roar! Behind them, the Spider Queen's bellows rose one after another. She had noticed Wei Xiaosu's retreat and tried to pursue, but 10,000 skeletons blocked her path. Even with her arsenal of area attacks, she couldn't wipe them out in seconds. Wei Xiaosu needed only 30, perhaps 60, seconds. Once he broke her line of sight and used the knight's poor visibility, even a tier 3 beast general like her would never catch up. Huh, what's that? While racing ahead, Wei Xiaosu suddenly spotted a dozen warped shadows sprinting toward them from a few hundred meters away. Peiqi slowed down. Xiao Shui scout ahead. He patted the massive pig's head beneath him, signaling it to decelerate, and sent his strongest duelist forward. Blade Dancer Xiao Shui nodded, pushed off lightly, and vanished into the darkness. Built for agility, his burst speed rivaled Pike's charge. Trouble ahead. Monsters incoming skeletons. Xiao Shui's urgent warning rang out from the gloom. We're done for. We're really dead this time. Barely 10 seconds after Xiao Shui dashed off, Wei Xiaosu heard panicked cries in the distance, quickly followed by the sounds of combat. He looked toward the noise and saw a blazing fireball bloom in the darkness, streaking toward them with a tail of flame. In the next heartbeat, Xiao Shui raised his sword and cut cleanly through it. The spell burst in midair, scattering sparks that didn't even brush his sleeve. Wait, those are people? In that brief flash of light, Wei Xiaosu spotted 3 boys in MO University uniforms sprinting for their lives, a dozen or so vicious siege bugs snapping at their heels. Good. Only a handful, at least it's not a full swarm. He let out a long breath, patted the skull of Peiqi the boar, and ordered, charge over there and flatten those bugs, but don't kill them yet. Rough them up first. Still fuming after the Spider Queen had humiliated him, he was eager to vent on the 18 stray siege bugs. Peiqi dug in with all 4 hooves. The ground trembled, and the few hundred meters vanished in a blink. At the same time, Wei Xiaosu opened his hand. An eerie green ghost fire coalesced above his palm, lighting up the night. Don't be scared, I'm here to help. The 3 boys who had been about to gang up on Xiao Shui heard the shout, saw the youth outlined by ghost fire, and froze, hastily pulling back their attacks. Zhou Xiang, gripping a giant axe with both hands, exhaled. Hey man, I'm Zhou Xiang, second-year melee track. Judging by the look of you, you're a summoner, right? How come I've never heard of a necromancer in the academy? Let's talk. Li Qing slapped Zhou Xiang's shoulder. Help him deal with the bugs first. Then he turned, baffled, to glare at Zhang Hai. Dude, WHYD you cancel the fireball. A Zhang Hai's mouth twitched. Head dropped the spell because of what he saw on the other side of the field. Pointing behind them, he said flatly, take a look. Huh. WH. The next second, Zhou Xiang and Li Qing sucked in a sharp breath. This wasn't a fight at all. It was a one-sided beatdown. 18 siege bugs, each a peak second-tier elite, were being toyed with. A humanoid skeleton wielding a bone sword lashed out again and again, every strike neatly severing a bug's scytholeg while pointedly sparing its life. A unicorn skullboar larger than an Asian elephant barreled about without any fancy technique. It either stamped a bug in half or skewered its carapace with its horn, leaving each victim howling but alive. 20 meters away, an even stranger tableau unfolded. A teenager wrestled another skeleton, trying to hold it back. The skeleton clutched a gigantic object that looked suspiciously like an oversized stick of dynamite. Xiaoming, stop. Not now. If that thing goes off, we're all going to the moon. Are you kidding me? Ignoring me too? Go on, light it. If you do, I'll dig a hole right here and bury you, got it? Zhou Xiang stared, dumbfounded. Li Qing was equally speechless. Zhang Hai could only grimace. What on earth is this guy doing? Xiao Ming grumbled as he stuffed the firecracker back down the front of his pants, then squatted and began tracing circles in the dirt. Wei Xiaosu finally exhaled in relief. Xiao Ming had only just reached tier 2, yet his power was terrifying. If that firecracker went off, anything within 30 meters would be burned to cinders, and even fighters 100 meters away would be badly injured by the shockwave. That was what made Xiaoming truly frightening. With Xiaoming behaving himself, Wei Xiaosu's palms itched for action. He drew his black iron shovel, lunged at the nearest breacher bug, and now that his body was Tier 2, felt no pressure facing it on. Clang! The shovel slammed into the bug's head plate, cracking the shell as dark green blood sprayed everywhere. The bug screeched and lashed out, but Wei Xiaosu had already sidestepped, slipped behind it, and leapt, bringing the shovel down in 2 brutal swings. Crunch! After the second blow, the bug's skull shattered and the creature collapsed. Wei Xiaosu stared at the corpse in awe. In just half a day he had advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and could now kill a breacher bug by himself. Still, compared with Peiqi, Xiaochang, and especially Xiao Shui, he was nothing. Xiao Shui was said to be unbeatable among Tier 2s. A casual flick of his sword aura could cleave a breacher bug in half. At the moment, Xiao Shui was surrounded by a swarm of bugs. His skeletal frame darted between them, bone sword weaving through countless forms. Wei Xiaosu had told him to make those damned bugs suffer, so Xiao Shui deliberately slowed down. Yet in under 30 seconds he had cut down more than a dozen. Without that order, every Tier 2 elite here would have been a one-strike kill. When the final bug fell, Xiao Shui sheathed his sword and stood tall atop the mound of corpses. The huge character Shui on his cape snapped in the wind, giving him the air of a peerless swordsman if only he weren't a gleaming white skeleton. The onlookers were stunned. "You're incredible. Are those your summons? They're so strong. Hey, do you have a boyfriend?" Wei Xiaosu thought, what the? A boyfriend? Seriously? He resisted the urge to whack the speaker with his shovel, and said quietly, "It isn't safe up ahead. You'd better take another route." Huh. Zhou Xiang looked puzzled. With Wei Xiaosu's strength, what danger could possibly lurk in these ruins? Li Qing was curious too. "We came when we saw the explosion. Was that blast your doing?" Wei Xiaosu broke into a cold sweat. Sure enough, a blast that size was bound to attract people or monsters. At night, a mushroom cloud tens of meters high could light up everything for kilometers around. Just as Wei Xiaosu was about to speak, a piercing screech rang out behind the group. The familiar cry made him shudder involuntarily. Geneva again? His face darkened. Beyond the others he saw a swirling cloud of dust, and inside it a huge shadow hurtled toward them, slicing through the air. The creature's agility stat was 7, for 100, nowhere near a pure speed build, yet still terrifying, far faster than his mount, Peiqi. Xiaoming, fire. Wei Xiaosu sprinted to Peiqi and raised his hand to give the command. The target was a full kilometer away, far enough that he wouldn't get caught in his own summons blast. Abba Abba. Xiaoming, who had been squatting in the sand drawing circles, lit up at the words throw a firework. He reached under his waistband and pulled out a rocket the thickness of an adult's forearm. Planting it firmly in the ground, he struck a match with theatrical flair and touched the fuse. An instant later the booster roared alive, a blue tail flame streaking skyward before arcing straight toward the oncoming shadow. Boom. Less than 10 seconds passed from ignition to detonation. A mushroom cloud billowed, lighting half the night sky as bright as day. Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, and Zhang Hai stared in stunned silence. Holy crap, his summon can handcraft nukes? They traded looks of disbelief. The ruin's limit was supposed to be Tier 3, yet that blast could flatten most Tier 3 fighters, and Wei Xiaosu clearly had more than one summon. Quit gawking and run. I can't beat that thing. Wei Xiaosu had swung onto Peiqi, but still spared them a warning. The dazzling mushroom cloud hadn't even scratched the Spider Queen's defenses, flashy, but useless. Sure enough, before the smoke cleared, another shrill screech cut through the night. A gigantic spider tore out of the flames, its hairy body completely unscathed. Are you kidding? A peak Tier 3 beast general? Is this the ruin's final boss? Zhou Xiang panicked and bolted. Wait for me. Li Qing yelled, racing after him. Damn it, don't leave me. Zhang Hai cursed, struggling to keep up. Zhou Xiang and Li Qing were quick, but against the Spider Queen it made no difference. Zhang Hai fell half a step behind, and the gap widened instantly. Xiaoming, keep firing, stall her. Wei Xiaosu ordered. With a wave of his hand, 3 skeletal boars burst from the ground, bony hooves churning the sand. Get on and ride. Skeleton boars were famed for their speed, and as Tier 2 elites they could outrun any of the 3 on foot. Thanks, boss. You're a lifesaver. Grateful, the trio vaulted onto the boars' backs and let the undead mounts carry them away in a spray of sand. Thunder rolled behind them as rockets shrieked upward and plummeted back into the desert, each blast blooming into a mushroom cloud against the night sky. The firelight stained every grain of sand blood red, yet it still couldn't crack the Spider Queen's shell. 10 seconds later the flames were punched apart as she burst through. Her massive body leaped high, fangs and claws aimed straight at Xiaoming's back. The killing blow was only inches away. Wei Xiaosu's heart seized. If that claw hit, Xiaoming would die instantly. They were nowhere near the same league. In that frozen instant tendrils of black mist curled around Xiaoming. The 3-second countdown stretched, each beat hammering Wei Xiaosu's chest. When the smoke cleared, Xiaoming was gone, not vaporized but snatched away by the reverse summon Wei Xiaosu had triggered in advance. Reverse summoning carried a full 3-second delay, nearly useless in a fight, but Wei Xiaosu had hit the timing perfectly. Few just in time. He let out a long breath, making Xiaoming cover the retreat, then yanking him clear, had both stalled the Spider Queen and saved his life. The Spider Queen snapped at empty air and roared, 8 eyes glinting coldly in the firelight. She locked onto the fleeing figure, slammed her legs into the sand, and charged again, even faster than before. Split up, Wei Xiaosu shouted into the wind. Without waiting for an answer, he yanked his skeletal boar mount left. For people in a clump were an easy target. Even Peiqi, the fastest of them, couldn't outrun the Spider Queen, and the rest of the boars were hopeless. Scattering was their only chance. Reality disagreed. The monster didn't spare the other 3 a glance. All 8 legs pounded after Wei Xiaosu. Dust swirled closer every second, and he spat a stream of curses before hurling out a hand. Summon. This time he emptied the tank. A tide of skeletal mages erupted from the sand. Within seconds the dunes were crammed with bone pyramids, cold ghost fire painting the night green. Wei Xiaosu shot a look back, face grim, and yelled at Peiqi, yanking the boar's ears. Move, you mangy pig. 10,000 skeletal mages are covering us, let's see her keep up now. Boom boom boom, blast after blast thumped like a giant drum. Each flash lit the Spider Queen's silhouette as she mowed through the ranks. 2 glances were enough. Wei Xiaosu's hair bristled. He hauled on Peiqi and screamed, run, run, run. I'm about to piss myself. What he didn't see was that the moment the 10,000 mages appeared, the Spider Queen abruptly stopped. Instead of barreling through, she spewed acid and sliced with her blade-like forelegs, carving a bloody path through the bone tide. By rights she could have ignored them. At only tier 2 common level those mages should have been nothing more than a brief delay. For now, the Spider Empress had apparently lost interest in Wei Xiaosu. She let the tide of 100,000 skeleton mages surge toward her, hacking with her bladed limbs amid gouts of flame. In the pitch-black sea of sand, the explosions linked together into blazing ribbons that lit up the sky. With each kill her body swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. 15 meters, 16, 20. Within minutes a full third of the skeleton mages had been ripped apart or burned to ash, their remains raining down like black drizzle. Strangely, after slaughtering more than 30,000 of them, the Spider Empress suddenly went still. She folded her legs and lay flat on the sand, motionless like a stranded dreadnought, as though gathering strength or simply taking a break. By then she had shot up to 25 meters tall, over 30 meters long, her obsidian carapace reflecting the dying firelight. 8 compound eyes churned with unrestrained excitement, as if she were still drunk on the bloodbath. The tens of thousands of remaining skeleton mages never left her sight. Every 10 minutes, she would raise those venomous limbs and slice down hundreds, sometimes thousands, then sink back to the ground and let another string of firecrackers bloom against her shell, as if enjoying a profane shower. Over and over, slaughter alternated with rest. At least she didn't come after us, right? Wei Xiaosu muttered, sliding off Peggy's rock-hard back. After running for dozens of miles, his butt was so bruised he had to give it a good rub. Raising his hand, he checked the heavenly Dao prompt. Of the original 100,000 skeleton mages, more than half were already gone. Even someone as rich and undead as he was couldn't help but click his tongue in pain. Something seriously wrong. He reviewed the fight as he walked. The Spider Empress had started as a tier 3, boss-level venomous spider well within his ability to hunt. Yet after killing a few thousand skeleton mages and eating a round of Xiaoming's rockets, she had jumped straight to the peak of tier 3, a beast general. Was she gaining experience from the skeletons, or was there some catalyst hidden in those explosives? The question spun in his head like sand in the wind, and he could find no answers. Forget it. Let's rest and figure it out in the morning. From the moment he stepped into the ruins, he had either been fighting or rushing to the next fight, and he was exhausted in both body and mind. Wei Xiaosu summoned a large detachment of skeleton mages to keep watch on the perimeter, then called Peggy, Xiao Chong, and Xiao Shui to stand guard at his side. As for Xiaoming, he locked that one in a dark little room. There was no way he was getting blasted into the sky by an errant rocket in the middle of the night. His stomach suddenly rumbled. The only provisions in his storage pouch were a few bottles of water and some packs of biscuits he had scavenged from corpses. They had come here just to see the world. Who could have guessed they would end up trapped in a ruin? Except for the occasional foodie, nobody had bothered to pack supplies. The biscuits had to last for tomorrow's march, so he forced down his hunger, telling himself that once he fell asleep, he wouldn't feel it. Fatigue soon smothered the hunger. Leaning against a broken stone stele, Wei Xiaosu's breathing evened out, and he drifted into sleep. The skeleton monsters around him carried out his orders without fail, standing sentinel through the night. At dawn the next day, Wei Xiaosu stirred from sleep. He tilted his head back and stared for several seconds at the crimson sun just lifting above the horizon. To him, this ruin was nothing more than a fragment of the world, a place that logically shouldn't have a sun at all, yet it cycled through day and night, and even changed with the seasons. The oddity unsettled him. Gurgle. His stomach voiced its protest again. Wei Xiaosu patted his now flat belly and rummaged through his pack. 3 packets of biscuits and 2 bottles of water were all he had left. Rationed carefully, they would last 2 or 3 days at most. He silently thanked the fact he wasn't in a frontline combat class. Those who fought hand-to-hand would lose half their strength to hunger. He rarely fought in person, and his hired hands didn't need to eat, so he could still operate at full power. He tore open a wrapper and swallowed half a packet of biscuits. The emptiness in his stomach lingered, but he knew he couldn't afford another bite. No one could say whether the ruin held any other source of food. If it didn't, these rations had to last until someone seized the ruin's core. Peichi moved. He swung onto Pikey's back and rode off again. The dense forest behind him hid the Spider Empress, a threat he couldn't yet kill. Going back would be suicide. From sunrise to sunset, man and boar crossed blistering dunes. Along the way he passed countless shriveled corpses, classmates, soldiers, all piled together until the sight numbed him. Strangely, he didn't encounter a single monster all day, something unheard of in the ruins. Thinking of the swarms of burrowing bugs and edible nuisances that only stirred chaos, Wei Xiaosu was grateful for the peace. Another insect tide would have forced him into another desperate sprint. As the last light of sunset spread across the sand, he wiped the sweat from his brow and drained the final mouthful of water from his bottle. He had hoped to stretch his supplies for 2 or 3 more days, but the desert burned through water far faster than he had imagined. Is this really where I die? He tossed the empty bottle into his storage pouch and stared at the half bag of biscuits, now unappetizing. Water. He had to find water. Wei Xiaosu ran his tongue over cracked lips, the weight of his situation pressing harder. Perhaps fate refused to abandon him, or perhaps the heavens heard his will to live. Just as despair closed in, a flicker of green appeared on the horizon. From this distance, it looked no bigger than a fingernail, yet it was clearly distinct from the endless forest behind him. For greenery to be visible this far away, it had to cover a sizable area. An oasis. Wei Xiaosu instantly realized what it might be. In a boundless desert, stumbling upon an oasis was pure fortune. It could refill their water skins and maybe even offer something edible. Peichi, head over there toward the oasis, he ordered, his voice trembling. The sun was sinking below the horizon, the day's heat bleeding away, and a chill was already seeping through his clothes. He might survive the night, but if he didn't find water before sunrise, he was as good as dead. Peichi seemed to sense his urgency. The boar's hooves drummed faster across the scorching sand, yet its gait stayed steady, careful not to jolt its weakened rider any more than necessary. With every stride, the tiny green speck ahead swelled larger. Half an hour later, Wei Xiaosu was certain an oasis, and a massive one at that. Thank goodness, we're saved. He breathed, relief washing over him as he eyed the lush circle at least 10 kilometers wide. A shrill screech suddenly sliced through the air. Looking up, he spotted a dozen enormous, unfamiliar birds circling overhead. Each was at least 2 meters long, wings spanning nearly 6, their gray-brown feathers catching the dying light like steel-oversized versions of the hawk's back on Blue Star. Insight. Sandsea Giant Eagle, Tier 3 Boss. Strength, 34. Agility, 2,810. Constitution, 1,414. 8,888. Spirit, 2,568. Level, 3,138. The numbers scrolling across his vision made him swallow hard. Any one of those beasts would be trouble. The eagles, however, seemed to recognize that Peichi was no easy prey. After 2 sharp cries, they wheeled away and vanished, leaving only swirling sand in their wake. So fast, if only I had a flying minion, I wouldn't be in such a mess. He watched them disappear, envying that absurd 8,888 agility in flight. Even the Spider Queen couldn't match it. Flying summons were rare, and undead types rarer still. As far as he knew, only the Frostbone Dragon or Lavabone Dragon barely qualified, and each cost upwards of 1,000,000 ghost coins in the nether shop. Out of the question, even if he pawned himself. Peichi, ignore the birds, keep going. He patted the boar's broad head and refocused. Another half hour passed. Only the last sliver of daylight remained when Peichi finally stepped onto the oasis edge and Wei Xiaosu halted. The nightmare in the forest was still fresh. Anywhere green inside a ruin could spawn a Spider Queen. If a monster of that caliber lurked here, there'd be nowhere to run. Summon Xiaoqiang. After weighing his options, he sent his toughest defender in first. If the oasis was safe, he would follow. If not, he'd circle around and hunt for another entrance. Had to get inside, or tomorrow's sun would claim him. Please let this work. He watched Xiaoqiang's silhouette advance and muttered a silent prayer. Time slipped by while Wei Xiaosu waited, and about 10 minutes later Xiaoqiang, who had gone into the oasis to scout, returned unharmed. Although the beast general rank scarab couldn't speak, it was intelligent enough. The moment it landed, it waved its forearms, signaling safe and water. Water finally. Wei Xiaosu licked his cracked lips, exhaled in relief, and gestured forward. We're going in. To avoid tipping anything off, he left most of the skeletons unsummoned, and even recalled the hulking Peiqi, taking only Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui with him. They had barely gone 100 meters when the three of them spotted a white blur bounding across the grass. A rabbit. So the ruins weren't all insects after all. Wei Xiaosu's spirits rose. Water was top priority, but snaring a couple of rabbits would make a tastier meal than dried biscuits. Xiao Shui, it's yours, go. Wei Xiaosu hissed from behind a tree. Shui the skeleton knight tapped its skull and shot forward like an arrow. At that speed the rabbit should have been easy prey, yet in the next instant the animal kicked off, turned into a streak of white, and vanished. Wei Xiaosu blinked. What? Xiao Shui was equally dumbfounded. Man and skeleton stared at the empty patch of grass. Where had the rabbit gone? Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched, but he pressed on. Moments later he spotted another rabbit, or rather, an enormous rabbit. Whoa, that thing's huge. He ducked behind a tree, watching the behemoth about 30 meters away, a creature the size of a bull. This time he played it smart, and cast in sight first. Enormous rabbit, tier 3 boss. Strength, 32. Agility, 2,510. Constitution, 3,568. Spirit, 741. Huh. It's literally called enormous rabbit. Wei Xiaosu chuckled. His off-the-cuff guess had been right. The rabbit's stats were outrageous, its constitution especially solid, unlike that slippery smaller one. This beast looked well worth hunting. Xiao Shui again, he ordered. Humiliated by his earlier miss, the knight charged, sword raised, ghost blue flames dancing in its eye sockets, this time aiming to kill. A flash of sword light burst forth, its lethal energy slicing into the giant rabbit. Tufts of white fur were sheared away and drifted through the air. Yet when the fluff settled, the rabbit didn't so much as flinch. It sat there as placidly as if it were sunbathing on a spring hillside. Wei Xiaosu sprang from his hiding spot, mouth forming a perfect O. He stared at the rabbit, still calmly nibbling grass, and wondered if he was dreaming. That had been Xia Shui's strongest movie, a slash that could split an armored burrow beetle in two, yet it had merely given the rabbit a trim. Something wasn't right. He hurriedly pulled up the creature's status window. Constitution, 3,568. High, certainly, but nowhere near enough to shrug off a blow like that unscathed. Across the clearing, Xiao Shui also froze. The skeletal swordsman glanced at his own blade, then at the unperturbed rabbit, his whole bony frame broadcasting, finished. Worse, he caught something like mockery in the rabbit's tiny eyes, and his pride crumbled. With a creak of grinding teeth, his bones rattled and the soul fire in his ribcage flared. In the next heartbeat, he pushed his vacuum slash to its limit. Boom. A dozen-meter plume of black sword energy ripped through the air like a waterfall of night. Trees snapped, flowers turned to dust, stones were ground into powder. This was the might expected of Wei Xiaosu's top single-target attacker. If he couldn't down one rabbit today, how could he ever show his face at work again? Sensing the incoming danger, the rabbit finally raised its head. Its lazy gaze sharpened, and its white coat blazed into gold. In the slanting sunset, it looked as though it wore a cloak of holy light. The black slash crashed down. Gold and shadow tangled in midair, two dragons colliding. For a moment the darkness held the advantage, then the golden brilliance devoured it. The black faded to transparency in the blink of an eye. Wei Xiaosu felt his scalp prickle. The golden rabbit wasn't just unharmed, it was eating the sword energy. The slash dwindled, thinner and thinner, until the rabbit gulped down the last shimmering strand. What the? A shiver shot through him. Had only wanted a meal, yet had run into two monster-class rabbits in one day. Who could endure that? Sorry to disturb you, he shouted, unsure the rabbit could even understand, and bolted. Xiao Shui surrendered as well. Pride forgotten, he turned and ran, bones clacking like wind chimes. The golden rabbit merely watched man and skeleton flee, twitched an ear, and returned to grazing, wholly disinterested in a chase. Deep in the forest, Wei Xiaosu collapsed against a thick tree, gulping for air, still rattled. That golden rabbit was definitely strange. The stats had seen might all have been a lie. When he finally calmed down and looked up to get his bearings, he was startled to find the branches above him heavy with fruit that looked very much like peaches. Every time Wei Xiaosu so much as spots something edible, his stomach lets out a protesting growl. He stared up at the tree for a few more seconds before confirming that the objects dangling from the branches were indeed fruit peach-like in shape. Only then did he notice the cleaned-off pits scattered at his feet, proof that the peaches were edible and non-poisonous. The realization nearly moved him to tears. He might have missed out on rabbit meat, but a few peaches would be a fine consolation. Parched and starving, he didn't bother asking the hired hand for help. Instead, he launched himself at the trunk, scrambling upward with both hands and feet. Halfway up, a half-human-tall monkey burst from the canopy with a sudden whoosh, landing on a thick branch. Its golden fur glinted in the sunlight, even more dazzling than the golden snub-nosed monkey's back on Blue Star. Jili-jili, gwala-gwala-jili. Perched above him, the monkey screeched loudly. Wei Xiaosu couldn't understand a word, but the tone was pure profanity. Being cursed out by a monkey made his teeth grind, yet memories of his beatdowns at the paws of both the little rabbit and the giant rabbit kept him from acting rashly. Insight, he muttered. Golden Silk Demon Monkey Tier 3 Leader. Level 35. Strength 2610. Agility 3714. Constitution 2468. Spirit 2041. The stats were solid, nowhere near the top, but no pushover either. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. What if this monkey was hiding the same kind of power the giant rabbit had shown? Thud. While he was still strategizing, something smacked the top of his hiata peach the monkey had casually plucked and pitched at him. Bang out. His scalp tingled from the blow. A dignified human, beamed by a monkey? Unacceptable. Rubbing his head, he jabbed an accusing finger upward and shouted, "Damn it, you scruffy monkey. Come down here and fight me onion if you've got the guts." The monkey, delighted by his outburst, clapped and chattered even louder before yanking another peach and lobbing it down. This time Wei Xiaosu was ready. He swayed aside and let the fruit whistle past. The dodge left him rattled all the same. With 2,610 points of strength, the monkey could have cracked his skull wide open if it had thrown in earnest. Clearly, the creature was just playing with him. With a golden silk demon monkey sitting up top, he abandoned the climb altogether. Dropping to the ground, he planted his hands on his hips and kept firing off curses. "Come on, you little punk monkey. Keep throwing peaches if you dare." Between insults, he shot little Shui a covert glance and tossed over a storage pouch, signaling the youngster to quietly collect the 2 peaches already lying on the ground. Wei Xiaosu wasn't sure whether the Jinsi Yaoho could understand him, but tone often bridges both language and species. Just moments ago, he had clearly felt the monkey hurling the vilest curses at him. Sure enough, when the Jinsi Yaoho heard the insolent human answer back, it shrieked in rage. Grabbing a peach as though it were a stone, it flung it downward, then sent a dozen more whistling through the air in quick succession. Not a single one hit Wei Xiaosu. Chattering furiously, the monkey's anger seemed ready to spill from its golden eyes. It bounded onto a thick branch and tore down the nearest peach. "Come on, you scruffy monkey, keep throwing," Wei Xiaosu taunted, even stooping to pick up a fallen peach and taking a large bite. The juice was sweet and cool, and a pleasant warmth spread through his body, clearly no ordinary fruit. Pushed past its limit, the Jinsi Yaoho stopped holding back. It raised its arm and hurled the peach. The fruit turned into a pale red blur, moving so fast Wei Xiaosu had no time to dodge. At the critical moment, the beetle behind him, Xiaoqiang, activated Shield the Master. The usually sluggish bug became a white streak, lifted its shield, and planted itself in front of its owner. Crack boom. The peach exploded into 4 pieces, but the force flipped Xiaoqiang over and slammed straight into Wei Xiaosu's chest. Man and beetle went sprawling. Perched on the branch, the monkey stood akimbo, chattering as if to ask, "Have you had enough?" It clearly hadn't intended to kill, otherwise it wouldn't have tossed just 1 peach. Wei Xiaosu understood that and slowly pushed himself up, clutching his aching chest. He looked up at the smug creature and muttered, "What's going on? Why are all the monsters in this oasis so strong? First that rabbit, now this monkey. Their stats look ordinary, but their combat power is way above their level. It's absurd. His Xiao Shui could fight above its rank too, yet against a higher tier beast that could do the same, it stood no chance. All right, you win." Wei Xiaosu cupped his hands toward the monkey in surrender, then walked to the clearing opposite the peach tree and sat cross-legged. Exhausted, he preferred not to fight if he didn't have to. Right in front of the monkey, he pulled out the peach he had just picked up and took a hearty bite. The fruit was sweet and juicy, and the warm current once again coursed through his body, leaving him feeling wonderfully refreshed. When he had gnawed the peach down to its pit, Wei Xiaosu spotted something strange. The bruise Xiaoqiang had left on his chest moments earlier was gone. The pale mark faded before his eyes, a warm current flushing every hint of weakness from his body until he felt completely rebooted. "This stuff is 10 times stronger than gravegrass," he gasped. Gravegrass could heal, but it needed time, while this peach had vaulted him to peak condition in a blink. The freakish recovery rate was outrageous. Thinking of the dozens of identical peaches still resting in his storage pouch, his heart pounded. With these on hand, the gravegrass could collect dust in a corner, provided he could stock up on more. His wounds mended and his fatigue gone, only gnawing hunger remained. A spirit peach no bigger than half a fist was medicine, not a meal, and relying on it to fill his stomach was wishful thinking. Wei Xiaosu pulled out the pink storage pouch and produced a pack of Oreo cookies. Rip! The sound of plastic tearing cracked through the forest. He lifted a blackened white cookie, twisted it apart, and the sweet scent of cream rose to his nose. The last 2 days had been nothing but hunting monsters or being hunted by them. Now that peace had finally arrived, he intended to savor it. High on a branch, the golden silk demon monkey had been basking in its great victory, but the sudden rip stole its attention. Triangular ears perked, golden pupils locked onto the human below. What was that dark, round thing in his hand? It smelled fantastic. Wei Xiaosu spared the monkey no attention. With Xiao Chong and Xiao Shuai watching from the shadows, he was free to focus on his snack. The next moment, a bright red peach dropped with a soft plop, landing squarely in his arms. Talk about luck, he muttered, looking up into a pair of gleaming golden eyes. The monkey pointed at the peach, then at the Oreo wrapper, chattering insistently it wanted to trade. Cross-species bargaining had never been easier. Wei Xiaosu glanced at the peach in his left hand, then at the cookies in his right, and a slow smile spread across his face. Want one? Chitter-chatter. Deal. One peach, one cookie. He flicked a biscuit toward the treetop. A long arm flashed out. The monkey caught the cookie, turned it over in its palm, then pressed it to its nose for a deep sniff. Convinced it was safe, it nibbled off a corner. A crisp snap rang out, sweetness burst across its tongue, and its golden eyes widened. It sprang up and down the trunk, chattering madly, tail spinning like a windmill. Chitter chitter chirp, chirp chirp chitter. After polishing off every crumb, the golden silk demon monkey felt its entire monkey life had just reached perfection. From the day he was born, nothing had ever tasted better than these cookies. They had no special properties, but sheer flavor alone had completely won him over. Want more? Wei Xiaosu asked with a secret grin, shaking the remaining cookies in his hand in an obvious hint. The golden-threaded demon monkey was no ordinary beast. Its wits were almost human. At once it grasped Wei Xiaosu's meaning. With a sharp screech it bounded through the branches, plucking peach after blood-red peach and pitching them down without the slightest hesitation. We've struck it rich. Wei Xiaosu's eyes shone as the fruit piled up around his feet. He used to scoff at tales that the ruins were littered with treasure, but they were turning out to be true. The place was riddled with peril. One misstep could mean death, yet with enough skill or luck, a single trip could yield a fortune. He even suspected far greater prizes slumbered in that endless forest. If someone claimed the heart of the relic lay hidden there, he wouldn't be surprised, though he had no intention of returning to the Spider Queen's domain anytime soon. In just moments the monkey had finished its haul, 53 peaches. Added to the earlier catch, that made 9/6 a handsome profit by any measure. I'm down to 2 bags of cookies. I'll owe you the rest, Wei Xiaosu said, emptying his pouch of its last 2.5 bags. Even a one-for-one trade wouldn't cover the peaches, but the fruit was already his, and his supplies were truly gone. The monkey didn't mind. It tore open the bags, and the milky aroma filled the air as it devoured the cookies, eyes narrowing to contented slits, as if its very soul were lifting off in bliss. Watching from below, Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. If a few cookies could make the creature look like it was feasting on imperial delicacies, what would happen if he handed it a tub of instant beef noodles? Would it keel over from joy on the spot? When the last cookie was gone, Wei Xiaosu downed a peach to ease his hunger, and both parties were satisfied. Leaning against the trunk, he looked up. I'm going to sleep. Keep it quiet. Chirped. The monkey bared its teeth in reply, but stayed silent. The past 2 days had left Wei Xiaosu exhausted. He ordered Xiao Chong and Xiao Shuai to keep watch, then slipped into a deep sleep. A while later the golden-threaded demon monkey stole a glance at the slumbering Wei Xiaosu, golden eyes flicking. With a few nimble leaps it vanished into the night. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chong watched the golden blur disappear and let out a shared sigh of relief. Xiao Shuai, the sharper of the two, had felt the greater strain. Until the monkey left, his hand had never left his sword hilt, ready to draw at any moment. After a dreamless night, Wei Xiaosu opened his eyes just as the horizon began to pale. He sat up, stretched lazily, and his joints cracked with soft pops. It felt as if a cool spring had washed over him, leaving him clear-headed and refreshed. The exhaustion of the past 2 days was completely gone. The miraculous peach and a solid night's sleep had pushed him back to peak condition. Geely, Geely, Guala. A sudden chattering sounded overhead. Wei Xiaosu looked up to see the golden-furred demon monkey squatting on a branch, its coat glittering in the early light and its bright eyes locked on him. Geely, Geely, Guala. The monkey seemed even more excited and a lot bolder. With a powerful leap it slid down the trunk, landing on the grass barely 2 meters in front of him. The abrupt move made Wei Xiaosu flinch. For all its small size, the creature's combat strength was terrifying. His 2 skeletal guards, Xiao Shuai and Xiao Qiang, instantly stepped in front of him, swords and shields raised, ready for a fight. But the expected attack never came. Instead, the demon monkey opened its palm to reveal an odd seed, no larger than a glass bead, glowing faintly with spiritual light. For me? Wei Xiaosu asked, testing the water. Geely, Geely, Guala. The monkey nodded, then shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Shuai and Xiao Qiang as if to say, if I really wanted to fight, those piles of bones wouldn't stop me. Realizing the monkey meant no harm, Wei Xiaosu let out a silent breath. If it had planned anything sinister, it wouldn't have waited for him to wake up. He reached out and took the seed. The moment his fingers brushed it, a pale blue screen only he could see floated before his eyes. Immortal Peach Tree Seed S-Grade, a wondrous seed capable of growing an S-Grade Immortal Peach Tree. The description was brief, but it hit like a thunderclap. Wei Xiaosu's heart pounded. When had their relationship grown close enough for the monkey to hand over such a treasure? He quickly pulled out a pink storage pouch and placed the seed inside with great care. Of everything he had found in these ruins, nothing surpassed this. Thanks, little monkey. Until we meet again. Grinning like an Uncle Hood just swiped the child's candy, he turned to leave. Gigi. The golden monkey froze, then bristled with anger. It had forked over its prized seed, and this shameless human wasn't even sharing so much as a bite to eat? Unacceptable. In the next heartbeat, a golden streak shot forward as the monkey lunged at Wei Xiaosu. The distance was too short and the speed too great. Xiao Shuai had no time to react, and Xiaoqiang couldn't even initiate a teleport. Bang! Ah! Still basking in his good fortune, Wei Xiaosu was struck in the back. Blood and chi surged wildly, and he crashed through branches like a cannonball, hurtling several meters away. Shuai? Seeing their master ambushed, Xia Shuai's fury erupted. His sword flashed in a web of light, slashing at the golden monkey. Both combatants favored agility, moving so fast they left afterimages. Xiaoqiang couldn't even join the fray. Instead, he spun around and sprinted toward Wei Xiaosu. This hurts like hell. Wei Xiaosu was hurled dozens of meters before he knew what hit him, his organs feeling as if they'd swapped places. While still airborne, fury mingled with shock. The blasted golden silk demon monkey had pulled its punch. If it had kicked at full strength, he'd be dead or maimed. Killing Wei Xiaosu, however, was no easy task. He had hundreds of thousands of temps stored in his summoning space, and until every last one fell, he was practically immortal. Regaining his balance, he bellowed, Xiao Shuai, fall back. Off in the distance, Xiao Shuai's sword light twisted, driving the monkey back. A few agile leaps brought him to Wei Xiaosu's side. The demon monkey screeched and followed, but, cowed by Xiao Shuai's fierce glare, stopped a few dozen meters away, clawing the air. Its every gesture demanded the immortal peach seed. Wei Xiaosu snorted to himself. Give it back? Over my dead body. Taking the monkey down wasn't simple, either only Xiao Shuai could match its speed, and even he would be doing well to break even. Sure, Wei Xiaosu could summon all 200,000 skeleton mages and smother the creature through sheer numbers, but the uproar might attract something far worse hidden in this strange oasis. Then he recalled last night's absurd peaches for Oreo's trade and had a ridiculous epiphany. The monkey probably wanted to swap the seed for cookies. The thought nearly made him flip a table. Had he known, he would have stocked up before entering the ruins. After a moment's pause, he said, I'm not giving the seed back, but I promise to bring you something delicious next time. Chichi-ai. The golden silk monkey bared its teeth. It didn't believe a single word of his promise. Hey, you little Wei Xiaosu started to curse, but a surge of deadly intent made every hair on his body stand upright. Xiao Shuai, Xiao Chong, he shouted. In a flash, Xiao Shuai's sword aura erupted into a shield, while Xiao Chong raised his own shield in front of Wei Xiaosu. A dark red beam ripped through the air and crashed into them. It shattered the sword aura in a heartbeat and hammered Xiao Chong's shield. The shield held, but the impact sent all three sailing backward, carving a furrow in the ground. From the distance rolled a deep, thunderous roar, nothing like the Spider Queen's shrill screech, but the bellow of a savage beast. The colossal impact blasted Wei Xiaosu off his feet, hurling him through the forest and snapping tree trunks as thick as barrels. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his aura collapsing in an instant. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chong took damage as well. Xiao Chong had intercepted the dark red shockwave Hedon, and the heavy shield in his hands was blown to pieces. A gruesome sight. The golden-furred demon monkey squealed in panic. It started to bolt, then spun back, leaped to Wei Xiaosu's side, grabbed his arm, and dragged him into a frantic sprint. Summon, dismiss. Letting the monkey tow him along, Wei Xiaosu clenched his teeth and recalled Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chong into his inner space. What on earth is that thing? Before the two skeletons had even vanished completely, a third dark red blast screamed in and struck the spot they had just left. Boom. Flames leapt several meters high, and the searing shockwave nearly flipped Wei Xiaosu over. A chill crawled down his spine. A furious roar split the air, and a massive form burst through the trees. A striped tiger with a single horn on its brow, 5 meters tall at the shoulder, a moving wall of bronze. In sight, the status panel flashed. Demon Tiger King Tier 3 Beast General. Strength 7,040. Agility 7,380. Constitution 7,855. Spirit 8,620. He sucked in a breath. Oh hell. A peak 3rd tier, scarier than the Spider Queen. He had just escaped her clutches only to run straight into the Tiger King. Perfect. Roar. The Tiger King's pupils locked onto him. After the briefest pause, it lunged in pursuit. So fast. Cold sweat beaded on Wei Xiaosu's forehead. He shouted back at the demon monkey, let Goyle never outrun it while dragging me. Black mist swirled in his palm, and a gigantic skeletal boar with a single horn materialized. Run. He vaulted onto Pikey's back and hauled the golden monkey up as well. Normally the two beasts were evenly matched, but Peichi had a built-in speed boost. Savage charge. Peichi bellowed and slammed its hooves into the ground. Its speed doubled instantly, allowing them to keep pace with the charging Tiger King. The skill would last only 5 minutes. Once it ended, the Tiger King would be on them in a heartbeat. Gritting his teeth, Wei Xiaosu muttered a curse. Damn, it looks like you'll have to stall it with sheer numbers again. Wei Xiaosu felt drained. Summon! He shouted, sprinting as he cast the spell. Skeleton mages surged from the yellow sand like a flood. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In an instant, white-boned sorcerers carpeted the ground, their ranks stretching to the horizon. Roar! The sudden legion made the Tiger Demon King skid to a halt, but when it sensed the almost non-existent life force in the skeletons, shame and fury replaced its fear. It was the Tiger Demon King, the true ruler of this oasis. How could it have even considered running? Its jaws gaped wide. Dark red light gathered, and within seconds a violent shockwave blasted forth. The skeleton mages directly ahead were pulverized, sand billowing up like a wall. It started to charge down the cleared corridor, then froze. Confusion, shock, and unbridled joy flickered in its eyes, the very look the Spider Empress had worn when she broke through yesterday, something Wei Xiaosu would have recognized at once. Staring at the endless bone army, the Tiger Demon King threw back its head and howled in delight. Ignoring Wei Xiaosu and the golden thread monkey, it leaped into the sea of skeletons and began a wild slaughter. When the energy inside it climbed to an unseen threshold, it stopped slashing, flopped onto the desert floor, and let the mage's spells pound against its body, a blissful smile on its face. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu dragged the golden thread monkey in a desperate dash. Only after Pike's skill wore off did he dare look back. Seeing no sign of the tiger, he exhaled sharply. Great. Spider Empress to the south, Tiger Demon King to the north. There's no safe spot in these ruins. With my current strength, I'm an ant to those lords, not even a blip on their radar. Then another thought struck him. Why had the tiger attacked him directly? Something was off. Stranger still, the monkey had saved him and followed him out of the oasis. What was going on? The golden thread monkey was panting hard, thumping its chest and chattering nonstop, but the sounds were meaningless to him. Hey, why did you come with me? Wei Xiaosu asked, eyeing the little monkey suspiciously. The monkey grew even more animated, waving its long arms and squeaking in protest. Yet he still didn't understand a word. Cross-species dialogue was hard enough without a common language. A light bulb flicked on. There was a simple way for them to communicate: a pet contract. Pets were a special kind of summon. Their level wasn't capped by the summoners, but if they died, they stayed dead, unlike regular summons that could be revived. Most summoners found the hassle too great and poured all their resources into existing beasts instead. Haha, little monkey, come here. Let's make a deal, Wei Xiaosu said with a sly grin. The golden-furred demon monkey was still screeching insults at Wei Xiaosu, but the moment it saw the sinister grin on his face, its bravado faltered. Hey, little monkey. Wei Xiaosu raised a hand to halt his mount. Peichi spun around on the beast's broad back and grinned. How about we make a deal? Screech. The monkey instinctively retreated 2 steps, golden hair bristling. It didn't understand the word deal, but the curve of Wei Xiaosu's lips smelled like trouble. Wei Xiaosu hopped lightly to the ground, clasped his hands behind his back, tilted his head skyward at a theatrical 45 degrees, and flashed a bright smile. Little monkey, have you ever tasted braised beef ramen, spicy beef ramen, mushroom and chicken ramen, pickled mustard beef ramen, golden broth wagyu ramen, peppercorn beef ramen? He rattled off dozens of instant noodle flavors in one breath, and even his own stomach started growling. The golden-furred monkey had never seen instant noodles, but it could imagine they had to taste 10 times better than the dry survival biscuits it usually gnawed on. Its nostrils flared, and the wariness in its eyes turned into a hungry gleam. Sensing the timing was perfect, Wei Xiaosu served the main course. Join me and sign a pact, be my pet. It'll get you out of this dump, and you'll feast on the good stuff every single day. Deal? Screech. The monkey leapt down from Pike's back and nodded enthusiastically. Wei Xiaosu had expected a lengthy negotiation, but the easy victory made him chuckle inwardly. This scruffy monkino, this adorable little monkey really couldn't resist the lure of instant noodles. He had only learned the contracting ritual last week, and this was a perfect chance to practice. Wei Xiaosu produced a small knife, nicked his own fingertip, then made a shallow cut on the monkey's knuckle. A drop of blood from each fell, and he channeled the secret art, causing the 2 droplets to merge in a faint crimson glow. The pact required the willing consent of both parties. Any resistance would shatter the spell. But under the overwhelming promise of countless noodle flavors, the monkey cooperated obediently, no tricks at all. The next moment, he could almost hear a system prompt by his ear. Congratulations. You have successfully established a master-servant contract with the golden silk monkey. As your pet, it will obey all your commands unconditionally, and you are obliged to supply it with assorted instant noodles. Wei Xiaosu clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. If others learned he had tamed a cross-dyer fighting golden silk monkey with nothing but a few packs of noodles, they'd probably weep with envy. Golden silk monkey. Tier. Rank 3. Boss level. Strength, 35. Agility, 2,610. Endurance, 3,714. Spirit, 2,468. Skills. 1. Danger Sense. Grade A can anticipate any potential threat in advance. 2. Fiery Golden Eyes. Grade A sees through illusions, disguises, and labyrinths, revealing the truth. 3. Staff Mastery. Grade A instantly proficient with any staff-type weapon and wields it at 200 efficiency. Holy crap, this is huge. Wei Xiaosu rubbed his hands together, staring at the stats. A mere boss-rank beast that comes with 3 A-grade skills? This thing's destined to soar. All 3 A-rank skills were incredibly useful, especially the third, which instantly reminded him of a certain monkey from legend. Hey, human, when are you going to give me the instant noodles you promised? A childish voice suddenly rang out in Wei Xiaosu's mind. He wasn't surprised. He knew exactly where it came from. Relax, relax. Instant noodles may be priceless, but we're partners, right? Once we get out, I'll bankrupt myself if I have to. Will still get you a few packs. Wei Xiaosu spoke with heroic conviction. Humph, at least you have some conscience. The golden silk demon monkey nodded in satisfaction. A thought occurred to Wei Xiaosu. Do you have a name? No. Then from now on you're the Great Sage. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? Great Sage? Not bad. Just don't forget my noodles. Pleased with himself, Wei Xiaosu rubbed the monkey's fluffy head. By the way, Great Sage, do you know where that tiger demon king came from? Why did it attack us? Oh, the monkey hemmed and hawed, clearly hiding something. Wait, don't tell me it was because of you. Wei Xiaosu stared at him in shock. Unable to withstand the gaze, the monkey confessed. That seed I gave you? I borrowed it from the tiger demon king last night. Wei Xiaosu's face twitched. Borrowed? You mean stole? He grumbled inwardly, but still gave the monkey a thumbs up. Nice work. When we get out, I'll add 2 sausages to your noodles. Wow. The monkey squealed. Thus man and monkey mounted Peppa and began wandering the desert. Wei Xiaosu had no idea where to go or how to leave the ruins, but staying put was not an option. Along the way they found more bodies mangled, decapitated, dismembered, some reduced to bleached bones. Wei Xiaosu felt a brief pang of sorrow, but numbness soon set in. All he could do for them was slaughter more monsters and avenge them. He also needed experiency at least 30% to use the mysterious bone finger to raise Xiao Shuai's rank. Luckily, desert insects were plentiful, and he ran into a swarm of roughly 10,000 siege bugs. The ensuing battle was earth-shaking. Wei Xiaosu threw everything he had into it, and finally scraped out a victory. Once again, Xiaoming took the MVP award. The large-scale fight shot Wei Xiaosu up to level 29, and the extra experience let him boost Xiao Shuai 3 whole tiers. Boss Class Beast General Lord King. Xiao Shuai, Tier 2 King. Level 29. Strength, 29. Agility, 10,111. Constitution, 14,055. Spirit, 11,285. Skills. Essence of Riftwalker, Rank. Riftwalker Sword Slash, Brank. Sword Chi Barrier, Brank. Return of 10,000 swords, Brank. Reaching 5 digits in all 4 stats at level 29 was nothing short of miraculous. The level up didn't just blow up his numbers. Skills that had been stuck at a rank Sword Chi Barrier and Gale's Swordplay jumped straight to Brank, multiplying their powers several times over. When Wei Xiaosu tested the barrier, even Xiaoming's shockwave firecrackers couldn't leave so much as a hairline crack. The defense was solid as iron. On top of that, he unlocked a new ability, 10,000 Swords Return. The moment he cast it, countless energy blades materialized overhead, their cold gleam filling the sky. It looked impossibly cool. With Xiao Shuai, the sword spirit familiar, watching his back, Wei Xiaosu felt a lot safer inside these danger-ridden ruins. He figured that as long as he didn't get swallowed by an insect tide or blunder into some apex monster's turf, even the Spider Queen or the Tiger Fiend King wouldn't scare him. Still, after being tricked by flashy numbers once before, he stayed cautious. Impressive stats were no excuse to drop his guard. Time slipped by between scorching days and frigid nights. Before he knew it, had been wandering the desert for 3 full days. The relentless sun had baked his skin dark and dry, while wind-blown sand had shredded his clothes. Dust masked his face, and his hair stuck up like a bird's nest looked every bit the refugee. Worst of all were his shoes. 2 days ago, during a knife fight with a burrower, head swung so hard, he punched 2 holes through the toes. Every step now came with an embarrassing rasp. Still, luck hadn't abandoned him. On the evening of his 7th day in the ruins, the tawny sunset threw long shadows over the dunes when Wei Xiaosu noticed movement behind a distant ridge. Apart from the first 2 days, he hadn't seen another living soul for 4 straight days. The loneliness was maddening. At the first sign of life, he recalled Peiqi, Xiao Shuai, and Xiaoqiang to the summoning space and trudged toward the dune on foot. Dasheng, as always, sprawled atop his head, glancing around in boredom. 10 minutes later he crested the final slope, and the view hit him. Instead of a few dozen survivors, more than 1,000 people were huddled in the sand. Many were wounded, and quite a few lay motionless. unlikely to last the night without help. A quick scan showed roughly 70% were students from Moda, the rest accompanying soldiers. Wei Xiaosu muttered, "What a tragedy." Then he spotted 3 familiar skeletal boars among the crowd. He blinked, looked again, and sure enough, they were his own skeletal one-horned boars. Standing beside them were Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, and Zhang Hai, the very people had rescued a few days earlier. After everything had been through, Wei Xiaosu had assumed anyone below 3rd tier had been wiped out by this death desert. Finding such a large group still alive felt like a miracle. At that moment, Zhou Xiang looked up, recognized the battered yet familiar figure, and shouted in delight, "Holy crap, the boss is here. The boss made it." Li Qing turned instinctively, eyes widening. Dirty as he is, wash him off, and that's definitely the boss. "Look, is that a monkey on the boss head?" "Awesome," Zhang Hai whispered. After confirming Wei Xiaosu's identity, Zhang Hai, Zhou Xiang, and Li Qing jogged over, leading a skeletal boar whose exposed bones and single horn made it look downright demonic. In their eyes, this young man was a living saint. He had wiped out more than a dozen Tier 2 assault bugs for them, then drawn the terrifying Spider Queen away so they could escape. They swore they would never forget that debt. Had they known Wei Xiaosu had originally planned to use them as bait and make a clean getaway himself, they probably wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Zhang Hai stopped first, cheeks flushed. "Boss, did you come here alone?" Wei Xiaosu eyed the 3 lucky punks, still puzzled that the Spider Queen had ignored them that night and chased only him. "I was afraid half a person might scare you to death," he replied sourly. Zhang Hai blinked. "Huh." The trio exchanged confused looks. This expert seemed full of resentment, yet they were sure they'd never offended him. Wei Xiaosu brushed it off and surveyed the growing crowd. "Why are so many people gathering here? Numbers help, but bunching up can drive monsters berserk. Remember the bug tide on day 1? Zhou Xiang hurried to explain. "Boss, someone found the ruins core node nearby yesterday." "The core node?" Wei Xiaosu's eyes lit up. "Finally, a way out of this nightmare." Zhou added, "A peak tier 3 fighter from Korea discovered it, but he's already dead. No one can seize the node alone." Li Qing took over. "A mother bug guards it with more than 1,000,000 insects. The weakest are tier 2 elite assault bugs, plus some tier 3 tank bugs. Yesterday, China sent 10,000 fighters, Korea 40,000, and Japan another 40,000, nearly 100,000 in Alto attack her. The casualties were brutal, but we still didn't take the node." Wei Xiaosu's brow twitched. So the entrance to the ruin had opened in both Korea and Japan. He was about to ask why only about 1,000 people were left when Li Qing shook his head. "We weren't wiped out. There just aren't many of us Chinese, and we lack high-level fighters, so we let Korea and Japan charge first. Our losses were light. Now everyone's split into 10 zones, keeping an eye on the swarm's movements. The bugs outnumber us several times over, but we have hundreds of times more tier 3 fighters. Korea and Japan especially, they clearly had advanced intel and came fully prepared, almost all of them tier 3. Yesterday's battle was basically mutual destruction." Wei Xiaosu nodded to himself. Tier 3 might be labeled expert, but it was only the starting line. Even smaller countries like Korea and Japan could still muster tens of thousands of people with ease. Wow, 70 or 80,000 third-tier experts still couldn't seize the core node in one strike. That mother bug is no joke, Wei Xiaosu thought in amazement. He prided himself on swarming tactics, but if those 70 or 80,000 masters turned on him, even 1,000,000 skeletons wouldn't save him from being wiped out. "Boss, the second assault is scheduled for tomorrow morning," Li Qing reminded him kindly. "Well, just trail behind the Korean and Japanese teams and cheer from the back. Whatever you do, don't rush in." These unlucky students averaged below tier 2, and there were only a handful of tier 3 fighters among them. A frontal clash would mean instant death. "Got it." Wei Xiaosu nodded. He was never arrogant and fully agreed with Li Qing's plan. Right now, Huaxiao forces were weak inside the ruin. There was no reason to fight over the core node. Outwardly, everyone acted united, but if the Huaxia group really snatched the node, they would become the target of every other faction. Outside, the Huaxia Empire feared no one, but in here they were clearly the weakest. "Good, you know how to keep a low profile. So got anything to eat?" Wei Xiaosu rubbed his stomach and asked shamelessly. Had been gnawing on immortal peaches for days. No matter how rare the treasure, eating it every meal was torture. "Always prepared," Zhou Xiang answered first, pulling a storage pouch and handing over a roasted giant rat glistening with oil. Wei Xiaosu blinked, then minutes later patted his belly and burped. "Delicious." It looked like a rat, but tasted like prime beef, and he devoured it happily. To thank the 3 bootlickers for the feast, he gave each of them an immortal peach, making them grin from ear to ear. Wei Xiaosu's arrival caused no stir in the makeshift camp. Aside from Zhou Xiang's trio, he knew no one here. He lay on the ground, staring at the dark, unfathomable sky as names flashed through his mind. Nanji, Pei Qian, Senior Lu Yang, were they safe? Then an exquisite figure surfaced, Su Xiaoqing. He sighed softly. "Hope you're okay too." As night deepened, he released Xiao Shui to stand guard and quickly fell asleep. He didn't know how long had slept when distant shouts jolted him half awake. Bad news. A swarm of bugs is charging in. Wei Xiaosu was about to snap, but the word swarm of bugs woke him instantly. He sprang up and looked into the distance. Fire, blade light, and lightning exploded in the night, and the insect tide stretched beyond sight. He grabbed the still snoring Xiaoing by the scruff and snarled, "Quit sleeping, it's fight time." In this battle, Wei Xiaosu had no intention of fleeing alone. At the very least, he wasn't leaving before everyone else was dead. Even if they escaped tonight, death would only be delayed. A force of 100,000 had failed to seize the core node. What chance did he have alone? This battle was unavoidable, a clash of species, a fight to the death. Xiao Shui go. Wei Xiaosu drew his iron shovel and charged into the gunfire beside Xiao Shui, who wielded a heavy sword. A pack of second-tier assault bugs rushed them. 2 or 3 blows from Wei smashed their skulls, while each sweep of Xiao Shui's blade burst into a mist of gore. Yet 9 out of 10 defenders in this makeshift position were first-tier cadets and soldiers, pitifully fragile beside the bugs. It's no use. At least 10,000 bugs out there, and Xiaoming can't help in this chaos. With only Xiao Shui and me, everyone could die, and the bugs still might stand. Wei decapitated another insect, his frown deepening. A few meters away, a student staggered as an assault bug's razor limb tore through his chest, cutting him in half. Viscera splattered the earth. The limb punched through his skull before he finished, and the bug shrieked over the corpse. That student was Zhang Hai of Wei's own squad. "Zhang Hai, you bastard, I'll kill you." Zhou Xiang and Li Qing snapped, hurling themselves at the swarm. Both were second tier and far stronger than the bugs, felling 1, 10, 20 foes, but the black tide kept coming, draining their strength. When they braced for death, a brilliant sword light exploded beneath them. Centered on their feet, every bug within 10 meters was shredded. Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, fall back and rest. "Leave the rest to me," Wei said, his voice cold as frost. "Brother, avenge Hai?" They cried, retreating in tears. They had taken only 2 steps when the ground collapsed and a pillar of searing flame roared skyward. "Hey brother!" Their screams vanished in the blaze. Wei spun to see his comrades engulfed. A tank bug blood-burst lines reddened his eyes. The creature that burst from the earth was 4 times the size of an assault bug, its body sheathed in jet-black armor that shrugged off weapons. Worse was its molten breath, hot enough to melt starship alloy. The tank bug shrieked in triumph. Zhou Xiang and Li Qing were nothing to it. Tonight its mission was to wipe out every human in this temporary stronghold. "You deserve to die?" Wei Xiaosu snarled, his voice icy, his eyes as sharp as midwinter frost. Although he had witnessed countless deaths over the past few days, it was the first time someone he knew had fallen before him. Those final moments of unwillingness, terror, and screams slammed into his chest like a sledgehammer, leaving him nearly breathless. "Die!" He roared again, his figure becoming a streak of light as he lunged at the massive tank beetle. Next to the creature, he really did look like the insect. His rage-filled strike landed, but only left a few faint scratches on the beetle's obsidian armor. Wei Xiaosu's heart sank. How can it be this tough? He sprang back, activating insight as he moved. Tank beetle, tier 3 boss. Strength, 40. Agility, 6,380. Constitution, 3,855. Mind, 7,620. 1,288? Great, a peak tier 3 boss, built for brute force and durability, he muttered. The beetle answered with an ear-splitting roar. It wasn't injured, but it was definitely angry. A second later, its maw gaped wide, blazing light flared in its throat, and fire energy began to surge. At the last instant, a dazzling jet-black sword arc cut through the air, scything toward the creature with unstoppable force. Crack! Crack! In a heartbeat, the carapace that had shrugged off Wei Xiaosu's blow splintered like a spiderweb. The wounded beetle howled, the flames in its mouth sputtering out. Wei Xiaosu seized the moment. "Xiao Shui, finish it." He hardly needed to say it. A second wave of sword energy had already locked on to the same fracture. The strength and defense-built beetle had no hope of dodging. The sword light erupted, and the resulting boom mingled sharp cracks with a shrill death cry as the cutting force shredded its organs. Boom. The colossal body crashed to the ground. The freshly arrived peak tier 3 boss was dead in seconds. Beautiful work. Wei Xiaosu gave a thumbs up to Xiao Shui, who was still striking a victory pose a short distance away. Xiao Shui was only tier 2, but at the king rank. A tier 2 king one-shotting a tier 3 boss was flat-out insanity. Wei Xiaosu's hands itched to harvest the corpse, but time was short. There was no way to dig a pit for something this massive. Even with practice, it would take half an hour. Right? I can just stash the body in a storage pouch. If one isn't enough, I'll use several. Wei Xiaosu's eyes lit up. He produced 10 storage pouches and tossed them to Xiao Shui. Cut this big bug into chunks and bag the pieces. I need them. Xiao Shui had been striking a hero's pose in the middle of the battlefield. The gleaming skeleton nearly lost its balance as the pouches were shoved into its arms. Bony fingers trembled, wanted to cry, but dared not disobey. Across the field, only he could carve up a tank grub, so he resigned himself to the task. Wei Xiaosu ignored the bone butcher behind him and charged into the melee with Desheng, Xiaochang, and Peiqi. They still couldn't bring down a tank grub, but ordinary assault bugs offered virtually no resistance. Tank grub. Another tank grub over there. Someone yelled in the night. A plume of fire lit the sky for 100 meters, and screams rang out. Wei Xiaosu frowned, then led several senior temps to reinforce the line. With Xiaochang and Peiqi providing cover, they couldn't kill the beast outright, but they could stall it. Once Xiao Shui finished his butchery, that behemoth would go down in 2 swings. As they approached, Wei Xiaosu saw a burly, 2-meter-tall student converging on the same target. The newcomer wore a Modu university uniform. It's Senior Lu Taiju. We're saved. Someone shouted. Senior Taiju, can you handle it? Another called. Of course. They'll smash this damn tank grub. Lu Taiju locked onto the rampaging monster. Move the wounded to the rear, I've got this. He drew his weapon, a pair of pitch-black war hammers, featureless yet radiating brutal intent. Filthy bug, die? Lu Taiju kicked off the ground and soared more than 10 meters, one hammer in each hand. Roar. Sensing danger, the tank grub pivoted. 2 thunderous booms rang out, followed by a shriek. Its carapace visibly caved. Though the armor held, the brute force rattled its insides. Still, the creature's hide was thick and its strength matched Lu Taizu's, leaving the fight deadlocked. Wei Xiaosu exhaled in relief. Great, Senior Liu's the real deal. If he can solo a tank grub, I don't need to risk it. The thought had barely formed when the ground nearby collapsed with a dull crash. A third tank grub burst from the sand, growling. Damn it, Wei Xiaosu cursed and abandoned any idea of coasting. 2-on-1 meant Lu Taiju wouldn't last a minute. Senior Taiju, I'm coming. He shouted, then barked orders at his squad. Xiaochang, Peiqi, stall the newbie. Desheng, you're with me, we take the first one down fast. You need to leave. This is out of your league. Lu Taiju didn't even look back. His voice was hard as iron. He was the only third-tier fighter in the entire shelter, which made it clear he knew exactly who had arrived. Roar. The tank beetle, whose head Lu Taiju had rattled with a hammer strike, let out an ecstatic howl when it saw its partner appear. It knew the hateful human in front of it was actually stronger, and if the duel dragged on, it would be the one to fall. But 2 against 1 was a different story. Emboldened, it lunged forward and clung to Lu Taiju, giving him no chance to break away. Damn it, another one? The arrival of a second tank beetle made Lu Taizu's face go pale. One of these things already demanded his full power. With 2, victory was impossible. Should he run? Forced back 3 steps by a heavy blow, he steadied himself, then glanced at his classmates still locked in battle in the distance. He sighed. A berserker dies fighting. He never runs. He threw back his head and howled. A blood-red aura exploded around him as new gashes split his skin, blood streaming until he looked like a man painted crimson. His pupils darkened to red. Gripping his massive hammer with both hands, he laughed wildly, his voice booming over the rubble. Huh? You're all dead. I'll pound every last one of you into mush. Boom. Lu Taiju shot forward like a scarlet meteor, his speed at least doubling. Strength, agility, endurance, everything spiked. A moment earlier he had been evenly matched with the tank beetle. Now he slammed it to the ground and hammered it without mercy. Good grief, he's a berserker. Wei Xiaosu, watching from afar, sucked in a sharp breath. Berserkers were top tier among rare classes, ranked in the top 3. Their hallmark talent, rage, at minimum doubled combat power, and with enough mastery could reach tenfold. The downside was brutal. Even if they survived, they'd be bettered in for a month. With that in mind, Wei Xiaosu kept his distance and sprinted toward the tank beetle entangled with Xiaoqiang and Peiqi. A berserker in full rage was far too volatile. One misstep, and he might smash an ally as easily as a monster. Tank beetles were formidable, but taking them down wasn't easy. Xiaoqiang's defense was like an iron wall. As long as he avoided a direct hit from the creature's flame attack, his life wasn't in danger. Besides, Wei Xiaosu's aim wasn't to kill just to buy time. If Lu Taiju crushed the other beetle first, or if Xiao Shui arrived in time, this skirmish would be won. Die? Not far away, Lu Taizu's furious chain of blows finally cracked the tank bug's armored shell with a sharp snap. His last strike burst the creature's head into crimson sludge, and the massive body crashed to the ground. At that instant, the berserker force within him surged to a second tier power that, after every kill, greatly amplifies his strength for a short while. Kill. Wipe them all out. Lu Taiju roared, swinging his hammer. He cast a glance back at Wei Xiaosu, surprise flashing in his blood-red eyes. Then he became a streak of scarlet light, diving at the final tank bug. Junior, you're impressive. Leave the rest to me. All right. Wei Xiaosu nodded. Until he could summon his large-scale weapon, Xiaoming, there was little he could do against a tank bug. Newly empowered, Lu Taiju crushed the bug's head to pulp in under a minute. Thanks, brother. If you hadn't kept that bug busy, I'd be dead already, Lu Taiju rumbled. Wei Xiaosu waved it off. Don't mention it. Without you, a lot more people would have died. Either way, thanks. If we get out alive, let's meet up later. I need to kill more bugs. He turned to charge back into the swarm. Senior, Wei Xiaosu called. Do me a favor. Lu Taiju looked back, puzzled. I hear berserkers have loud voices. Pass a message for me. Wei Xiaosu whispered in his ear. Lu Taizu's eyes widened. Is that really possible? Trust me, brother Taiju. I promise no one else will die. Wei Xiaosu nodded firmly. Lu Taiju drew a deep breath and finally committed. His roar rolled across the battlefield for kilometers. Everyone listen up. Lu Taiju. Stop fighting right now and run south. Ignore the monsters chasing you. Skeletons will hold them off. Remember, the skeletons are friendly. The skeletons are friendly. The once deafening battlefield fell still. Fighters exchanged baffled looks. With the wounded in tow, how could they outrun the swarm? And what did skeletons are friendly even mean? Their confusion lasted only seconds. Black mist billowed from nowhere, and pallid skeletons strode through, hefting battered weapons and forming ranks. After a moment of shock, the soldiers cheered. Lu Taiju hadn't lied. Reinforcements had arrived. While they fought a rearguard action, the troops escorted the wounded south. The pursuing bugs were held fast by the skeleton line. Soon the field was empty of everything except the standoff between skeletons and siege insects. Certain all was going smoothly, Wei Xiaosu exhaled in relief, a smile curling at his lips. Xiaoming, let art bloom. Abba, Abba, Abba. Xiaoming had waited eagerly for this order. Thrilled, it set up its rocket launchers and began another round of indiscriminate slaughter. Boom after boom, towering mushroom clouds clawed their way skyward, each blinding flash unleashing a shockwave that howled across the battlefield. Flames and pressure tore hairline cracks through the very air, and both skeleton mages and carapaced assault beetles alike were reduced to ash in the suffocating chain of explosions. 3 minutes later, crazy Xiaoming came sprinting in, only to be cut off by Wei Xiaosu. Lu Taiju stood frozen on the charred ground, staring through the lingering smoke at the stretch of glassy slag where tens of thousands of assault beetles had just been erased. His throat worked, but no words came. Had he lost his mind, or had the world? Even more unbelievable was the junior at his side, who had somehow summoned a skeleton legion in the tens of thousands just to use them as bait. Senior Taiju, this area is clear. Do we need to reinforce the other strongholds? Wei Xiaosu finally asked. No. Lu Taizu's refusal came quicker than expected. There are several third-tier fighters at every other outpost, but here it's just Mule, me and you. If we leave, these people are finished the moment the swarm circles back. Wei Xiaosu understood. Their post was the weakest and sat on the outer edge of the core defense ring. Most fighters were first tier, a handful second tier, and only Lu Taiju had reached third. Drag this group into another fight, and they would probably die before helping anyone. Lu Taiju turned to him, eyes blazing. Junior, you're strong enough to make a difference elsewhere. I have to stay and guard them. Got it. Wei Xiaosu nodded, exchanged farewells, chose a few elite skeleton champions, and headed out. His haste had two motives: saving more lives and farming more experience. He was level 29 with the bar at 88%. One last push to reach the second tier peak, then a class change would vault him into the third tier. The distance to the core zone was several dozen kilometers, and the main human force was already locked in a brawl with the swarm. Wei Xiaosu vaulted onto his mount, Peiqi, whose hooves drummed the scorched earth like rain as they sped away. About 15 minutes later he reached another stronghold, where the situation looked far better. He immediately spotted more than a dozen third-tier experts holding separate sectors. Charge! He shouted, and his skeleton army thundered into the fray. The commander Xiao Shui focused on tank beetles, blinking onto their backs and driving a black blade through their armor for instant kills. At first the local experts mistook the bone-clad newcomers for mutated enemies and raised their guard, but when Xiao Shui dropped one tank beetle after another, they relaxed and pushed the outer swarm instead. With every tank beetle gone, the third-tier fighters suddenly had room to breathe. Wei Xiaosu patted Peiqi's neck and called out, Xiao Shui, we're leaving. He and his skeleton champions withdrew as quickly as they had arrived, leaving no name and no trail. 91% experience. Looks like I still need a boss kill to finish the job. Wei Xiaosu was more than satisfied. After taking out a single tank bug, his experience bar jumped a solid 0.5%. Had he gone after assault bugs instead, even cutting down tens of thousands wouldn't have pushed his XP up by 1%, a gap that spoke for itself. For low-level players, it was the other way around. An assault bug that netted him a mere 10 XP could hand a newcomer 100 or more. Seeing the difference, he went back to the same strategy. Wei Xiaosu focused on a few embattled outposts and directed Xiao Shui to snipe tank bugs one by one, patiently grinding XP. After a little more than an hour, a system prompt flashed. Congratulations, you have slain a tier 3, level 40 tank bug boss. Experience 1,750,000. Congratulations, you have reached tier 2, level 30. All attributes 20. Right on cue, the third-class advancement quest for Necromancer appeared. 1. Possess at least one beast general grade or higher summon completed. 2. Reach boss grade yourself not completed. The first two advancement quests had been cleared almost instantly, but now he was stuck at his own combat rating. Xiao Shuai had already hit king grade, so the 4th and 5th advancements would probably be fine, but reach boss grade yourself was a real headache. Wei Xiaosu sighed. The Yuming Xingong had exchanged for at the academy could, in theory, push him to general grade, yet had practiced it for only half a month. A breakthrough was still a long way off. After a moment's thought, he shelved the advancement quest and went back to culling insects. Time slipped by as he fought from the outer outposts toward the core. By then, over 50 tank bugs had died at his hands. Everyone had helped was stunned, whether a first-tier rookie or a third-tier veteran. All of them remembered the freshman who could summon undead creatures. Dawn finally broke. After a night of brutal fighting, the insect tide receded. The ground was a wasteland littered with bug carcasses and human bodies. For the first time, the brutal face of war unfolded before Wei Xiaosu's eyes. The Huaxia Empire's fighters announced their withdrawal from the contest, and South Korea and Japan, pleased by the news, offered no resistance. Wei Xiaosu hadn't managed to reach Tier 3 and had lost interest in the core nexus, so he retreated with the main force to the secondary line. Along the way, he finally found Nanji, Pei Qian, Senior Liu Yang, and Su Xiaoqing. All of them were wounded but still on their feet, alive, at least. Of the more than 30,000 Huaxia participants had entered at the start, scarcely 10,000 remained. Even counting stragglers hiding in the wild, their numbers couldn't be much higher. I hope they can kill the broodmother and capture the nexus, he prayed silently. Last night's surprise raid had drained humanity's strength, but the planned offensive remained unchanged. Barely half an hour later, the all-out assault would begin. Finding shelter behind a toppled wall, Wei Xiaosu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Win or lose, gaining strength could only help. Yet the deeper he sank into his art, the more uneasy he felt, as though something terrible was about to happen. At the heart of the ruins, two opposing forces were converging. Fewer than 50,000 fighters remained, and last night's battle had taken a brutal toll. Despite their reduced numbers, every survivor radiated formidable power. None was below Tier 3, and not a single one was a rookie. Against them surged a tide of insects roughly 500,000 strong. With a 10-tune advantage, the swarm should have been unstoppable, yet the line kept slipping back as human blades drove the creatures away. During the night's fierce struggle, the insects lost more than 50,000 tank bugs. Hoping a surprise raid would wipe out humanity's elite, they instead sacrificed almost all of their own top warlords. At the very front of the human ranks, two figures with the brightest auras chatted as they walked. One man and one woman. A man, Jin Xianghe, hailed from the Bangzi nation. The woman, Song Jingyun, came from the island nation. Both were peak Tier 3 combatants. Xiang Hecken, will you give me the core node? Song Jingyun asked, her soft, seductive voice seeming to melt into his ears. Jin Xianghe stayed calm, a lazy smile tugging at his lips. Kangjing-san, what will you trade for it? Anything you want. She placed a slender hand on his chest and whispered, give me the core node, and he'll stay with you for a month. How about it? Ha ha ha. Jin Xianghe threw back his head and laughed, then pinched her chin, speaking in a low voice. Not enough. I hear you have a younger sister, Songjing Yuzu, just turned 18, said to be the most beautiful girl the island nation has seen in 1,000 years. I'd rather taste her. A flash of killing intent flickered in Songjing Yun's eyes, gone in an instant. She still smiled, her breath warm against him. Xiang Hecken, my sister is still in school and knows nothing of pleasing a man. I promise, I can already give you more than enough ecstasy. Jin Xianghe snorted inwardly and looked toward the dense insect horde ahead. Mist Songjing, let's finish off the rest of these bugs before we negotiate, he said. He knew the spoils of this expedition were not his alone to decide. He might keep other treasures, but the core node had to be surrendered, or the reckoning would be harsh. Fine. Songjing Yun dialed back her flirtatious air. The smile remained, but it was less provocative. Shall we begin? Begin. At his word, crimson alloy armor flared upward from Jin Xiang's feet, covering him in an instant. He lifted his hand and grasped the air, and a double-edged battle axe materialized, its blade gleaming with lethal light. Songjing Yun shifted into combat mode as well. Her skirt billowed in the wind, and a transparent crystal sphere appeared in her palm. Inside it, a faint pink mist flowed dreamily, mysterious and mesmerizing. Brothers, the final battle is upon us. Fight beside me, destroy the broodmother, claim the core nexus, and we will return as heroes of our nation. Jin Xianghe raised an axe as wide as a door over his shoulder, his bell-like voice rolling across the field and echoing in the ears of every Bangzi warrior. At the same moment, Song Jingyun flicked a crystal sphere the size of a baby's fist into the sky. The orb did not fall. It hovered midair, spilling dazzling pink light that made the drifting dust look like stardust. Deep within the glow, the translucent image of a fox appeared, its plume-like ears and slender neck veiled in mist so that only the outline could be seen. Without another word, Song Jinjian's slender fingers formed seals. The fox phantom lifted its proud head, and seductive eyes flashed even brighter. Mesmerize, she whispered. Twin pink beams shot from the fox's eyes, split in midair. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. In seconds, half the sky was filled with rosy light, every ray aimed at the charging swarm. The beams looked soft, yet when they touched the assault beetles' shells they sliced through like red-hot wire through paper. Heavy carapaces burst, green ichor spraying like rain. In an instant, more than 1,000 beetles collapsed, painting the ground a crimson bloom. Ha! Every time Mist Song acts, it's like watching a masterpiece magnificent. Jin Xianghe threw his head back and laughed. You flatter me, Lord Xianghe. Compared with you, my skills barely deserve mention. Song Jingyun dipped in a graceful bow, her voice still sweet as honey. Before her words had faded, Jin Xiang's muscles corded, and he stamped the earth. Stone chips flew as he catapulted dozens of meters into the air like a shell. Sweep them aside. With a roar, the giant axe arced out. 100-meter blade of force solidified in midair and cleaved downward. Boom. Where it struck, the nearest beetles were reduced to dust, and nothing but air remained in its wake. The arc plowed forward for over 100 meters before detonating, flames and shockwaves consuming hundreds more. A geyser of blood and chitin rose skyward, the power almost godlike. No wonder they say Lord Xianghe is on the verge of the 4th tier, Song Jingyun murmured. Ha ha ha, Mist Song. You're just as impressive, Jin Xianghe replied, spinning the giant axe as he landed with a broad grin. There was no time for more words. The human army had begun its charge. Though barely 1/10 the size of the swarm, their strength was overwhelming. Fireballs streaked through the air, serpents of lightning danced, sword light flashed, and summoned beasts thundered forward. Skill flowed into skill, tearing rifts through the insect tide. Barring disaster, they would finish the cleansing by noon. Yet deep underground, unnoticed by any of them, a 10-meter-long, 3-meter turtle, milky white slug-like creature was manipulating a strange object no larger than a ping-pong ball, guarded by more than a dozen humanoid insects. Soon, so very soon, the harvest is almost ripe. Humanity, revel in your final carnival while you still can. Deep beneath the earth, a colossal white matriarch swollen to hundreds of times the size of an ordinary grub pressed her bulk against the obsidian walls. Fleshy folds quivered over her bloated body, viscous mucus dripping from the creases and sizzling as it splattered onto rotting limbs below. Her grotesque head jutted forward, both bulbous compound eyes fixed on a milky pearl that hovered before her. Inside the orb, the vague silhouette of a larva flickered in and out of view. My child, she murmured, her voice echoing through the hollow cavern. Wait a little longer. The more blood that is shed, the stronger you will become. Once you are born, I will carve out a brand new realm for us. In less than half a minute, countless insect wraiths rose through the sand, dragging twisted trails of light as they converged on the pearl, which devoured them one by one. Scattered human souls, drawn by the same invisible force, were swept inside as well, thickening the pearl's milky glow. Meanwhile, the surface battlefield thundered with shouts and steel. Hundreds of thousands of insects were being slaughtered by fewer than 10,000 human professionals. A warrior fell here and there, yet the kill ratio stubbornly hovered around 200 to 1. An hour later, dozens of kilometers had become a charnel plain. Ash-gray breacher bugs lay piled like walls. Tank bugs with cracked shells gaped in bloody ruin. Scythe bugs dropped from the sky. Wings and blades snapped, layering the sand in a nightmarish carpet of chitin and gore. Another pink beam of energy screamed across the front, vaporizing hundreds of breachers in an instant. The caster, Song Jingyun, lowered her staff, purple hair lifting on the hot, metallic wind. Frowning, she swept her gaze over her hard-fighting comrades. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. You see it too, Mist Song? A deep voice rumbled behind her. Without turning, she recognized the speaker, Jin Xianghe, leader of the Korean contingent. Resting a huge axe on his shoulder, Jin crushed a severed insect limb beneath his boot. Don't these bugs feel weaker to you? Weaker? Song's eyes narrowed. It looks to me like they're throwing themselves away on purpose. Exactly, Jin said with a bitter smile. I just watched a rookie who'd barely reached tier 3 solo a tank bug and only come away with a scratch. That's absurd. They stared at one another, equally disbelieving. If the swarm were mindless beasts, panic might explain their collapse. But both knew a brilliant intellect guided them, the matriarch whose cunning rivaled, perhaps surpassed, any humans. What was she planning? Yes, what was she planning? Why send her legions to be culled? Why not fight to the last? Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun exchanged a glance, each seeing unease in the other's eyes. They were not afraid of the brood mother's dying frenzy. They were certain they could defeat her. What unsettled them was the strange behavior before them. The brood mother was not leading a desperate charge, but was instead throwing hundreds of thousands of lesser insects to their deaths. That silent madness sent a chill down their spines. Forget it. Kill them all first, then rush the nest as fast as we can, Jin Xianghe muttered through clenched teeth, making the decision. We have no choice. Let's hope everything goes smoothly, Song Jingyun replied with a nod. With a shared roar, they plunged back into the seething swarm. Axelight and blade shadows crossed in a spray of gore, and their clearing speed jumped by another 50%. Time crawled by. Near midday, the once sky-blotting horde lay in tatters, fewer than 60,000 insects still screeching and flailing. Other human elites hunted them down, and the battlefield rang with triumphant shouts amid blood and fire. In this battle, tens of thousands of humans had faced several 100,000 insects. Only a few thousand had fallen, with just over 10,000 wounded. A victory as glorious as any classic engagement of the past few centuries. Champions from every faction were aflame with excitement. Even the air seemed to boil. Leave 10,000 to mop up the rest. Everyone else, follow me to the nest, kill the brood mother, and seize the node. Jin Xianghe raised his twin-bladed axe, his deep voice rolling across the field. At the same time, Song Jingyun raised his arm and shouted, "Warriors of the Yamato people, the final battle is here. Follow me to the brood mother's lair, claim the node for His Majesty the Emperor." Deep inside the insect nest, viscous, shadowed walls writhed like living flesh. A massive brood mother sprawled at the center of a cavern, every compound eye fixed tenderly on a single orb. The gem had once been the size of a ping-pong ball. Now it had swollen to 2 meters across, and the vague silhouette within had solidified into clear form. Almost my child. You will be born soon," the brood mother crooned, madness and doting blending in her tone. Thick limbs stroked the orb's surface, each pass leaving a bloody glow. But tremors and blasts echoed up the passages, showering the cavern with grit. The brood mother's stiff neck segments twisted. She knew humans were coming. Barely 10,000 insects still held the tunnels, yet the human advance was too swift. At the same time, the souls she had lured were nearly spent, and the orb's absorption had slowed. Damn it, so close. The brood mother snarled, her bulk squirming in agitation. At last she tore her gaze from the orb and fixed it on the lone entrance. Boom boom, fire blossomed at the tunnel mouth as the last assault bug was hacked apart. Before its chunks hit the ground, a towering figure crashed through falling rubble into the chamber. It was Jin Xianghe, the provisional leader of the Bangzi forces. Sweat, blood, and dust streaked his face. Gripping his twin-bladed axe, he breathed with steady ferocity. The moment he entered, a lurking tank bug snapped its jaws wide and spewed a white-hot torrent of flame, hot enough to melt steel and incinerate 9 out of 10 peers. Jin Xianghe bellowed and surged forward instead of retreating, muscles taut as iron chains. His axe cleaved the jet in two, then swept sideways, shattering the tank bug's dark carapace and slicing its massive body cleanly in half. The defense that once baffled Wei Xiaosu now tore apart like paper. Smoke still hung in the air when Jin Xianghe stepped onto the tank bug's smoldering corpse. He looked toward the cavern's depths, meeting the brood mother's furious gaze, and his voice thundered off the stone. "Hey, you disgusting bug, hand over the node, and I might let you die quickly." The brood mother's vast eyes burned with anger and frustration, yet even more with an uncontrollable excitement. "Such a powerful soul, kill you, and my child will hatch all the sooner." Its raspy mental whisper rolled across the cavern roof. With a chorus of shrill screeches, the 12 humanoid insects, each just over 2 meters tall, lurking at its side, burst into motion, streaking toward the tunnel mouth like black lightning. In sight, Jin Xianghe barked as pale gold light flashed through his pupils. Broodmother's Guard, Tier 3 boss. Strength 40, Agility 7,999, Constitution 7,999, Willpower 7,999, Unknown Attribute 2,999. Damn, that's insane. He sucked in a sharp breath. Tank bugs were peak Tier 3 as well, yet their stats looked pitiful next to those numbers. In less than 30 seconds, Jin Xianghe was forced steadily backward. Desperate, he roared, "All peak Tier 3 fighters, get in here and help." "Heh, even you need backup sometimes, Xiaoing Hecken." Song Jingyun laughed lightly, though her heart was pounding. Aside from the two of them, no one in the cave could trade blows with these guards and survive. Joking or not, Song Jingyun moved instantly. She raised the orb in her palm. Brilliant runic light flared, and spell after gorgeous, lethal volley boomed through the cavern. Under the combined assault of the peak Tier 3 team, the first guard soon collapsed. Yet the instant its life winked out, a fingernail-sized glowing cord drifted from the corpse, shot deeper into the cave, and was swallowed whole by a sphere more than 2 meters across floating before the broodmother. Knew something was fishy, Jin Xianghe muttered, brow knotted. Until now, neither he nor Song Jingyun could understand why the broodmother kept throwing away its vast army. That single scene linked every clue. Those suicidal charges were all part of her plan. Bad news, the broodmother's definitely plotting something. Forcing one guard back, he called to Song Jingyun, "Hold them off, I'm going to smash that creepy orb." At that very moment, a shiver of unease stirred in Song Jingyun as well. She only nodded, pouring surging mana into her jewel. Fox-shaped shadows shimmered across its surface, and the three tails behind her grew steadily more solid, ready to shift from phantom to flesh at any second. Song Jingyun's class was the nine-tailed spirit foxen ancestral profession of the entire Songjing clan. Ranked 18th among hidden classes, it fused offense, defense, and control into one formidable package. Each time the nine-tailed fox gains a new class tier, it grows another tail. Song Jingyun now sits at the peak of Tier 3, three tails unfurled, and the power she is about to unleash comes from the third. The cave's rancid, humid air seemed to thicken. Raising the orb in her hand, Song Jingyun called out softly, "Nine tails alluring gaze." A phantom fox on the orb slowly opened its eyes, light both ethereal and wicked. In a flash, the 11 Tier 3 elite guards froze where they stood, pupils fogged in confusion. Seizing the opening, Jin Xianghe crouched, muscles swelling like detonating cords. With a tap of his toe against the rock wall, he blurred forward, slipping past the guards and shooting straight for the cave's depths. In less than a second, the guards shuddered back to awareness, bellowing as they wheeled around to pursue. Song Jingyun could never hold 11 peers for long. She clenched her teeth, pushed the charm to its limit, and wrung out another 2 precious seconds. For Jin Xianghe, that was enough. At the tunnels, a translucent sphere floated, casting a sinister, icy glow, the source of every tremor in the nest. Gripping his great axe with both hands, Jin Xianghe roared, cleaving tide. The axe whistled through the air like a half-moon storm, aimed not at the guards or the brood mother, but at the sphere itself. Break it, and the mother and her minions would be powerless. No, stop! The brood mother shrieked, hurling commands at her guards, yet distance was too short. The axe shadow struck the sphere almost instantly. Boom! Crack! The blade, able to turn a tank bug to ash, halted against the sphere, but fissures spiderwebbed across its surface. At last, with a glassy shriek, it shattered. The remaining force exploded outward, a shockwave ripping through the entire underground nest, flinging the brood mother, Jin Xianghe, and all 11 guards. Inside the sealed cavern, the blast multiplied. Song Jingyun's pupils tightened. She formed another seal. Nine Tails' divine aegis. A rose-colored shield blossomed, a half-dome that absorbed the blast for everyone. Scalding air hammered the barrier, making it hum with a teeth-rattling whine. When the dust settled, the brood mother writhed among the rubble, green ichor pooling like a stream. The 11 guards, battered and bleeding, still stood before her, no longer showing the slightest urge to attack. "Look, what is that?" someone shouted. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged, humanoid, yet far more grotesque than the guards. Roughly 2 meters tall, its skin was jade green, limbs thick and powerful. If not for the insectoid face and curving fangs, its armored frame might have passed for a human warrior. "My child, ha ha ha, my child, you're safe." The brood mother cackled, dragging her slime-slick bulk toward it. "GRK, GRK, GRK, GRK." The creature bared its fangs in a low, chilling laugh, eyes dull with hunger. "My great mother, creator of my flesh," it whispered, voice laced with cruelty, "my strength is still lacking, far, far lacking. Perhaps I should start by devouring you." The moment that ghostly voice rolled through the cavern, every listener, human or brood mother alike, jerked to a halt. Had they really heard that sinister whisper, or was it only an illusion? "My child, what are you saying?" The brood mother's bloated body froze in midair, ripples of trembling fat betraying her instinctive urge to retreat. "I said," the humanoid insect's lips split into a grin more horrifying than any wound, its crimson tongue grazing cracked lips. "Let me devour you. Only by swallowing you can I advance. The swarm's future belongs to me, not to you." Before the words had fully left its mouth, the brood mother barked an order to the 11 surviving guards. Chitin scraped on chitin as their hulking bodies formed a living wall around her. "Damn it! Why can't I control you? Damn!" She hurled command after command toward the creature's mental core, but each one vanished without a trace. "Ha! Ha ha!" The humanoid insect laughed, the contempt in its eyes as sharp as a blade. "Dearest mother, have you forgotten? In any swarm there can be only one sapient mind. A second must be driven out or destroyed. I choose the latter. From today on, I am the king of the swarm, the true king." With that declaration, the self-styled insect king exploded into motion. Razor-edged limbs tore through the air as it lunged straight for the brood mother, showing no fear of the 11 guards closing in. Across the chamber, Jin Xianghe had already fallen back to the center of the human formation, standing shoulder to shoulder with Song Jingyun. Their expressions were grim. They took no pleasure in the dog-eat-dog spectacle before them. If anything, their unease only deepened. Reveal. 2 streaks of gray-white light flashed, and the pair instantly gleaned every detail about the insect king. Soul-eating Zerg insect king. Tier 0 Lord class. Strength, 1. Agility, 10,999. Endurance, 10,999. Spirit, 10,999. Son of its Lord class. And those stats are in Sanithir almost identical to mine. Jin Xianghe hissed, pupils contracting. Song Jingyun was no less stunned. Born at Lord class? Unless it has an absurd bloodline or unheard-of talent, no creature should be able to skip entire realms like that. In this world, Third-tier experts were considered boss level, fourth-tier corresponded to beast general, and only fifth-tier counted as lord class. Once in a great while, however, a 1 in 10th ascend anomaly appeared. The creature before them was clearly the swarm's super prodigy, emerging from its shell already standing at the threshold of tier 5. Gritting his molars, Jin Xianghe muttered, I once saw a hatchling dragon that was lord class straight out of the egg, but that was a dragon. How can the Zerg produce a monster on the same level? Song Jingyun drew a sharp breath and lowered his voice. Be glad your earlier strike forced him to hatch prematurely. Otherwise, he'd be even stronger. Right now his stats are only on par with ours. Up against 11 guards, he's bound to lose. Insight was not the privilege of Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun alone. Every third-tier combatant who had followed them sensed that something was wrong, and a chorus of alarm burst through the cavern. Their cries had barely died away when, in the distance, the Insect King began his slaughter. 11 guards hemmed him in, yet he moved with eerie composure. In less than 10 seconds he twisted off one guard's head, splattering the stone walls with black-green blood. The moment the body hit the ground, a thread of gray soul shot from the severed neck. The Insect King caught it with iron-like fingers, tipped back his head, and swallowed it whole, his expression one of rapture. As the soul entered him, arcs of blue light flared across his skin, muscles swelled, and scales surfaced had just leveled up. What exquisite souls! Truly, I am the finest spawn mother ever birthed. He shuddered, a strangled screech leaking through his jagged teeth. The blue glow had yet to fade when he blurred forward again. Another guard's skull exploded, and a second gray soul shrieked into his palm. Such speed, such power, Jin Xianghe stared, terror flooding his eyes. On paper, their attributes were similar, yet in reality the Insect King's combat strength dwarfed his own. Faced with the same guards, Jin Xianghe needed his allies merely to stay alive. The Insect King, fighting alone, spotted a weakness in a heartbeat and killed without ever being pinned down. Xianghe, this is bad, Song Jingyun muttered, her face drained of color. He's still getting stronger. We have to act, Mist Song. Jin Xianghe nodded, rallied their squads, and swept deeper into the cave, inadvertently turning the brood mother and her remaining guards into the very ones they meant to protect. Interesting, how very interesting. Far from fearful, the Insect King was ecstatic at the humans' arrival. With maniacal laughter he shattered the floor beneath him, became a streak of teal light, and before anyone could track him, pierced the guard line to stand before the brood mother. So fast, far too fast. Every third-tier fighter in the cavern, including the reputedly fourth-tier Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun, was left gaping as the Insect King came to a halt. My dearest mother, thank you for creating me. Yet I am still incomplete. Only by devouring your soul can I ascend and restore the swarm's former glory. Fanatic devotion distorted his features. He slammed his fist forward, punching clean through the brood mother's bloated torso. The brood mother stared at the hole in disbelief before collapsing at the very brink of victory. The Insect King could seize any soul. Even death could not spare the brood mother from being swallowed whole. Delectable, what a rich and powerful soul, the Insect King murmured. Born of the same origin as I am, and just the thing to mend what my body lacks. Not far away, Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun were racing toward him when they saw the Insect King hovering above the broodmother's corpse. His chest was slightly distended, as if he were swallowing something by the mouthful. Both warriors skidded to a halt, horror stamping out all hope after devouring the broodmother's soul. The Insect King was evolving again. King class. That's impossible. Song Jingyun's throat tightened to a rasp. Even a dragon can't reach king level in its juvenile stage. A moment ago, the Insect King had merely been lord class. With enough sacrifice they might have carved out a sliver of chance. Now, with a single step into king class, the entire battle flipped on its head. King class meant one thing. As long as he survived, he was guaranteed to break into 6th tier supreme combat power. True strength rests on 2 pillars, level and realm. The higher the level, the greater the power, but growth isn't limitless. Many spend their entire lives stuck at tier 2 or 3. To jump from tier 2 to tier 3, one's realm must first reach boss class, or the level cap forever stays at 30. Realm, however, is independent of level. The Insect King had been born lord class, so leveling was smooth tier 1, tier 2, all the way to the peak of tier 5. After consuming the broodmother's soul, he could shove his level straight to the summit of tier 6. That was the real terror. The ordinary insect soldiers were a different story. Their levels were shackled by the broodmother, their realms permanently low. They were like Wei Xiaosu's summoned skeleton laborers. Any creature that can be mass summoned will always rank below its summoner, and only outside intervention can push it past its master. Eyes closed, the Insect King seemed to be sifting through a flood of memories and new authority. A sly smile curled his lips. So this is the broodmother's control protocol? My dear mother spared no expense to create me. In just a few days our numbers dropped from over 1 million to less than 20,000. Seeing him motionless, Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun decided to gamble on a surprise attack. The instant they neared, a flash of silver sliced the air. The last 9 brood guardians lunged in, forcing them back. He stole the brood mother's authority. Damn it. Jin Xiang's sword was knocked aside as he growled. Song Jinjian's gaze went icy. Only 9 guardians left. We outnumber them. Kill them first. 9 guardians were deadly, but the duo could barely keep pace even before. With a squad of peak tier 3 allies behind them, they believed they could clear the field in 60 seconds. Fate had other plans. Just as they charged, the Insect King opened his eyes. Pale gold-slitted pupils swept the battlefield like blades. Then he threw back his head and laughed, a piercing, metallic laugh. The sound cracked like thunder, shattering the fighter's resolve. So this is the brood mother's authority, he mused. Let's see what it can do. With a casual gesture, the Insect King pointed at the remaining 9 female guards. A faint green beam shot from his fingertip, and in the blink of an eye their auras surged violently. From now on, you are my royal guards, he announced. I grant you beast general strength. Go to the battlefield and wipe out those feeble humans. The 9 guards, once merely boss level, were instantly elevated to beast general class, their power doubling. With a flick of his wrist, the Insect King pulled them back to his side and freed them from the humans' assault. The next moment he leapt upward, hurling a fist-thick lance of green energy into the sand ceiling. Dozens of meters of packed sand split apart, forming a gaping tunnel, and his figure vanished through the opening. Damn, it's outside. Our men are in trouble. Jin Xiang's face went ashen. To mop up the remaining swarm later, he had left more than 10,000 fighters guarding the original battlefield. The Insect King was clearly heading for the softest target, backed by 9 beast general guards and the remnants of the hive. Worse, the creature meant to push himself to this ruins level cap level 40. Once he reached it, he could swallow everyone whole. Jin Xiang has stared at the hole the Insect King had torn open, dozens of meters of sand ripped apart as if it were paper. Even he had to admit he could never match that explosive power. There was no time to think. He and Song Jingyun ordered an immediate retreat, summoning every teammate scattered through the tunnels. A force of more than 30,000 surged from the nest and raced toward the first battlefield. They had barely set foot on that familiar stretch of sand when horror greeted them. Every one of the 10,000+ defenders lay in pools of blood, corpses strewn in every direction. Barely 10 minutes had passed. Look, the breacher bugs are bigger now. And the tank bugs. The breachers feel like lord class. The tanks are beast general level. And the broodmother is dead, killed by the very Insect King she created. Only then did the hunters grasp what had happened. Blood drained from their faces. Hope plummeted. A raspy, mocking voice cracked through the air. Human souls taste even better, it seems. They turned to see an enormous tank bug lumbering forward, its heavy carapace glinting under the sun. Upon its broad head stood a slender green figure, hands clasped behind his back, surveying them all. He's at tier 3 peak already. Impossible. Even devouring 10,000 tier 3 humans shouldn't let him level this fast. Jin Xianghe clenched his jaw, veins bulging at his neck. He tightened his grip on his giant axe, kicked off the ground, and rocketed skyward with a roar. Sweep the battlefield. The axe carved out a towering crescent of energy that slashed toward the Insect King like a tangible half-moon. The Insect King smiled, voice dripping with ridicule. You are strong. Not quite the invincible tier 3, but close. If Mother created me to handle someone like you, perhaps she wasn't entirely useless. He raised his right fist and casually punched forward. Boom. A thunderous crack split the air as the once unbreakable axe arc shattered. A streak of green light tore through the fragments. Before anyone could blink, the Insect King reappeared in front of Jin Xianghe. In his hand he held a human head, frozen in a mask of terror. Jin Xiang's. The strongest of the humans had been killed in a single strike, without even the chance to fight back. On a dune in the desert ruins, several teenagers in school uniforms sat in a loose circle, chatting idly. Wind whipped yellow sand around their feet, and the blazing sun baked the golden surface, stretching their shadows long and thin. Xiaosu, Huaxiao really took a hit this time. The plump, good-natured Pei Qian swung his tactical pack off his back, wiped the sweat from his brow, and muttered, "None of the experts we lined up made it in, and we've already lost a bunch of students and soldiers." In addition to Pei Qian, the circle included Nanji, Lu Yang, Lu Taizhu, and Su Xiaoqing. Dust clung to their clothes, but defiance still burned on their faces. Timing and fate, Lu Taizhu sighed, hugging his knees. Word is the Sun and Moon sect was behind this. They really buried us. Damn it. Hot-tempered Lu Yang drove his short blade into the sand. When I get out of here, I'm signing up for the next sweep against the Myriad Races cult. I need to get a few beasts and blow off some steam. His outburst echoed across the empty desert. Nanji and Su Xiaoqing exchanged a glance and nodded sounded cathartic enough to them. On the usually silent Wei Xiaosu scratched his nose, clearly embarrassed. Any way to speed up a breakthrough from leader class to boss class? If I follow the manual step by step, it'll take 10 days, maybe more. That's easy, Nanji said with a grin and a wink. Train with a higher grade manual. Brother Su, you don't just waltz into boss class. Pei Qian chuckled, leaning back on his hands. Lu Yang and Lu Taizhu shared wicked smiles. Watching Wei Xiaosu struggle was their favorite pastime. After all, the guy had slaughtered dozens of peak third-tier tank beetles with nothing but second-tier peak leader class strength. If this were an online game, they'd have reported him for hacking ages ago. My Su family has a cultivation manual 2 tiers higher than your Nethershade Profound Art, Su Xiaoqing said suddenly, her smile fading into seriousness. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. The others instantly flicked their eyes back and forth between the two, their expressions thick with teasing innuendo. Ahem. Su Xiaoqing cleared her throat and shot them a frosty glare. I'm already tier 3, he's still tier 2. I wouldn't feel comfortable otherwise. A parade of mental curses stampeded through Wei Xiaosu's head, but he kept his face calm. He might be the strongest fighter here, yet Nanji, Pei Qian, and Su Xiaoqing had all broken into tier 3, and being stuck a tier below definitely stung. What's the cost, the catch? After a brief pause, he looked up. Cultivation manuals weren't meant to be handed out freely. If he were caught passing on his Nethershade Profound Art from the academy, the penalties would be severe. It's my family's manual, and in the future head of the Su clan, Su Xiaoqing said, tossing her ponytail. I can give it to anyone I please. No strings attached. Su Xiaoqing's voice was cool and aloof, yet her words hit everyone present like a thunderclap. Wei Xiaosu wasn't one for false modesty. She offered exactly what he lacked, so he accepted it without hesitation and quietly filed the favor away. After the crowd dispersed, Su Xiaoqing lifted a hand, releasing a pale blue gleam that guided him to sit cross-legged in the clearing while she taught the technique in person. The art was called the Shun Song Scripture, and a rank manual Zus ancestor had stumbled upon during the early days of the Cataclysm. Once activated, energy surged into the body like a tide, accelerating cultivation dramatically while tempering both flesh and mind. Armed with this scripture, Su Xiaoqing had rocketed from a tier 0 rookie to a tier 3 boss in just a few months. When the lesson ended, she exhaled lightly. Get familiar with it, I'm heading out. Passing on the incantation drained far more of her mental strength than simply using a skill book. The moment the words left her lips, her figure blurred and vanished down the corridor. The Wei Xiaosu looked up to thank her, only to find the hallway empty, and he could only let out a wry smile. Following Su Xiaoqing's instructions, he urged the energy along the prescribed path. A tiny blue sun seemed to flare in his dantian while the current raced through his meridians. In moments he felt a tide of power utterly unlike the nether obscura he had practiced before, at least 10 times faster. With his innate insight talent layered on, the boost was almost immeasurable. With the nether obscura, it would have taken him 10 days, maybe half a month, to brush the threshold of the boss tier. Now he sensed he could break through in a matter of hours. The thought chilled him. No wonder people said it was hard for the poor to rise. He prided himself on his talent. Yet beside someone like Su Xiaoqing, backed by a clan, the gap was glaring. The Su family was considered wealthy in Xinjiang City, but only middling in the wider Huaxiao Empire. How terrifying must those born with Shrank or even S-Shrank manuals be? He forced the stray thoughts away and sank into meditation. Time ticked by. After little more than an hour, the energy inside him had piled up to the brink, needing only a final spark to cross into the boss tier, to become a third realm expert. At that very moment, the ground lurched violently. Gravel sprayed through the air, and terrified screams from tens of thousands rang out. Wei Xiaosu was yanked from his trance, his mind doused in ice water. Dust clouds billowed in the distance, and his chest tightened at the sight. Several familiar figures sprinted toward him, Su Xiaoqing among them. It's bad. The joint forces from Korea and Japan were crushed by the Zerg. Almost all 40,000 tier 3 fighters are dead, fewer than 1,000 are still fleeing. The brood mother is down, but a brood king has emerged, a peak tier 3 monarch. Blow after blow landed, and Wei Xiaosu's worldview rocked. Tens of thousands of tier 3 elites wiped out? How were the rest of them supposed to survive? Forget it, just run. Someone shouted. Run? We're inside a ruin, where can we go? We're finished. This time we're really finished. The shouts overlapped, and everywhere he looked, thousands of people were flooding in every direction. Yet the ancient site had limited space and only a handful of exits. In a place this small, where could they possibly run? Sure enough, the moment the crowd scattered, countless tiny black dots appeared on the distant horizon, racing toward them at frightening speed. Working in concert with the bugs chasing from behind, the newcomers moved to seal the encirclement. It was the simplest, most effective trap-catching prey in a bottle. The Bug King didn't even need to show up. Anyone with the slightest grasp of tactics would have done the same. Damn it, we're surrounded. Screw this, brothers. Let's take these disgusting bugs heat-in. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. What are you scared of? They've got just over 10,000 bugs, and we've got more than 10,000 people. We can still wipe them out. Man, use insight. Their average strength is way higher than ours, and there's a Bug King out there. That thing cuts down peak tier 3 fighters like chickens. How do we beat that? If they were facing ordinary insectoids, the line might not have collapsed so quickly. Last night's raid had been just as dangerous, yet everyone had held on, convinced it was the bug's final counterattack survive until dawn, and the coalition would reclaim the field. Now, more than 1,000 soldiers from the front lines stumbled back to the stronghold in defeat, and the news spread like a plague. In seconds, over 90% of the force lost heart, thinking only of escape. They weren't alone in their confusion. How could tens of thousands of Tier 3 fighters, plus a couple thousand at peak Tier 3, be routed so completely? Even Wei Xiaosu found it absurd. Moments earlier he had used insight on the invading swarm. The bugs were stronger, but not by much. On paper, even the weakest Tier 3 should have ragdolled an assault bug. We can't run, Wei Xiaosu barked. Rally everyone and fight back. There are only about 10,000 assault bugs, wipe them out. He pointed out that their numbers matched the bugs, and their top fighters were superior. The 1,000+ retreating soldiers were all Tier 3, none of them were weak. Senior Taiju, spread the word for me. Wei Xiaosu drew a deep breath. I can summon 1,000,000 skeleton mages at once, all peak Tier 2. They might struggle to kill assault bugs outright, but they can harass them and soak up hits. 1,000,000 skeletons, those bugs will hack themselves numb. The crowd exploded. 1,000,000? All at once. Even at peak Tier 2, that's insane. Everyone pictured a black tide of skeletons smothering the swarm and stared in shock. Even if the skeletons merely lined up to be chopped, they would exhaust the assault bugs. Kid, you're not joking, right? Lu Taiju asked, his voice trembling with equal parts shock and delight. Summon 1,000,000 skeletons in one go and you're still worried about cracking the boss tier? Look at the situation, does this seem like a joke? Wei Xiaosu replied, steel-voiced. Fine, get ready. He'll give the shout. Lu Taiju drew a deep breath, preparing to bellow the order. Never in his life had the berserker imagined his greatest use would be acting as a megaphone. Fortunately, the immortal peach Wei Xiaosu had given him earlier had already healed his wounds. Otherwise, he would never have been able to project his voice across the entire settlement. Summon. With a sweep of his hand, Wei Xiaosu unleashed the forces he had been hoarding in his summoning space. 800,000 skeletal mages and 50,000 skeletal guards poured out like a tidal wave. He then poured in additional mental power and yanked another 150,000 skeletal mages into reality before finally stopping. Within a few heartbeats, 1,000,000 skeletons carpeted the battlefield. Interlocking bones rolled like a restless sea, and the ceaseless creak of bone against bone normally, something to Furno beat like the most stirring war drums. All skeletal mages harass the breacher bugs with artillery spells and protect every human. If you face a lethal attack, move up and take it. All skeletal guards work with third-tier experts to surround and eliminate the third-tier tank bugs. If a lethal attack comes, block it first. Commanding a 1,000,000-strong army individually was impossible, so Wei Xiaosu had to rely on broad instructions. He muttered to himself that a real strategist would be nice to have. Sadly, undead were notoriously slow in developing intelligence, and even his strongest king-grade skeleton, Xiao Shui, could only shout, handsome, so handsome, incredibly handsome. 10,000 troops already look endless, and 1,000,000 skeletons gathering was a spectacle beyond imagination. The humans, who had been lost in despair, felt hope rekindle, and even the third-tier fighters retreating from the front found the courage to rally. That hope lasted only a few breaths. Waves of breacher bugs crashed into the skeletal ranks, and the battle became a one-sided slaughter. The mage's spells could not crack the insect's shells. Every charge or sweep of a claw shattered several, sometimes a dozen skeletons at once. Numbers aren't always enough. One of the humans sheltered behind the lines murmured, as the fresh spark of courage guttered out. If this was all the skeletons could do, the fight was still lost. Yet a few people saw the undead's true value, including Song Jingyun, leader of the island nation's remaining forces. She was still alive. She had made it here with a handful of battered soldiers, certain they were marching to their deaths. Now a fierce light burned in her eyes. Maybe this battle could still be won. Song Jingyun wiped the blood from her lips and fixed her gaze on the breacher bugs, her killing intent surging. She suddenly flung the orb she had been cradling into the air, and her clear, melodic voice rang across the battlefield. Nine Tails' absolute death beam. As a peak third-tier cultivator, projecting her voice over 10 kilometers was effortless, especially since she was no ordinary peak third tier. Her declaration told everyone the battle was far from over. Sure enough, as her voice echoed, 6 people including Wei Xiaosu looked up in unison. Hovering 100 meters above them was an orb radiating a vivid pink light. In the next instant, more than 1,000 interwoven pink and black beams burst from the pearl, each one radiating a bone-chilling aura of death that left no doubt about its destructive power. They did, however, have a flaw: their speed was sluggish. A Tier 3 combatant could dodge them with ease, and a Tier 2 could manage if warned in advance. Siege bugs, apex monsters at the peak of Tier 3, should have slipped away effortlessly, yet they were trapped by the encircling skeletal horde and could muster only a fraction of their full speed. Splat, 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 beams caught up at last. Piercing screams rang out, and the thousands of siege bugs that had been mowing down skeletons moments before were erased in a heartbeat. Oh my god, who was that? One strike wiped out a tenth of the siege bugs. That's insane. Ha ha ha, we can win this. Kill those disgusting bugs. Song Jingyun's heaven-defying move pumped the faltering troops full of adrenaline. Pei Qian's rolls of fat quivered as he cursed in shock. Holy SHD, that's tier 3? Nanji's mouth fell open as well. The Songjing clan from the island nation is here too. No one else on the field had any idea who the Songjing clan was, not even Su Xiaoqing. But there was no time for explanations. The 6 of them dived back into the battle. Wei Xiaosu did not join them. Instead, he led Xiaoming, Xiao Shui, Pei Qi, and Xiao Qiang toward an unmanned sector of the front. Xiaoming bombed them. Thrilled by the order, Xiaoming danced with glee, pulled a rocket from his pelvis, and lit the fuse. Boom. A mushroom cloud rolled skyward, and the earth trembled while the swarm screeched in agony. Ding. 288 siege bugs killed, 1 tank bug killed. Ding. 6,688 skeleton mages lost, 121 skeleton guards lost. Wei Xiaosu remained calm, tapping Xiaoming's smooth skull with one knuckle. Keep bombing. Second volley. Ding. 316 siege bugs killed. Ding. 5,718 skeleton mages lost, 12 skeleton guards lost. Windblown grit stung his eyes. Squinting, he threw another punch. Blow them all to hell. A dozen rockets rained down in quick succession, turning a 100-meter radius into scorched earth. Only a few siege bugs and skeleton mages clung to life. Wei Xiaosu barked, Xiao Shui, Pei Qi, harvest. Tightly packed skeleton mages sealed off the bugs' retreat, and Xiaoming's relentless bombardment left the enhanced siege bugs and tank bugs helpless. Casualty numbers skyrocketed, and everyone on the field felt they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Then the battle twisted without warning. At the rear of the swarm, a cyan blur shot into the air. The moment it landed, it charged, a casual punch vaporizing a human expert on the spot. Even a tier 3 powerhouse burst into red mist under a single blow. Not good. The Bug King is here. The first to spot the Insect King was Song Jingyun, and he saw her at the same moment. This human expert who had once slipped from his grasp was still vivid in his memory. Die! He roared. With a single step, the Insect King turned into a streak of blue light, his fist tearing through the air with a deafening boom toward Song Jingyun. If the blow connected, even her peak tier 3 physique would be blasted into mist. Ninetales' divine command. In a flash, Song Jingyun formed a seal, and a pale pink barrier flared to life. Boom. The savage punch slammed into the shield. Song Jingyun was hurled 100 meters, tumbling across the ground before she barely managed to stop. Though the barrier had blocked the killing strike, blood still sprayed from her lips, and her face went deathly white. Damn it, why is the gap this huge? The Insect King charged again. Despair filled Song Jingyun's eyes. She almost shut them and waited for death. At that instant, several shouts split the air. Angel blade light slash. One strike, he's so cool. Golden and obsidian sword beams sliced through the sky and locked onto the Insect King. Boom. Caught off guard, he took the twin blasts full on and was thrown back dozens of meters. Wei Xiaosu, Pei Qian, and 4 others flashed at Song Jingyun's side. The ones who had attacked were Su Xiaoqing and Xiao Shui. Hey, do you speak Chinese? Nanji asked, glancing at the wounded Song Jingyun. A little. Song Jingyun was stunned. A group of students in school uniforms had just challenged the Insect King Hedon? Good. Wei Xiaosu pulled a celestial peach from his storage pouch and tossed it to her. Eat this and heal. Then work with us. We're taking the Insect King down. Take the Insect King down? Song Jingyun wondered if that punch had rattled her brain. Are all of you peak tier 3? Don't overthink it. Only he and I are peak tier 3, Lu Yong said, nodding at the burly Lu Taiju with a helpless shrug. And the 2 of us are the weakest here. Song Jingyun was completely petrified. Save the talk. He's coming, Wei Xiaosu warned. Interesting, truly interesting. The Insect King flickered and reappeared only a few dozen meters away, looking down on them. Your souls must be delicious. I'll kill you, devour your souls, and when I leave this ruin, I'll found a new insect empire. He cackled and launched another assault. 7-color immortal tower strength. Blood sacrifice conversion, strength. 7-color immortal tower speed. Blood sacrifice conversion, speed. 7-color immortal tower guard. Blood sacrifice conversion, guard. Nanji and Pei Qian summoned their weapons and unleashed their enhancement skills, while the 2 support specialists stacked buffs on their teammates the moment the battle began. Nanji's class is Rainbow Fairy, ranked 10th on the hidden class list, and known as an exceptionally powerful support specialty. Her personal weapon, the 7-color Celestial Pagoda, hovered above her palm, 7 halos arching around the tower like a rainbow bridge, pouring steady boosts into the party and herself. She had just advanced to tier 3, able to grant strength, speed, and defense buffs at a staggering 30%, an almost broken advantage. On the other side, the chubby Pei Qian wielded the Blood Sacrifice Priest class, another route unseen for centuries. He owned almost no exclusive skills, yet after acquiring someone's blood, he could copy their abilities. Before the fight began, Nenji handed him a drop of her essence blood, so he now enjoyed the same 3 buffs. Whoa, this is insane. Alwayan gasped first. With the double boost, her power jumped 60%, while speed and defense soared as well. Even her breathing felt scalding. Right now, she was confident she could duel the Insect King alone. There are too many targets to maintain. I can keep the buffs for 10 minutes at best, so make it quick. Nanji warned, guiding the pagoda with a grim face. Come on, why do I feel it'll last only 7 or 8? Pei Qian wailed, but no one answered. Everyone unleashed their strongest moves, charging in for the kill. Angelic Blade Oblivion. Su Xiaoqing raised her luminous sword. The moment it fell, the ground split open with a thunderous crack, carving a trench more than 10 meters long and several meters deep where the Insect King had stood. With the dual buffs, her combat strength now outstripped even the former champion, Jin Xianghe. A jet black sword arc then ripped across the sky. Xiao Shuai's strike. Although still at late tier 2, his mastery was extraordinary, the edge of his sword energy even sharper than Su Xiaoqing's. The Insect King, however, slipped aside with terrifying speed. Not just Su Xiaoqing and Xiao Shuai. The long-range bombardments from Lu Yang and Lu Taizhu were dodged just as easily. A chill swept the group. Damn it, he's too fast. He's stalling, waiting for our buffs to run out. Someone snarled. Ninetail's alluring gaze. A soft, sultry voice rang out. A charm wave burst forth, and the Insect King's eyes glazed over. It froze in place. Now, energized, everyone detonated their ultimate skills at once. Boom, boom. Pillars of light and roaring explosions crashed down, firestorms billowed, and the wasteland convulsed under the impact. Phew, that has to be the end of him, right? Lu Yang wiped the sweat from his brow and broke into a wide grin. The Insect King was terrifying. Any one of them would have died in single combat, and calling it unbeatable at tier 3 was no exaggeration. Who still bothers with single combat these days, especially a fight to the death? If you can gang up, you gang up. Lu Taizhu shrugged and chimed in, his tone dripping with contempt. When he finished, he glanced back at Song Jingyun, the beguiling woman following behind. She was standing motionless amid the smoke, faint runes of light swirling across her palm as she quietly manipulated the distant Insect King. A chill ran through Lu Taizhu. She can control the Insect King itself. Thinking of how she had wiped out thousands of reinforced assault bugs in a single move, he felt more monster than man beside her. Offense, control, defense. She flowed from one to the next without a seam, and he saw no weakness at all. After a brief silence, a bluish figure burst from the haze. The Insect King was drenched in blood, bone-deep gashes crisscrossing its carapace, yet its aura flared like a fire whipped by a gale. It grinned, licked the blood from its tongue, and let out a guttural roar. Humans, you have enraged me. Great annihilation. Run. Wei Xiaosu sensed the danger first and screamed at the top of his lungs. But the Insect King gave them no chance. In the very next heartbeat, a tidal wave of brutal energy erupted outward, bleaching the sky and earth. Ninetail's divine dominion. Song Jingyun instantly unleashed her secret art. Thunderous detonations, louder than any rocket barrage, rolled across the battlefield, turning the surroundings to scorched earth. For the first time in his life, Wei Xiaosu felt death so close he could taste it. Yet, the moment the blast hit, a pale pink membrane unfolded around him, silently absorbing most of the force. 10 seconds later, the storm subsided, leaving a crater nearly 100 meters wide in the charred ground. The Insect King staggered at the bottom, panting, its earlier momentum gone. All around, several human figures lay sprawled amid blood and rubble, breathing faintly, powerless to resist. The Insect King's face darkened. Without that pink membrane, these humans would already be ash. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, every skeletal mage Wei had summoned shattered in the shockwave. Broken bones blanketed the ground, at least 100,000 of them. The Insect King spent more than a minute regulating its breath, then began trudging toward the unconscious humans, intent on killing them one by one and devouring their souls. It had just lifted a foot when a black iron shovel whistled through the air and smashed straight into its face. Bang! Caught off guard, the Insect King sailed backwards several meters and slammed into the crater wall. The ambusher was Wei Xiaosu, who had only just managed to haul himself upright. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "That was way too close." Within the team, discounting his summons, he was by far the weakest, only peak tier 2 in every stat, a full tier below the others. Had the pink membrane not absorbed most of the blast, he would have been vaporized. Even so, his skeletal mages had paid a terrible price. 100,000 skeletons, all shattered. You're still alive? The Insect King was stunned by the shovel strike, a flicker of doubt crossing its mind. The human before it was only peak tier 2, so weak he should have been inconsequential, yet this very tier 2 human had survived the great annihilation. Xiao Shuai, patch yourself up now. Wei Xiaosu ignored the Insect King completely and flung a bundle of freshly cut grave grass along with 2 bowls of chilling funerary rice toward the nearby skeleton. With his power boost gone, the Insect King was only a shade stronger than a typical third-tier peak, so if Xiaoshui could regroup, the outcome was still up in the air. Humph, die every last one of you. The Insect King's 6 compound eyes flashed a savage red. He understood better than anyone how dangerous that skeleton could be. Even weakened, he could not afford to give his foes a single moment to heal. You want Xiaoshui dead? You'll have to get through me first. Wei Xiaosu's gaze turned frigid as he pulled out a snow-white finger bone and, without hesitation, drove it straight into his own heart. The instant the bone sank in, he let out a guttural roar. No matter how many times he had tested it, the agony was always like being flayed alive. As the finger bone pushed deeper, his flesh peeled away like melted wax, slithering to the ground before drying into ash and scattering on the night wind. With every swirl of gray dust, his aura climbed higher. Watching from a distance, the Insect King felt his scalp prickly. Grotesque transformation was nauseating, confirming once again why the undead topped every most revolting list. Your aura's skyrocketing, but you're still nowhere near enough. The Insect King curled his lips into a sneer, yet kept advancing. He had no intention of waiting for his enemy to finish transforming. Die! With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward, driving a fist at Wei Xiaosu's half-formed chest. Black mist billowed as a towering skeleton stepped out, raising a massive shield with a resonant clang. The punch landed with a dull boom, shoving the skeleton Xiaoqiang several meters back, but the lethal blow was stopped. With his realm suppressed, the Insect King could no longer smash Xiaoqiang instantly. At full strength, 3 punches would have been plenty. Wei Xiaosu howled as the last scraps of flesh exploded into nothingness, leaving behind a skeleton wreathed in blood-red soul flame. The fire danced in hollow sockets, and a regal undead pressure made the air itself feel viscous. Ding effect 2 of the mysterious white finger bone is complete. Your power is doubled, but you will lose 1% of your current experience every minute. The heavenly Dao system's prompt echoed in his mind. Wei Xiaosu tightened his grip on the iron shovel, battle spirit roaring. Double strength still would not let him solo the Insect King, but if he could stall until Xiaoshui recovered, the 2 of them might truly pull off the kill. Xiaoqiang, prepare for combat. He barked, stepping up beside the armored skeleton only to notice something off about his guardian. The green soul flames in Xiaoqiang's sockets were flickering wildly, almost ecstatic. Wei Xiaosu instantly pulled up the skeleton's status panel, and one glance left him completely stunned. Xiaoqiang, a Tier 2 beast general, entered in a grade frenzy, fighting side by side with the Lord of the Undead and pushing his stats 50% higher across the board. Wei Xiaosu stared at the interface, a grin spreading across his skull-like face. He had tried the bone finger transformation in private, but he had never summoned a skeleton before and had no idea a team-wide bonus even existed. A flat 50% boost to every stat was insane. A moment ago had only been 50-50 on stalling the Insect King. Now his confidence shot to 90%. He threw back his head and laughed. The advantage is mine, victory is certain. As his laughter echoed, Xiaoqiang's limbs swelled with muscle, cracking the ground beneath him. He charged first, colliding with the Insect King so hard the air itself detonated. Wei Xiaosu followed but caught a straight punch to the chest that rattled his bones and sent him skidding more than 10 meters. Luckily, his skeleton was tougher than steel, and he escaped serious injury. The Insect King tried to press the attack, claw-tipped fists slicing the air, but Xiaoqiang threw himself in the way, absorbing every blow. Stone shards flew and thunderous impacts shook the battlefield for minutes. Both fighters' bones cracked, yet neither yielded. If they weren't dead, they didn't have to care. Meanwhile, inside the summoning space, Xiaoshui gulped down grave grass and grave meal, and the heavy wounds on his aura mended to almost full. Wei Xiaosu's eyes lit up. That should do. Summon Xiaoshui, he called. Black mist rolled outward, and a caped skeleton wielding a bone sword emerged, already in frenzy, its stats likewise soaring by 50% enough to threaten the war-weary Insect King. No, impossible. You're only Tier 2. The Insect King roared, panic cracking his guard. Xiaoshui slipped through the opening, his bone sword flashing cold. One slash severed the Insect King's entire arm, spraying black blood. The tide of battle flipped instantly, and Xiaoshui's fighting spirit blazed. He could now challenge even a fresh Tier 4 novice. The Insect King barely blocked the next wave of sword energy, never noticing Wei Xiaosu circling to his flank. The iron shovel whistled out, cleaving a third of the monster's skull. Sheer vitality kept the creature swinging, and it hammered Wei Xiaosu away, but a ribbon of black sword light followed. Thud! The massive head arced skyward, a downpour of blood drenching the ground. Congratulations, you have slain a Tier 3 level 40 Monarch class Insect King. Experience 16.66 million. The heavenly Dao system chimed in Wei Xiaosu's mind. He froze as a strange force swept through him. The barrier that had blocked his growth for so long shattered, and torrents of experience flooded in, propelling him forward. Ding dong. Second advancement quest complete. Level raised to tier 3, level 31. All attributes 40. Ding. Innate skill Immortal Glory has reached effect 4. Ding. Dirge of the Fallen has risen to boss quality. Level 31, effect 4 unlocked. With the Worm King dead, Wei Xiaosu instinctively dropped his skeletal form. Every minute in that state cost him 1% of his current experience, and he wasn't about to let it bleed away. In the blink of an eye, those stark white bones were sheathed in crimson flesh. Tendons knit, skin wrapped tight, and within 10 seconds a lean young man with sharp features stood where the skeleton had been. He rolled his wrist, the joints cracked pleasantly, and the ease of a human body returned. Beside him, Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui exchanged identical looks of disappointment. The contrast was obvious, and it made Wei Xiaosu bristle on the spot. Hey, what's with those faces? Don't I look handsome like this? He snapped, the exhilaration of revival still ringing in his voice. When the two played deaf, he let it drop, focused, and a translucent blue panel fan opened before his eyes. His personal status screen. Name, Wei Xiaosu. Boss class, Necromancer 3rd advancement. Level, 314, 1.75. Strength, 4,588. Agility, 5,132. Constitution, 5,116. Spirit, 12,222. Signature gear, Lament of the Departed. Summon capacity, 18,444,400. Skills. Talent, Immortal Glory SSS. Summon Skeleton, Mage, G30. Ghostfire G. Summon Skeleton Boar G. Summon Skeleton Guard G. Summon Sky Cleaving Swordsman S. Of all 4 attributes, Spirit had soared the most past 10,000 for the first time, straight to 12,000. Most professionals at their 3rd advancement were prodigies if their strongest stat hit 7 or 8,000. Breaking 10,000 was almost unheard of. Wei Xiaosu grinned at the numbers. Next came everyone's favorite part, the updated effects of his SS strength talent and signature gear. Talent, Immortal Glory SSS. Effect 1. Your formidable soul power lets you master the Necromancer's ultimate technique. Learn any identical undead summoning skill without limit. Stack their effects endlessly, and gain a slim chance to raise each skill's grade. Effect 2. With such soul power, you achieve true Immortal Glory. Any damage you take is randomly transferred to one of your summoned creatures, whether on the field or in your summon space. Effect 3. You may freely manipulate the death energy inside corpses, detonating them. Power scales with the corpse's former strength, though you cannot explode a corpse higher in level than yourself. This is known as Corpse Explosion. Effect 4. You possess the power to raise skill levels, but it costs skill points. Skill points can be gained by burning cash. Money is mankind's greatest desire. Spend it, harvest that desire, convert it into skill points, and upgrade your skills. Wei Xiaosu blinked. What the heck? A skill that literally eats money? A bad feeling crept over him, yet curiosity won. He willed the panel to upgrade a skill. Ding. Upgrading Summon Skeleton Mage requires 30 skill points. You have insufficient skill points. Ding. Upgrading Ghostfire requires 1 skill point. You have insufficient skill points. Ding. After several trials, Wei Xiaosu noticed a pattern. Upgrading a Grank skill normally cost 1 skill point, but Summon Skeleton Mage was the lone exception, demanding 30. Maybe the spell's 30-fold summoning power justified the 30-fold price tag. Summon Void Swordsman, and Strength skill, was even worse, 100,000 points. The number made his scalp tingle. How do I even get that many points? He yelled inwardly. Before the thought finished, a pale blue screen popped up. The exchange rate hit him like a club. 1 skill point equaled 10,000 Huaxia credits. Seriously? That expensive? His teeth clenched. 10 grand for a single point mint and Shrank upgrade would cost $1 billion. He could barely wrap his head around it. Luckily, he still had a few tens of thousands in the bank, roughly 30+ grand. After a moment of pain and hesitation, he gritted his teeth and pressed confirm. Ding. Congratulations, you have spent 30,000 Huaxia credits and received 3 skill points. Besides Summon Skeleton Mage, he owned exactly 3 other Grank skills. Perfect, 1 point apiece. Ding. Congratulations, you have spent 1 skill point. Ghostfire has been upgraded from Grank to Frank. Ghostfire, Frank. Consume 1100 mana to conjure a ball of ghostly fire that burns the target. The more mana spent, the higher the damage. Haha, the Frank version is 10 times stronger than Grank. That 10 grand was worth every penny. His lingering heartache flipped to elation. Next, he bumped Summon Skeleton Boar and Summon Skeleton Guard to Frank as well. The creatures themselves didn't grow stronger, but mana cost was half. 10 points for 1 summon became 5. A straight-up epic buff. Wei Xiaosu relied on Summon Skeleton Mage not because it was powerful, but because it was cheap. 0.1 mana summoned 30 mages, true value for money. He casually tapped the panel. How many points to reach a rank? The answer flashed like a slap: 10 points, or 100,000 credits. A sigh escaped him. Broke might as well be tattooed on his forehead. Time to make some cash, he muttered. Money had always mattered. Now, being broke was crippling. He shifted focus to his gear and opened its description. Dirge of the Departed. Boss level, 31 tier, 3. Strength, 1000 agility, 1000 constitution, 1000 mana, 1000. Effect 1. Dig a pit, bury a corpse, and 60 seconds later a sapling bearing strange fruit will sprout. Only activates on creatures you personally kill. Effect 2. Dig a grave, pry open a coffin, and walk ever deeper down the path of depravity, growing stronger all the while. Any grave you unearth or corpse you approve rises as your most loyal servant. Fails if the corpse was more than 100 times stronger than you in life. Effect 3. In a tiny garden, dig and dig, plant tiny seeds, and tiny flowers bloom. In a vast garden, dig and dig, plant giant seeds, and giant flowers bloom. After purchasing seeds from the Nethercoin shop, Dirge of the Departed unlocks farming mode. Effect 4. Freely switch Dirge of the Departed's form. Current alternate form, Reaper's Scythe. Description: he is dead, yet not entirely dead, alive, yet not fully alive. Death is not the undone, death is. How Elegy of the Departed can change form? Wei Xiaosu stared at the note under Effect 4, unable to hide his excitement. In the very next second, the plain black shovel in his hand rippled with darkness. Its blade folded in, the handle stretched out, and in a blink it morphed into a massive scythe reeking of death. A page of exclusive stats floated into view. Reaper's Scythe. Boss grade. Rank 31, Tier 3. Strength 2000. Agility 2000. Constitution 2000. Spirit 2000. Effect 1. All 4 attributes 10. Effect 2. 10 chance to ignore defense on attack. Effect 3. Harvest the target's soul on kill, converting it into minor healing. Effect 4. Can freely swap Elegy of the Departed's form. Current alternate form, Reaper's Scythe. Description: he is dead, yet not wholly dead, alive, yet not truly alive. Death is not the undone, death is. The attribute bonuses had doubled, and every combat effect was brutally useful. Effect 3, in particular, was straight-up lifesteal. Wei Xiaosu was over the moon. Huh, no more fighting with a shovel. He ran his hand along the scythe's haft, completely enamored. Its looks were flawless. That scythe from the Hollywood Grim Reaper? Merely a prototype. This one was taller, fiercer, and infinitely cooler, nearly 2 meters long, half a head taller than Wei Xiaosu himself. The crescent blade gleamed menacingly, and the black mist coiling around it threatened to swallow the light. One glance told anyone it was far from ordinary. After admiring it to his heart's content, he willed the weapon to fold back into the plain shovel, then started cleaning up. Couldn't waste the Brood King's corpse. A peak Tier 3 royal body buried in the earth might yield Wakanwat treasures. Luckily, the king wasn't overly large. He shoved the whole thing into a storage pouch. Otherwise, he really would have had to abandon one of the tank bugs. Inventory check. 65 tank bugs and 1 Brood King, stacked into dozens of pouches. Staring at the haul, Wei Xiaosu could hardly be more satisfied. Once he digested everything from these ruins, his power was bound to take another leap. He was about to check on his classmates' injuries when a glimmer half buried in the gravel caught his eye. A crystal sphere no bigger than a ping-pong ball lay exactly where the Brood King had fallen. He had almost missed it. The Brood King drops loot? Wei Xiaosu muttered in disbelief. Since the second day in these ruins, not a single monster had dropped anything from assault bugs to tank bugs to Brood Kings. All had been empty-handed. The moment he picked up the crystal orb, however, a barrage of system prompts exploded in his mind, and a pale blue screen unfolded before his eyes. Congratulations, you have obtained the Core Nexus, Soul Convergence Orb. The ruin will collapse in 10 seconds. All creatures inside will be forcibly teleported out. Destination, Blue Star. Holy crap, it's the Core Nexus. Wei Xiaosu's heart skipped a beat. A relic's core is a treasure even 9th-tier powerhouses would kill for, and he had picked one up without the slightest preparation. Knowing that fortune must stay hidden, he quickly scanned his surroundings. Aside from a few unconscious classmates, no one was around. Then carefully slipped the orb into his Wonio-vacant pink storage pouch. The 10-second countdown was flying by. With no time to appraise the orb, Wei Xiaosu looked up and saw the ruined sky being torn apart, black lightning-like rifts cleaving heaven and earth. The pocket world crumbled before his eyes. A wave of dizziness hit him, and when his vision cleared, he was already standing on Blue Star's soil. Because the exit coincided with the entrance, he hadn't been hurled into the island nation or the stick country, a fact that made him exhale in relief. The scene around him, however, was anything but calm. Along with scattered insectoids, tens of thousands of skeletal mages were flooding out of the shattered relic. If these monsters fell into unprepared hands, the damage would be catastrophic. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened. He activated his reverse summoning skill, forcibly reclaiming every skeletal mage and barely stabilizing the situation. Everyone, eliminate the monsters. A thunderous, rage-filled shout rolled across the sky. Wei Xiaosu looked up. The dean of the melee division, Wang Guowei, was hovering overhead. His expression was calm, yet the almost tangible aura of fury surrounding him made every student's scalp tingle. Damned vermin, Wang Guowei growled, sweeping the field with a frosty gaze. Days ago, tens of thousands had been dragged into the ruin. Now fewer than 10,000 remained. The sight ignited a blaze in his chest. In an instant he became a streak of light, seized a tank bug by the head, and shot into the air. Compared with the multistory-tall creature, he was no bigger than an ant. Yet the monster famed for its impregnable defense hung helplessly in his grip. Before the stunned crowd, Wang Guowei began a ruthless dismantling. He ripped off the bug's four massive legs, tore away its heavy carapace, twisted off its antennae, and yanked out its rows of fangs. Within moments the colossal beast was reduced to a mangled torso and head, its shrill screams echoing across the plains. He tossed the twitching insect to the ground, letting the nearest students finish it off and scoop up the loot, then locked onto another tank bug to vent the rest of his fury. Damn it, Bug King, Wei Xiaosu muttered. Watching the carnage, you should thank me for ending you. If you'd crawled out of that ruin, even dying would have been a luxury. There were only a handful of bugs left, and after the outsiders' brief slaughter, not a single one lasted 3 minutes. The instant the clamor of battle faded, healers who had been waiting on the sidelines poured in. Pure white holy light, crystal clear streams, and emerald vines of life flared in succession, sealing every wound they touched. Wei Xiaosu watched as a student who was hanging by a thread fell under a high priest's spell. In less than 10 seconds the kid went from corpse-pale to rosy-cheeked, then bounced up ready for another round. Now that's some serious healing, Wei Xiaosu muttered, jealous to the core if his own squad had a cleric like that. He'd have the guts to solo the Bug King at full strength. In a dungeon or secret realm, a solid support is often worth more than another damage dealer, especially one who can top off a dying teammate in a single cast. People will fight tooth and nail for someone like that. Just as he was sighing over it, a panicked voice burst into his mind. Help! He's killing a monkey. Wei Xiaosu, save me. He slapped his thigh. Crap, I forgot about the great sage. Right before the showdown with the Bug King, Head stashed the fledgling monkey in a safe corner to keep it clear of the crossfire, then promptly forgot. Now that they shared a master-servant bond, he could sense its exact location. He spun on his heel and sprinted. If the little guy got mistaken for a monster and hacked apart, he wouldn't know where to cry. Dean Wong, spare the monkey. When he arrived, the man holding the great sage upside down by one leg was Wang Guowei, the melee department dean who had been nursing a grudge all week. Luckily, the dean hadn't yet used his infamous dismantling art, or Wei Xiaosu would already be digging a grave. At the shout, Wang Guowei looked up. When he recognized Wei Xiaosu, one eyebrow lifted. As the head of all combat departments, he knew every prodigy at Magic University. This kid had been Tier 1 before they entered the ruins, and in just a few days had rocketed to Tier 3. No wonder he made it out alive. This monkey yours? Wang Guowei asked, still dangling the great sage. The monkey's face was a picture of despair. Wei Xiaosu forced a smile and nodded. Yes, Dean Wang. I contracted it inside the ruins. Wang Guowei squeezed the monkey's limbs once, then tossed it through the air. Good quality, decent bloodline. Train it well. ITLL, make a fine helper. The great sage flipped midair, landed on its feet, and shot behind Wei Xiaosu, clutching his pant leg with both tiny hands. It only dared stick out 2 round eyes. This human was scarier than the Tiger Demon King and the Bug King put together. Wei Xiaosu patted the little creature's head and bowed slightly. Thank you, Dean Wang. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Under normal circumstances he would have stayed to chat and build connections, but today was not the day. For now, he decided to drop the idea. The look of resentment on the man's face made Wei Xiaosu worry that one wrong word would earn him a beating. He was about to slip away when Wang Guowei's deep voice came from behind him. Those hundreds of thousands of skeletons we just saw, were they all your summons? Among this year's freshmen at Mo University, only 2 students could summon undead creatures. One was the 5th-ranked newcomer, the necromancer Lu Jiadong, who majored in death magic and only minored in summoning. Even with extraordinary talent, he could never call up so many skeletons at once. By process of elimination, the boy standing here, the one who looked so harmless, had to be the culprit. A sort of. Wei Xiaosu laughed awkwardly, knowing he couldn't hide the truth. Inside the ruin he had once summoned 1,000,000 skeletal mages. Too many witnesses had seen it for him to deny anything now. It either is, or it isn't, Wang Guowei said, his expression dark as ink. Wei Xiaosu shivered. Reporting, Dean Wang, the skeletons were mine, he answered, snapping to attention. Once he had the confirmation, Wang Guowei's face eased a little. Skeletons were weak individually, but a horde of hundreds of thousands could exhaust a 4th-tier powerhouse. As long as this talent survived, he was destined for high-level ranks. All right, you can go. In a bit, join the other instructors for the trip back to campus, Wang Guowei said, waving him off. Watching the boys retreating back, the dean nodded to himself. 2 ranks in just a few days, and he could still unleash legions of skeletons. This monster of a student would go far. Great sage, that man was terrifying. I almost died because of you. The monkey, now small enough to perch on Wei Xiaosu's head, wrapped its tail around his hair and grumbled. Wei Xiaosu rolled his eyes. With Wang Guowei's keen vision, A masking badge couldn't hide the fact that the great sage had contracted with him. If the 8th tier dean had really been displeased, squashing the little pet would have been easier than stepping on an ant. Of course he's scary, he's 8th tier. 8th tier? The great sage nearly toppled off his head, clamping its mouth shut for fear the powerhouse might overhear. After saying goodbye to Wang Guowei, Wei Xiaosu found Lu Yang and the others, now fully healed by high-tier clerics. The 3rd-tier students had recovered quickly and were peppering him with questions about how the insect king had died. To keep the secret, Wei Xiaosu dumped all the credit on Song Jingyun. She finished it off, he said. No one doubted him. At peak 3rd tier and ranked 18th on the hidden class list as a nine-tailed fox, her turning the tables on the insect king sounded plausible enough. The conversation shifted to who had taken the relic core. Some suspected Song Jingyun, but since killing the insect king didn't necessarily mean claiming the core, the topic soon fizzled out. Of course, had Song Jingyun been present, she would have slammed the table in protest. Whoever slew the insect king would definitely have the relic core. She had seen it herself. The queen bug had used that core to create the super life form they called the insect king. Before long, under the school's orders, all the trainees were back on Mo University's campus. Dog-tired, Wei Xiaosu dragged himself to his dorm and headed straight for the bathroom. He hadn't felt hot water in days. Layers of mud and dried blood clung to him. When the scalding spray hit his skin, it washed away days of exhaustion. Steam swirled around him, and he trembled with relief, letting the shower run for more than half an hour. Sliding the door open at last, he shook the water from his hair and spotted Desheng hugging a 1-liter bottle of Coke, chugging as if had never tasted it before. Wei Xiaosu's eyelid twitched. Burp. Hey, leave some for me. He barked. That was a whole liter of liquid happiness. Desheng licked his lips and waved the empty bottle. Haha, this stuff is amazing, Wei Xiaosu. I want more. Do you know how pricey that is? 7 yuan a bottle. Wei Xiaosu groaned, holding up 7 fingers. 7 yuan? Desheng froze. How long does it take you to earn 7 yuan? Wei Xiaosu plugged in the hairdryer, blasting his hair as he sighed. They say a single penny can trip a hero. 7 yuan is 700 pennies, enough to trip 700 heroes. Think it's easy to earn? Desheng shivered. Head just down 700 heroes in one gulp. No wonder his master was upset. I'm sorry. I should have saved you some, he mumbled, eyeing the empty bottle. Wei Xiaosu waved it off. Relax, I'm not stingy. Once I've got the cash, I'll buy you more happy water. With that promise, he shut off the dryer. The wide-eyed Desheng was nearly moved to tears. By the way, I've got a few dirty shirts, socks, and shoes over there. Could you wash them? I'm wiped out and need some sleep, Wei Xiaosu said, yawning as he walked toward the bedroom. Sure thing. He'll get right on it. Desheng nodded eagerly. For another 7 yuan bottle of joy, head wash laundry 100 times. Watching Desheng trot off to the bathroom, Wei Xiaosu smirked, closed the bedroom door, and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep almost instantly. He slept like a rock. When he woke, it was already the next morning, over 10 hours later. Opening the door, he saw his clothes hanging neatly on the balcony, swaying in the breeze, and felt a wave of satisfaction. Desheng, where's my monkey? He called, glancing around. Watching TV, came the reply from the living room. Dashing's voice drifted out from the living room. Wei Xiaosu paused, then stepped inside. On the couch sat a sleek furred monkey, eyes fixed on the television. Seriously? You know how to watch TV? He blurted, remembering he had never shown Dasheng how the remote worked. The monkey didn't bother answering. He simply pointed at the thick user manual on the coffee table. The message was clear. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. This monkey was impressive. But when he noticed the set was tuned to a shopping channel, his heart lurched. Hey, Dasheng, kids don't need shopping shows. We can't afford any of that. He snatched the remote and started flipping channels. By chance it landed on the children's network, showing an animated journey to the west. This is better, there's a monkey in it who's awesome, he joked, ruffling Dashing's head. I've got errands to run. Wait for the delivery, and remember to pick it up downstairs. Outside the dorm he pulled out his phone, its screen crowded with messages from his advisor, Wang Xiaoman. Come to the academic affairs office when you're rested. There was no dodging it. He headed over. The office was brightly lit. Along with Wang Xiaoman, Dean Wang Guowei was present. Seeing the dean, Wei Xiaosu felt a stab of guilt, as if those deep eyes could read his secrets. Professor, Dean Wang, he greeted respectfully. Xiaosu, there you are. The dean and I were just talking about you, Wang Xiaoman said, patting the chair beside her. How are you feeling? Much better, thanks. He shot a quick glance at Wang Guowei and lowered his voice. Professor, what did you need? She nodded. In 2 days the university is starting a special training camp for freshmen. Only 20 students will be chosen, and the deans themselves will teach. Selection comes with a reward of 100 credits, and top performers can earn extra. Are you interested? Wei Xiaosu had been bracing for questions about the core array node. Instead, she dropped this offer on him. 100 credits and free classes with the deans? Normally it cost 10 credits just to sit in on a single lecture. Now they were waiving the fee and giving credits on top. Who could say no? Absolutely. He agreed, then asked, But why is the university launching this camp so suddenly? Pleased, Wang Xiaoman smiled. It's to prepare for this year's national exchange competition. With the deans coaching you directly, your practical skills will rise fast, and we hope you'll bring honor to the university. A nationwide exchange tournament? They're really going that big? Wei Xiaosu was stunned. Had heard of inter-school scrimmages before, but those were small, local affairs. This was clearly on an entirely different scale. Wang Xiaoman ignored his shock, her voice steady but forceful. In 2 months at the end of the year, every well-known vocational university in the country will take part in a single exchange tournament. In the past, each province fought its own battles. Magic, you usually faced only a few schools in Shanghai. This time is different. Our opponents could be from anywhere, even Jingyu. Jing University was hailed as the nation's top vocational school, having dominated every previous exchange. Wang Xiaoman spread her hands. This year, Magic, you must put them under us, no matter what. That's why the administration ordered every department head to teach personally. Wei Xiaosu, make the most of this chance. Her words set his blood aflame. Facing the country's best was the stage of a lifetime. Then a question surfaced. Why him? There were plenty of freshmen. Though the Ruin expedition had wiped out nearly a third of them, the top talents were still around. The special training squad only had 20 spots. Even if he moved up 50 places, it shouldn't have been his turn. Catching his confusion, Wang Xiaoman chuckled and glanced at Wang Guowei, who was scrolling through his phone. Dean Wang personally approved your admission. You are the only summoner chosen. Wei's heart jolted. He recalled the number of skeletons head summoned the night before. Apparently the dean had seen potential in that display. He immediately bowed. Thank you, Dean. Wang Guowei finally looked up, gave him a brief glance, and said, don't thank me yet. Each university can send at most 10 people to the national tournament. You've only made it into the training squad. Whether you represent the school is still uncertain. Thank him too soon, Wei grumbled inwardly. But under the dean's formidable presence, he swallowed the remark and nodded. I'll do my best. He couldn't resist asking, Dean, who else is in the squad? Wang Guowei offered no reply. Wang Xiaoman stepped in. 5 students were given direct spots. Besides you, there's Shi Ritian from melee, Lu Linlin from ranged, Li Mao from assassination, and Nanji from support. The other 15 slots will be filled through instructor recommendations. Each of the 4 was considered a top talent in their division, especially Shi Ritian, whose name was a punchline, yet whose strength kept him firmly at the top of the freshman rankings. By comparison, Wei's special admission made him feel out of place. The summoner division had barely over 100 students, and several of them still ranked above him. All right, head back and get ready. The special training class will be announced and begin within the next couple of days, so give it your best. Wang Xiaoman finished her reminder, her eyes brimming with anticipation. After learning about Wei Xiaosu's astonishing performance in the ruins, she and Wang Guowei both pinned high hopes on him. All right then, teacher, Dean Wang, they'll get out of your way. Wei Xiaosu nodded and turned to leave. He had barely taken half a step when Wang Guowei's steady voice sounded behind him. There's a trial tower on campus. If you have time, give it a try. You earn credits for every level you clear. Got it, Dean Wang. Outside the academic affairs office, he let out a long breath, feeling unusually light. Showcasing his strength really paid off. Otherwise, why would the school invest so much in him? If not for that stellar showing in the ruins, his freshman ranking alone would never have earned him this slot. You actually get credits from the trial tower? Seriously? Nobody told me. He grumbled while heading back to the dorms. Credits were gold on campus. You could trade them for almost anything, and some people even sold them for cash. Rumor had it that 1 credit was worth roughly 1,000 Huaxia yuan. Of course, almost no one actually cashed them out. An rank skill book, for example, cost 10,000 credits. 10 million in cash, and even 100 million outside the academy might not buy one. Credits aren't my problem. Money is, he muttered. With enough cash, he could keep leveling up his skills. Once he chose the right one, he could push it from the lowest tier to the top without ever worrying about compatibility. Beep, beep, beep. His phone vibrated, snapping him out of his thoughts. Zhang Taidan's familiar avatar lit up the screen. Zhang Taidan tagged as ripoff artist. My dear brother Xiaosu, how have you been? Zhang Taidan. I just opened a branch store on Magicus Commercial Street. Drop by when you have time, and it'll carry you to the top of the rankings. That jerk. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. If Zhang could afford a storefront on that high-rent strip, he must have fleeced a lot of poor souls. Wei remembered how his own slime sword had been bought for 10,000 and flipped for 50. The thought made his teeth itch. Me, a mere gold tier player, yet you dare brag like that? Zhang Taidan. Brother Xiaosu, don't slander me. I'm platinum now. Zhang Taidan. Anyway, down to business. I got you 10 more Summon Skeleton Mage manuals, and another 10 Summon Skeleton Warrior manuals. Let me know when you can pick them up. This kind of trash is hard to find. Most people just throw it away if it drops, so your brother Zhang went through a lot of trouble to put the set together. Me. Bro Egg, where's the new shop? Send the location, and he'll head over right away. On MOS Commercial Street. Wei Xiaosu followed the map on his phone, and, a little over an hour later, found Zhang Taidan's new shop. A signboard with big white characters on a black background yet on specialty store number 2 stood over the door, radiating sheer tackiness. Wei stared at the words, his brow twitching. The name screamed bankruptcy, yet the guy had somehow opened a second branch. Unreal. He pushed open the glass door, and a crisp bell cut through the silence inside. The place was barely 20 square meters, half the size of the old shop back in Xiaoing. But the walls were freshly painted, new stock lined up neatly on the shelves, and the wooden displays still smelled of varnish. The most eye-catching sight, though, was behind the counter Zhang Taidan, head down, mashing his phone while the screen's glow painted his face green and white. He was buried in an honor of King's match, fingers flying. A clerk stepped forward, but Wei raised a hand. "I'm looking for the owner." He headed to the counter and called out, "Dongge, I'm here." Zhang didn't look up, nodding at lightning speed. "Xiaosu, give me a few minutes, I'm hard carrying this game." "Oh." Wei arched a brow. Had the guy actually improved in the past few months? One glance at the screen killed the thought. Top lane Zhuang Zhou with Purify, sitting at 5111. The score was 620, and almost every death was on Zhang Taidan. Calling that a carry whatever, not worth the breath. He quit watching the carnage and strolled around. The shop was small, but the merchandise was classy. High-grade materials and limited edition gear laid out in perfect order, a clear notch above the Qingyang store. This was Magic City, sell bargain goods here, and you'd be dead in a week. A few minutes later, Zhang shouted from behind, "Xiaosu, I wiped the floor with them, huh?" Before Wei could turn, Taidan was already trotting over, phone held high. "Look, MVP. Victory." Wei shot him a doubtful glance, then at the screen. Sure enough, Purify Zhuang Zhou had snagged MVP. The other 4 teammates must have been saints. Watching Taidan beam made Wei's chest tighten as if head just been ripped off. All right, you're amazing." He waved a hand. "Where are the skill books I asked for?" "Right here." Zhang slipped the phone into his pocket and rubbed the ring on his middle finger. In the next instant, a bundle of skill books tied with coarse rope appeared out of thin air. Wei's eyes lit up. "No way. Dongge, is that a spatial ring?" "Oops, you caught me." Zhang put on a theatrically sheepish face and twirled the antique ring under the light. "Picked it up 2 days ago, 2 million cash, paid in full." Wei's mouth twitched. Did he think he was buying a car? And what did he mean by caught me? "Quit acting innocent, everyone knows you did that on purpose." Wei Xiaosu grumbled, but his eyes were glued to the silvery gray spatial ring in Zhang Taidan's hand. The band was sleek, etched with a faint lightning pattern, and looked far more sophisticated than the bulging pink storage pouch at his own waist. A ring took up almost no space, and, even at the smallest size, was said to hold a full 100 cubic meters, enough to make anyone drool. "Brother Dan, how much can that ring hold?" he finally asked, unable to stop himself. Zhang Taidan waved a dismissive hand, as though it were nothing to brag about, yet still gave the number a beat later. 215 cubic meters. Barely adequate. Barely? Wei Xiaosu almost had a meltdown. His poor pouch held only 10 cubic meters. Faced with that comparison, he quietly accepted the stack of skill books and chose not to embarrass himself further. "Seriously, Dan, just these few?" Wei Xiaosu flipped through them, acting dissatisfied. "Hey, don't underestimate these." Zhang Taidan thumped his chest. "They're Tier 0, Level 1 Necromancer summon manuals. In terms of rarity, they can go toe-to-toe with glass scrolls. I ran my legs off to collect these 20 copies." There was some exaggeration in his tone, but it was also true. You could find more class manuals on the market than these. Tier 0, Level 1 books were so unwanted that when monsters dropped them, nobody bothered to pick them up. Wei Xiaosu laughed, stuffed the 20 volumes into his pouch, and saluted. "Thanks for the help, Brother Dan. Keep up the good work." As soon as Zhang Taidan stowed the books, Wei Xiaosu's eyes gleamed, and he leaned in conspiratorially. "Brother Dan, interested in treasure?" That was Zhang Taidan's signature line. He froze, then brightened. "What are we waiting for? Show me." Wei Xiaosu slapped the pink pouch onto the table. The insect carcasses were long gone, replaced by gear, items, and a handful of skill books he had scavenged from the ruins. The monsters had stopped dropping loot near the end, but with 100,000 people dead in that ruin, looting corpses alone had filled the entire pouch. He tossed it over. "All yours, but not for less than 1 million. Most of the bag was equipment, followed by assorted items, with very few manuals. Wei Xiaosu had done the math. The haul was worth well over 1 million. The moment Zhang Taidan heard the word million, his eyes lit up. He probed the pouch with his spirit sense, found the seals removed, and examined the contents on the spot. A minute later he looked up, wearing a strange expression. "Brother Su, be honest, how many people did you cut down to get this stuff?" "Cut down your sister." Wei Xiaosu rolled his eyes. "You heard about the Mage University students who got dragged into that ruin a few days ago, right?" "Oh, right. Zhang Taidan finally relaxed. After a few seconds of thought he nodded. 1.2 million. Deal? And he'll throw in those 20 manuals for free. If you come across more good things, you know where to find me." "Huh, that's my gyno, my good brother Zhang. Relax. Next time I get something nice, I'll bring it straight to you." Wei Xiaosu slid the note marked offer, 1 million across the counter, though he was already counting on pocketing 1.2 million. That extra 200 grand felt like money from heaven. Was desperate. Zhang Taidan shook open the storage pouch. Weapons, materials, and ores spilled out like a waterfall before he waved them all into his storage ring. Only after everything was inside did he look up to find Wei holding his phone, the WeChat QR code glowing green. Your move, brother Zhang, Wei said with a forced smile, eyes full of caution. Zhang left his hands in his pockets and didn't budge. A cold sweat broke out on Wei's scalp. He knew this scene too well. Their last few deals had ended with him thinking he'd struck it rich, only to walk away empty-handed and even in debt. The treasure had indeed gone into his ring, but the money had lost was just as real. Brother Zhang, brother Dan, don't talk, just scan. He pushed the QR code closer, voice barely above a whisper. Little Wei, listen, I've really got something good. Scan first. Wei cut him off, afraid a single extra word would make him start spending cash he didn't have yet. Zhang shrugged, finally pulled out his phone, and beep. WeChat, 1,200,000 yuan received. When the chimes sounded, Wei stared at the digits, stuffed the phone back in his pocket, and strode out of Titan's specialty shop. Fooled once, twice. Wei head fall a third time. Dream on. With 1.2 million in hand, he reserved 200,000 for emergencies and converted the remaining full million into 100 system skill points. The figure looked impressive, but it would vanish fast. Leaving the commercial district, he ducked into a nearby park, chose a quiet patch of grass, sat down, and opened his interface to allocate points. The skeleton mages still needed the most help. As his own level soared, that summoned army lagged farther behind. In the ruins they were just cannon fodder, their explosive fireballs unable to kill even the weakest assault bugs. The question was, level up the skill first or raise the summon cap? Right now the skeleton mage multiplier sat at 30-fold. One level up would cost 30 points. He also had 10 matching skill books. Stacking them all would push the cap to 40, and then an upgrade would cost 40 points. But if he upgraded first and stacked later, would lower and higher level books still combine? In theory, yes, right? He reread his talent description again and again, thought it over for a long time, then finally clenched his teeth. Level up first, stack the quantity afterward. Ding. Congratulations, you spent 30 skill points and upgraded Summon Skeleton Mage G rank 30 to Summon Skeleton Mage Frank 30. Summon Skeleton Mage Frank 30. Costs 0.1 mana. Summons 30 elite skeleton mages at once. Their level scales with the caster. Please, heaven, don't let anything go wrong. Wei Xiaosu clutched a G-rank skill book, summoned Skeleton Mage, and prayed in silence. If the stacking failed, had probably burst into tears on the spot. There was no such thing as in Frank's Skeleton Mage skill book, and no amount of money could buy one because no monster ever dropped it. The market only carried Frank necromantic summons from other categories. Learn. He took a deep breath, focused his mana, and touched the page. A pale blue screen flashed up, lines of text scrolling across. Congratulations, you have learned the G-rank skill Summon Skeleton Mage. Innate talent, Immortal, SSS rank active, skill effect 1. When he saw the notification, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. As expected, the skill could be stacked further. Summon Skeleton Mage Frank 31. Costs 0.1 mana. Summons 31 elite skeleton mages at once. Their level scales with the caster. Saving 10 skill points meant saving 100,000 RMBA. Massive win. Next, he fused the remaining 9 identical skill books in one go, finally pushing the numbers to. Summon Skeleton Mage Frank 40. Costs 0.1 mana. Summons 40 elite skeleton mages at once. Their level scales with the caster. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of skeleton mages stored in his summoning space underwent a qualitative leap. Every last one rose from common to elite, their stats skyrocketing. Skeleton Mage, Tier 3, Elite. Strength 31, Agility 1688, Constitution 1754, Spirit 1568, Skill 2860. Active skill, Firecracker, Frank. Throws a small explosive at the target, dealing minor area damage. With almost double the base stats, Wei Xiaosu was thoroughly satisfied. If ID had these stats back in the ruins, I would have steamrolled everything with a million skeleton grunts. Besides, skeleton mages are ranged AoE by nature and hard counter the insectoids. Even assault bugs would have to keep their distance. With the skeleton mages settled, he pulled out a stack of summoned skeleton warrior books, 10 copies in all. Other people treated them as cannon fodder and couldn't be bothered to pick them off the ground, but Wei Xiaosu had a soft spot for these cheap units. He wouldn't trade them even for an S-rank undead summon. Skeleton warriors are weak early on? Doesn't matter. He figured that once the skill was maxed, they'd eventually grow into S-rank too. By then, a single point of mana would let him call forth tens of thousands of S-rank undead, and the thought alone was intoxicating. Learn. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned the G-rank skill Summon Skeleton Warrior. Use skill points to raise the level. Ding. Congratulations, you spent 1 skill point and upgraded Summon Skeleton Warrior from G-rank to Frank. After raising Summon Skeleton Warrior to Frank, Wei Xiaosu didn't even think about stopping, just kept pushing upward. Because the skeleton mage skill already had a huge base, he could only upgrade it once. Summon Skeleton Warrior, however, had started with a base of 1, making it the perfect breakthrough point, and he intended to squeeze every bit of value from it. The jump from F to E cost 10 skill points, and Wei Xiaosu pressed confirm without a second thought. Ding! You have spent 10 skill points. Summon Skeleton Warrior has been upgraded from Frank to a rank. Immediately, he tapped the button again. Ding! You have spent 50 skill points. Summon Skeleton Warrior has been upgraded from a rank to Drank. The word Drank lit up behind Summon Skeleton Warrior on the skill panel. Wei Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction, though his heart ached a little if the 100 skill points had just earned. Only 9 remained. With the rank settled, he turned to quantity. 9 copies of the same skill book were still in his inventory. He took a deep breath and absorbed them one by one. You have learned G-Rank Skill Summon Skeleton Warrior. Talent Everlasting SSS activated. Skill Effect 1. All 9 books dissolved into his mind, and the skill instantly stacked to 10. The panel refreshed. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Drank 10. Cost, 0.1 mental power. Allows you to summon 10 BOS class Skeleton Warriors simultaneously. Their level scales with the summoner. Summon Skeleton Warrior. He raised his right hand. A thread of pitch black mist streamed from his palm and hit the ground a few meters away. In the blink of an eye, a nearly 2-meter-tall Skeleton Warrior materialized, boots crunching the dirt, a vicious cleaver in its grip. Compared with the slight, delicate skeleton mage, this warrior's frame was far thicker. The weapon's edge gleamed with murderous chill, and its sheer build screamed raw power. Skeleton Warrior. Tier 3 Boss. Strength, 5,311. Agility, 5,008. Constitution, 4,204. Spirit, 4,718. Skill, 860. Passive Frenzied Slaughter Drank. When wounded, the Skeleton Warrior's combat power rises. The more severe the injury, the larger the boost up to double. Holy crap, that's insane, Wei Xiaosu muttered, heart pounding. A tier 3 boss with over 5,000 strength was crazy enough, but the truly outrageous part was that he could summon 10 million of them at once. Forget mid-tier professionals, an entire city could be flattened. Satisfied, he pulled out the mysterious white fingerbone again. 41% of its power remained enough for 3 more uses. You'll be my second king-class summon, he said softly. From today on, your name is Dipping Sauce. The irreverent name decided. The newly empowered Dipping Sauce saw its 4 core attributes skyrocket, and even picked up an additional skill. Zhangjiang, Tier 3 King Class. Strength 31, Agility 14,705, Constitution 13,284, Spirit 13,118, Skills 3,860. Frenzied Slaughter, Grade C. When wounded, a skeleton warrior fights harder the worse the injury, the greater the power, up to a 2-fold increase. The cap had doubled from 1 times power to 2 times. Wei Xiaosu noticed the insane boost at a glance. Yet the brand new skill that followed almost made him smash the display. Raven Takeoff, Grade C. Shout Raven Takeoff, and the next attack hits 20 harder. 3-second cooldown. Seriously? I've got to yell that out loud? The devs must be messing with us. He pictured hundreds of skeletons on a battlefield, all screaming Raven Takeoff in unison, and felt secondhand embarrassment wash over him. Thankfully, the skill was unique to Zhangjiang. Otherwise, he might have crumbled on the spot. Clearing his head, he compared Zhangjiang's numbers with those of Xiaoshui. Both were Tier 3 King-class summons, but in a real fight Xiaoshui could probably handle 2 or even 3 of the skeletons. A skeleton warrior was entry-level undead, while Xiaoshui had evolved from a hidden class, the sky-splitting swordsman worlds apart at the starting line. Accepting the gap, Wei Xiaosu dismissed Zhangjiang, made sure no one was watching, and left the park. At lunchtime, he walked to the pedestrian street outside Mo University. He picked a small diner at random, polished off a bowl of beef noodles and a few bites, then pulled out his phone to treat dashing in the dorm to a luxury takeaway Wallace combo. 1 burger, 2 drumsticks, and a bottle of soda. He used to begrudge himself that splurge. Now he could afford to be generous. Beep beep WeChat chimed in his pocket. The avatar tagged Nanji lit up at the top. Nanji, Xiaosu, we're at the trial tower. Are you coming? Everyone. He raised an eyebrow, guessing Nanji had also been fast-tracked into the special training class and followed Wang Guowai's suggestion to hit the tower. But who else counted as everyone? Me, everyone. Besides you, who? Nanji. Just everyone paid Shien and Su Xiaoqing. But Su Xiaoqing looks grumpy. I'm scared to talk to her. She's super fierce QAQ. Me. Ignore her. Probably that time of month. I'm on my way, Nanji. Ending the chat, Wei Xiaosu shook his head. He had no idea about Su Xiaoqing's cycle, but he could guess why she was upset. Of the 5 special admissions for melee specialists, only the absolute elites got in. With the monster Shi Ritian hogging the top spot, Su Xiaoqing never stood a chance. Now he had edged her out as well. No wonder she was sulking. He pocketed his phone and hurried through the campus shopping district, still slowing now and then to enjoy the view. The trial tower stood in Mo University's inner sanctum, off limits to outsiders. Pitch black and nearly 100 meters tall, it seemed to carve a slice of darkness out of the sky. Rumors said the tower itself was an SS-grade artifact whose internal space was warped and expanded. He wasn't cleared to know the details, but even from outside, Wei Xiaosu felt a pressure that bored straight into his soul. That kind of soul-deep oppression couldn't be faked. An SS-grade artifact really was on a different level. At the entrance of the trial tower, Wei Xiaosu had his identity confirmed and was allowed in without a hitch. The lobby was almost empty, fewer than 100 people, most of them first years. Since the tower's lifetime point bonus could only be claimed once, anyone who doubted they could rank high simply stayed away. Xiaosu, over here. A bright, clear voice echoed across the hall. Wei Xiaosu looked over to see Nanji in a teal dress, waving enthusiastically. Beside her, the chubby Pei Qian beamed, while the tall, striking Su Xiaoqing snorted and turned her head. Wei Xiaosu hurried over. Nanji, Pei Qian, Su Xiaoqing, sorry to keep you waiting. No worries at all. Pei Qian's grin spread like a blooming chrysanthemum. He glanced at Nanji on his left, then at Su Xiaoqing on his right, and finally waggled his eyebrows at Wei Xiaosu. Heard you got into the special training class. Not bad. Just lucky. Wei Xiaosu waved it off. No prodigy in summoning this year, otherwise I'd never have made the cut. Cut the fake humility. Su Xiaoqing folded her arms and gave a cold laugh. Wei Xiaosu, Nanji, Pei Qian. All three silently rolled their eyes. Nanji was too timid to speak, so Pei Qian smoothed things over, his cheeks wobbling. Let's get registered and hit the tower. Right, the trial tower. Let's go. Nanji echoed, though her voice was barely a whisper. Wei Xiaosu rolled his eyes again. He knew Su Xiaoqing's tongue was sharp, but her heart was kind, so he let it slide. The four of them walked to the registration desk. The gatekeeper was an elderly man with snow-white hair, slouched in a chair, watching the Legend of Zhan Huan on a tablet. Damn, the old man is still the old man, scary, as ever they all griped inwardly, but kept their faces respectful. This was Li Yixiao, a genuine peak 6th rank professional and an instructor at Mo University. Though not quite as strong as the deans, even Wang Guowei would address him with a deferential Professor Li. 40 years ago, Li Yixiao had been Mo University's brightest star. He enrolled at 18 already at 3rd rank, reached 4th rank in 6 months, hit 5th rank at 19, and within another year broke through to 6th rank, becoming the strongest practitioner below the true high-tier elites. However, during a war with an alien race, Li Yixiao was ambushed and surrounded by 10 peak 6th-tier foes. He fought 10 against 1 and won, but the wounds severed his very foundation. Even after his body healed, the damage kept him from ever stepping into the higher ranks again. At the entrance to the training camp, a dusty yellow bulb cast its glow over Li Yixiao's face. He was half reclined on the duty room sofa, lazily tapping a finger against a tablet. Mr. Li, we want to go into the trial tower. Pei Qian stepped forward, his round body tense, trying hard to sound resolute. The words trial tower finally drew Li Yixiao's eyes away. He glanced at the chubby newcomer. Haven't seen you before. First time here? Yes. Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Li Yixiao hit pause, freezing the car chase scene on the screen. Leaning back, he spoke unhurriedly. The trial tower has 10 floors in total. Support classes and combat classes face different tests, and each floor scales to your level. You're all tier 3 now, so only tier 3 trials will be matched. You'll understand once you're inside. The entrance fee is 1 credit. Clearing floors earns rewards. He raised a hand and counted them off, 1 finger at a time. Clear floor 1, earn 1 credit. Floor 2, 5 credits. Floor 3, 10. Floor 4, 20. Floor 5, 50. Floor 6, 100. Floor 7, 1000. Floor 8, 2000. Floor 9, 3000. Floor 10, 10,000. When the numbers fell, the room went silent. Even breathing sounded loud. The 4 students exchanged looks full of disbelief. 10 floors in a single run, 10,000 credits. Wei Xiaosu couldn't help asking, Mr. Li, has any tier 3 ever cleared the 10th floor? No. Li Yixiao's answer was crisp. Forget the 10th. No one has passed the 9th in more than 10 years. A few years ago there was a student who cleared the 8th while still tier 3. No one questioned their senior's strength. They all silently blamed the tower's absurd difficulty instead. Li Yixiao seemed to relish the freshman's shock and pointed to the side wall. The past rankings are over there. Go take a look yourself. The 4 of them rushed to the most crowded notice board. 9 blackboards with gold lettering were lined up neatly, listing the top 10 for tiers 1 through 9. Wei Xiaosu finally squeezed to the front. His eyes skimmed the tier 1 list. First, Lu Zhao, highest floor 6, time 1347. Second, Zhang Sisi, highest floor 6, time 1358. The cold statistics stabbed him right in the heart. Back when he had first entered Modu University, had been tier 1 too. If had known about the trial tower then, he would have taken a shot at it. Even if he couldn't have made the rankings, he could have pocketed plenty of credits. Having advanced to tier 3 now, the rewards for tiers 1 and 2 were lost to him forever. What a waste. Suddenly his gaze locked onto the third line of the Tier 2 board, a name he could never mistake, Zhang Yu. 3 years of high school had turned that name into background noise, read out by the teachers day after day. That has to be Senior Zhang Yu. Wei Xiaosu's eyes widened, his heart pounding. Zhang Yu, for years ago the city's top scorer and the province's champion, was an once-in-a-generation prodigy who had single-handedly killed several bosses the moment he awakened. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Wei Xiaosu stood in the middle of the trial tower's main hall, his eyes fixed on the glowing screen overhead as the words escaped his lips. Beside him, Su Xiaoqing from Qingyang City wore the same look of shock. Since childhood, they had heard the name Zhang Yu, the legendary senior revered by countless students. Now that very legend was dominating the rankings before their eyes. At the center of the screen, a line of golden letters blazed. Trial Tower Tier 2 Ranking 1. SD Zhang Yu, cleared floor 9 in 47 minutes 22 seconds. 2. Indili Yi Xiao, cleared floor 9 in 47 minutes 26 seconds. 3. RDE Yunzhou, cleared floor 9 in 58 minutes 55 seconds. Wei Xiaosu recalled that Yi Yunzhou was the current president of Modu University and widely recognized as a Tier 9 powerhouse, while Yi Xiao was hailed as a living legend. Yet even they trailed behind Zhang Yu. He guessed Zhang Yu must have entered the trial tower for the first time only after reaching Tier 2. Otherwise, his name would also appear on the Tier 1 list. He scrolled to the Tier 3 board. Trial Tower Tier 3 Ranking 1. Estili Yi Xiao, cleared floor 9 in 1 hour 17 minutes and 12 seconds. 2. Ndi Yunzhou, cleared floor 9 in 1 hour 43 minutes and 18 seconds. 3. Rdiju Gaqing, cleared floor 9 in 1 hour 55 minutes and 50 seconds. 4. Th Wang Guowei, cleared floor 8 in 1 hour 5 minutes and 31 seconds. 5. Th Zhang Yu, cleared floor 8 in 1 hour 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So the newcomer who reached the 8th floor of Tier 3 was Senior Zhang Yu. Wei Xiaosu remembered Li Yixiao saying that, in the last decade or so, only one person had managed it. What puzzled him was how Zhang Yu could lead at Tier 2 yet place only 5th at Tier 3, without even breaking through to the 9th floor. He suppressed his curiosity and kept reading. Tier 4. Zhang Yu ranked 3rd, clearing 8 floors. Tier 5. He rose to 2nd, clearing 9 floors. Tier 6. He dropped to 10th, stopping at the 6th floor. Based on his earlier results, Zhang Yu shouldn't have stalled at the 6th floor. Wei Xiaosu concluded that Zhang Yu had probably challenged the tower right after advancing to Tier 6, before his power had fully stabilized. Thinking of his own level 31 status just into Tier 3, he understood how much difference a single tier made. Once Zhang Yu consolidated his strength, the Tier 6 rankings would likely be turned upside down. Reaching Tier 6 in only 4 years was astonishing in itself. Staring at the glittering names, Wei Xiaosu muttered again. Senior Zhang Yu is truly incredible. The screen kept cycling, showing the Tier 7, Tier 8, and even Tier 9 leaderboards. The Tier 9 list was downright frightening. The lowest entrant had reached only the 3rd floor, and even Yi Yunzhou had stopped at the 5th, yet still held the top spot. The difficulty was staggering. Wei Xiaosu mused that the higher the tier, the more terrifying the trial tower became. Just how terrifying? He would have to reach Tier 9 someday, and step into that tower himself to find out. The 4 students finished reading all 9 leaderboards, and their excitement grew with every line. Su Xiaoqing in particular kept her eyes fixed on Senior Zhang Yu's name, her gaze filled with ambition and the thrill of a challenge. Back at Li Yixio's table, the group regarded the old man with a mixture of reverence and awe. Had it not been for that earth-shaking battle decades ago, this living legend would likely have reached the very summit of 9th tier by now. Master Li, you're amazing. Even Principal Yi has to bow to you. You're the real number 1. Nanji exclaimed, her face glowing with admiration and her eyes sparkling. On the boards, Li Yixiao held the top spot for tiers 3 through 6, while Principal Yi Yunzhou could only sit in 2nd place. Such results were nothing short of extraordinary. Li Yixiao stroked the stubble on his chin with smug satisfaction. Huh, that old geezer can only choke on my dust, he said. Wow, you even dare to roast the principal. You're awesome. Ninji gushed. Wei Xiaosu and Su Xiaoqing traded puzzled looks, while Pei Qian silently raised 6 fingers and drawled, sick. Li Yixiao was about to continue boasting when he realized the seemingly harmless girl was deliberately stirring him up. Enough of that. Are you going in or not? If not, get lost. He barked, face suddenly stern and eyes sharp as a tiger's. Hee, don't be angry. I'm going now. Nanji stuck out her rosy tongue, produced her student card, and watched Li Yixiao deduct 1 credit before skipping toward the nearby teleportation array. And the rest of you move it, brats. The old man growled. The other 3 exchanged wry glances. Behind Nanji's cute exterior clearly lurked a mischievous streak. They hurriedly handed over their cards, each losing 1 credit, then rushed toward the array without another word. Once their figures vanished, Li Yixio's scowl melted into a satisfied grin. He hadn't truly been angry. Arguing with kids would only make him look petty. His gaze dropped to the computer as a new credit log popped up automatically. So she's the Nan family's little prodigy, fourth in the entrance exam. Remarkable, he murmured, genuine admiration in his voice. Wei Xiaosu stopped before the trial tower's teleportation pad, and a pale blue screen instantly unfolded in front of him. Entering the trial tower will trigger an automatic teleportation upon death, and you may also exit voluntarily. Injuries and death inside the tower do not affect your real body. He marveled at the value of this SS grade artifact. The freedom to fight without fear made it the ultimate training ground. The message lingered for about 3 seconds before fading away. A brief blur stole his vision, and in the next instant he felt himself yanked into another space. When clarity returned, he stood within the tower proper. Ding! You have entered Tier 3 Trial Tower, Floor 1. You will face 100 peak Tier 3 common monsters, 10 peak Tier 3 elite monsters, and 1 peak Tier 3 boss guarding the exit. Defeat every creature on this floor to earn passage to Floor 2. Good luck. Wei Xiaosu stood at the entrance to the first floor of the trial tower, a faint thrill coursing through him. No wonder even prodigies flocked here. Difficulty ramped up from the very start. The arena spanned the size of 2 football fields. For most Tier 3 fighters that was ample room, but to Wei Xiaosu it felt stifling. He specialized in a swarm strategy. Even 10 times that space would have been tight. He pursed his lips, shook his head, and resigned himself to reality. Sweeping his gaze across the vacant ground, he immediately spotted shadows roaming about. Humanoid no. On closer inspection, halforcs. Placing these sworn enemies of humanity on the very first floor made sense. Once trainees adapted here, casualties would drop on real battlefields. He activated insight. A pale blue flash filled his vision, and data streamed past. Half-orc, Tier 3, Common, STR 40, AGI 1711, Con 1054, WS 1838, Gear Score 880. Half-orc, Tier 3, Elite, STR 40, AGI 2285, Con 1754, WS 2315, Gear Score 1380. Half-orc, Tier 3, Chieftain, STR 40, AGI 3115, Con 2554, WS 3275, Gear Score 1990. So they're half-breeds, not pure orcs. A flicker of killing intent crossed Wei Xiaosu's narrowed eyes. Within Beastkin society, halforcs occupied the lowest rung offspring of orcs who bred with other races. Orc fertility was notorious. Goblins were the prime example, able to mate with almost anything. Most of these creatures were born of orc-human pairings, perfectly matching the tower's train through combat philosophy. But interspecies grudges could wait. In the tower, ranking depended on speed as much as progress, and the leaderboard shifted every minute. With a flick of his wrist he barked, "Summon Xiaoming." Black mist shimmered as a scrawny skeleton leapt forth, a match gripped between bony fingers. Tier 3 riffraff like these halforcs were perfect targets for Xiaoming. Wei Xiaosu gave a simple hand signal, and the skeleton bounded ahead, the match sparking to life. The moment Xiaoming hit the field, every wandering halforc snapped its head toward him. A deafening roar erupted from the 100-plus halforcs. Their eyes blazed crimson, and a wave of bloodlust swept across the battlefield. Abba Abba Abba. Confronted by a pack of snarling halforcs, Xiaoming looked perfectly relaxed. He reached into his pants, pulled out a fistful of skyrockets, and planted them one by one in the soft earth at his feet. Wei Xiaosu's scalp prickled. What the heck is that pile of skyrockets for? He froze, a childhood memory flashing through his mind. Classic New Year fireworks that shot into the sky with a whoosh before bursting with a loud bang. Each tube was about 20 centimeters long, with a 50-centimeter stick meant to anchor it firmly in the ground. Open Xiaoming's status panel. Wei Xiaosu shouted. A pale blue screen unfolded at once. Xiaoming. Level, Tier 3, Lord rank. Strength, 31. Agility, 7,655. Constitution, 8,150. Spirit, 8,270. Skill points, 14,150. Skills. Cluster rocket firework. Crank fires a rocket that splits into 5 warheads mid-flight, dealing massive damage. Endless skyrocket. Cranks so many rockets it feels free of charge, can be launched continuously. Effective range, 1 kilometer. Considerable power. When did Xiaoming make Lord rank? Wei Xiaosu stared, then realized that the skill points head spent buffing an ordinary skeleton mage had boosted Xiaoming as well, rocketing him from Beast General to Lord. If Xiaoming had advanced, then Xiao Chong and Peiqi should have, too. He summoned Peiqi and Xiao Chong, and sure enough, both were now Beast Generals. After confirming their new levels, he dismissed them. Xiaoming's attacks hit everything, friend and foe alike, so this had to be a solo performance. Within moments, Xiaoming had peppered the ground with rockets easily more than 100. Art is Patrick Star, he proclaimed, snapping his fingers to light the fuses and raising both arms like an actor waiting for the curtain to rise. Wei Xiaosu was stunned. He can talk now? And that's his second sentence. Evolution really does grow a brain, but Patrick Star? Wrong cartoon, buddy. Boom, boom, boom. A single skyrocket wasn't as powerful as the cluster rocket, but the sheer number left no gap between blasts. The Halforks known above peak Tier 3 captain rank were obliterated in an instant, reduced to a red mist with no bodies left intact. Before the smoke even cleared, the blue screen reappeared. Congratulations. Floor 1 of the Tier 3 trial tower cleared. Time: 2 minutes 7 seconds. TSK. Rushing the tower with Xiaoming was the right call. That speed is insane. Wei Xiaosu waved at the triumphant Xiaoming. Come on. Next floor ill, make sure you have a blast today. Abba. Art, I love art. Xiaoming chirped, cradling his unused rockets as he trotted after his master across scorched earth and scattered gore toward the teleport array. Barely half a minute later, they reached the end of the floor, and Wei Xiaosu stepped into the teleportation circle without hesitation. The second floor of the trial tower looked identical to the first, same layout, same terrain. The only difference was the monsters. Ding. You have reached floor 2 of the Tier 3 trial tower. Incoming enemies: 100 Tier 3 peak elites, 10 Tier 3 peak captains, and 1 Tier 3 peak gatekeeper boss. Eliminate every monster to unlock floor 3. Good luck. The jump in difficulty was obvious. Wei Xiaosu knew that if he hadn't been able to steamroll floor 1, he would be little more than target practice here. He wondered if each floor rose by the same margin. If so, floor 5 might spawn king-class peaks, and floor 6 emperor-class levels no one could survive. Only first-hand experience would tell. He stopped thinking and gave his order. Xiaoming, go. Make it quick. Roaring with excitement, Xiaoming shot forward. Even peak elites couldn't withstand a Lord-tier explosive charge. Blasts thundered across the arena while Wei Xiaosu sprinted straight toward the exit, shockwaves rolling at his heels. 4 minutes and 55 seconds later, the system chimed. Congratulations. Floor 2 cleared in 4 minutes, 55 seconds. The timer was cumulative, and the announcement came just as he stepped onto the teleporter, saving him almost half a minute of travel time. A flash of light deposited Wei Xiaosu on floor 3. Ding. You have reached floor 3 of the Tier 3 trial tower. Incoming enemies: 500 Tier 3 peak elites, 50 Tier 3 peak captains, and 5 Tier 3 peak gatekeeper bosses. Eliminate every monster to unlock floor 4. Good luck. Only the numbers had doubled, the ranks had not. Wei Xiaosu smiled. For most challengers, more enemies meant more danger, but he had Xiaoming, the ultimate carnage engine. Even the best AoE mage at the same tier couldn't match half his firepower. Xiaoming, unleash. He shut the door behind his pet and ignored the ensuing slaughter, strolling toward the distant teleporter. 500 orcs fell to chain explosions in almost the same time as before. Congratulations. Floor 3 cleared in 6 minutes, 47 seconds. Without pause, he stepped into the beam to floor 4. The moment he emerged, he noticed a drastic change. The battleground had nearly doubled in size, and the closed arena was gone. Rolling hills, scattered trees, and jagged rocks stretched before him, an outdoor battlefield that felt entirely real. There were blue skies and drifting clouds, flowers and trees, a winding stream, and a village clinging to the mountain. Ding, the cold mechanical chime of the system cut through the air. You have entered the entrance to floor 4 of the Tier 3 trial tower. 1000 Tier 3 elite monsters, peak rank. 100 Tier 3 commander monsters, peak rank. 10 Tier 3 boss monsters, peak rank. 1 Tier 3 beast general monster, peak rank. Clear the entire floor to earn passage to floor 5. Good luck. The difficulty had just skyrocketed, and that single peak Tier 3 beast general made Wei Xiaosu's heart sink. He glanced around. The village at the foot of the mountain was wrapped in lush forest and a silver ribbon of river. The scene was calm, yet beneath the calm he caught a whiff of dangerous scent of blood. Xiaoming, we're going in. He spoke in a low voice, but this time he didn't charge straight toward the portal as he had on the first 3 floors. On floor 4, the portal sat right in the middle of the orc village without wiping out the locals. Getting near it was impossible. Worse, these were no longer halforks, but pure-blood green orcs, towering, full-fledged warriors who could overpower several halforks of the same tier. Wei Xiaosu and Xiaoming crept forward, using the riverbank rocks and trees for cover. Only when they were a few hundred meters from the village gate did a patrol finally lock onto them. Insight: Green Orc Tier 3 Elite. Strength: 3,455. Agility: 2,258. Constitution: 2,887. Spirit: 1,680. Damn, that's strong. Wei Xiaosu sucked in a breath. High bloodlines indeed deserve their reputation. He shot a glare at Xiaoming, still sprawled on the ground, and gave him a kick. They've already seen us. Stop hiding and make some art. Abba, Xiaoming muttered. Aggrieved men really were fickle. Moments ago had been told to stay put. Complaints aside, he focused on the onrushing orcs. From a distance, he preferred the slow burn of a fuse, but with only a few dozen meters left there was no time. He whipped a fistful of skyrockets from his waistband, skipped the planting, and flung them skyward. Art is Patrick Star. The instant the words left his mouth, the fuses lit themselves. A flash of fire, Then the rockets dove. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen green orc scouts were blasted to pieces. The night split with thunder. The entire village erupted. Wave after wave of green orcs poured out, warhammers and axes in hand, tusks bared, faces twisted in fury. Watching more than 1,000 of them massed together, Wei Xiaosu's lips curled. Xiaoming, that's a colossal target. How about another round? Xiaoming was ready. He had a supersized rocket, half as tall as a man. He jammed its base into the damp riverbank, lifted the muzzle, and aimed at the densest knot of orcs. Yet the moment he steadied the rocket and reached for the lighter, everything changed. Whoosh boom. A faint crimson streak shot across the sky faster than the eye could follow, and, an instant later, punched straight into the massive rocket. The metal casing was pierced clean through, a hole nearly half a meter wide yawning in its center as spiderweb cracks raced outward with a brittle crackle. In barely 3 seconds the mountain-cracking warhead disintegrated, fragments, smoke, and scraps of paper raining down like a storm. An arrow. Wei Xiaosu's heart lurched. If that shot had been aimed at him, his trial tower run would already be over. My masterpiece. Xiaoming howled. Watching his pride and joy turn to slag, he ripped another fistful of skyrockets from the front of his pants, his favorite kind, the toss and boom variety that needed no fuse. Says dozens of rockets streaked away as he swung his arm, exhaust tails carving bright contrails through the air. They fanned out, then looped back toward the orc horde. But from behind the greenskins soared an even denser volley of arrows, mirrors of the first crimson streak. Boom, boom, boom. Every rocket detonated in midair. The shockwaves flared uselessly, not so much as grazing an orc. Xiaoming stared, dumbfounded, and Wei Xiaosu clenched his teeth. They had been careless. Xiaoming excelled at long-range area damage, but they were practically on the enemy's doorstep, the worst place for his arsenal. Unlike the reckless brutes on the earlier floors, the fourth-floor orcs clearly had brains and countermeasures. 1,000 orcs brandishing bone hammers and great axes thundered forward, roaring as they closed ranks. With only Xiaoming at his side, Wei Xiaosu might well have been overwhelmed. Summon. A guttural incantation rolled out, and black mist billowed. Rank upon rank of skeleton warriors emerged, rusted armor clinking against bleached bone. Unlike the fragile, long-range skeletal mages, these melee brutes were perfect for the moment. In heartbeats, thousands of murderous skeletons formed a black tide, outnumbering the orcs. The greenskins balked. Every skeleton warrior was a tier 3 boss unit, even a notch below their level, each matched in orc chieftain, turning the fight into a looming bloodbath. Zhangjiang, the one inside is yours, Wei Xiaosu said to the towering skeleton beside him. For the undead kill. Zhangjiang charged, joints clacking, smashing aside orcs with raw force. Newly ascended to tier 3, yet already king-class strong, he had no need to dodge. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 crimson arrows flashed toward his skull, meant to finish him in a heartbeat. Too fast for Wei Xiaosu to follow. They looked sluggish as snails to Zhangjiang. He casually snatched them from the air, the razor heads crumbling in his bony grasp. Found you. He tossed the broken shafts aside, a hint of scorn somehow visible on that skeletal face. The green-skinned orc who had released the arrow was the guardian of the tower's 4th floor, a peak tier 3 beast general. He scowled, tossed away his bow, and grabbed a nearby alloy cleaver. Filthy undead, die! He roared, shattering the flagstones as he charged. Up on the platform, Zhangjiang's bones creaked. Empty eye sockets glanced down, and he smiled contemptuously, casually lifting his broad-backed blade. Parlor tricks? Watch the crow take flight. An instant later the 2 figures shot past each other in the narrow corridor. Metal clashed, sparks flared. Zhangjiang's strike was unimaginably swift, a white flash that vanished in a blink. When he landed he had already sheathed the blade with a flourish, striking a dramatic pose. Across from him the orc's head arced through the air, blood spraying as the body hit the ground. A one-hit kill. With their champion slain, the remaining orcs broke. Wei Xiaosu snapped his fingers, and the skeletal soldiers surged forward, bones clattering. In moments, every straggler lay dead. Ding. Congratulations, you have cleared floor 4 of the tier 3 trial tower in 18 minutes 47 seconds. Return. At Wei Xiaosu's command, every skeleton except Zhangjiang and Xiaoming dissolved into black mist. Then the trio stepped onto the teleportation array. A dim pulse of energy later, they appeared at the entrance to floor 5. Ding. You have entered floor 5 of the tier 3 trial tower. You will face 5 peak tier 3 beast general guardians. Defeat them all to access floor 6. Good luck. Remembering the previous mishap, Wei Xiaosu stayed cautious. Only 5 orc generals outweighed no cannon fodder, but the challenge was clearly higher. Xiaoming, give them some art. Eager after an entire floor of restraint, Xiaoming's eyes lit up. He solemnly produced an oversized rocket launcher, loaded it, and lit the fuse in one smooth motion. With a shriek the rocket streaked skyward, trailing fire and thunder. The 5 orcs, sensing danger, scattered at once. Midair, the rocket's nose cone popped off, splitting into 5 smaller warheads that locked onto individual targets. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Flaming mushroom clouds erupted, stone shards flying. Even with battle aura shields and alloy bucklers, the orcs were blasted bloody and half dead. So they can barely tank the blast now. Wei Xiaosu narrowed his eyes, assessing. Xiaoming was early tier 3-1 rank higher but still lacked the power for an instant kill. In that case summon, skeleton warriors. Wei Xiaosu raised his palm and black mist poured out. A dense tide of skeletons tore from the ground, forming a sea of white bone. At his order thousands of skeletons charged, weapons clashing, earth trembling. The wounded orcs fought desperately but soon tired. Wei Xiaosu kept Zhang out of harm's way, letting the bone tide wear them down, while Xiaoming provided covering fire. Step by step the enemies fell bone blades slicing flesh, blood soaking the stone. 10 minutes later the final orc was hacked to pulp and silence returned. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared floor 5 of the tier 3 trial tower in 28 minutes 25 seconds. He had thought he could shatter the leaderboard record without breaking a sweat, but the tower was proving far tougher than expected. He had needed almost 30 minutes just to reach the 5th floor, and if he remembered correctly, Li Xiao, who held first place, had cleared the 9th floor in only 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 12 seconds. In other words, regardless of whether he could actually make it to the 9th floor, he had less than 50 minutes left on the clock. Ding! The system notification chimed abruptly. You have reached floor 6 of the tier 3 trial tower. You will face one tier 3 peak lord level gatekeeper. Eliminate all monsters on this floor to earn passage to floor 7. Good luck. From floor 5 upward, the tower stopped sending cannon fodder. Floor 5 had 5 beast captain monsters, while floor 6 presented a single lord. The difficulty gap between a 5e skirmish and a solo duel against a lord was small, yet the tower clearly wanted challengers to experience the baptism of an over-tier kill in unknown combat. Under normal circumstances, ignoring summoned creatures and a few exotic species, tier 3 corresponded to the boss rank, yet the gatekeeper on floor 6 had been raised to lord rank, 2 full tiers higher. Anyone who broke through this floor had to be at least boss class. Even rare or hidden classes found it nearly impossible to win a cross-tier duel. But Wei Xiaosu was an exception. His own body was only boss grade, but every one of his hirelings could really throw down. Insight, he muttered, and a status window popped up. Name, High Orc. Rank, Tier 3 Lord. Level, 40. Strength, 12,605. Agility, 11,114. Constitution, 14,018. Spirit, 6,870. Powerful, undeniably powerful. Judging by those 4 stats alone, it was on par with Kulu Zhang, and its constitution even edged his skeleton lieutenant out. Xiaoming, open with a shot. Wei Xiaosu ordered over his shoulder. Before the words had faded, a rocket arced skyward. Yet he had misjudged his foe. A lord-class high orc was leagues above its kin in both power and technique. Sensing the threat overhead, the creature slowly looked up. Instead of dodging, it swung its double-bladed great axe with savage force, sending a meter-wide shockwave screaming toward the rocket. Art as Xiaoming seemed perfectly in sync with the round. An instant before the shockwave struck, the rocket's warhead split apart. Boom. The first sub-warhead detonated prematurely, and the remaining 4 used the recoil to dive even faster toward the high orc below. Artis, Patrick Star. Xiaoming trembled with excitement, screaming the codename at the top of his lungs. Kaboom! A mushroom cloud billowed into the air. Wei Xiaosu was just about to praise Xiaoming's handiwork when he suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent. In that split second, Kulu Zhang, who never took his eyes off the field, stepped in front of Wei Xiaosu and raised his blade. A blurry figure slammed into him the next moment. Zhang staggered back several steps under the force of the blast, and the blurred outline in the flames solidified into an elite orc. When the firelight faded, the creature's hide wasn't even singed, the strike had missed entirely. In the split second before impact, it had sidestepped with a blink-like skill and nearly landed a killing blow of its own. Damn, that was close, Wei Xiaosu muttered, heart pounding as his gaze flicked between Zhang and the retreating orc. What kind of skill was that? How could anything move so fast? They'd been at least 3 kilometers apart, 3,000 meters, not 300, let alone 30. Was the guy an assassin? Yet the massive twin-bladed axe in his hands screamed heavy-armored warrior. While Wei puzzled over it, Zhang and the elite orc clashed at close quarters. Zhang was a fresh tier 3, 1 level above the enemy on paper, but the orc sat at the peak of tier 3 and boasted far superior bloodline strength. Each collision boomed through the air. Zhang couldn't gain the upper hand, and one misstep could see him counter-killed. Wei stole a glance at Xiaoming beside him. The pace was too brutal for the little skeleton to stay on the field. He'd be useless from here on. Wei dismissed Xiaoming and summoned Xiaochang and Peiqi instead. With their recent level-ups, both had broken into lord rank and grown far stronger. Get in there and smash him. At his command, the 3 skeletal workers swarmed the orc. Moments ago, the beast had fought Zhang to a standstill. Now it was buried under a flurry of blades and shields. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang caught an opening and cleaved from shoulder to waist, sending blood and bone spraying. Congratulations. You have cleared floor 6 of the Tier 3 trial tower in 37 minutes, 37 seconds. Wei stood over the corpse, exhaling slowly before turning away. This had to be the ceiling of early-stage combat power, but it was hard to gauge an ordinary Tier 4's true strength. Professionals were grouped as early Tiers 13, mid 46, and high 79. Every bracket was a world apart. Rumors said a Tier 2 prodigy could kill a standard Tier 3, yet Tier 3 prodigies rarely beat a run-off-the-mill Tier 4. Wei wasn't sure where Tier 4 really sat, but he doubted it would be hard to take one down after all. Had just dispatched a peak Tier 3 lord in under 5 minutes. He stepped through the portal to floor 7, greeted once more by elite orcs this time. 3 of them. Ding. You have entered floor 7 of the Tier 3 trial tower. You will face 3 peak Tier 3 lord class guardians. Eliminate every monster on this floor to unlock floor 8. Good luck. Wei took stock. Unknown. Zhang could edge out an orc, but not finish it quickly. Xiaochang's heavy armor and defensive skills could hold another without getting shredded. Peiqi was the problem, also Tier 3 lord, but only level 31, while the enemies were maxed at 40. Skeletons ran weaker at equal level, and Peiqi against an orc wouldn't last 5 minutes. Who says a fight has to be unknown? He'll throw 1,000 at your one can handle that. Wei Xiaosu sneered. He lifted his right hand, and inky darkness poured from his palm, sweeping across the battlefield. The black mist boiled, laced with shattered bone and a deathly chill. Moments later, skeletal warriors with twisted grins marched out of the fog, bone blades clashing in a relentless chorus. Brothers, get in there. He went all in. More than 10,000 skeletons formed ranks, each a Tier 3 boss. Any one of them could guard a dungeon gate. Now had dumped the whole legion onto the field at once. Ding Skeleton Warrior lost, 11. Ding Skeleton Warrior lost, 28. Ding Skeleton Warrior lost, 77. The 3-headed berserker orcs opposite him weren't pushovers. Their muscles knotted like cables, and a single axe swing shattered ordinary skeletons. If not for their weaker armor, the swarm tactic would have failed outright. Even so, Tier 3 skeletons wielded razor-sharp bone blades that sliced through hide and sinew. Their only flaw was speed. Finishing the orcs meant lasting until the monsters were down. Wei Xiaosu frowned and barked, Peiqi, bone sauce. Help out, make it quick. The 2 temps sprinted forward, living by the rule that a gang up beats a duel, and boxed in one of the orcs. With crossfire from both sides, its health plummeted in seconds. Why not send Xiaochang? Wei Xiaosu knew better. If he became the weak spot, they were finished, especially with the orc's near teleport thrust attack. Too risky. Sure enough, the nearly dead orc flickered and vanished, reappearing less than 10 meters from Wei Xiaosu. Xiaochang was ready. His iron shield met the charge with a clang, stopping it cold. The orc staggered, exposed. A returning skeleton warlord swung wide and lopped off its head. Without their companion, the last 2 orcs collapsed soon after. Waves of skeletons crashed over them, and within 5 minutes their hulking bodies lay in grisly pieces. Congratulations, you've cleared floor 7 of the Tier 3 trial tower in 45 minutes, 39 seconds. The system's icy voice echoed. Too easy. Next. Wei Xiaosu laughed. Before today had crept through the tower. Now, with boss-level skeletons spearheading every charge and sheer numbers on his side, he feared nothing and wanted only to push on. He stepped onto the teleport array, and the 3 mangled corpses dissolved into sparks of light. The scene shifted, and Wei Xiaosu stood on the stone floor of the tower's 8th level. Ding! You have entered the entrance to the Tier 3 trial tower's 8th floor. You will face 3 peak Tier 3 lord rank gatekeepers, a warrior, a mage, and a priest. Defeat every monster on this floor to earn passage to the 9th floor. Good luck. Just like on the 7th floor, 3 peak Tier 3 high orcs were waiting for him. But this time the lineup was the textbook trio of warrior, mage, and priest instead of 3 straight warriors. Wei Xiaosu knew his own strengths all too well, and he had no intention of playing tactical chess with enemies whose teamwork had been engineered by the tower. The only way to win was brute force. As usual, he planned to open by flooding the field with summons, but first he released Xiaoming. The reasoning was simple. The mage and the priest had short legs and couldn't run fast. If Xiaoming's multi-warhead rockets blossomed in the sky and the blast was thorough enough, even the orcs' monstrous bodies might get one shot. Rockets screamed upward, trailing searing white exhaust. When the warheads whistled back down, the mage orc merely slammed his staff into the ground. A translucent dome expanded instantly, tens of meters wide and almost as tall. The rockets slammed into the barrier, raising a mushroom cloud and rolling flames. But when the smoke cleared, there wasn't so much as a hairline crack on the surface. Mages really are terrifying, way nastier than those muscleheads, Wei Xiaosu muttered, cursing his own wishful thinking. Since tricks were useless, he simply waved an arm. Black mist surged and rows of skeleton warriors materialized, with Kulu Zhang and Peiqi taking shape alongside them. Time to fall back on the old standby. Overwhelming numbers. Within the same tier, proper role synergy does amplify power. Both the 7th and 8th floors featured 3 peak tier 3 lords, yet the pure warrior trio on the 8th had been far more troublesome than this mixed group. Once you cracked their defenses, the outcome was set in stone. No matter how hard the mage nuked or how much healing the priest pumped out, they would drown in a tide of bones. A little over 10 minutes later, the last and tankiest warrior orc had his throat opened with a single slash, and the fight was over. Congratulations on clearing the 8th floor of the Tier 3 trial tower. Time, 56 minutes, 53 seconds. The system voice rang out clearly. It had taken Wei Xiaosu nearly an hour to finish the 8th floor. He didn't dare waste a second. He even skipped catching his breath, sprinted to the teleport array, and in a blink arrived on the 9th floor. At the moment, the leaderboard stopped at the 9th floor, and the fastest run recorded by Li Yixia had taken 1 hour 17 minutes and 12 seconds. If Wei could clear the 9th floor in under 18 minutes, he would claim the top spot on the Tier 3 chart. Ding! You have entered the entrance to the Tier 3 Trial Tower's 9th floor. You will face one peak Tier 3 King rank gatekeeper. Defeat every monster on this floor to earn passage to the 10th floor. Good luck. Damn, a King rank monster after all. No wonder only a handful of people ever make it past the 9th floor. This difficulty is off the charts. An Orc Priestess, Tier 3 at the King rank. 40 Strength, 11,605 Agility, 12,114 Constitution, 11,018 Spirit, 20,075 Mana. A mage, and a female one at Thatcalden have asked for better. Every floor of the trial tower spawns monsters at random, so their class is pure luck. For most challengers, thick-skinned warriors are manageable. What really makes people's scalps tingle are long-range, high-burst mages. Wei Xiaosu is the exact opposite. Knights and fighters come with health bars meters thick, but once a squishy mage's defenses crack, his skeleton warriors can grind them down. Remembering how annoying the last floor's shield had been, he didn't even bother summoning Xiaoing. He simply spread his arms and unleashed mana. Endless skeleton warriors clawed their way out of the ground. Well, over 100,000 of them then surged toward the Orc Priestess at his command. Go, tear her apart. If the arena were bigger, Wei Xiaosu could have crammed in another million or so. The plan was simple: drown her in bodies. Reality, however, showed no mercy. Who says mages are always fragile? A nearly invisible flame shield wrapped the Orc Priestess, as thin as soap film, yet solid as stone. A dozen skeletons hacked at once, but the shield didn't even ripple. Instead, it flashed and roasted them to charcoal. Melee, my eternal weakness. Wei Xiaosu cursed under his breath. The words had barely left him when the sky split with a blinding red light. Clumps of crimson cloud materialized and rumbled. Whoosh! A fiery downpour slammed into the field. Pillars of flame as thick as an arm blanketed a radius of at least 3 kilometers. Even with a Tier 3 boss physique, a skeleton warrior lasted no more than 3 seconds before crumbling into ashen slag. In a blink, 74,142 skeletons vanished into data smoke. Damn it, a real spellcaster. Cold sweat beaded on Wei Xiaosu's forehead. His human wave tactic was chopped in half, and before he could replenish his forces, the Orc Priestess lifted her staff again. Staff in her left hand, right arm extended, crimson runes poured from her palm. The air shimmered with heat as a supermassive fireball nearly 100 meters across took shape. Wei Xiaosu stared, dumbfounded. His own netherflame spell at full power barely reached 5 meters. The gap was a chasm. A gentle push from the priestess sent the colossal fireball howling toward the tide of skeletons. Wei Xiaosu had only enough time to hold his breath before an intense, white flash flared deep within the battlefield. Moments later, a towering mushroom cloud blossomed over the carnage. When Xiaoming's string of firecrackers detonated, the mushroom cloud climbed to roughly 150 meters. The mage's fireball, however, threw up a column nearly 500 meters high. The two blasts weren't even in the same league. The towering cloud blotted out the sun, and the shockwave struck like a giant hammer, hurling dust and brittle bones in every direction. Watching skeleton warriors whirl through the sky like gray chaff, Wei Xiaosu instantly realized that swarm tactics here would be pure suicide. Damn it, Kulajanjiang, Peiqi move in. He blurted, then winced against that kind of firepower. They'd only add another body and pig head to the tally. He gritted his teeth and abandoned the probe. Forget it, time for the big one. Wei Xiaosu raised a hand and growled, summon. Xiao Shui. An ebony longsword wreathed in baleful mist ripped through the air, spinning in dazzling arcs that hissed like razors. The next instant the dark fog detonated, and a flamboyant skeleton in a sweeping cloak vaulted up to catch the sword with unerring precision. He flicked his cloak with a flourish, the lining emblazoned with a huge, gaudy shui, gleaming almost offensively bright. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. The guy was competent enough, but he suffered from chronic show-off syndrome, and at some point had even carved the same character into his own forehead. Wei Xiaosu swore that wasn't his idea. Gripes aside, there was no time to waste. He rallied his forces. Xiao Shuai and Kulu Zhanjiang were both Tier 3 kings, but Xiao Shuai had evolved from a hidden class and stood a cut above he could win a duel, though it would take a while. Xiao Shuai skipped the banter. He flipped his sword skyward and shouted, 10,000 blades return. The weapon shot high, split in 2, then 4, then 16, until half the heavens swarmed with blades dripping black vapor. Wei Xiaosu felt a pang of envy. Spears were supposed to be the monarch of weapons, yet everyone loved swords because they looked cool, and had killed to learn this move himself. Go! Xiao Shuai pointed ahead, and the storm of blades poured forward like an obsidian flood toward the distant orc priest. Sensing mortal danger, the priest threw up a shimmering barrier. Clang! 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 Blades hammered the shield in a metal tempest, the racket swallowing the battlefield. At first the barrier held firm, but as the barrage intensified the light curtain quaked, spiderweb cracks racing across its surface within seconds. Crack-crash! The shield exploded. Snarling, the orc priest blinked a kilometer away, yet the swords wheeled in pursuit as if they had eyes. Panicking, he gathered raw elements. A heartbeat later, a blazing fire cyclone roared skyward to meet the blade-tied Hedon. Boom! Firestorm and black steel shredded each other in midair, flame and shadow entwining until fiery rain began to fall across the field. The handful of remaining skeleton warriors were caught flat-foot and charred on the spot. Wei Xiaosu paid them no mind. Eyes fixed on the clash, he murmured, Kulu Zhanjiang, find an opening and hit him hard, or Xiao Shuai might not finish this quickly. When immortals clash, mortals pay the price. Xiao Shuai and the orc priest had been trading blows for barely 2 or 3 minutes. Neither had a scratch, yet the tens of thousands of skeleton warriors caught in the crossfire were reduced to dust, as if someone had flipped on a cheat code. Xiao Shuai, a hidden class player who was nearly unbeatable at his tier, still faced a level 40 opponent 9 levels higher and blessed with superior orc blood. A decisive outcome would take at least an hour or two. Wei Xiaosu didn't have that kind of time, so he sent in the only minion still standing a 3rd tier, king-level skeleton named Kulu Zhanjiang. Kulu Zhanjiang knew the score. A heated fight with the orc priest would end with him flattened into the dirt. He opted for stealth. The battlefield was carpeted with shattered bones. He slipped beneath a layer of white debris and waited. Roughly a minute later, Xiao Shuai and the priest clashed again. 2 torrents of violent energy exploded, flinging both fighters hundreds of meters. By sheer luck, the priest was launched straight toward Kulu Zhanjiang's hiding spot. Eyes gleaming, the skeleton swung his cleaver before the priest touched the ground and roared, "Crow takes flight." The strike landed with terrifying force. The flaming shield that Xiao Shuai had already riddled with cracks shattered into sparks. With the shield gone, even an ordinary skeleton could break through, let alone Kulu Zhanjiang. Over the priest's anguished howl, the skeleton followed through, decapitated him, and claimed another kill. Congratulations on clearing floor 9 of the Tier 3 trial tower. Time, 1 hour 09 minutes 33 seconds. The system message boomed overhead. Wei Xiaosu was ecstatic the orcs on floors 7, 8, and 9 had all been wiped out by Kulu Zhanjiang. He almost wanted to hand the skeleton an MVP trophy. Xiao Shuai, whose kill had been stolen, went dark-faced, drew his sword, and chased the skeleton around the field, a spectacle so absurd that Wei Xiaosu nearly split his sides laughing. Hey Xiao Shuai, knock it off. Don't actually kill him. Wei Xiaosu stepped in. This was no time for infighting, they still had floor 10 ahead. Dragging a grumpy Xiao Shuai and a sheepish Kulu Zhanjiang, he stepped into the teleport array. Ding! You have entered the entrance to floor 10 of the Tier 3 trial tower. You will face 1 peak 4th tier Beast General Guardian. Good luck. A light screen flashed the stats, and Wei Xiaosu arched an eyebrow. Had expected 3 peak 3rd tier King class orcs on the final floor. Instead, it was a single 4th tier Beast General, the lowest rung of Tier 4. In other words, the boss this time was nothing more than an ordinary peak Tier 4 mob. That's it. Had always heard that the gulf between the lower and middle tiers was enormous. Yet in his mind, an ordinary 4th tier Beast General could never be stronger than a king rank monster. Still, to be safe, Wei Xiaosu pulled the mysterious white bone fragment from his storage pouch for the first time. If things went south, he was ready to shout Balala magic sprite, transform, and bolt. In sight, he murmured inwardly. Ding analysis, unavailable. What the? Wei froze. Had planned to size the enemy up through his attribute panel, only to find the skill failed outright. So a low-tier scout really can't read mid-tier data? There was no time to ponder. Several kilometers away, the orc had already locked onto his scent, and the fight erupted in an instant. Through a telescope-like view, Wei quickly cataloged the opponent. Over 5 meters tall, brandishing a jet black warhammer, most certainly a warrior-type orc. Since it's a warrior, regular skeleton fighters would be pointless. They'd never pierce its defense. Xiao Shuai, Xiao Chong, Peiqi, skeleton dip, get in there, all of you. Even the rarely used Xiao Chong was thrown into the fray. With 2 king rank and 2 lord rank minions, he was determined to take down this level 50, peak 4th tier Beast General in one push. Weak little human and those repulsive undead go repent in hell. The towering orc roared, legs coiling like springs before he rocketed forward like a cannonball. He was so fast that Wei Xiaosu sucked in a sharp breath. Xiao Shui topped out at 50 meters per second, but the orc was at least twice that. The kilometers between them vanished almost instantly. Warhammer raised high. The orc brought it crashing down on Xiao Shui. True to form, Wei's strongest hireling did not flinch. His longsword spun up a flurry of black petals, weaving a net of lethal aura. Yet the supposedly unstoppable sword energy shattered like paper the moment it met the hammer. Before Xiao Shui could form a protective shield, the warhammer slammed down. Boom. The ground caved, dust geysered skyward, and when the hammer lifted, only shattered bones remained of Xiao Shui. A one-hit kill. Watching from afar, Wei Xiaosu turned to stone. The remaining 3 skeletons stood dumbstruck. If even Xiao Shui, the best of them, was that fragile. The orc roared in triumph and swept the hammer sideways at skeleton dip. At the last second, a shield-bearing skeleton slid in front. Xiao Chong threw himself into the path. Boom. The iron-like shield exploded. Xiao Chong's frame burst apart, and the leftover force smashed skeleton dip to powder as well. Great, now what? Wei Xiaosu muttered, staring at the mysterious bone shard in his hand, then at the lone survivor Pei Qi, feeling every shred of hope crumble. In the central hall of the trial tower, Nanji, Su Shaoqing, and the chubby Pei Qian had just stepped out and were huddled together, dissecting the challenges they had faced. None of them looked pleased. Least of all Pei Qian. His round face had gone the shade of raw liver. He paced in circles, wailing, "This makes no sense. My class might be Bloodright Priest, but I don't know the first thing about healing. The 3rd floor told me to mend 10 minor injuries, 3 serious ones, and a dying patient in 60 seconds. How am I supposed to pull that off?" He stomped in frustration. To be safe, he had asked Nanji, Su Shaoqing, and even Wei Xiaosu for a drop of blood before entering the tower. The first 2 floors were pure combat trials, and with the skill boost from their blood, he had breezed through. But when the 3rd floor switched to healing, all he had left were a few drops from run-off-the-mill healers nowhere near enough to clear the stage in time. "Quit whining, Pei Qian." Nanji massaged her temples, offering him a bit of comfort. "You just got unlucky. It's not a question of strength. Pick up some rare or hidden class healer blood and try again." And the one who's actually stuck on hard power. Nanji's class was Rainbow Fairy, a fact the tower had logged, so her task was always the same. 2 factions spawned. She joined the weaker side, and she had to use her buffs to turn the tide. She managed the first 5 floors, but the 6th shattered her. Her team had 1 peak tier stage 3 beast general and 10 peak tier stage 3 bosses, while the enemy fielded 10 beast generals of the same rank. From the opening bell, they were crushed into the mud. "Well, fair enough," Pei Qian admitted, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. He knew had been kicked out because he was unprepared, not because he couldn't fight. Right now he could squeeze about 60% power out of borrowed skills. With a few drops from top-tier healers, the next 3 floors would be a stroll. As he finished, both of them turned to Su Shaoqing. Pei Qian flashed a wide smile and laid on the praise. "But our goddess Su here is the real deal." She hammered straight through the 6th floor. "Respect." "Absolutely," Nanji echoed. Though she had always found Su Shaoqing a bit intimidating, she couldn't resist piling on the compliments. "Shaoqing is awesome. I stalled out at 5. Su Shaoqing rolled her eyes at the flattery, replying coolly, "I just got lucky. Give it another shot, and I might not clear 6 again." She said it calmly, but inside she was euphoric. Anyone who knew her realized the Ice Queen facade was barely holding. If the hall hadn't been so crowded, she would have been grinning from ear to ear. They were all level 31, rookies who had just stepped into tier 3. Yet in the class rankings, her 6-winged angel couldn't compare with Nanji's Rainbow Fairy, and Pei Qian's Blood Sacrifice Priest had even been praised by their instructor as a contender for the top 10 on the hidden class list. And still she won. The thrill of coming out on top kept Su Xiaoqing's face stern, but inside, she was exultant. At last she understood why Wei Xiaosu always looked so elated after beating her. Wait a second, Wei Xiaosu? The moment the name crossed her mind, Su Shaoqing froze. She whipped around toward the teleport array at the trial tower's exit. It was no familiar figure in sight. Doesn't anyone think it's odd? Where's Wei Xiaosu? She drew a deep breath, scowling as she asked. Uh-huh. Nanji and Pei Qian exchanged a glance, only now remembering their teammate. Both had been so focused on clearing stages that they'd forgotten all about him. He should be out any minute. Nanji sounded anything but confident. Pei Qian gave a wry tug at the corner of his mouth and cleared his throat. I was the first one out, and Su Shaoqing was the last. Higher floors always take longer. Unless Xiaosu was just sightseeing in there. He couldn't have already. Hiss. All 3 sucked in a sharp breath, then rushed to the leaderboard without another word. The plaza was quiet today. Only a dozen people stood before the board, so they pushed to the front with ease. The display read, Tier 3 leaderboard, 10th place, cleared 7 floors, time 1:50:33, exactly the same as when had entered. Phew, they let out a collective sigh. Looked like the horror scenario had been avoided. They were all new to Tier 3. No way Wei Xiaosu had run circles around them. Just as they began to calm down, the last line on the board blurred, then vanished. 2 seconds later, a new entry appeared. Tier 3 leaderboard, 10th place. Wei Xiaosu, highest floor 7. Time 45 minutes and 39 seconds. Whoosh. The entire plaza erupted. Holy crap, someone just reset the Tier 3 board. Insane. The guy he bumped off spent over an hour. Anyone know Wei Xiaosu? Never heard of him. Must keep a low profile. Relax, he'll be out any moment. Yeah, 7 floors should be the limit anyway. Excited chatter filled the square as players eagerly planned to befriend the new powerhouse. But in the middle of the crowd, 3 faces were frozen eyes wide, mouths hanging open as if they'd seen a ghost. Others might not know Wei Xiaosu, but how could they not? Level 31, just level 31. And he cleared the 7th floor in under an hour? Am I seeing things? Nanji's voice wavered. Damn, that's brutal, Pei Qian muttered, looking as if head swallowed a bug. Su Xiaoqing was the first to regain her composure. She kept telling herself it was perfectly normal, nothing to panic about. Still, none of them could wrap their heads around it. They were all hidden class players. How on earth did Wei Xiaosu manage to stand so far above the rest? When Xiaosu comes out, I'm going to grill him on how he pulled this off, Pei Qian said again. Nanji, standing beside him, nodded hard, her head buzzing with the same question if they were all supposed to be prodigies. Why had Xiaosu left the 3 of them in the dust? Heck, keep waiting. A sudden, chilly laugh cut through the room. Arms folded, Su Xiaoqing stood by the teleport array, one brow arched. You'll be waiting for quite a while. After years of fighting side by side with Wei Xiaosu, Su Xiaoqing was sure of one thing. Anyone who could break into the top 10 in 45 minutes wouldn't stop there. The top 3 were monsters who had reached the 9th floor, but 4th place, Wang Guowei, had only cleared floor 8 in 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 31 seconds. Unless something went wrong, that spot was about to change hands. Her trust in Wei Xiaosu ran deeper than her faith in herself. It wasn't love, it was the twisted certainty born from being tormented by a genius teammate. Nanji what? Pei Qian what? There's a saying, when I type a question mark, am not the one confused I think you are. What do you mean wait a while? He's already cleared the 7th floor. What else could he be doing, taking on the 8th? Pei Qian muttered, frowning. A level 30 own rookie, trying floor 8? That's insane, downright terrifying, Nanji whispered. Though Su Xiaoqing's voice was quiet, every word carried through the hall, and someone in the crowd couldn't help but object. Come on, girl, at least make the brag sound believable. Do you know how hard floor 8 is? Exactly. I've been stuck at late 3rd tier for half a year and still haven't cleared it. For combat classes, floor 8 means killing 3 late 3rd tier, Lord level orcs. You need the right roles and perfect teamwork, it's brutal. Su Xiaoqing met their doubts with a single, flat reply. That's because you're trash. Nanji, Pei Qian, crowd. If this weren't the trial tower lobby and if the speaker weren't an attractive girl, someone would have swung by now. Instead, they all stared at the teleport exit, waiting. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time ticked by, and Wei Xiaosu still didn't appear. Even the slowest observer sensed something was off. 10 minutes passed before Pei Qian finally cracked. No way you don't think our brother Xiaosu actually cleared floor 8, do you? I don't know, Nanji said, eyes locked on the leaderboard, terrified she'd miss a single update. Su Xiaoqing remained perfectly calm. To her, these country bumpkins who'd never seen the world were overreacting. Clearing floor 8 was only a matter of time. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the leaderboard flickered. It wasn't just the 9th slot shifting, every name from 4th to 9th blurred at once. The air went dead silent. All eyes widened as Wang Guowei's name vanished from 4th place, replaced by someone new. Trial Tower, Tier 3 leaderboard, 4th place, Wei Xiaosu. Highest floor, cleared 8. Time 56 minutes, 53 seconds. A heartbeat of silence passed. Then the lobby exploded like a powder keg. Shouts from every direction seemed to blow the ceiling off. Someone had crushed the record Wang Guowei had held for over 20 years and by almost 10 minutes. Everyone understood exactly what that meant. Holy crap, that's a real boss. As long as he doesn't die halfway, our school's guaranteed another high-tier professional. High tier? That's the starting line. Tier 8, Tier 9 totally possible. 666. Girl, you're so right. We're all trash. Yep, complete trash. 3rd, 4th, even 5th tier seniors lined up to roast themselves. Nanji and Pei Qian watched in shock. Apparently, even upperclassmen could have a collective crisis of faith. Only Su Xiaoqing raised her chin, her eyes flashing a proud finally. You see reality. Wait, why am I happy? The truth hit her. Wei Xiaosu had flattened her again, and more thoroughly than ever. Oddly, she felt no anger or disappointment. Instead, because she had predicted this and used it to slap a few seniors in the face, she felt a secret thrill. That makes no sense. Su Xiaoqing shook her head hard, flinging away the shameful sense of superiority, then huffed and shot a cold look at the seniors who had doubted her. The racket had already disturbed the entire lobby. Even Li Yixiao, binge-watching dramas in a corner, was forced to look up. One glance at the board froze his face. Wei Xiaosu? A freshman? Only level 31. If a peak tier 3 prodigy had broken the record, he might have sighed and moved on. But a student who had just reached tier 3 on his very first run had obliterated Wang Gui's time? Who could stay calm? Kid's got serious chops. Where does that leave Wang Gui? Li Yixiao muttered, pulling out his phone and scrolling to Wang's number. Hey, Xiaoing, get over here. Urgent. He hung up, laughing wickedly. Strike while the iron's hot. Time for the kid to smack you in public. Hey, the phone had barely left his hand when a broad-shouldered, burly man strode into the lobby. Who else could it be but Wang Gui? Whoa, that was fast. Li Yixiao gaped. Just happened to be passing by. Lucky timing. Wang scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Li Yixiao's eyes gleamed as he twisted the knife. Got some good news, your tier 3 record just got shattered, and badly. What? Wang froze. He had guarded that 4th place mark for over 20 years, and now it was gone. But when he saw the familiar name on the board, his grin split wider than anyone else's. Haha, so it's that kid. Knew I wasn't wrong about him. He's got a future. Li Yixiao. While the two of them were still bickering, a group of curious students gathered around. Hey, gorgeous, you seem pretty close to that big shot. Can you tell us if he's going to keep pushing? Yeah, will he go for the 9th floor? Over the rising chatter, Li Yixiao crossed his arms, lifted his chin, and snorted. Kids, you're too young. Back in my day, I was peak tier 3, half a step into tier 4, before I cleared the 9th floor. That kid? He's only level 31. Sure, he's strong, but he's nowhere near what I was. Seriously? Wang Gui's face darkened. Same thing I said before when I throw out question marks. It's not because I'm confused, it's because you're talking nonsense. You were 40 when you cleared the 9th. Comparing your prime to his 31? That's rich. I never said we were closed. Don't put words in my mouth, Su Xiaoqing protested, waving her hands in a rapid denial. Close. Who says we're close? Her objections couldn't stop the spectators. Someone quickly recognized her. Come on, don't lie. I went in with the 4 of you earlier. Yeah, Butino, freshman, what do you think? Can he clear the 9th floor or not? The flood of questions was overwhelming. Cornered, Su Xiaoqing finally raised her voice. Fine, fine. Just watch hell clear one more floor. The words weren't even cold before excitement surged through the hall. Look at that little miss has real faith in him, Li Yixiao teased. Wang Gui added. They're from the same hometown and even went to the same high school. She probably knows him better than we do. Li Yixiao nodded, eyes settling on Su Xiaoqing. She's impressive too, just hit tier 3 and already cleared the 6th floor. TSK, your class is full of monsters. Agreed, Wang Gui said, then remembered something. There's a guy named Shi Rishenwei fiercer than I ever was. If he bothered with the tower, my record would have been gone long ago. Never mind Wei Xiaosu. Sure who? Li Yixiao twitched at the name, though records didn't concern him. Wang Gui shrugged, about to explain, when a collective gasp swept the hall. The trial tower tier 3 leaderboard flickered. The top 3 slid down 1 spot, replaced by a new leader. Trial tower tier 3 rank 1, Wei Xiaosu. Highest floor cleared, 9. Time, 1 hour 9 minutes and 33 seconds. For a heartbeat the hall fell silent. Then screams tore through the air like thunder. Holy crap. First place. He took first. My god, what kind of run was that? In front of the board, Nanji and Pei Qian exchanged glances, then turned to Su Xiaoqing. They both wanted to know, was she just guessing, or did she actually know he could do it? When they noticed that Su Xiaoqing was staring at the rankings in the same stunned silence, their questions died on their lips, because the answer was plain to see. No one had imagined that Wei Xiaosu would truly clear the 9th floor, much less snatch the number 1 spot on the tier 3 leaderboard. The scene felt straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. Ha. Old Li, what was it you were saying just now? Wang Gui finally burst into unrestrained laughter. Li Yixiao glared at him, his beard bristling, then sighed once the anger subsided. A first-rate 9th tier prospector, real gem. You'd better take good care of him. Of course. They're about to set up a special training class, right? He's already at the very top of my recommendation list, Wang Gui replied proudly. Good call, Kitty, you've got some vision, Li Yixiao said, patting him on the shoulder. While the two were talking, the distant teleport array flared with blinding white light. A handsome young man stepped out, steady as could be. The moment he cleared the array, a synthesized voice echoed through the trial tower lobby. Congratulations to trainee Wei Xiaosu. With tier 3, level 31, boss class strength, he has cleared the 9th floor of the tier 3 trial tower in 1 hour 09 minutes 33 seconds, taking first place on the leaderboard. Award, 1,000 credits. Total credits, 7,166. He's how the big shot's out. Big shot. He's a god. Shut up, god. Only universe-level super stud freshman fits. Man, you're shameless. In an instant, the upperclassmen surrounded Wei Xiaosu so tightly that not even water could seep through. He was still a little dazed. The feeling of being smashed into paste by that orc boss wasn't pleasant, even inside the trial tower. The memory of the beast's one hammer, one lecraim brutality still made his back go cold. Meeting that monster in real life would mean instant death. But the moment he stepped out and felt 100 pairs of eyes fixed on him, his mood soared. Without even looking up, he knew had shattered the Tier 3 record and taken the crown. The rush of being everyone's focus was indescribably sweet. Even so, a trace of regret slipped in. The 10th floor had eluded him. Clearing it would have made his name echo across Mo University, maybe the entire Huaxiao Empire. Yet passing the 10th floor was a Herculean task. Right now had be one shot. And even at Tier 3 peak level 40, he probably still wouldn't stand a chance. Sigh. I'm still broke, he muttered inwardly. If he had a cool billion yuan, he could upgrade summon Void Swordsman from S rank to S rank, and little Shuai would advance from King class to Emperor class. Then, he'd even dare pit a Tier 3 peak, Emperor class little Shuai against a Tier 4 powerhouse Hedon. A billion yuan wasn't going to fall from the sky. The thought alone deflated him. I need money, serious money. Once I scrape together a billion, I'm tackling the trial tower again. Step 1 of the cash plan is set. Sell my credits. The school never meddles in credit trading. It's all perfectly legal and up to the owner. With that decision made, Wei Xiaosu looked at the 100+ upperclassmen around him, cleared his throat, and called out, I happen to earn a few extra credits just now. Anyone need them? I'm selling at a discount. Selling credits? The words had barely left his mouth when the previously chattering onlookers fell silent. If they had heard correctly, the freshman had just declared he intended to sell course credits. He wasn't joking. The lobby felt as if someone had pressed the mute button. A few quick-witted students crowded closer, lowering their voices but unable to hide their excitement. Those are academy credits. You can trade them for piles of treasure. Money can't buy them. Enough. The sudden roar made everyone's heart skip. They turned to see Dean Wang Guowei striding over, his face thunderous. Good afternoon, Dean. Dean Wang. The students instinctively parted, forming a respectful path. Hidden in the crowd, Wei Xiaosu pulled his cap lower and cursed under his breath. Of all times for the old man to show up. Selling credits wasn't explicitly forbidden, but doing it in front of the administration was asking for trouble. Dean, fancy meeting you here, he muttered awkwardly. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Li Yixiao and his 3 dorm mates approaching, each wearing an unreadable expression. Wang Guowei stopped in front of him, scowling. You earned just over 7,000 credits this round. My advice is to trade them for a rank skill book and boost your power. At the very least, stock up on experience pills and jump to level 40. For most students, it was sound counsel. A rank skill book on the outside cost a fortune, and experience pills were coveted. But Wei Xiaosu knew better. Leveling up was easy for him. His underworld mall sold everything, including incense bundles for grave offerings. As for skill books, his class hardly needed them. He hesitated, then forced a smile. Dean, you know my profession. I don't rely much on skill books. As for experience, I prefer farming dungeons myself. Why wouldn't you need a skill book? Wang frowned. Stop wasting time. The academy has a copy of Summon Death Knight, and a rank spell, 6,500 credits. You lack frontline power. A Death Knight would fill that gap. It sounded impressive, but Wei knew it would probably be no stronger than his sauce-dipped skeleton. He would rather pour resources into promoting Handsome to Emperor rank. Wang saw he was still wavering and opened his mouth to push again, but Li Yixiao grabbed his arm. Leave him alone. The kid clearly has his own plan. Plan my ass. Wang snapped. Li Yixiao smacked him on the forehead. Keep yapping, and I'll boot you out of here myself. Fine, fine, Wang muttered, rubbing his head. As he left, he cast Wei a glare that clearly said, just wait, this isn't over. Wei Xiaosu couldn't have cared less. He just wanted the cash. Clearing his throat, he chuckled and said, I did some digging. 1 credit usually costs between 800 and 1,500 Huaxia yuan. I'm not greedy, so let's split the difference 1,000 yuan per credit. Cash up front, credits on the spot. As soon as he finished, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. At least half of them felt their scalps tingle. 1,000 yuan for a single credit wasn't outrageous, but it was far from cheap. Most people would think twice unless they were desperate. The kicker? Wei Xiaosu was dumping 7,000 credits in one go. Since Modu University was founded, no one had ever moved that many credits at once. With enough cash, you could walk away with thousands of credits and trade for any resource you wanted. Seeing their hesitation, Wei Xiaosu clapped his hands and kept pitching. Seniors, think about it. When you trade credits, it's usually a handful here. A few dozen, there may be 100 if you're lucky. Back and forth, all that hassle. I'm offering you thousands in one shot. Saves time, saves effort. Feels good, right? Sure enough, a few people looked tempted, eyes blazing. Before they could speak, someone grumbled. Look, freshman, having lots of credits is great, but the price is still too steep. A male senior sighed, shaking his head. Wei Xiaosu sneered, his sarcasm unmistakable. Senior, since when is expensive a flaw? Your real flaw is you're broke. Senior? Bystanders, did he really just say that? The senior almost choked. That was a public jab at his empty wallet, and there were girls around to witness, if though humiliating. He wasn't the only one who thought the price was high. A female senior stepped forward, arms crossed, brow furrowed. 1,000 per credit? That's getting ridiculous. Listings over 1,000 usually sell just a few credits. You're tossing out 7,000 and still asking 1,000 each. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Wei Xiaosu shot her a sideways look and curled his lip. Credits getting more expensive? Where? It's been the same price for years. Don't lie through your teeth. Do you know how hard it is to save credits? It's always been 1,000 per credit. If you're short, maybe look at yourself first. Have you actually gotten stronger? Been serious about training? She was so furious she could only point at him, her pendant quivering with every sharp breath. She was a junior but had just reached 4th rank. Several classmates were already at peak 6th rank. What could she say? Boo-hoo, you're bullying me. Tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. Wei Xiaosu. Crude words, but they hit hard, he thought. No wonder netizens back in his old world roasted that guy Li Jiakino. He understood. Watching her cry like a pear blossom in the rain, he scratched his head, embarrassed, and waved his hands. Come on, senior, don't cry. I'm not singling you out. I'm talking to everyone here. Everyone. A menacing chill swept through the hall. Wei Xiaosu's heart lurched, and he cursed himself for showing off. One more word, and these seniors would have rubbed him into the ground. He coughed twice, forced a fawning smile, and said, sorry about that. Let's say 900 yuan for 1 credit, how's that? Boo-hoo. Junior, I want 500 credits. The request came from a sobbing 3rd-year student. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched, but he nodded readily. Sure. Scan the code 450,000 in total. WeChat received 450,000 yuan. The chime had barely faded when he grabbed her student ID, tapped away, sent the 500 credits, and closed the deal. He'll take 200. Junior, I want 1,000. Back off. I only need 100. What had seemed like an outrageous 7,000 credits vanished in less than 3 minutes at his rock-bottom price. When the last receipt updated, the figure on his phone stopped at 6.3 million yuan. Wei Xiaosu grinned from ear to ear. These seniors really are loaded. If only he had cleared the 10th floor of the trial tower and pocketed another 10,000 credits, it would have been 9 million. He had to find a way to get those credits, whatever it took. With the credits gone, the crowd dispersed. Only his 3 companions, the ever-cheerful Li Xiao and the perpetually scowling Wang Guowei, remained. Are you really that short on cash? Wang Guowei finally asked. You sort of. Wei Xiaosu nodded, unable to explain. So if that's all, I'll head out? What's the rush? Am I that terrifying? Wang Guowei smacked him on the back of the head, hard enough to nearly drop Hema, clear sign of his annoyance. Wei Xiaosu rubbed his head and forced a sheepish smile. Wang Guowei took a deep breath. Fine, do what you think is right. But next time you get credits, don't sell them all. Got it, Dean Wang. Agreeing was easy. Actually keeping the credits was another story. 900 yuan per credit, who could resist? Once he beat the 3rd-tier trial tower, then the 4th and 5th, he planned to keep fleecing that sheep. After saying goodbye to Li Xiao and Wang Guowei, the 4 of them hurried out of the lobby. Wei Xiaosu sprinted ahead, afraid Wang Guowei might remember and land another slap. Xiaosu, are you really strapped for cash? The same question came again, this time from Pei Qian. Unlike before, Wei Xiaosu nodded solemnly. Yes, I'm flat broke. What are friends for? If you need money, just say the word, we'll chip in, right? Pei Qian thumped his chest, his flab rippling. Exactly. Selling those credits was such a waste. Nanji nodded in agreement. Idiots. The most outspoken one was Su Xiaoqing. She no longer bothered with talk about surpassing him. Instead, she ran the numbers for Wei Xiaosu. 7,000 credits, and you only got 6,300,000 for them? And a rank skill book easily goes for over 10 million on the outside. Wei Xiaosu blinked, wondering if he had misheard. Wait, aren't skill books forbidden from private sale? The moment the words left his mouth, he noticed the 3 of them staring at him like he was a clueless freshman. The silent pressure made his back go cold. Isn't that the rule? He added weakly. Rule my foot. Su Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, pulled out a chair, and sat down with almost sympathetic patience. Aside from cultivation techniques, how else do you pass on other types of skills? Once a book is used, it's gone. So, Wei Xiaosu grew more confused. Pei Qian took over. So every other skill book is a single-use item. You spend credits to redeem it, and after that you can give it to anyone you want. Neither the academy nor the government cares, because it can't be passed down again. Huh. A muffled thunderclap seemed to explode in Wei Xiaosu's mind. If what they said was true, he had just taken a massive loss. 7,000 credits were enough to buy certain rank skills, like the Summon Death Knight Wang Guowei had mentioned. Even if that wasn't top tier for a rank, it would still fetch at least 10 or even 20 million on the market. Those were real prices, not a fairy tale. Damn it, his face went dark and he slapped the table hard. No wonder the upperclassmen looked at me so strangely. I didn't get it then, but now I see that was the look you give an idiot. Su Xiaoqing, Ninji, and Pei Qian rolled their eyes in unison. He finally caught on. Pei Qian pulled out his phone without hesitation. Xiaoshu, how much are you short? He'll transfer it. Nanji and Su Xiaoqing did the same, clearly backing the idea. 3 phone screens lit up, and Wei Xiaosu's eyes stung with sudden emotion. This was the power of friendship. Upgrading Little Handsome required 100,000 skill points, exactly 1 billion Huaxia dollars. He had only pocketed 6,300,000 from selling his credits, leaving a gap of 993,700,000. The figure sounded terrifying, But Su Xiaoqing was the heir to the Su family. Ninji was the darling of a prominent Kyoto clan. And Pei Qian's background was no joke either. If the three of them pooled their resources, it should be doable, right? He could almost see 3 gleaming gold ingots hovering in front of him. Solemnly, he announced, "You guys are amazing. Our friendship will last forever, through thick and thin. In short, 993,700,000. Split evenly. That's 331,233,333 each. Please transfer. Thanks." Silence fell. The air seemed to congeal. "Ah, the moon's so round tonight," Su Xiaoqing suddenly said, gazing upward with utter sincerity. "Yeah, let's grab lunch," Nanji chimed in smoothly. Pei Qian nodded earnestly. "There's a great pork knuckle place off campus actually. KFC works too." The three quietly pocketed their phones, laughing as they brushed past him. In a blink they were several steps away. Wei Xiaosu gaped. "What about our friendship? What about the transfer? What about the 993 million? Hey, don't leave, come on. You can't just run away. No speed boosts, I'm serious. Wait for me." On the commercial street near Modu University, inside a tiny joint famous for braised pig's feet rice, Wei Xiaosu glared at his 3 friends who were wolfing down their meals, seething with frustration. "Wrong friends. That's my problem, terrible taste in friends," he growled, tearing off a glossy chunk of pork trotter and biting down hard. Hot grease exploded across his tongue, venting some of his anger. The trio opposite him rolled their eyes in unison. Wrong friends? Maybe he should think about the sum. Head just asked for 9 billion. No, 10 billion. They were only freshmen. That number felt farther away than a black hole. If Head wanted a couple of million, even a few hundred million, they might have convinced their parents. But 10 billion? Who could lend that? Xiaosu. Even if you chopped me up and sold me by the pound, you'd never see 10 billion. Pei Qian mumbled, cheeks bulging with rice. Slice me into hot pot meat, and him still lose change. How about a drumstick? Su Xiaoqing reached into the family's eyes KFC bucket, fingers hovering over a golden leg. Her expression said, "Cash? No. Chicken. All you can eat." Wei Xiaosu twitched. Miss Su, heiress of the Su family, addicted to KFC? Nanji covered her mouth, failing to hide a snicker as she pushed rice around her bowl. Wei Xiaosu sighed and lowered his voice. "Seriously, any quick way to make money? How much?" Pei Qian narrowed his eyes. 10 billion. Sell yourself. Might fetch a decent price, Pei Qian replied, deadpan, wiping his mouth. Not a bad offer, Nanji chimed in, leaning closer with a mischievous grin. Xiaosu, join the Nan household. My dad would happily throw 10 billion at your future. Get lost. Wei Xiaosu laughed. Sell myself for 10 billion? Dream on. Nanji waved, showing she was only joking. In the middle of the banter, inspiration struck Pei Qian. He dropped his chopsticks onto the bowl. Got it. Xiaosu, do boosting. Boosting? Wei Xiaosu blinked. I'm decent at King of Glory, but only Diamond 3. That won't earn real money. Pei Qian stared. Did I say game boosting? And what Diamond 3 ego thinks that's big cash? I'm talking professional boosting. Professionals have boosters? Wei Xiaosu turned to the others. Sure enough, Su Xiaoqing and Nanji looked unfazed. Clearly he was the only one out of the loop. Pei Qian explained from the top. It's like a veteran gamer carrying newbies through a dungeon. High-tier professionals escort low-tier ones into an instance and take a commission afterward. The catch is that real-world dungeons have strict level gates. At their current strength tier 3, level 31, the 4 of them can only enter tier 3 instances. Tier 2 and tier 1 are off-limits. Because of that, true high-tier professionals are rare, demand is sky-high, and boosting fees have gone through the roof. In most video games, it's perfectly normal for a level 100 veteran to shepherd newcomers through a level 10 dungeon. In real life, though, you can only hire someone at the same tier, and that makes the whole thing ridiculously hard. Wei Xiaosu idly stirred his soup, still skeptical about the plan. He finally asked, can you really make money doing this? Definitely. Nanji cut in before anyone else could answer. She pulled a face and shrugged. I once paid for a boost from level 11 to 20. Those 9 levels cost my dad more than 200,000 yuan. I've done it too, Pei Qian admitted, rubbing his nose. Level 1 to 10 set me back almost 100 grand. What? Wei Xiaosu shot to his feet, his chair screeching across the floor. After hearing what they'd spent, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted and his eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. Fortune favors the prepared. I, Wei Xiaosu, was born to be a professional booster. Only top-tier players can take on boosting gigs, either solo experts or tightly knit squads who make their living on pure skill. Nanji and Pei Qian never doubted Wei Xiaosu's ability. Anyone who had cleared the 9th floor of the trial tower had to be a monster. What 3-star dungeon could possibly stop him? Hurry up and eat, Wei urged. When you're done, take me to the Modu dungeon zone. Modu was already a top-tier metropolis in Huaxia before the cataclysm. Afterward, the sheer number of dungeons turned it into an even bigger magnet for adventurers. The city boasted 26 dungeon districts and 1,741 instances of varying tiers. The densest cluster of 3-star dungeons lay on a stretch of wasteland a dozen kilometers outside the city. The land had long since been reshaped by the portals, and the once desolate area was now a bustling settlement. Around 50 to 60,000 people lived there, more than 90% of them 3-star professionals. As soon as Wei Xiaosu's group of 4 entered the town, they skipped the sightseeing and headed straight for the portals. With the sun dipping behind the hills, the crowd at the dungeon gates was thin, yet recruitment shouts echoed non-stop. Level 23 party needs one more. Looking for a healer above level 21 solid HPS required. Need a carry. I'm a level 21 newbie paying 100,000 yuan to reach level 25. It was Wei Xiaosu's first time in a dungeon hub of this scale, and his eyes widened. Everywhere he looked, teams advertised their needs on boards or megaphones. It felt like standing in the lobby of an MMO party recruitment, booster services, you name it. The place was an eye-opening spectacle. This sector alone held 47 dungeons, only 6 of them 3-star instances. Pei Qian led the way with practiced ease, rattling off each dungeon's type, difficulty, and payout. Want to warm up first? He asked. Let's go, Wei Xiaosu answered. Had come here to boost players and didn't want to waste time. If unexpected events inside a portal weren't such a hassle, he would have started a run on the spot. Then how about Lakeside Forest? Pei Qian pointed to a distant portal wrapped in a shimmering energy barrier. It's the toughest 3-star dungeon here, but the rewards are the best. With that, the decision was made. Sure, as long as it's a tier 3 run, I'm in. Wei Xiaosu was in high spirits. Moments ago had overheard a lavish bounty for a dependable power leveler, the rewards soaring into the hundreds of thousands of Huaxia credits, and had been sorely tempted. If he weren't worried about the job backfiring, he would have accepted on the spot. For now, though, this was only a tier 3 dungeon. Once had memorized the monster layout, traps, and difficulty curve, he could clear it solo anytime, so there was no rush. Pei Qian, do you come here a lot? Nanji finally gave voice to her curiosity. Heh. The chubby Pei Qian chuckled without hiding a thing. I'm from Modu, remember? Sure, but how does that make you an expert on this instance? Nanji looked puzzled. Modu hosted thousands of dungeons. Even a native couldn't know them all, let alone one of the tougher tier 3 runs. Pei Qian cleared his throat, smiling sheepishly. Oh, what's this town called again? Peijia Town. Nanji answered automatically, then froze. Wait, what? The word snapped everyone awake. Wei Xiaosu and Su Xiaoqing gaped at the Relipoli Pei Qian. Was this really his family's place? Pei Qian scratched his head and nodded, embarrassed. Yeah, my old man put the property in my name, so I know the area pretty well. Nice. Big spender. Be our friend. The other 3 cheered. Come on, quit fooling around. Let's get the run started. The 4 approached the swirling portal to the Lakeside Forest instance, and a pale blue screen materialized in front of each of them. Instance, Lakeside Forest. Entry requirement, Tier 3, Level 3140. Difficulty options, Easy, Normal, Hard, Abyss, Nightmare, Hell. Rewards, Gear, EXP pills. Daily entries, 3, any difficulty. Party size, 6 or more. How about hard? Pei Qian looked at Wei Xiaosu, voice cautious. Xiaosu, I know you're strong, but don't hit hell. My heart can't take it. Nanji and Su Xiaoqing instinctively glanced at their new captain. Pei Qian had just handed Wei Xiaosu the leader title. Honestly, if Wei weren't here, Pei would have chosen easy without blinking. This was a 6-man dungeon, and they had only 4 level 31 newbies. Hidden classes or not, that was a stretch. Sure, Wei Xiaosu agreed. The other 3 exhaled in relief only for a shrill system notice to explode in their ears. Party leader has selected Lakeside Forest, Nightmare difficulty. Teleporting now. Pei Qian. Nanji. Su Xiaoqing. Damn it, Xiaosu. I said no hell, and you pick Nightmare? Are you kidding me? Pei Qian finally roared as the teleport light engulfed them. And just why had he claimed the Lakeside Forest was the most profitable Tier 3 dungeon in the first place? Of course this dungeon is freaking terrifying. Even the trash mobs at the gate are peak Tier 3. A flash of silvery teleport light vanished, and the instant Wei Xiaosu's boots hit the rough stone floor his senses snapped back. He froze. 3 razor-sharp killing intents stabbed at his back. Heart pounding, he forced a clumsy grin and turned around. Hey, don't look at me like that. Relax, I took Pei Qian's advice. I didn't pick hell mode, okay? What more do you want? Damn it. Pei Qian, suddenly blamed, flared up and waved his hands. I told you to skip hell, not to settle for nightmare. Enough. Su Xiaoqing shut the argument down with a single word, then went straight for the key issue. Pei Qian, how well do you know this dungeon? Like the back of my hand. I've never actually been here, but I've memorized every guide from easy to abyssal. Pei Qian thumped his chest proudly. Nanji promptly smacked the back of his head. Great, but we're in Nightmare. Pei Qian just sighed. Who could get mad at cute little Nanji? Nobody runs Nightmare. I never thought I'd end up here, so why bother studying it? Faces darkened all around. Wei Xiaosu grumbled silently. Don't they trust me at all? I just cleared the 9th floor of the trial tower. He cut to the chase. Fatty, use the abyssal guide. What's our first move? Abyssal. Pei Qian stroked his chin for a few seconds, then announced solemnly. Kill the gatekeeper 100 meters ahead. Nanji. Su Xiaoqing. Wei Xiaosu, what kind of guide is that? Huh. That's the guide. Wei Xiaosu went numb. He almost shouted, "Why do I even keep you around?" Since the guide was useless, he waved his hand. "Fine, let's just go kill it." He stepped out of the safe zone first. Once you left the circle, the run officially began. Death here was brutal. You didn't really die, but you could lose 1 to 9 levels at random, even drop an entire rank, and every piece of gear and storage space would be wiped. No wonder the others freaked out when Wei Xiaosu chose Nightmare. The cost was insane. Light dimmed behind them as the shield faded. A few dozen steps later, they spotted a creature crouched on the riverbank 100 meters away. Humanoid in outline. It had the torso of a yellow carp and the legs of a man, eyes half closed in a lazy doze, thoroughly unsettling sight. Insight. Murloc Tier 3 Lord. Strength 40. Agility 10,605. Constitution 15,114. Spirit 11,018. 4,870. Gulp. The stats popped up on their HUDs, and all four sucked in a sharp breath, chills racing down their spines. Even Wei Xiaosu shivered. We're so utterly screwed. A peak Tier 3 Lord? How are we supposed to beat that? If even the gatekeeper's this strong, aren't we dead already? Su Xiaoqing and Nanji shouted their fear almost in unison. The fishman guarding the entrance was all corded muscle and dark shimmering scales, exuding the same oppressive aura as the orc lord on the 6th floor of the trial tower. Aside from Wei Xiaosu, Su Xiaoqing held the tower's second-best record, yet she had also fallen on that 6th floor, still unable to defeat that peak Tier 3 Lord. In other words, even a combat specialist like her couldn't win a Unionon against this fishman, so how were they supposed to clear the instance at all? Even Wei Xiaosu frowned, a rarity. He could certainly cut down a peak Tier 3 Lord, but who could guarantee tougher enemies wouldn't show up later, especially when he had 3 teammates to protect? The tense silence lasted several seconds before Pei Qian patted his belly and said, "Relax. The gatekeeper is always the strongest. Every difficulty works that way." All three turned to him. Wei Xiaosu was first to speak. "Fatty, are you saying everything after the door is weaker than the gatekeeper?" "Exactly, and by a lot." Pei Qian flashed a confident grin. "I was surprised for a different reason. I think Nightmare difficulty is too easy. We might even clear it today, huh?" Before they could question him further, he laid out his logic. "I haven't studied Nightmare, but on Abyss difficulty the gatekeeper is a peak Tier 3 beast general, and the final stage is 3 monsters of the same rank. Brother Xiaosu, could you handle 3 peak Tier 3 lords at once?" "That's it." Wei Xiaosu let out a long breath and relaxed his shoulders. If that was the case, had already taken down a beast king, why fear a few lords? He raised his hand, ready to summon his temps and end the fight quickly. "Wei Xiaosu, stay back and cover us. The fishman is ours," Su Xiaoqing said, her eyes stubborn. That's what I was thinking too." Ninji giggled. With a flick of her right hand, a palm-sized rainbow pagoda floated into the air, each tear glowing softly. Pei Qian wasn't idle either. He produced a small jade vial and swallowed a drop of dark red blood. A moment later his bones cracked and stretched, sending his height past 2 meters, and the once chubby body turned into iron-hard muscle, 8-pack abs popping into sharp relief. "Holy crap, Fatty, did you just pop a little blue pill?" Wei Xiaosu blurted. Pei Qian blinked. "Brother Xiaosu, you actually know what the little blue pill is? Tried it? Does it work?" Wei Xiaosu. Dark lines slid down Su Xiaoqing and Nanji's foreheads. They nearly booted the 2 clowns out of the instance. Pei Qian coughed twice and dragged the conversation back on track. "Ahem. Anyway, let's get started. What I just absorbed was the blood of a rare class berserker. The power spike is huge, but it only lasts 30 minutes, he explained." Su Xiaoqing and Nanji both nodded. Nanji then raised the 7-colored celestial pagoda, its crisp chime rolling across the field. Pagoda of power, pagoda of speed, pagoda of ward. Buffs surged over Su Xiaoqing and Pei Qian, and their auras shot upward. A hidden class ranked 11th on the support leaderboard really was in a league of its own. Any one of them alone would have lost to the Murloc monster. But the moment they joined forces, the outcome became clear. Arms folded, Wei Xiaosu stayed on the edge of the fight, watching the 2 figures trade blows with the creature. If 3 prodigies still couldn't handle a single Murloc, that would be ridiculous. "Nenji, do you really have to stay rooted when you cast?" Wei Xiaosu glanced over at the girl, who was gripping the pagoda and sending wave after wave of buffs onto the field. "I can move," she replied without looking his way, "but if I break concentration, the boost drops. I'm pushing a 30% increase right now, and that's the cap." Wei Xiaosu nodded in understanding. His own Netherfire art grew in power the more focus he poured in. Buffs were even fussier. TSK, that poor thing. He squinted as Su Xiaoqing and Pei Qian's combo tore off plates of the monster's scales, blood spraying everywhere. All 3 teammates were in a foul mood, Su Xiaoqing most of all. She had battled Wei Xiaosu for 3 years straight. This time, after leaving the trial tower, she hadn't even said her usual "I'll surpass you," which spoke volumes. 10-odd minutes later, the hulking Murloc Lord hit the ground with a thud. Aside from a scratch on Pei Qian, the trio was untouched. Ding. Your party has slain a level 40 Murloc Lord and earned 3.18 million experience points. Not bad. Wei Xiaosu whistled. I played cheerful spectator and still got 3 mil. That's what? A 0.05% bump? Hee. I raked in 14.1 million. Nanji wiped sweat from her brow, eyes sparkling. Wei Xiaosu gave her a thumbs up. Come on, let's see the loot. When they arrived, Su Xiaoqing and Pei Qian were already sprawled over the corpse, digging for treasure. Skipping loot was never an option. Well, anything good? Wei Xiaosu asked, eager. Haha. Pei Qian rummaged near the tail, then yanked out a dark green polearm wedged between the scales. Hold up, that's its weapon. Seriously? You actually got it to drop. Wei Xiaosu nearly shouted. A tier 3 lord's personal armament was bound to be top tier. Pei Qian shared the stats, and the group fell silent. The numbers were absurd. Murloc Trident. Boss level, 40 tier, 3. Strength 1000. Agility 3000. Constitution 500. Will 200. Effect 150% chance to inflict bleed. Wounds heal slowly. Effect 2. Built-in 15% armor penetration. Description. Legend claims the sea god subdued the oceans with a trident. Every Murloc forges a replica in homage. Whoa, this is insane. 4 to 700 bonus stats and 2 special effects. That's downright terrifying. Wei Xiaosu's eyes bulged, his breath hitching as envy literally leaked from the corner of his mouth. The Murloc trident before him outclassed his own Lament of the Fallen by a full 700 points. Whichever way he looked at it, the thing was utterly broken. After holding back for a moment, he finally blurted, urgency ringing in his voice, "How much do you think it's worth?" The other three all twitched, rolled their eyes, and at last Pei Qian answered, "A level 40 boss grade weapon usually goes for anywhere between 200,000 and 2 million. What? How can it vary that much?" Wei Xiaosu cried. Pei Qian shrugged, his tone calm, but every word deadened. First, once someone awakens their signature weapon, they rarely buy another. Second, the stats and effect lines are what really set the price. Wei Xiaosu nodded repeatedly. He knew plenty of pros who married their awakened weapon for life, though there were exceptions. Some people's signature weapons were complete garbage. Fatty, then how much could this Murloc trident sell for? He pressed. Pei Qian stroked the silvery alloy trident in his hands and grinned. 4,700 stat points, 2 combat boosting effects. Anything under 1 million and I'm not selling. Wei Xiaosu drew a sharp breath. 10 minutes into the dungeon and they'd already netted 1 million? His heart pounded, so hard it felt ready to burst from his chest. The other three watched him drown in dollar signs, utterly speechless. Pei Qian added, "I don't have a decent weapon right now, so I'm keeping the trident for myself." Huh. Wei Xiaosu blinked. He wasn't objecting, just puzzled. Fatty, isn't it a level 40 weapon? You're only level 31. How are you going to use it? Pei Qian. Nanji. Su Xiaoqing. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. Xiaosu, you don't even know the gear rules? A dark horse had cleared the 9th floor of the trial tower, yet clueless about this basic stuff, wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it himself. Noting the blank look on Wei Xiaosu's face, he explained patiently. Tier 0, meaning levels 1 to 10, is when we're at our weakest, so gear has to match your level. But once you hit tier 1 and above, you can wield anything within that tier's entire level range. Realization dawned on Wei Xiaosu. He muttered bitterly, "Damn, why didn't anyone tell me?" Pei Qian squinted. "This whole time you've never bought or equipped anything." Wei Xiaosu scratched his head, embarrassed. Selling gear he could do in his sleep, but buying it? Not in this lifetime. All right, let's stop wasting time and finish the dungeon. Wei Xiaosu hurriedly shifted the group's focus, looking decidedly flustered. Inside the Forest Lake instance, the ground was crawling with fish and crab-type monsters, with only the occasional insect roaming about. Even when they ran into the toughest beetle, Su Xiaoqing sliced it cleanly in two with a single swing, leaving it no chance to fight back. The loot was generous: helmets, breastplates, gloves, boots, at least one piece for every slot. The gear wasn't on par with the Murloc trident, but it would still fetch a decent price. What really caught Wei Xiaosu's eye, though, was their first encounter with experience pills. G-Rank EXP pill, Tier 3, grants 100,000 experience instantly when swallowed. Usable only at Tier 3. Frank EXP pill, Tier 3, grants 200,000 experience instantly when swallowed. Usable only at Tier 3. The drop rate for EXP pills was 2 to 3 times higher than for equipment. Who wouldn't be tempted? Pei Qian estimated that a single G-Rank, Tier 3 pill would sell for about 1,000 yuan on the outside, while in Frank would go for 2,000. That added up to a tidy profit. "There's a big one in the cave ahead. Kill it and we head straight to the end of the instance," Pei Qian whispered, pointing at the pitch-black entrance 100 meters away. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go?" Wei Xiaosu answered, taking the lead. So far had been the team Mascoth hadn't needed to lift a finger. The others insisted he stay in reserve in case they met something they couldn't handle. But Su Xiaoqing, Nanji, and Pei Qian had been so ruthless that nothing had given them even half a challenge, leaving Wei no chance to show off. Heh. Pei Qian scratched his head and added, "On abyss difficulty. That cave holds a red-striped python, stronger than the gatekeeping murloc. If we can't handle it, you'd better jump in fast. Wei Xiaosu rolled his eyes and flicked Pei Qian's forehead. Save the chatter. I'm watching. Now move. Nanji threw buffs over the two of them, and Pei Qian charged in first, his murloc trident gleaming coldly. The moment he crossed the boundary, a piercing hiss echoed from deep in the cave. A second later, three massive shapes slithered out of the darkness, the fabled red-striped pythons. Red-striped python, Tier 3, Lord Class. Strength 40. Agility 16,605. Constitution 15,114. Spirit 15,018. 8,870. Holy. Pei Qian cursed, spun 360 degrees on a dime, and bolted. Run. Now. Nightmare difficulty just spawned 3 red-striped pythons. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He shouted. Su Xiaoqing, right behind him, was just as terrified. One look at those monstrous stats, and she turned tail without hesitation. Red-striped pythons were already nastier than murlocs, and now there were 3 of them. With a team of small-timers like theirs. Fight. Not a chance. When 3 pythons over 20 meters long and as thick as oil drums are chasing you, how fast can a 200 fat guy run? Faster than Lu Xiang. Stop spacing out and move. Pei Qian bellowed, but Nanji and Wei Xiaosu just stood there, leaving him stomping in panic. Their plan was simple. If the 3 of them couldn't handle the monster, Wei Xiaosu would finish the job. No one expected 3 red-band pythons to show up at once. That was insane. Trusting Wei Xiaosu to fight them heat-in was out of the question. Run? Really? Nanji's face went ghost white. Only 70 or 80 meters separated them. For the pythons, that was nothing. Under her breath she muttered, run my foot. Pei Qian kept sprinting, wind howling past his ears. Watching him flail, Wei Xiaosu actually laughed and raised a hand. Hey, fatty, call me Brother Su from now on, and he'll take care of them. What? Pei Qian stumbled, stunless by the shakedown then by the fact this guy could joke, while 3 giant pythons bore down on them. Brazen shamelessness was Pei Qian's only virtue. After a 0.01 second pause, he plastered on a tragic face and wailed, help, Brother Su. Dear Brother Su. The fat lord's about to be snake. Chow, I don't want to end up as snake poop. Wei Xiaosu's scalp tingled. He almost knocked the man out and tossed him to the pythons. But jokes aside, the situation was dire. Even at top speed, the snakes were closing in. In 3 seconds Pei Qian would be swallowed whole. Wei Xiaosu stopped hesitating. Mental energy surged as he shouted, summon Xiao Shuai. Xiao Chong. Peiqi. Skull dip. Monsters like these were too much for one hireling. Even Xiao Shuai. Except for Xiao Ming. He called every high-level hireling he had. He jerked his chin at Nanji. Buff them, yeah, stack it on the one with Shuai on his forehead. Nanji wanted to complain, but acted first. The moment the buff landed, her mental energy drained like a leaking bucket. What normally sustained Pei Qian and Su Xiaoqing for half an hour was evaporating. She hurriedly dropped the buffs on Pei Qian and Su Xiaoqing and poured everything into Xiao Shuai. What is this? Burning energy, crazy fast eye, can last 5 minutes tops. She shouted. The instant the buffs vanished, Pei Qian knew he was toast. He hadn't been fast even with boosts. Now each step felt like mud. He was almost in tears. Come on, Ninji ancestor Nandot, do this. The fetid breath of the pythons washed over him, turning his face ashen. You didn't truly die in a dungeon, but every sensation right up to death was painfully real. In other words, he was about to experience, in excruciating detail, what it felt like to be swallowed by a snake and slowly digested. At the split second between life and death, a streak of white shot upstream, its sword light gleaming like molten silver. With a sharp hiss, the air was sliced open. Behind Pei Qian, a red-striped python as thick as a water barrel was flung aside, severed mid-coil. The lingering blade aura bored through shattered scales into raw flesh, and the snake writhed in agony, toppling tree after tree. In an instant, everything within dozens of meters lay flattened beneath a haze of grass and dust. Holy crap, what was that? Pei Qian scrambled another 30 meters before daring to look back. Relief flooded him, recognized the skeletal creatures now in view. They were the bone soldiers had seen in the ruins, only far more ostentatious. Xiao Shuai, still wearing the cape emblazoned with a huge shuai, looked as arrogant as ever. Beside him were Ku Lu Zhanjiang, the skeleton shield guard, and a hulking black iron boar, each one absurdly powerful. In just a few days Xiao Shuai had grown even fiercer. Pei Qian could only stare as the monstrous red-striped pythons were tossed around like toys, his worldview on the verge of collapse. The boar and the shield guard held one serpent at bay, Ku Lu Zhanjiang, shouting Wu Ya Zua Fei Ji, dueled another. The last snake was pinned helplessly beneath Xiao Shuai's blade. Am I really that useless, or are you just insanely overpowered? Pei Qian's eyelids twitched. Ever since awakening, his class had been showered with envy and praise, but now he realized his so-called hidden class meant nothing. Next to Wei Xiaosu, he didn't even qualify as a rounding error. Damn it. If anyone ever again says necromancers are the weakest of the hidden classes, he'll smash their face in. He muttered through clenched teeth, utterly crushed. A short distance away, the two female teammates who had followed Pei Qian were equally dumbfounded. They knew Wei Xiaosu could solo the 9th floor of the trial tower, yet they had never witnessed his combat firsthand. Now, 3-peak 3rd tier, Lord-level red-striped pythons were being overpowered by him alone. The scene felt ripped from a sci-fi blockbuster. Die. After slicing one python open, Xiao Shuai gathered his strength, his sword intent exploding outward. A heartbeat later, an arc of light many times fiercer than before ripped through the air. The snake's tough scales peeled apart, like paper. A shrill screech tore across the forest as the python was cleaved clean in two, its life force fading by the second. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Shuai flashed to Ku Lu Zhanjiang's side and jeered, raising his sword. Ha ha ha, little Zhanjiang. Can't even handle one measly worm? Weakling. Ku Lu Zhanjiang. Humiliated down to his very bones, Ku Lu Zhanjiang roared, swung his massive cleaver overhead, and brought it crashing onto the python's skull. Wu Yizhua Fei Ji. Squelch. Caught off guard, the serpent's head thudded to the ground. Its colossal body convulsed violently, scarlet blood gushing in fountains. Its end was only seconds away. "I'm no lapdog, you jerk." Kulu Zhanjiang planted a skeletal foot squarely on the massive head of the red-striped python. His joints glinted as he sneered. "Can't even handle a snake? What does that make you if not a mutt? Well, feel like fighting?" Before the words had faded, Xiao Shuai shook out the black cloak on his back. With an offhand sweep of his silver sword, a foul wind spun up, shredding the serpent's head beneath Kula's foot. Losing his footing in an instant, Kula managed to steady himself on raw strength alone. Otherwise he would have hit the dirt and lost face entirely. "Damn it, you've pushed Kula too far. Taste my blade." Rage flared red along every bone as he swung a broad, curved saber in a vicious arc. Xiao Shuai met the oncoming slash without the slightest concern. His long sword thrust forward, its tip striking the saber's edge. Boom. Two torrents of force collided, exploding into a shockwave that plowed the ground into a trench. The decapitated serpent fared worst of all, dead, yet still pounded into pulp by the aftershock. When the dust settled, Xiao Shuai sheathed his sword and stood motionless. He hadn't shifted so much as a toe. Kulu, by contrast, had been blasted back a dozen paces. There was no question who held the upper hand. Not far away, Xiao Chong and Peiqi were still grappling with the last red-striped python. Seeing the scene, both let out angry snorts worthy of pigs. Peiqi, who specialized in speed and had thin defenses, was already black and blue from the snake strikes. "Oink Xiangzi, let's oink drag the snake over there," Peiqi wheezed through flaring nostrils. "Keep this up and roast pork." Xiao Chong nodded hard. His defense was solid, but if the python kept grinding him down, he'd end up bone dust all the same. "All right, Piggy, you're faster. The glorious honor of this mission is yours." "No problem, oink. I won't be happy till I give that jerk and the mud a taste of payback." "Agreed. Go." Plan set. Xiao Chong tanked a round of the python's assault, forcing an opening. Peiqi darted out in a flash of pink, racing toward Xiao Shuai and Kulu. The instant Peiqi slipped beyond the snake's reach, Xiao Chong triggered stand firm, blinking after him. Their teamwork was so smooth the higher-tier python was left swiping at empty air, roaring in frustration. Peiqi was lightning fast. With Xiao Chong riding on his back, the serpent had no chance of catching up. 5 seconds later, Xiao Shuai still had his back to them, fully focused on the disgruntled Kulu. Xiao Chong shouted, voice cracking with excitement. "Piggy, use the secret move Millennium Wedge. Charge. Oink oink, head down and push." Peiqi's single horn struck dead center on a rather unfortunate spot. With a resounding thud, Xiao Shuai was launched dozens of meters into the air, flipping end over end. The scream that tore from his throat was so pitiful it could bring tears to anyone's eyes, even Kulis, if he had any. "Ha ha ha. Loser, bet you didn't see this coming. How about I sing you a song?" Skeleton Dipsauce threw back his bony head and let out an ear-splitting cackle. Before the sound had even died away, he burst into a wildly off-key rendition. "Chrysanthemums wilt, petals fall, your smile has lost its glow." Wei Xiaosu, Nanji, Pei Qian, Su Xiaoqing, and the others had just been intimidated by the skeleton's power, but now their faces twitched as they fought back, laughter, features twisting painfully. Wei Xiaosu felt imaginary dark lines sliding down his forehead. Ever since these high-level hirelings leveled up, their brains had grown too, yet somehow they were still filled with utter nonsense. The red-striped python hadn't even been dealt with, and they were already bickering. In front of his teammates, where was he supposed to put his pride? Apparently someone needed to remind them who held the trump cards. His expression turned pitch black. "Summon Xiaoming," he barked. Black mist rolled out, and a skeletal creature so thin it could double as a drying rack staggered forward. The trio who had been suppressing laughter froze. Pei Qian reacted first, spun around, and bolted, swearing, "Damn it. Brother Suno, Daddy Sui, would you let that freak out?" They knew Xiaoming's ruthlessness all too well. Back in the ruins, the frail-looking skeleton had blown half the assault bug sky-high. Now that the demolition maniac was tier 3, wasn't he even scarier? Xiaoing's face went white. After spitting out shameless, she grabbed the teary-eyed Nanji and fled without a backward glance. Wei Xiaosu ignored them. He patted Xiao Ming's narrow shoulder, a vein throbbing on his forehead, and pointed at the distant brawl among the skeletons. Xiao Ming, hey, race your chance to shine. See those brats? Blast them all. For a moment, Xiao Ming had thought the target was the giant snake, but learning it was his co-workers only made him happier. Authorized friendly fire, what a deal. Steam seemed to hiss from his joints as he yanked out a rocket nearly half his own height, moving so fast you'd think his master might change his mind. Seconds later, the rocket streaked skyward on a trail of white-hot flame. With barely 100 meters between them and the targets, its 5 warheads split midair with a sharp crack, locking onto 4 skeletons and 1 snake. Boom. The shockwave whipped up yellow sand. In the firelight, bone shards whirled and serpent scales scattered. Xiao Ming clapped wildly, thick white smoke venting from his seams, and in a hoarse yet ecstatic voice he shouted, "Art is Patrick Star." Boom after boom, 5 mushroom clouds nearly 150 meters tall erupted in the heart of the dense forest, fireballs rolling outward as scorching waves instantly reduced everything nearby to ash. At the very last instant, Wei Xiaosu dove behind, Xiao Ming the only spot in that inferno where anyone could hope to survive. It was an explosion worthy of a gallery. Xiao Ming stood within a wall of flame, eyes shining as though he ruled the fire itself. Despite 1,000-degree heat and howling shockwaves, not even a strand of his hair was singed. The blaze covered a full kilometer, the shockwave rolled out more than 10, and thunderous booms shook distant mountains until rocks clattered down their slopes. A dozen seconds later, the pillars of flame faded. Wei Xiaosu peeked out and saw nothing but charred ruin. Everything close by had vaporized. Farther out, vegetation was reduced to charcoal. Beyond that, the ground was gouged into furrows by the blast. Flames still licked at the fringes. Without a response team, the entire forest would soon be ashes. At ground zero, a red-striped giant python had taken the hit, Heaton, its scales blackened and smoking. Fearsome as it was, at least 30% of its strength was gone. By contrast, the 4 skeletal temps were untouched, not because they were tougher, but because moments earlier the sword cultivator Xiao Shuai had raised a sheath of sword key and the others had slipped inside. Had they eaten Xiao Ming's rocket directly, they would have lived, but half crippled. Peiqi, with the weakest defense, might have been left with barely half a life. Huh. Seeing his co-workers unscathed, question marks practically floated above Xiao Ming's head. He looked back at Wei Xiaosu, eyes asking if he could launch another round. Wei Xiaosu shook his head firmly. The blast had been a lesson. Private sparring was fine, but no public grandstanding. Denied. Xiao Ming wilted at once. He squatted at the edge of the rubble, tracing circles in the dirt like a sulking child. Wei Xiaosu's temples throbbed. These high-level temps were each more troublesome than the last. What are you waiting for? Get back to work before I come over there and break your legs. He roared. The 3 men and 1 pig flinched. A heartbeat later, Xiao Shuai dropped his swordkey shield, lunged forward, and with a single stroke lopped off the serpent's head. But the fight still hadn't ended. Even after the red-striped python was stone-cold, skeleton sauce stormed in and slashed it again, followed by Peiqi, and then Xiaoqiangthi were literally beating a corpse. On the other side of the battlefield, Su Shaoqing was sprinting when an explosion erupted behind her. Her face paled. In her head, she was cursing Wei Xiaosu to high heaven. At this range, with that kind of force, even she couldn't shrug it off. Pei Qian, Su Shaoqing, and Nanji charged down a rubble-strewn path, the searing shockwave nipping at their heels. Su Shaoqing clutched the combat power 5 Nanji, fury boiling inside her. That was a lord-level spell. What was Wei Xiaosu thinking? Pei Qian ran while hurling profanities, shouting that he'd duel Wei Xiaosu later and blow his head off. Given his track record of blowing up his own head, the outcome was obvious. Thank God I've got tricks left. Pei Qian growled, yanked a tiny vial from his pouch, pulled the stopper, and swallowed a drop of dark red blood. Last time he drank berserker blood, he shot up to 2 meters, muscles tearing his clothes. This time, with mage blood in his system, he visibly shrank, his baggy robe rustling around a much slimmer frame. "I'm putting up a shield. Get over here." His voice was hoarse but steady. Su Shaoqing dashed to his side, still holding Nanji. Pei Qian closed his eyes, and a surge of mental energy spread outward, forming a translucent barrier around them. Nanji looked up, her voice barely above a whisper but edged with panic. "Can this shield take a lord-level hit? We're 200 meters from the blast, and it's just a standard mage skill. We'll be fine." Pei Qian grinned. The next instant, scorching fire slammed into the barrier. It quivered like a drumhead, lights flickering as hairline cracks raced across it. Cold sweat beaded on Pei Qian's forehead. Crap, it's not holding. Su Xiaoqing's gaze stayed locked on the shield, while she mentally tallied potential gear losses. Nanji bit her lip, nails digging into her sleeve. When cracks webbed across the shield, a dull boom rumbled underfoot. They thought it was more aftershock until Nanji bent down and cried, "Look at the ground." Su Xiaoqing glanced down to find the earth split by even more fissures. Pei Qian's pupils shrank. What the? Before he could finish, the ground shattered into dust and rubble. All three plunged along with the collapsing earth. Damn it! This is nuts. Ah! Their screams tangled with the roar of the wind as they plummeted. None of them could fly, and if the pit was deep enough they'd be dead on impact. You mutts, humiliate me in public again, and it'll cripple the lot of you. 3 humanoid skeletons and a one-horned wild boar shrank into a line, heads practically touching their chests as they endured the rage of the furious, upright ape Wei Xiaosu. Behind him, a gaunt, shifty-eyed skeleton named Xiaoming was secretly egging him on, itching to make the scene even messier and hoping Wei would lob a few more rocket salvos. Wei's tirade lasted a full 2 minutes before he suddenly stiffened and muttered, "Wait, where are my teammates?" His face blanched. Crap. In his fury, he had forgotten how wide Xiaoming's skill could spread. With his teammates only just stepping into Tier 3, getting caught in the blast meant death or permanent injury. Realizing this, he spun around, nailed the still snickering Xiaoming with a glare, and swung his shovel without a word. Clang. The blow sent Xiaoming's skull soaring in a graceful arc before it thudded to the ground. The headless body reeled, arms fumbling for its missing head, a ridiculous sight. Idiot. Ever heard of holding back? Wei growled. The sudden reversal delighted the scolded lackeys, and they almost burst out laughing. Serve him right. Wei ignored them, crouched down, and gathered everything the 3 crimson-striped pythons had dropped. The loot included a level 40 piece of beast general gear and 85 experience pills, 20 a grade, 35 grade, 20 grade, and 10 grade. A massive haul. Normal mobs only dropped G or F grade pills, so with a grade as the minimum, these were genuine treasures. A grade XP pill, Tier 3, instantly grants 300,000 experience points. A grade XP pill, Tier 3, grants 400,000 experience points. Grade XP pill, Tier 3, grants 500,000 experience points. Grade XP pill, Tier 3, grants 600,000 experience points. A Tier 3 Pinnacle Lord usually yields only 3 to 5 million XP split among 4 people, but swallowing all 85 pills would net 36 million, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Even though he had slain the pythons alone, Wei had no intention of keeping everything for himself. As for the gear, anything of beast general quality was worth a fortune, even if it wasn't the priciest weapon part. Crimson Striped Necklace. Beast General Tier, Level 40 Tier 3. Strength, 1,500. Agility, 500. Constitution, 1,500. Spirit, 500. Effect 1, Extra Strength, 500. Effect 2, Extra Constitution, 500. Description: a necklace forged from the crimson-striped python's resilient shinbone, imbued with extraordinary power. This time Wei Xiaosu didn't toss the gear into his inventory. Instead, he fastened it around his neck and hid its appearance. He had no intention of keeping the necklace for himself. It was simply hideous. The moment the pendant touched his skin, a torrent of data surged through him, adding 5,000 points to his overall stats. He clicked his tongue. If one necklace could do this, a full set of top-tier gear might let him challenge the trial tower again. Pushing the thought aside, he sprinted after his teammates. After only a few strides, the ground vanished beneath him, revealing a crater almost 15 meters wide. It was so dark he couldn't see the bottom. How can there be a hole here? The 4 of us walked right through this spot before there was nothing. He frowned, guessing Xiaoming's rocket round had collapsed the ground. Right now, though, finding Fatty, Nanji, and Su Xiaoqing mattered more. Hey Fatty, Nanji, Su Xiaoqing, are you down there? Can you hear me? He leaned over the rim, shouting for a full minute, but no echo came back. After a pause, he raised a hand and conjured a ball of eerie green ghost fire, which swelled to the size of a basketball. Go. The flames slipped into the darkness 10 meters, 50, 100, 200 before its glow was swallowed completely, without ever touching bottom. Damn, this thing's got to be over 300 meters, he muttered, a chill running up his spine. Even a third-tier fighter would be dead meat if they fell in unprepared. Forget it for now. Those 3 are careful. They wouldn't just walk into something this obvious. He scanned the surroundings, unsure where to start. Finding people was never a problem for him. With a casual wave, he summoned more than 1,000 skeletal warriors, their ivory ranks forming at once. A single order sent them clattering away, crunching leaves and kicking up dust as they fanned out. Half an hour later, they returned with nothing but disappointment. Staring at the empty ranks, Wei Xiaosu reached a grim conclusion. The explosion might have erased the trio outright. Son of a, he growled, whipping out a black shovel and smacking Xiaoming's head clean off. At the same moment, Xiao Shui, Xiao Chong, Peiqi, and Skeleton Dip all shivered, feeling a cold draft around their necks. Forget it, he'll compensate them when we get out. What a loss, he let out a long sigh. Thankfully, this was only an instance. Death here wasn't permanent, or he'd be guilt-ridden for life. He recalled all the skeletons, kept a few elite lackeys at his side, and made his way back to the center of the battlefield. At the heart of the battlefield, 3 red-striped Colossus serpents still awaited disposal. Earlier the crowd had kept him from using his signature gear's special effect, but now nothing held him back. Wei Xiaosu stepped onto the charred ground. The 3 Lord rank, 3rd-tier serpents lay crisscrossed, each as thick as a water barrel and dozens of meters long, black blood still seeping from their cracked scales. He patted the weapon at his waist, made sure no one else was around, drew a long breath, and began to dig. With his current strength and skill, digging such pits was mere grunt work 10 minutes per snake. Each shove of the spade flipped sizzling earth, gray-black streaked with dark red, releasing waves of heat. In less than half an hour 3 large mounds stood in the field's center, naked heaps of soil that stood out starkly. Wei Xiaosu fetched a few scorched green stones, stuck them upright as headstones, and scratched a crooked epitaph, Tomb of 3 Little Snakes. The words were just a bit of dark humor, but he was in great spirits. The serpent's parting gifts had made him rich. No weapons had dropped, a minor letdown erased by what followed. Several netherworld items lay quietly in his palm, the most striking being 4 paper effigies identical to those sold in funeral shops. 1. Paper effigy male grade D2. Use the eyes with fresh blood to create a double of the user, possessing 50 of the original's 4 basic attributes. No skills, lasting up to 24 hours. Male creatures only. 2. Paper effigy female grade D2. Same effect as the male version, but for female creatures. These weren't straight combat tools, yet in a pinch they produced a half-strength clone, priceless in the right hands. Better still, they had no class limit. She could use them himself or sell them for a fortune. He licked his cracked lips, stowed the effigies in his sleeve pouch, and examined the rest of the loot. An entire batch of premium netherworld goods. Compared with the shoddy junk head looted before, their effects were 10 times stronger. 3. Premium grave incense, grade D10. Description: when lit, grants 10,000 experience points per second for 60 seconds. Usable only by undead classes or undead creatures. 4. Premium grave grass, grade D. Description: consumed to instantly heal all injuries. Undead only. 5. Premium corpse oil, grade D. Description: pure formula. Apply over the whole body to gain a random total of 100 attribute points across all 4 stats. Undead only. 6. Premium funeral rice, grade D. Description: half-spoiled rice with a chunk of meat. Restores 20 mana per second for 60 seconds when eaten. Undead only. Compared with their inferior versions, these items were 10 times stronger, almost disaster grade. Unable to hide his grin, Wei Xiaosu rubbed the 10 sticks of incense between his fingers. 1 stick alone was worth 600,000 experience. 10 meant a cool 6 million. Now that was a payday. Wei Xiaosu struck a match and lit the incense sticks on the grave mound. As black smoke spiraled upward, the experience numbers in front of his eyes surged, as if someone had mashed an auto-fire button. 10,000. 10,000. When the 10th stick burned out, the bar had climbed another 0.1%, and he couldn't help smiling in satisfaction. Next, he uncorked a bottle of corpse oil. The stench of rot hit him like a punch, but despite the churn in his stomach, he forced himself to smear the rancid grease over every inch of skin. System messages flooded his view. Strength 30, Agility 30, Constitution 16, Spirit 24, and even 100 points in total. He had 6 bottles of this high-grade corpse oil, and by the time he emptied them, his permanent, scalable stats had jumped by a staggering 600 points, enough to make any player jealous. The grave grass and grave rice were simple restorative items and of no immediate use, so he tossed them into his storage pouch. After that, he polished off the 3 crimson-striped pythons head picked up earlier, topped off his status, and pushed deeper into the dungeon. The foreman party had already driven progress to roughly 80%, meaning the final encounter was close. Wei Xiaosu wasted no time. With his hired hands in tow, he carved a path forward, cutting down more trash mobs and pocketing a few spoils along the way. Half an hour later, he emerged from the gloomy forest and froze. A broad lake stretched across the horizon. Golden sand lined the shore, and on that beach waited hundreds, maybe thousands, of monsters. Murlocs, shelled terrapins, killer crabs, all of them boss tier, levels 31 through 40. If Fatty and the other 2 faced this tide, they'd have to fall back on the usual MMO tricks to kite and thin the crowd. To Wei Xiaosu, though, 1,000 bosses were nothing but walking sacks of XP. Summon. At his low command, a swarm of skeleton warriors clawed their way out of the ground, blotting out the view. Before Xiao Shuai and the other high-level hirelings could even swing, the beach was a slaughterhouse, and every monster lay dead in under 30 minutes. He walked away with 3 pieces of gear, 108 grade G XP pills, and 30 grade F pills. Pretty sweet. He buried 3 corpses of each monster type in the sand, trading them for a handful of low-quality underworld trinkets. Better than nothing. Still, one thing bothered him: where was the gatekeeper boss? According to Pei Shien, nightmare difficulty should spawn 3, maybe more, Lord-class monsters. Right now he hadn't seen even half of one. Wei Xiaosu scanned the area. The only suspicious spot was the lake itself. His scalp tingled. If the bosses were hiding underwater, he had no way to dive and fight them. One lord would be bad enough, let alone several. While he was thinking, the lake's surface began to roil. A vast whirlpool formed out of thin air, its pull so strong he could feel it from shore. The vortex grew by the second. In less than half a minute the center of the lake had become a gaping sinkhole over 500 meters across. Oh, man, I'm dying here, Fatty's about to croak. In the pitch-black, clammy tunnel, Pei Qian sprawled on the jagged rock like a beached fish, his face drained of hope. The blast had hurled all three of them into a fissure that opened under their feet, a shaft that seemed bottomless. Halfway down, something springy and unknown slowed their fall, sparing them from instant pulp. During the plunge, Pei Qian had a desperate flash of insight. He forced down a drop of flesh shield night blood, his physique surging on the spot. Combined with his defensive skills, it barely kept him alive until his teammates nearly finished the job. He was the heaviest and fell first, slamming into the floor. Su Xiaoqing landed next, square on his back, bounced off his blubber, and Nanji followed with a textbook sledgehammer drop, stacking perfectly. Pei Qian had assumed head take the least damage. Instead, fate flipped him on his head. What priest's blood? I'm bleeding credits here. We haven't even cleared the instance, and I've already burned several drops, all bought at top price. Pei Qian's grumbling filled the cave. All right. Nanji crouched beside him, patted his round head, and flashed a sweet smile. Once we're out, they'll condense a drop of essence blood for you, okay? They'll give you one too. Su Xiaoqing spoke, her voice cool as ever but laced with apology. Essence blood wasn't just a fingertip scoop. At their level, forming a single drop took at least an hour and left them weak as kittens. One drop fetched tens of thousands of Huaxia credits. So Pei Qian's huge loss was no exaggeration. This run had already cost him well into 6 figures. Had deal. With their promise secured, he yanked out another vial and downed it in one gulp. Heal. Meant. Rejuvenating mist. Pei Qian flipped into full-time medic, layering green shields over himself, then sealing every bruise and cut on Nanji and Su Xiaoqing. Even with his body as a cushion, both women had taken hard hits, and their fighting strength had dipped sharply. That's why most parties paid through the nose for a Claris. If you've got heals, you've got hope. So how do we get out of here? Nanji looked up. The ceiling was pitch black, the gap they'd fallen through nowhere in sight. We dropped at least 500 meters. Climbing back is basically impossible. Su Xiaoqing shook her head, then turned to Pei Qian, still topping everyone off. Any walkthrough? None. Pei Qian answered crisply. He scanned the area, yet even with tier 3 eyesight, he could see no farther than 10 meters. Only when his gaze slid over the smooth stone wall around them did he add. People have farmed this dungeon to pieces, but I've never heard of a pit under the forest. Then let's look for a way back to the surface, Su Xiaoqing replied helplessly. If even the ever-prepared Pei Qian knew nothing about an underground cavern, Nanji and Su Xiaoqing certainly wouldn't. I've got flashlights, one each. Move out. Pei Qian pulled 3 military-grade torches from his storage pouch. The two girls stared. Such precious inventory space, used on flashlights? They swallowed the comment, took the lights, flipped the switches, and blinding white beams shredded the dark. They stood in a circular clearing roughly 100 meters across. It wasn't fully sealed. On the east side, a corridor about 2 meters wide stretched onward. There was nothing to discuss. They set off. Su Xiaoqing led the way, flashlight in her left hand and the angel's sword in her right. Nanji stayed in the middle. Pei Qian brought up the rear, clutching a small vial, ready to swap classes at a moment's notice. They advanced slowly through the lone passage, nerves taut for any threat, yet nothing happened. The silence was unsettling, but it let them breathe easier. At the corridor's end they found a stone wall covered top to bottom with dense, unfamiliar script. What race writes like this? Nanji frowned, cheeks puffed in annoyance. Anyone dropped into a dungeon only to hit a wall like this would question their luck. Looks a bit like Shui characters, but not exactly, Pei Qian said, then turned to Su Xiaoqing. What do you think? It is Shui, just not the modern set. It's a much older form, she said carefully. What does that mean? Pei Qian and Nanji asked together. Like traditional and simplified Chinese, same language, different writing. These are the Shui traditional characters, Su Xiaoqing explained. Huh, this wall's covered in traditional Shui? Nanji blurted out. Exactly. She pressed closer to the stone, trying to translate each symbol. Pei Qian widened the beam to help, muttering inwardly. She's unreal, she can even read ancient Shui script. What is it with Qingyang City turning out so many monsters in human form? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.